Chapter 1. The Contest for Marriage. Madam, something terrible has happened. The steward of the Zhao family rushed into the main hall in a fluster. What is it? Inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a delicate green gown. This was none other than the current matriarch of the Zhao family, Dugu Xian. The steward, in a state of urgency, replied, Miss is outside, challenging others to a contest for marriage. Dugu Xian sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Nonsense. Quickly bring her back. The steward promptly acknowledged her command and turned to leave in Qingfeng City. The atmosphere was particularly lively today, with people bustling about the streets, engaged in animated discussions. I've heard that today Ms. Zhao is hosting a contest for marriage. Really? That sounds exciting. Didn't the young Master Tang from the imperial capital come to propose to her just a few days ago? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you value your life? On a bustling street, a makeshift arena had been erected. Above it hung a banner emblazoned with the words, Contest for Marriage. At that moment, a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, stood upon the stage. With delicate shoulders, a slender waist, brows like emerald feathers, and skin as pristine as snow, she donned a pink and white short dress that exuded an air of youthful innocence and beauty, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. This girl was none other than Zhao Xuer, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. On the stage, Zhao Xuer clasped her fists and addressed the gathered crowd. Dear elders and fellow townsfolk, today, I, Zhao Xuer, have set up this arena to challenge suitors. Whoever can defeat me shall become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burly man with a scruffy beard leaped onto the platform, brandishing a massive hammer. Miss Zhao, ha, watch how I Wang Dazue perform. Oh no, how did that scoundrel get up there? He is notorious as a bandit leader, exclaimed one spectator. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal hammer came flying towards him, crashing down onto his head without pause. Blood splattered forth, drenching those nearby. Wang Dazue on the platform glared down at the crowd, declaring, I, Wang Dazue, am an honest man. How dare you call me a bandit? You deserve this. Turning his attention to Zhao Xuer, he continued, Xuer, we needn't fight, you cannot possibly defeat me. Tonight, we shall consummate our union. Hearing these words, Zhao Xuer's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Why resort to murder? Murder? I haven't killed anyone. It was merely an accident. I mismanaged my hammer and struck him instead. It's his fault for not dodging, he laughed. Come, my dear Xuer, let's go home together. As he reached for Zhao Xuer's hand, she swiftly stepped forward, aiming her right hand towards his throat. Wang Dazue sidestepped her attack, seizing her arm and resting his hand on her shoulder. Lyra, my dear, do you wish to strike your husband? Zhao Xuer, her face a mix of green and red from fury, shouted, Let go of me. I will end you. Wang Dazue, unfazed, leaned closer to her, teasing, Oh, do you wish to kill me? Come, let's return home. I'll let you hit me all you want. Ha. Just as his laughter echoed, a sword came soaring through the air, aimed directly at Wang Dazue. The blade moved with astounding speed, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, closing in on him from several paces away. Wang Dazue squinted at the approaching sword, pushing Zhao Xuer aside, and swung his hammer fiercely at the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the heavy hammer struck the sword, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, a young man stood opposite Wang Dazue. The youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, donned a cloud-white brocade robe, his hair cascading like wisps of cloud, and his deep-set eyes exuded an air of refinement. As he appeared, many in the audience shouted, It is young Master Bai Yi from the Bai family of Chu City. Indeed, who would have thought young Master Bai would also attend? Surely, he isn't here for the martial contest and marriage proposal, is he? This is going to be interesting. Wang Dazue glared at Bai Yi, his tone brusque. Where did this little brat come from? Take this hammer. With that, he swung his iron hammer directly at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi, taken aback by Wang Dazue's sudden attack, momentarily froze, his expression growing serious. He was at the 3rd level of qi condensation. While Wang Dazue was a formidable opponent at the 5th level, he questioned how he could withstand such a force. Before Bai Yi could ponder further, the hammer was upon him. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the hammer. With a thunderous crash, Bai Yi was sent flying several meters before finally halting. Wang Dazue sneered, Have you not yet matured enough to play the hero? Bai Yi, fixing his icy gaze upon the bearded Wang Dazue, retorted, Has your own hair fully grown on your face? At this remark, Wang Dazue was thoroughly enraged, ready to strike. When a thought seemed to cross his mind, he looked at Bai Yi and asked, Are you Bai Yi of the Bai family from Chu City? Bai Yi replied with a grin, Though your bearded face is rather unappealing, your eyes are perceptive, you even recognize your elder Bai. Wang Dachui's expression softened as he clasped his fists, saying, "Since it is young master by who has taken a liking to Shuer, I, Wang Dachui, shall step aside." With that, he turned to leave. However, Bai interjected, "After the insult you just hurled at Shuer, do you think it appropriate to walk away, just like that?" With that, he drew his sword, launching a fierce strike towards Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui, with a fierce countenance, responded, "Do you think I fear you?" He swung his hammer towards Bai Yi. The sword and hammer clashed with a metallic ring. Bai Yi's sword was jolted from his grasp, and Wang Dachui closed in, preparing to strike again. A wave of dread washed over Bai Yi. He feared he could not withstand this blow. Just then, the hammer was nearly upon him when an authoritative shout echoed from afar. "Impudent!" With that exclamation, a sheathed sword flew in, directly repelling the hammer back towards Wang Dachui's chest. Wang Dachui's eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The hammer rebounded with a thunderous crash. Wang Dachui was sent flying 100 feet, and as he landed, blood spurted from his mouth. At that moment, an elder appeared beside Bai Yi. "Isn't that Elder Bai Jintian from the Bai family?" The crowd recognized him instantly. Zhao Shuer hurried to Bai Jintian, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi turned to Bai Jintian, offering a slight bow. "Second uncle." Bai Jintian laughed heartily. "Ha, what is this, my dear niece Zhao? Have you organized a martial contest for marriage?" At that moment, the steward of the Zhao family hurried over, breathless. Miss, Madam requests your immediate return." Upon noticing Bai Jintian and his companion, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Yi smiled and replied, "I heard that Shuer is hosting a martial arts contest to select a suitor, so I can't participate." Bai Jintian spoke sternly. "Do not speak so recklessly." Afterward, he turned to the steward and continued, "We happened to pass by and noticed that Shuer encountered some trouble, so we lent a helping hand." The Zhao steward bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder Bai and young master Bai, for your assistance." "Ah, no need for such formality, we are all family." Bai Jintian chuckled. The steward looked at Bai Jintian with a puzzled expression. Family. Chapter 2, A Date in the Grove. At this juncture, Zhao Shuer interjected, "Uncle Bai, brother Yi has come to my house. It has been quite a while since you last visited." With that, Zhao Shuer tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, leading him towards the Zhao residence. Moments later, as they entered the hall of the Zhao family, the elegant Dugu Xian, seated at the head, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. She then inquired, "Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you both here today?" Hearing her tone, Zhao Shuer instantly became displeased. "What do you mean by what brings? I invited them here, is there a problem?" Sensing the tension, Bai Jintian quickly intervened. "Ahem, I apologize for the impromptu visit with my nephew." Dugu Xian glanced dismissively. "There's no need for apologies, please take a seat." Bai Jintian surveyed the surroundings and noticed 4 individuals seated nearby. The elder from the Tang family of the imperial capital, the elder from the Zhou family of the East City, the elder from the Li family of the border town, and the elder from the Sun family of Jincheng. After exchanging greetings, he found an empty seat to settle down. Dugu Xian then took a gentle sip of tea and addressed Zhao Shuer. "You may return to your room now. This matter does not concern you." Zhao Shuer stamped her foot in response and turned to leave. Once Zhao Shuer had departed, Dugu Xian addressed the assembly. "I trust that everyone is here for the same purpose." At this moment, the elder from the Tang family spoke up. "Madam Zhao, what is your stance on this matter?" Dugu Xian replied earnestly. "Shuer has been spoiled by her father since childhood, and she tends to be quite headstrong. Since everyone holds her in such high regard, I cannot hinder her. However, please continue." The elder from the Zhou family interjected suddenly. The elder from the Tang family then stated, "As long as Madam agrees to a union with my Tang family, I assure you that Zhao family members will be granted 5 slots each year to enroll in the prestigious Songyun Academy." This proclamation astonished not only Dugu Xian, but also the other 4 elders. Songyun Academy only admits 50 students each year. It must be noted that the Tang family's generosity was truly unexpected. Even the Tang family typically offers only 6 reserved spots annually, yet they were now providing 5. Among the elders, Bai Jintian was the most perplexed. He had not come to propose, he was merely passing by. How had he suddenly found himself entangled in their affairs? At this juncture, the elder from the Zhou family rose and clasped his fists. "Madam, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Are you leaving? If not, what are you doing here? There are only 5 spots, and the Zhou family has only 3 in total for the entire year." How to proceed? As Elder Zhou departed, Elder Li and Elder Sun exchanged glances and rose to bid farewell. At that moment, Dugu Xian turned her gaze toward Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian took a sip of tea and remarked, I too should be on my way, and I need to see you off. Devu Xian interjected before Bai Jintian could finish a sentence. With Bai Yi in tow, Bai Jintian turned to leave just as they reached the door. A voice called out, "Uncle Bai, Brother Yi, wait for me." Zhao Shuer hurried over. "Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play with me for a couple of days?" Bai Yi smiled gently. "This time, I have important matters to attend to with my second uncle. I will come to visit you when I have the time." Having said this, Bai Yi followed Bai Jintian out of the Zhao residence. Along the way, Bai Yi inquired, "Second uncle." At this point, Bai Jintian interrupted, "Are you curious why the prominent families are all seeking to propose alliances with the Zhao family?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, what puzzles me even more is why the Tang family would offer so many spots. The admissions for Tsangyun Academy are notoriously stringent, and the slots are scarce." Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Let me tell you about Tsangyun Academy. It has a history spanning several millennia. Legend has it that this region, Tsangyun continent, is named after the academy itself. The founder's purpose in establishing Tsangyun Academy was to protect the people of this land." Bai Yi gazed at Bai Jintian in astonishment. "Second uncle, was that person truly formidable?" Bai Jintian replied earnestly, "Indeed, very formidable. It is said that he had reached the supreme realm." Bai Yi looked at Bai Jintian, puzzled. "Supreme realm? What does that entail?" Bai Jintian smiled faintly. "My dear Yi, the highest known realm on our continent is the Lord's realm. It is certain that the supreme realm surpasses even that." "Second uncle, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Bai Yi asked, looking at Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian chuckled. Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let's discuss that girl Shuer. It seems my suspicions were correct. Otherwise, those families would not be so eager to propose, especially the Tang family. Yes, they conversed. They arrived at a riverside, the boundary river of Qingfeng City. Crossing this river would lead them to Chu City. They approached a ferry boat, and Bai Jintian waved to the ferryman. "Ferry operator, we wish to cross the river." The ferryman emerged from the cabin, smiling as he respectfully greeted Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. "Please, esteemed guests, board the vessel." At that moment, a voice called from behind Bai Jintian, "Brother Bai, please hold on." Turning around, Bai Jintian saw an elderly man approaching. It was Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family of the Yi City. Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Bai Yi offered a slight bow to Zhou Xing. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing glanced at Bai Yi and replied, "No need for such formalities, my nephew." Zhou Xing continued, "Brother Bai, do not rush to leave just yet, we have important matters to discuss with you." Bai Jintian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "You, and who else?" Zhou Xing smiled calmly. "Indeed, it is I along with Brother Sun and Li." Bai Jintian inquired, "Is it about today's proposal?" Zhou Xing glanced around and replied, "Brother Bai, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Tower." Bai Jintian, with a hint of gravity, conceded, "Very well." After the two departed, Bai Yi made his way to a nearby forest. Upon leaving the Zhao estate, a maid had discreetly slipped him a note that read, "Tonight, meet in the woods. Do not disappoint." Bai Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was undoubtedly written by that girl, Shuer. Alas, there was no way to contend with her. They often snuck away to play in the woods together during their childhood. Though they resided in different cities, his uncle frequently brought him to Qingfeng City on business, allowing ample opportunity for interaction with Zhao Shuer. To describe them as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Bai Yi arrived at the woods and settled onto a wooden stump. With the day still young and having little to occupy his time, he began to cultivate his energy. In the Tsangyun continent, each major realm is subdivided into 5 minor realms. Bai Yi currently stood at the 3rd level of energy condensation, with 2 more minor realms to ascend before reaching the Qi control realm. Naturally, one cannot rush the process of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a meditative state, a phenomenon that would astonish anyone fortunate enough to witness it. This meditative state is typically attainable only upon reaching the Qi control realm. Through energy, one commands the spirit. Through spirit, one draws breath, and through breath, one forms a core. Even those within the Qi control realm can only enter this state at the 5th level of Qi control, just before transcending to the core formation realm. Remarkably, Bai Yi, at merely the 3rd level of energy condensation, had achieved it. Chapter 3, Bitten by a Python. In the main hall of the Bai residence, a middle-aged man sat quietly at his desk. This man was Bai Linyan, the patriarch of the Bai family and a master at the 4th level of the revered realm. Opposite him stood Bai Zhentian in silence. Bai Linyan, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Indeed, they're already aware of Zhao Shuer's situation. Have you ascertained who leaked the information?" Bai Zhentian responded, "Unfortunately, we have no leads. The individuals I dispatched are still conducting their investigation." Bai Linyan turned his gaze toward Bai Zhentian and inquired, "What have you heard? Why has he not returned?" Bai Zhentian replied, "It is possible that Zhao Shuer has detained him." Haha. Bai Linyan chuckled. Very well. Saint Vortuiye. He must seize the opportunity to grow closer to Zhao Shuer. Bai Jintian pondered, I suspect that woman from the Zhao family. Do not concern yourself with her, I will devise a way. However, the Tang family presents a bit of a complication. Bai Linyan continued, you may go now. After Bai Jintian departed, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Linyan's mouth. Humph. The Tang family. Meanwhile, in the forest, Bai Yi remained in a state of cultivation, enveloped in an ineffable and profound condition, his meditative state. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being. The leaves within a 10-zhang radius were instantly shredded, leaving only the swaying trunks behind. It seemed as if this formidable energy could send them flying at any moment, transitioning from the third level of energy condensation directly to the Qi control realm. Bai Yi had leaped over 2 minor realms. Slowly, he opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, bewildered. What just transpired? That sensation? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yi, came Schwenner's voice. Bai Yi turned toward the sound, and indeed, it was Zhao Shuer dashing toward him. Shuer, you have arrived. Yi go. Have you been waiting for a long time? Alas, that wretched second aunt of mine always sends people to keep an eye on me, preventing me from going out. I sneaked out. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. When have you not sneaked out? Is there something amiss now that night has fallen? Zhao Shuer, sitting beside Bai Yi, turned to him and said, Second aunt intends to marry me off to the Tang family. I am aware. I heard about it today when I visited your home, but I do not wish to marry. I have never even met that Tang Xiao, and even if I had, I would refuse. As she spoke, a faint blush began to rise on Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Noticing her sudden flush, Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, Shuer, are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red. Ah, you're the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. With that, Zhao Shuer stood up and turned her back to Bai Yi, preparing to leave. Bai Yi promptly rose and grasped Zhao Shuer's arm, saying, Shuer, if you do not wish to marry, you can speak to your second mother. She is unlikely to impose any difficulties upon you. Zhao Shuer turned to Bai Yi, her expression incredulous, unlikely to impose difficulties upon me? You dare to utter such words. Bai Yi was about to speak when a voice echoed from a distance, Miss, where are you? We are looking for Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer quickly grasped Bai Yi's hand, urging, hurry, we must not let them find me. In the forest, Bai Yi and Zhao Shuer stealthily evaded the search of the Zhao family, eventually reaching a more secluded spot. It was now midnight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Shuer, feeling a tinge of fear, asked, Yi Ge, did you hear any noises just now? Bai Yi glanced towards Zhao Shuer, exclaiming, did you hear that? It seems there is a snake lurking around here. Before Bai Yi could finish speaking, Zhao Shuer suddenly screamed in terror, Yi Ge, we have never encountered any snakes while playing here before. How could there possibly be a snake? Bai Yi said with a serious expression, I am at a loss. Bai Yi pondered that there could not possibly be any snakes in this vicinity. Even an ordinary snake would not instill a sense of peril within him. Yet, he had distinctly felt a wave of foreboding moments ago. Suddenly, a python, as thick as a man's arm, lunged toward the two of them. This serpent was adorned with dark green scales, and along its spine, a prominent ridge rose several inches high. In the blink of an eye, it surged toward Bai Yi and Zhao Shuer, its gaping maw resembling a bloodied chasm, poised to strike. Bai Yi swiftly shielded the nearby Zhao Shuer behind him, raising his sword to thrust forward. A beam of sword light aimed directly at the serpent's head, yet as soon as the sword light made contact, it shattered instantly. With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, Bai Yi raised his left hand defensively as the serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into his left arm and tearing away a gruesome chunk of flesh. Instantly, crimson blood stained Bai Yi's robes, transforming them into a macabre sight. Behind him, Zhao Shuer stood frozen in terror, her face pale as she beheld the serpent, momentarily paralyzed by fear and forgetting to flee. Bai Yi turned and shouted to Zhao Shuer, Shuer, run. At that moment, the terrified Zhao Shuer managed to regain her composure slightly. Just as Zhao Shuer was about to turn, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg. Looking down, she was horrified to discover a small snake clinging tightly to her calf. At that moment, the python swung around, its tail striking Bai Yi's abdomen with force. Bai Yi was forcefully thrown back several dozen feet, and upon coming to a halt, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The python turned its gaze toward Zhao Shuer, hissing and roaring in a menacing manner. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly felt her body trembling, as if her very blood were boiling like water on the verge of a fierce boil. Unbeknownst to her, the ancestral blood within her was on the brink of awakening. leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The python regarded Zhao Shuer with a flicker of surprise in its eyes. As the tumult of her bloodline intensified, the creature's astonishment gradually morphed into gravity, ultimately culminating in sheer terror, prompting it to turn and flee. Clearly, it was the potent force of Zhao Shuer's ancestral blood that had repelled the python. However, it was regretful that her bloodline had not fully awakened. Her current strength was insufficient to sustain such a transformation. Should the ancestral blood force itself to awaken, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Zhao Shuer stood momentarily stunned as she watched the python retreat, her heart filled with confusion. Yet, she dismissed her thoughts and hurried to Bai Ye's side. The instant she began to run, a sharp pain coursed through her legs. Glancing down, she noticed 2 deep bite marks, those inflicted by the small snake. To her dismay, the marks were a dark hue, indicating venom. Ignoring the injury on her leg, Zhao Shuer dashed towards Bai Yi. Upon reaching him, she found that he had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Gently cradling his head, she shook him, calling out, "Brother Yi, please wake up. Brother Yi." But Bai Yi showed no signs of response. In truth, he was nearly lifeless, first bitten by the python and then struck down by its powerful tail. Although Bai Yi had attained the Qi mastery stage, facing the python's assault was akin to an egg colliding with a rock. His internal organs were shattered, and the faint breath remaining was merely the vestige of his willpower clinging to life. Seeing Bai Yi unresponsive, tears began to cascade down Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Panic seized her. "Brother Yi, please don't scare me. Wake up, wake up." Chapter 4. The Zhao Family's Flying Daggers. Chapter 5. The mysterious lady of the Zhao family. The force of this palm strike was evidently several times greater than the punch of the previous expert at the condensing sea stage. The middle-aged man opposite raised his hand and hurled a flying dagger, which shot forth in an instant. With a swift whoosh, it reached the palm strike without hesitation. Piercing through the center of the palm, it directly penetrated the chest of the peak sea-breaking stage expert. Blood splattered forth, and the dagger returned to the middle-aged man's hand. He examined the blade, inhaling deeply before hastily covering his mouth with his left hand. Bending over as if on the verge of retching, he mockingly remarked, "Your blood energy is quite impressive." Laughter erupted, a blatant provocation that made the onlookers seethe with rage. Yet, no one dared to step forward. At that moment, a guardian turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you here merely to offend us?" "No, no." The man quickly shook his head. "I am here for a friendly exchange, nothing more." The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a woman, who questioned, "Is it merely a spar? Just a light exchange? Surely you must be fabricating tales with your eyes wide open." The middle-aged man turned to face her. She was clad in a deep green gown, her long hair cascading down her back, adorned with a jade hairpin. Though her features were not particularly striking, her attire was impeccably styled, radiating an aura of comfort and warmth to those who beheld her. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "What may I call you, young lady?" The woman remained silent, insisting, "You have yet to respond to my inquiry." He chuckled sheepishly. "Ah, yes, it's merely a spar, just a light exchange." As he spoke, he emphatically patted his chest, conveying the seriousness of his intent. He had indeed come for a friendly contest, as his master had urged him to venture forth and gain experience. Before his departure, he was cautioned to remain vigilant and to exert his full strength regardless of the opponent's prowess, while still maintaining a semblance of restraint in conduct. He had adhered to his master's advice, unleashing his full power in every engagement, out of profound respect for his mentor. Suddenly, the woman pointed a finger at him, saying, "What a quaint notion of light exchange you possess. Is your interpretation one that separates life from death?" The middle-aged man glanced apologetically at the 2 lifeless bodies nearby, bowing slightly as he replied, "I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your companion's frailty. I hope they grow stronger in their next life." His sincerity was evident, his face etched with genuine remorse. The onlookers were bewildered. What was occurring? He had taken lives, and yet blamed the victims for their weakness, wishing them to be stronger in their next incarnation. Was he attempting to condemn their souls with his words? If their spirits heard such declarations, would they even have the chance to reincarnate? The very thought could send one's spirit into disarray. At that moment, the woman declared, "I will return your strike." Stepping forward, she prepared to engage. However, the middle-aged man instinctively took a step back, shaking his head vigorously. "No, no, no. I cannot spar with a woman. My master has instructed me that there are far more men than women in this realm. I must refrain from fighting women. If I were to inadvertently harm one or two, countless men might find themselves without wives." Before he could finish his sentence, He found himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura emanating from the woman. As she made her move, the crowd was taken aback, not merely by her willingness to fight, but by the sheer extent of her power, which surpassed all expectations. A guard muttered in quiet contemplation, "Third tier of the sovereign master." His astonishment was palpable. At that moment, the middle-aged man found himself ensnared by the woman's formidable presence, showing no inclination to retaliate. The aura, an attribute unique to those who had attained the sovereign master level, was suffocating. The woman eyed him, questioning, "Why do you not strike?" The man offered a rueful smile. "I simply cannot. Should I engage, I fear many men would find themselves without wives." The crowd seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Many men without wives? Is this suggesting that the woman would seek out numerous husbands? At this thought, everyone turned to gaze at the woman in astonishment, oblivious to their reactions. She seemed to overlook the crux of the matter, the fact that many men struggle to find wives. In that moment, she unleashed a powerful punch, declaring, "If you do not strike now, then you shall never strike again." A formidable aura surged forth, akin to a tumultuous wave, enveloping the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, he pondered, "Master, I feel I am on the brink of death, yet I do not wish to perish." Just then, the woman's fist connected, propelling the man into the air, where he vanished from the sight of the crowd. The woman froze, questioning whether she had truly refrained from striking. Regret washed over her. She had not intended to kill the man, but had acted impulsively in a fit of anger. As the crowd turned their attention back to her, she felt the weight of their stares and, with a slight twitch of her lips, turned to leave. "Who is she? Does anyone recognize her?" murmured the crowd. "Isn't she the young mistress of the Zhao family?" someone suggested. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. "I said that if a woman strikes, I shall not retaliate against her. I stand by my word." Remarkably, the man had returned, seemingly unscathed. The few powerful individuals present were deeply shocked, for they had distinctly sensed that the middle-aged man had not made any move to defend himself against the woman's full-force attack. What kind of strength was this? "Let us continue. Who dares to face my blade?" he challenged, feeling a profound sense of frustration at being struck without the ability to retaliate. He resolved to inform his master of the humiliating defeat he had suffered. At that moment, the guardian on the opposite side spoke sternly, "Let us all attack together." Confused, the middle-aged man thought, "Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why are they ganging up on me? This is unfair." Before he could dwell on his thoughts, the hundreds of opponents charged at him, their overwhelming presence bearing down. With a calm demeanor, the middle-aged man recalled his master's teachings, to remain composed in all situations, especially when facing insurmountable odds. He believed in himself, convinced that he was invincible. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he slowly closed his eyes, not in anticipation of death, but rather in pretense. Observing his tranquil demeanor, the crowd's frenzy intensified, perceiving his calmness as sheer contempt. In that moment, they unleashed their most powerful strikes against him. Sensing something amiss, the middle-aged man gradually opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, all the momentum and assaults surged before him. The middle-aged man calmly uttered, "Trust in the master, trust in yourself. I am invincible." With that, he raised his hand and dispatched a flying dagger, which was immediately repelled by the ferocious onslaught from his adversaries, sending it hurtling thousands of feet away. The middle-aged man was also thrown back several thousand feet, and upon coming to a halt, he lay on the ground, murmuring, "I am invincible." After uttering those words, he lost consciousness. At that moment, a woman appeared beside him, the very same individual who had departed earlier. She lifted the middle-aged man and soared away. Shortly after the woman absconded with him, a group of hundreds arrived at the spot where the two had vanished. "Have they fled?" questioned a formidable master with skepticism. "This individual is no ordinary foe." Soon after, the crowd dispersed, and the guardian, after a moment of contemplation, also turned to leave. Chapter 6. The Veiled Accusation. On the bright morning of the sixth day, a beam of sunlight grazed the corner of Baye's eye. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to close them again instantly, as the light was painfully blinding, a sensation he found difficult to endure. Gradually, he managed to open his eyes once more. Exhaling a sigh of stale air, a dull ache throbbed in his head, and suddenly recalling something, Bayu shot upright. "Schwer, are you there?" he called. But no response came. "Is she gone?" The python. With that thought, he sprang to his feet. As he stood, a realization struck him. My arm. He raised his hand to inspect the spot where he had been bitten the previous night, only to find that there was no trace of a wound. Bai Yi stood in a daze, a look of bewilderment on his face as he gazed at his blood-soaked garments. At that moment, distant voices echoed. Miss Schwer is here to find you. Bai Yi hesitated on whether to inform them, when it appeared that someone had noticed Bai Yi. Over here. It seems to be young Master Bai. Bai Yi approached a few individuals with urgency, stating, Schwer may be in peril. It is imperative to inform your lady at once. After delivering his message, he made his way towards the edge of the forest. He felt compelled to return to his family, for the previous night had been riddled with anomalies. How could his wounds have healed overnight? He distinctly recalled the moment the serpent's tail struck him. The only sensation he experienced was that of impending death. Yet, he remained unscathed. Where could Schwer have gone? As his thoughts spiraled into unease, Bai Yi quickened his pace. At that moment, a maid who had been searching for Zhao Schwer in the woods returned to the Zhao residence, rushing into the main hall in a flurry. Madam, the young lady, Dugu Xian interrupted. Calm down. Have you found the young lady? The maid, her voice trembling, replied, I did not find the young lady. But we encountered young Master Bai in the woods. Bai Yi? Dugu Xian inquired. The maid nodded. Yes, young Master Bai appeared gravely injured, covered in blood. Moreover, Dugu Xian abruptly stood. Moreover what? The maid hastily continued. It seems young Master Bai is also searching for the young lady. Dugu Xian slowly sat back down and waved her hand. Quickly resume your search. If you do not locate the young lady, do not return. The maid complied and departed to continue her search for Zhao Schwer. Meanwhile, Dugu Xian entered another room where a maid named Xiao Yu, who had previously slipped a note to Bai Yi, knelt before her. Dugu Xian glared at Xiao Yu, her voice laced with fury. Who gave you the audacity to assist the young lady in delivering notes? Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, sobbing, her body marked with the signs of a severe beating. Her clothes stained with blood from numerous lash wounds. As she pleaded, a figure cloaked in black entered the room. Dugu Xian pointed at Xiao Yu and commanded the dark-clad figure, eradicate her entire family. The kneeling Xiao Yu, terror-stricken, prostrated herself. I beseech you, madam, spare my family. Please. The sound of her desperate bows echoed with profound supplication and despair. The figure in black paid her no heed and turned to leave. Dugu Xian looked at Xiao Yu with disdain. Humph. Should the young lady remain lost, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Xiao Yu continued to plead for her family's safety. Take her to the fire prison. The fire prison, a private dungeon of the Zhao family, was reserved for those who had committed heinous acts against the family or betrayed it. In the fire prison, one endured the torment of scorching flames day and night, never quite succumbing to death, a true purgatory where the pain rendered existence more agonizing than death itself. When Bai Yi arrived at the family estate, it was already midday. The members of the Bai family were taken aback at the sight of Bai Ye's tattered clothing and his body covered in blood. At that moment, Bai Zhentian emerged from the house and, upon witnessing Bai Ye's dire condition, was momentarily stunned. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, Bai Zhentian hurriedly pulled him into the hall. Bai Linyin was also present, and as soon as he laid eyes on Bai Yi, he abruptly rose and inquired, Yi, what has happened? Did the Zhao family inflict these wounds upon you? Bai Yi hastily shook her head. No. Bai Linyin, with a perplexed expression, inquired once more. What is the matter? Bai Yi turned to Bai Linyin and said, Yesterday, my second uncle was about to take me back to the family when he was halted by the elders of the Zhou, Li, and Sun families. He instructed me to return on my own. However, before I departed from the Zhao residence, Schwer summoned me to the grove in the evening, claiming she had something important to discuss with me. Thus, I ventured alone to the grove to await her arrival. Bai Yi recounted the events of the previous night in detail to Bai Linyin and Bai Zhentian. Bai Linyin, upon hearing this, wore a rather grave expression. Are you saying that there are serpent-like demon beasts in that grove from last night? Moreover, they possess considerable power? Indeed, came the reply. I found myself utterly defenseless before that serpent. We often frequented that area for recreation, yet we have never encountered any demon beasts there before. Bai Yi also appeared quite perplexed. Bai Linyin remarked, he can undoubtedly discern your injuries. Last night, Bai Yi sustained grievous wounds, and the copious bloodstains alone tell a harrowing tale. However, such severe injuries are puzzling. Wait, did you mention that you reached the realm of Qi mastery last night? Yet now, your current state. It was at this moment that Bai Yi recalled the matter. He extended his hand, and in an instant, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through his entire being, solidifying. However, upon attempting to harness this energy, he found himself unable to do so. Could it be due to the effects of the snake venom? Bai Linyin and Bai Zhentian exchanged glances as they observed the solidified energy enveloping Bai Yi. Both were taken aback, for while he had not yet reached the realm of energy manipulation, his state of energy condensation was indeed unlike that of others. Typically, in the realm of energy condensation, the energy flows vigorously throughout the body, yet it does not solidify, as by Yes did. It is crucial to understand that mysterious energy is still a gas. The state of energy condensation merely involves the gathering of this energy. Nevertheless, the process cannot result in a physical form. At that moment, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Yi and said, "Very well, you should go wash up, change your clothes, and take a good rest. I will have your second uncle investigate the matter concerning Shuer." Bai Yi offered a slight bow, saying, "Very well, dear adoptive father." After Bai Yi departed, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Jintian and said, "Go and find the third brother. Instruct him to locate Zhao Shuer. Then, make a trip to the capital. Is elder brother suspecting the Tang family of foul play?" Bai Jintian replied with skepticism, "There is a hint of suspicion. But my intuition suggests that the Tang family is not behind this." Bai Linyan cautioned, "When you go to the capital, do not make your intentions apparent. And certainly do not approach the Tang family." "I understand. I shall set off at once." With that, Bai Jintian turned and departed. After Bai Jintian departed, Bai Linyan fell into deep contemplation, not concerning Zhao Shuer, but rather pondering the realm of Bai Yi. It was undeniably peculiar. Throughout his extensive years of cultivation, he had never encountered a condensation of qi as profound as Bai Yi's. It had been centuries since he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Within a grand hall, Du Guxian sat in tranquil reflection. After a moment, she spoke, "Summon someone." A woman entered the hall and addressed her, "Madam, how may I assist you?" "You are to visit the Tang family in the imperial capital and convey that the young lady has been abducted by someone from the Bai family," she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Inside the grand hall of the Bai family, Bai Jintian rushed in, flustered and breathless. "Master of the family, we are in trouble." Bai Linyan turned to Bai Jintian and inquired, "But was it not the Tang family who abducted Zhao Shuer?" Bai Jintian hastily shook his head and remarked, "We are not from the Tang family, and moreover, someone has accused us of abducting Zhao Shuer." Who uttered the words regarding Bai Linyan's rise? Bai Jintian shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. The Tang family is currently summoning the formidable members of their clan. They may be coming to our Bai family to demand someone." Bai Linyan's expression changed dramatically. "Is someone framing the Bai family? Who could it be? Go and fetch the third brother. Instruct him to take Year away from Chuqing for the time being. Await my instructions. They are not to return without my consent." Bai Jintian inquired with confusion, "What is this?" Bai Linyan gazed solemnly at Bai Jintian and said, "This matter is far from simple. The Tang family will undoubtedly not let this go easily. We must prepare for the worst and summon all the formidable members of our clan to return." Bai Jintian nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 7. The Three Sovereign Realm Experts. Chapter 8. Mu Shou's Intervention. A streak of sword light instantaneously arrived before the Tang family members. Without pause, it surged directly into their midst. With its entrance, severed heads began to soar into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several Tang family experts of the Ninghai realm fell to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence as Bai Linyan and Bai Laosan turned their gazes towards Bai Jintian, their faces illuminated with ecstatic expressions. Bai Jintian had also achieved a breakthrough. In stark contrast, Tang Xianfeng and the armed man wore grim expressions. Tang Xianfeng shouted furiously, "What audacity! You old dog of the Bai family! I wondered how you dared to seize my Tang family's people. It turns out that all three of you brothers have already attained the sovereign realm." Bai Linyan, with a look of helplessness, turned to Tang Xianfeng and said, "I have already stated that I did not abduct the young lady of the Zhao family." In response, Tang Xianfeng, filled with rage, retorted, "Cease your futile words. Do you believe that your three esteemed masters hold any significance?" He then shattered a communication talisman and continued, "Even if you had 10 esteemed masters today, it would prove futile. I shall still annihilate your Bai family, hidden in the shadows." Du Guxian observed with a solemn expression as she noted the presence of 3 esteemed masters from the Bai family. It was undeniable that these families concealed their strength quite effectively. However, her excitement grew. Where there are people, there exists a world of martial affairs. And in such a world, devoid of conflict, life would surely lack interest. At Songyan Academy, a middle-aged man was meditating in mid-air atop a peak. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as a communication talisman fell before him. He gazed at the talisman, and after a brief moment, his eyes narrowed. Family crisis, by family. With a scoff, he turned and soared towards another peak. Meanwhile, as Tang Xianfeng shattered the communication talisman, Bai Linyan fixated his gaze on him, pondering. Could he be notifying the members of Songyun Academy? Yet, there existed a rule within the academy forbidding its members from interfering in worldly affairs, unless an external enemy threatened Songyun continent. If he was not contacting Songyun Academy, then to whom was he sending the message? At that moment, Bai Laosen suddenly exclaimed, "They are summoning reinforcements. We must annihilate them all before their allies arrive." With that, Bai Laosen clasped his hands together, invoking a formidable aura as he struck towards Tang Xianfeng. Bai Linyan and Bai Zhentian, no longer hesitating, unleashed their most formidable strikes towards the members of the Tang family. Tang Xianfeng and the armed man did not remain passive either. They sprang into action, striving to counter the onslaught and mitigate the impending casualties. However, the combined might of the three esteemed masters was evidently insurmountable for the two of them. In an instant, more heads from the Tang family were severed. Tang Xuanfeng's eyes widened in fury. He understood that even if he sent a distress signal, it would take time for reinforcements from Songyun Academy to arrive. They had to withstand this assault for the time being. With this thought, he bellowed, "Everyone, retreat." Upon hearing Tang Xuanfeng's command, the crowd began to withdraw. The Bai family members, witnessing the Tang family's retreat, surged with renewed vigor and launched another wave of attacks. With each resounding explosion, the surrounding structures were reduced to mere rubble. The Tang family retreated, yet even in their withdrawal, they suffered further losses. Conversely, the Bai family grew increasingly emboldened, collectively shouting, "Annihilate the Tang family." Another terrifying assault surged towards the retreating Tang members. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance, commanding, "Stop," as the words resonated. A terrifying pressure descended upon the scene. Everyone turned to behold the newcomers, an elderly man accompanied by a middle-aged figure. At this juncture, Tang Xianfeng turned to the elder and offered a slight bow. "Elder Mu." The elder who had arrived was none other than Mu Xiu, the supreme elder of Songyun Academy, while the middle-aged man was Tang Xiuyun, a direct descendant of the Tang lineage. Tang Xiuyun then nodded respectfully to Tang Xianfeng, inquiring, "Uncle, are you all right?" Bai Linyan and Bai Zhentian turned towards Mu Xiu and offered a slight bow, acknowledging, "It is indeed a rare honor to have Elder Mu in our presence. We apologize for not having extended a warmer welcome." At that moment, Bai Laosen abruptly pointed at Mu Xiu, exclaiming, "What is this, Elder Mu? Are you intent on undermining the Academy's established protocols?" Mu Xiu regarded Bai Laosen with calm composure and replied, Protocols? I assure you, I have not transgressed any. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, I shall assume the role of a guest elder of the Tang family. Is this an infringement upon the rules?" Upon hearing this declaration, the members of the Tang family nearby displayed expressions of joy. Tang Xianfeng then bowed respectfully to Mu Xiu, stating, "Elder Mu, I am profoundly grateful. The Tang family shall bestow significant rewards following this matter." Mu Xiu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We are all part of the same family. There is no need for such formality. Let us first address the pressing issues at hand." Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Linyan and the others instantly wore expressions of dismay. They were well aware of Mu Xiu's formidable capabilities should he decide to take action today. Matters would undoubtedly become exceedingly complicated, although Mu Xiu claimed he would act in his capacity as an elder guest of the Tang family. It was common knowledge that he served as a grand elder of Songyun Academy. If Bai Linyan and his companions were to confront Mu Xiu today, it would essentially signify an assault by the Bai family against Songyun Academy. Bai Linyan let out a soft sigh and turned to Bai Zhentian, asking, "Second brother, what is your opinion? What is there to ponder?" "Let us simply act," Bai Laosen retorted, charging forward towards the Tang family's group. Bai Zhentian fell silent for a moment. "Since a peaceful resolution is no longer possible, let us vow to fight to the death, even in the face of demise. We shall perish in battle." Bai Laosen surged forward, his palms outstretched, as a formidable energy converged within his grasp. In an instant, the surrounding air coalesced into a bizarre vortex, resembling a black hole. Following this, he unleashed a powerful strike, the cloud-dispelling palm. The swirling black hole, imbued with an overwhelming aura, hurtled towards the Tang family, scattering countless fragments of stone into the air and engulfing everyone in its wake. As Bai Laosen launched his attack, Bai Zhentian stood resolutely with a sword poised between his brows, silently invoking, "In my name, commune with the divine, bestow auspiciousness, and empower my blade." In an instant, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, causing the sword in Bai Zhentian's grasp to tremble slightly. At that moment, An exceedingly brilliant silver sword light surged into the blade, and Bai Jintian abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward to thrust his sword. With this strike, the surrounding air appeared to be torn asunder, and even the very fabric of space warped and distorted. The Heavenly Spirit Sword, an Earth-grade sword technique. Tang Xianfeng regarded Bai Jintian's sword with a grave expression, remarking, "What a powerful sword technique! Alas, if only you were at the third tier of the Master Realm, no one present could withstand this strike. It is truly regrettable that you have only just broken through to the Master Realm." Mu Xiao observed the confrontation between the two, his eyes narrowing as he took a half-step forward. With a fierce punch, he unleashed the Celestial Fist, a colossal shadow of a fist hurtling towards Bai Laosan's palm and Bai Jintian's sword light. As the fist advanced, the surrounding space fissured with ominous black cracks. The sheer terror of a single punch capable of rending space was astounding. In the blink of an eye, the immense shadowy fist collided with Bai Jintian and Bai Laosan's combined efforts, producing an earth-shattering resonance that echoed across the skies. The surrounding space shattered like glass, transforming into a gaping abyss of darkness, yet it swiftly returned to its original state. Bai Jintian and Bai Laosan were forced back several dozen paces, while Mu Xiao remained utterly unmoved, effortlessly managing a 1 versus 2 scenario. Such was the prowess of a true peak Master Realm practitioner, further augmented by the might of his punch, an Earth-grade supreme technique. Indeed, throughout the entirety of Tsangyun continent, only Tsangyun Academy possessed a handful of such Earth-grade supreme martial arts. Bai Linyan approached Bai Jintian and Bai Laosan, who were now sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. Bai Linyan hastily retrieved 2 elixirs and administered them to the 2 individuals, while Bai Laosan shook his head, declaring, "There is no need, it is already too late." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Laosan's head tilted, and he drew his last breath. Chapter 9. The Fallen Young Master of the Bai Family. Old 3. Old 3. Bai Linyan cried out, his voice echoing with despair as he beheld Bai Laosan's lifeless form. Moments later, he turned and approached Bai Jintian, his elder brother. Bai Jintian forced a smile towards Bai Linyan, but just as he was about to utter a word, a mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. At this point, Bai Jintian's eyes gradually closed, his head tilted to the side as he succumbed to eternal silence. At this moment, Bai Linyan's mind was a complete blank. He turned his head to survey his surroundings and discovered that the members of the Bai family had been slaughtered, leaving him utterly alone. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and exclaimed with fervent indignation, "Who dares to conspire against the Bai family? I, Bai Linyan, refuse to submit." Hidden in the shadows, Du Guxian trembled at his words. "This old fool," she mused, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. "It seems that Tsangyun Academy possesses some intriguing talents. Such a formidable elder, I'll have to tread carefully from now on." With that, she turned and silently slipped away. Bai Linyan cast a derisive glance at Mu Xiao and the others, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha ha, you fools. To be outmaneuvered and yet remain oblivious." His laughter was not merely joyful. It bordered on the frenzied, a maniacal cacophony echoing through the air. As his laughter crescendoed, a formidable and terrifying aura erupted violently from within him. Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes, addressing the members of the Tang family beside him. "Retreat at once. He intends to self-destruct." With that, he too took several steps back. The self-detonation of a master at the sovereign level was no trifling matter, while it posed little direct danger to Mu Xiao himself. The less powerful members of the Tang family would stand no chance against it. No sooner had the Tang family begun to withdraw than a thunderous roar erupted, and a crimson mist of blood enveloped the area Bai Linyan had just occupied, permeating the air with a nauseating stench of iron. With Bai Linyan's explosion, the Bai clan was irrevocably reduced to the dust of history. The annihilation of the Bai family shattered the delicate balance of power that had persisted for centuries on the Tsangyun continent. The 3 prominent clans, Zhou, Li, and Sun, quaked with trepidation, fully aware that they were ensnared in a larger scheme, yet the identity of the orchestrator remained a mystery. None dared to investigate or inquire, fearing the taint of unfavorable karma. Following the eradication of the Bai clan, the Tang family too settled into a state of tranquility. Though they had suffered significant losses in this conflict, it was indisputable that the Tang family emerged as the paramount victor of this tumultuous battle. The Bai family, after all, has a rich heritage spanning centuries, yet all the wealth accumulated over these hundreds of years has been entirely consumed by the Tang family, leaving nothing behind. After the fall of the Bai family, the Tang family undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable power, second only to the Songyun Academy. De Guxian was still secretly dispatching individuals to search for Zhao Shui'er, yet her efforts had thus far been in vain. Even more perplexing was the fact that during the obliteration of the Bai clan, Bai Yi had not made an appearance. Meanwhile, the Tang family was frantically issuing a manhunt for Bai Yi, publicly declaring that he had abducted the Tang family's betrothed, a crime of unspeakable severity, and vowing to locate him at all costs. At this moment, Tang Xianfeng and the elders of the Tang family sensed that something was amiss. However, given the current state of affairs, they resolved to act decisively, regardless of whether Bai Yi was the one who had taken Zhao Shui'er. It was imperative to find and eliminate him to prevent future troubles. On a desolate, dilapidated street, a young man ambled along. The state of his attire suggested that he had been enduring a rather harrowing few days. Once clad in fine silk robes, he now appeared tattered and worn, with disheveled hair, a soiled visage, and a withered twig clutched in his hand. This individual was none other than Bai Yi. Initially, Bai Lao San had hurriedly brought him to this location before departing, citing a family crisis that forbade his return. He promised to return for him once the danger had passed, yet 5 days had flown by without any sign of his arrival. Tragically, Bai Lao San had left without providing Bai Yi with any provisions. Having gone several days without sustenance, Bai Yi stumbled forward, his gait unsteady, as passers-by avoided him, retreating at the sight of his disheveled appearance. At that moment, 2 individuals walked by, whispering to each other. Have you heard? The Tang family in the imperial capital is seeking the Bai family's young master. One of them gestured for silence. We should not discuss the affairs of the divine. It is said that the Bai family has been annihilated by the Tang family, with only the young master escaping. The entire Songyun continent is now in pursuit of him. Indeed, I heard that anyone with information about the young master can claim 500 pieces of silver. Enough to last a lifetime, another replied. But don't get your hopes up. Even if you saw him, would you dare to report it? I truly wouldn't. I merely speak. We are but poor souls in this world. Alas, living is far more important than anything else. Gradually, the 2 figures receded into the distance. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Bai Yi overheard their conversation. Upon learning of the Bai family's demise and his own status as a fugitive, he nearly rushed over to seek clarification. Fortunately, he held himself back, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Where could he possibly go? Why did the Tang family wish to annihilate the Bai family? For what purpose? No, it was Shui'er. Who had taken Shui'er away? Why was the Tang family so intent on this? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness engulf him, and then he collapsed, losing consciousness. At the end of a secluded path stood a dilapidated courtyard, modest in size, containing 4 or 5 rooms. The small courtyard, though dilapidated, was impeccably clean. Above the modest entrance hung a wooden sign bearing 4 bold characters, 5-Star Academy. Within the courtyard, an elderly man and a young woman were seated atop a stone pedestal. The elder, clad in a crimson linen robe, had his silver hair loosely tied back. He held a tea bowl in his hands, savoring his drink. The young woman, dressed in a simple fitted gown, had her hair elegantly styled atop her head, secured with a hairpin on the side. The elder was C2 Ping, the head of the 5-Star Academy, while the young woman was Yun Shang, a student of the academy. At that moment, Yun Shang turned to C2 Ping and inquired, "Is he the Bai Yi who escaped from the Bai family in Chu City?" C2 Ping set down his tea bowl after taking a sip and confirmed, "Indeed. He is Bai Yi of the Bai family." With a hint of urgency, Yun Shang questioned, "Why did you bring him back? Are you planning to take him to the Tang family for a reward?" She had long heard that the Tang family was offering a substantial bounty for Bai Yi, and she thought that if he were indeed taken to them, a considerable sum awaited. After all, they had not had meat in months, and the monotonous diet of rice made her feel increasingly frail. C2 Ping shot her a disapproving glance, saying, "That is not my intention. I wish for him to join our 5-Star Academy." Yun Shang's face reflected shock as she looked at C2 Ping. "Master, are you truly suggesting that we allow him to join our academy? Have you lost your senses? He is a wanted criminal. Are you not concerned that the Tang family will retaliate against us? Besides, we are barely surviving on our rations. We haven't had meat for months. Just look at how I have withered away." As she spoke, Yun Shang stood and spun around in frustration. C2 Ping regarded her earnestly, asking, "Do you not desire to seek vengeance?" Yun Shang sat back down with a scoff. "Vengeance? Of course, I think about it every day, but how can I enact it? Master, without sustenance, how can we muster the strength to fight?" C2 Ping glanced toward a room on the left and remarked, "He is extraordinary, truly remarkable." "And so what? Even the remarkable are hunted and persecuted, she replied, suddenly realizing something and exclaiming, "You don't mean to suggest that he could help us retaliate, do you?" C2 Ping responded calmly, "Is that not a possibility? Master, I fear you have lost your mind. In my view, it would be wiser to bind him and deliver him to the Tang family. At least we could claim a reward," Yunshang said, her expression one of resignation. C2 Ping replied matter-of-factly, "He has reached the 6th level of qi condensation. And what of it? Is not achieving the 6th level at 17 years of age a rather common feat?" Yunshang's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. "Wait, he has attained the 6th level of qi condensation?" "Indeed, the 6th level," C2 Ping affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Yunshang asked, "How did he reach the 6th level? Was it not said that the cultivation system of this continent was altered by powerful beings thousands of years ago? The classifications of realms differ from those outside, with only 5 minor realms between each major realm. The inhabitants of this continent exhibit a rather feeble prowess. Although their realms are comparable, the combat capabilities within the same realm starkly contrast with those beyond its borders." Situ Ping, stroking his beard thoughtfully, expressed his perplexity. "I am uncertain, yet it is evident that he differs somewhat from the people of this land." Yunshang interjected, "Even if he is different, what of it? His talents, in our realm, would be deemed quite ordinary. Can we truly expect him to lead us back triumphantly? Alas, perhaps it is best to abandon that notion." With that, she turned and departed. At that moment, a cough resonated from within a nearby room. Ahem. Situ Ping hastily made his way towards the source of the sound. Upon opening the door and entering, he found Bai Yi already awake, surveying his surroundings while seated on the bed. Noticing Situ Ping's approach, Bai Yi rose and inquired, "Esteemed elder, where am I?" Situ Ping, regarding Bai Yi with a kind expression, replied, "You are in my home. I found you fainted on the road and brought you back here." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping and expressed, "Thank you for your timely rescue." Situ Ping chuckled softly, "There is no need for such formalities." He promptly extended his hand to assist Bai Yi in rising. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from Bai Yi's stomach, causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment. Situ Ping glanced at her with a gentle smile and inquired, "Ah, my young friend, are you perhaps feeling hungry?" Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "To be honest, senior, I haven't eaten anything for 4 or 5 days. I am indeed a bit hungry." Bai Yi pondered, "It's not merely a slight hunger. I am indeed ravenous." He had previously fainted from hunger, yet one cannot express it so bluntly. As his thoughts wandered, a sudden realization struck him. He was, after all, a wanted fugitive. Would this elderly man before him consider turning him in to the Tang family for the bounty? Contemplating this, he shifted his gaze towards Situ Ping. Situ Ping, seemingly perceptive of Bai Yi's apprehensions, promptly remarked, "Ah, are you not the esteemed Bai Yi, young master Bai?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's heart sank. The old man actually recognized him. Surely, he wouldn't resort to binding him in order to collect a bounty, would he? Situ Ping then continued, "Haha, young Bai, rest assured. I have no intention of taking you to the Tang family to claim a reward." Bai Yi cast a wary glance at Situ Ping and inquired, "Elder, do you have anything to eat here?" Situ Ping chuckled lightly, "Indeed, allow me to prepare a meal for you." With that, he turned and departed. After Situ Ping's exit, Bai Yi sat pensively at the edge of the bed. His family had been annihilated, and his adoptive father, along with his second and third uncles, were no more. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. It was his adoptive father who had rescued him from the riverbank in his childhood. Had it not been for that act of kindness, he would have perished from hunger long ago. His adoptive father had treated him as his own, and his uncles had showered him with affection. Vengeance was imperative against the Tang family for the obliteration of his clan, and also against the Grand Elder of Tsang Yun Academy. None of them would escape retribution. Just then, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Awake, are we?" Yunshang entered the room, observing the tear-streaked face of Bai Yi with a playful grin. "Oh dear, why is the eldest son of the Bai family in tears? Would you mind if I delivered you to the Tang family in exchange for a bounty?" Bai Yi wiped away her tears with her arm and looked at Yunshang. "Miss, could you assist me?" Yunshang shot her a glance. "Assist you? On what grounds should I help you? Why don't you offer me your assistance instead?" As Bai Yi was about to speak, Situ Ping entered the room carrying a bowl of rice, saying, "Come, Bai, my young friend, have something to eat." Yunshang turned to Situ Ping and remarked, "Master, we have only this little rice left. If we give it to him, what shall we eat? In my opinion, we should take him to the Tang family to claim a reward." Situ Ping glared at Yunshang, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Bai Yi rose, somewhat awkwardly accepting the bowl of rice. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly began to eat voraciously. Yunshang observed Bai Yi with a look of urgent concern. Do eat less. Leave some for me. Situ Ping regarded the ravenous Bai Yi and inquired, Young friend Bai, might you be inclined to join my esteemed 5-star academy? Bai Yi looked up at Situ Ping with a perplexed expression and inquired, the 5-star academy? Situ Ping affirmed, indeed, the 5-star academy. I am the current head of the academy. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yi suddenly knelt before Situ Ping with a resounding thud and fervently declared, I am willing to join. Yunshang cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat agitated Bai Yi and retorted, I do not consent. Situ Ping shot a glare at Yunshang but remained silent. Bai Yi turned to Yunshang and expressed earnestly, my sincere desire is to join the 5-star academy. Although he had never heard of this esteemed institution, its name alone suggested it must be a prestigious establishment. It likely stood as a close rival to the likes of the Tsangyun Academy. By joining the 5-star academy and dedicating himself to rigorous cultivation, he would eventually seize the opportunity to avenge his family. However, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Situ Ping. But I am currently being hunted and harbor a deep-seated enmity with the Tang family. Would my joining the 5-star academy bring trouble upon you? Of course it would. Yunshang interjected swiftly. At this juncture, you have two choices. Either accompany us to the Tang family, which would yield a substantial reward, or hastily depart. We do not harbor idlers here. Situ Ping quickly added, rest assured, you will not be a burden. Once you join our 5-star academy, focus on your cultivation. We will handle the rest. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi became even more convinced that this prestigious 5-star academy was indeed extraordinary. After all, it was audacious enough to openly shelter him, fully aware of the fact that the Tang family was pursuing him. With this thought in mind, he bowed respectfully to Situ Ping and declared, I wish to join the 5-star academy. Situ Ping promptly assisted Bai Yi to his feet, saying, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed 5-star academy. Bai Yi nodded eagerly, gazing expectantly at Situ Ping for his subsequent words. Situ Ping continued, since you are willing to join my esteemed 5-star academy, do you accept the honor of becoming my disciple from this day forth? I am Situ Ping. He then gestured towards Yunshang, adding, this is Yunshang. Henceforth, you shall be her junior apprentice. Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, proclaiming, Bai Yi pays homage to my master. Following this, she turned to Yunshang, offering a slight bow and greetings, senior sister. Situ Ping continued, now that you have joined the 5-star academy, I shall elaborate on its intricacies. As of today, our esteemed institution has expanded from 2 members to 3. Given that you are being sought after outside, it might be prudent to adopt a different name. This change would undoubtedly alleviate numerous troubles. Bai Yi gazed at Situ Ping, bewildered, pondering, goodness, have I been deceived? There are merely 3 of us, and yet we must change our names? Did he not just claim he would handle matters outside? This seems rather unfair. Situ Ping seemingly perceived Bai Yi's thoughts. He chuckled softly and said, though it is only we 3 at the 5-star academy. Have faith that one day we shall tread upon the entire Tsangyun continent. As he spoke, he retrieved an ancient, tattered tome from his robe and handed it to Bai Yi. This is the highest secret technique of our 5-star academy. Consider it a token of apprenticeship. Observing the book that Situ Ping had presented to Bai Yi, Yunshang was astounded and exclaimed, Master Uncle, you are entrusting this to him? Situ Ping looked at Yunshang and replied, indeed, let him have it. Bai Yi gazed at the astonished expression on Yunshang's face, muttering to himself, is it really that significant? Just an old book? Yunshang looked at Bai Yi with utmost seriousness. You must take great care of this book and return it to my master after reading. Should you misplace it, I shall seal your fate for eternity. Bai Yi shuddered slightly. Was it merely a tattered book? Was it truly necessary for Sister Yun to react in such a manner? Situ Ping chuckled softly. All right, Shang'er, let us take our leave and allow Yi some time to rest. With that, he turned and exited the room. Yunshang shot a fierce glare at Bai Yi before turning away and departing. Once they were gone, Bai Yi settled into a seat, gazing at the worn book in his hands, pondering its significance. He opened the book, and on the first page, he read, one word, one thought, exterminating the myriad realms. Chapter 11, Bai Yi's innate talent. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 7 characters inscribed in the book. The title seemed formidable, prompting him to turn to the second page. However, upon unfolding it, he found himself rooted to the spot. The second page was blank, devoid of any words. He proceeded to the third page, only to encounter the same emptiness. The fourth and fifth pages revealed nothing but silence. Aside from the 7 characters on the first page, the entire book was a void. Bai Yi contemplated, could it be that this old man is deceiving me? He rose from his seat and approached Situ Ping, inquiring, Master, why does this book you gave me contain nothing? Situ Ping, with a look of bewilderment, gazed at the book in Bai Ye's hands, exclaiming, nothing at all? He then turned to Yunshang. Yunshang cast a sidelong glance. What are you looking at me for? I haven't tampered with it. Situ Ping then directed his question towards Yunshang. Are you certain you didn't impose any restrictions upon the book? Yunshang retorted with annoyance, TCH. I'm far too busy for that. Let me take a look. She snatched the book from Bai Yi's hands. Upon opening it, Yunshang indeed found it devoid of any text, muttering, could it be that the restrictions of this continent have obscured the contents of this book? With that, she pressed her fingers together and pointed them at her forehead, silently reciting an incantation of peculiar nature. Suddenly, countless beams of iridescent light began to manifest at her brow. As Yunshang's finger, aglow with these vibrant rays, poised to touch the book, a transparent barrier materialized around it, preventing her finger from descending. Yunshang's expression darkened slightly as she slowly withdrew her finger. Bai Yi, observing this scene with wide-eyed astonishment, stared at Yunshang as if she were a marvel. Yunshang shot a glance at Bai Yi. What do you mean, you? This restriction is beyond my current capabilities to unravel. Let us not pursue this matter further. With that, she quietly stowed the book into her pocket. Bai Yi observed with a furrowed brow as Yunshang put away the book, thinking, isn't this meant for me? What does it mean for you to tuck it away? Sensing Bai Yi's discontent, Yunshang retrieved another book from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi, saying, here. Study this for now. Once I lift the restrictions on that book, I'll be sure to give it to you. Bai Yi took a glance at the book handed over by Yunshang, Fundamentals of Array Paths. At that moment, Situ Ping remarked, very well. You may first delve into this book. Once your senior sister has unsealed the other one, you can then pursue your studies in that volume. Bai Yi opened the book on the fundamentals of array formation. Situ Ping rose and glanced at Bai Yi and Yunshang, saying, I must be away for a while. Yuner, during this time, you shall impart knowledge of array formation to him. Yunshang looked at Situ Ping with a hint of confusion and asked, where are you going? To that place? Situ Ping nodded affirmatively, indeed. I need to return for a bit. I shall also procure some valuable items for our new student. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Yi. Yunshang hastily remarked, it is perilous. Your current strength cannot be restored. What if they discover you upon your return? Situ Ping waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Merely hiding here is not a solution. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. With a puzzled expression, Bai Yi looked at the two of them and asked, Master, where are you going? Situ Ping chuckled softly, to a distant place. You should stay here and diligently study the fundamentals of formation with your senior sister Yun. When I return, I will bring you back some wonderful treasures. Having said that, he turned and departed. Watching Situ Ping's vanishing figure, Bai Yi fell into silence. Yunshang turned to Bai Yi and, with a playful smile, asked Little Leaf, would you mind if your senior sister used you to exchange for a reward? Bai Yi, with a face full of disbelief, pondered the thoughts of his thrifty senior sister, who, upon first meeting him, clamored to exchange herself for a bounty. Has she lost her mind? Senior sister, what exactly is this formation technique? Is it formidable? Bai Yi inquired, clutching the foundational text on formation techniques. Yunshang cast a dismissive glance at Bai Yi, replying, it is not impressive, merely a collection of trivial tricks. Bai Yi wore a perplexed expression, questioning the lack of prowess. Yunshang, disregarding Bai Yi's confusion, rose and prepared to depart. Just before crossing the threshold of the door, she paused and remarked, you should examine that book for yourself. I am weary and need to rest. With that, she entered the room and seated herself at the table. From her pocket, she retrieved the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminating All Realms, and gently opened its pages. What could possibly be the matter? Who had placed a restriction upon this book? Furthermore, the former lord of the mansion had evidently perfected the cultivation of this text. Why then did he meet with misfortune? Who was behind this treachery all those years ago? It must be said that Yunshang remained deeply puzzled. After all, the master of the esteemed 5-star academy, having mastered this secret art, was considered invincible across the realm. How could he have fallen victim to such treachery, and in such a silent manner? This situation was decidedly abnormal. Bai Yi sat before the stone table, opening the tome on the fundamentals of array techniques. As he gazed upon the peculiar and arcane characters and illustrations within, a look of bewilderment washed over his face. He was utterly perplexed. How could he possibly learn this? Though he contemplated seeking guidance from Yunshang, he hesitated at the thought of her seemingly unfriendly demeanor and her tendency to barter him for rewards, which left him feeling rather bitter. He closed the book, tucked it into his pocket, and returned to his room. Just as he was about to sit in meditation, Yunshang entered his chamber, casually tossing a hefty volume toward him. Here, this is the compendium of basic array patterns. It contains all the fundamental array symbols. You have 3 days to memorize every pattern within this tome. I shall conduct a review in 2 days. With that, she turned to leave, but Bai Yi hurriedly interjected. Senior sister, I don't understand this foundational text. He gestured to the array techniques book in his hand. Yunshang flashed a sly grin at him. In 1 day? No. Tomorrow at this time, I shall return for the assessment. If you have not thoroughly comprehended both books, I will have no choice but to exchange you for a reward. After all, with our master absent, I could easily trade you for a substantial bounty if I so desired. With those words, she pivoted and departed. Bai Yi glanced at the 2 thick tomes in his hands, his expression one of utter desolation. He could not fathom how his recently acquired, rather inexpensive master could be so unconcerned. What if his senior sister Yunshang, in a moment of folly, presented him to the Tang family? That would be disastrous. With a soft sigh, Bai Yi opened the Foundational Array Patterns manual that Yunshang had just gifted him. This manual was rather agreeable. Unlike the previous array basics, which were filled with bizarre characters and enigmatic symbols, each page contained a complete array diagram, while the opposite page offered a detailed exposition and method for its depiction. As he perused, Bai Yi's brow furrowed in concentration. If these array patterns were indeed as extraordinary as described, they were nothing short of miraculous. One array could conceal objects within a certain radius. Another could harness the ambient spiritual energy of vast spaces for personal use, and yet another could ensnare an individual within a defined perimeter. The more he read, the more astonished and solemn he became. Gradually, Bai Yi immersed himself in the realm of arrays. At that moment, Yunshang seemed to sense something amiss. She approached Bai Yi's room quietly. Upon witnessing his current state, she could not suppress her incredulity. Could it be that he had achieved a state of spiritual communion? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a great figure? She stepped back gently, realizing it was not the right time to disturb him. In truth, achieving communion is an essential aspect of learning the art of arrays, for only those who can commune with the spiritual realm have the opportunity to study array techniques. Yet, those capable of such communion are exceedingly rare. Even in her previous environment, they were like a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, not all who possess the ability to commune can learn array techniques. Some may instead pursue the path of alchemy. Both array masters and alchemists are exceedingly scarce. Thus their status is elevated wherever they may be found. She was not only astounded that Bai Yi could achieve communion, but that he did so with such ease and in such a short span of time. Even more astonishing was the fact that he managed to do so simply by studying a foundational array patterns manual. She recalled that it took her 3 years of study, with the assistance of 2 esteemed elders, to reach a state of communion. Even then, she was regarded as a prodigy in her realm, while many spent decades without achieving true communion. What, then, could be said of Bai Yi? She peered into the room once more, initially intending to leave him with a couple of books to pass the time, only to discover that he had achieved communion. Shaking her head with a smile, she returned to her room and began to read earnestly. Chapter 12. Yunshang takes action. At this juncture, Bai Yi appeared to enter a pitch-black world, surrounded by countless array patterns, their descriptions, and methods of illustration. Golden array symbols emerged from the surrounding darkness. As they fully materialized, they gradually floated into Bai Yi's mind. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Tang Xianfeng of the Tang family was meditating when a voice interrupted. Master, we have located him. Tang Xianfeng slowly opened his eyes, his figure trembling as he exited the secret chamber. Before him stood a cloaked figure. Tang Xianfeng regarded the figure and inquired, "Have you located the remnants of the Bai family?" The cloaked figure replied respectfully, "Indeed. My subordinate has discovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding within an institution known as the 5-Star Academy, located in the town of Shantao." Tang Xianfeng, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "The 5-Star Academy?" The cloaked figure promptly responded, "The origins of the 5-Star Academy are unknown. All we can ascertain is that it suddenly appeared in Shantao over a decade ago." Tang Xianfeng scoffed coldly, "Take a team and eliminate them, leaving no one alive." The cloaked figure fell silent, and upon noticing this, Tang Xianfeng pressed, "What is it? Do you have a problem?" The cloaked figure hastily replied, "The academy is protected by a formation that prevents our entry." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Tang Xianfeng, wiping the cold sweat that had just formed on his brow. Tang Xianfeng, astonished, exclaimed, "A formation? Very well, you may leave now." After the cloaked figure departed, Tang Xianfeng continued, "Qin'er, go to Songyun Academy and seek Elder Muxiu." As his words echoed, a voice responded, "Yes." The atmosphere then fell into silence. Yin Shang arrived once more at Bai Ye's chamber, observing Bai Yi still in a trance. She sighed softly. This marked her 5th visit to Bai Ye's room, where Bai Yi had remained in a trance for 3 days and nights. While this astonished Yin Shang, she had grown accustomed to it. After all, one becomes desensitized to events that occur frequently. Habituation leads to a natural acceptance. Earlier, when Sidu Ping had just brought Bai Yi back, she had eagerly intended to take Bai Yi to claim the bounty, for, as she had mentioned before, she had not tasted meat in many days. Alas, she felt an insatiable craving. With no other recourse, Yin Shang stepped into the kitchen. She surveyed the nearly rusted iron pot and the empty grain jar. With a stamp of her foot, she emitted a frustrated cry, but then quickly covered her mouth with her hands, stifling any further sound. Yet, at that moment, her stomach rumbled audibly. Since Situ Ping's departure, she had endured over 3 days of hunger. She could no longer bear it. At this rate, she feared she would perish from starvation before her enemies could arrive. With a shake of her head, she sighed, "Alas, I suppose I must await my demise." Had she been in this state of hunger on the day Bai Yi first arrived, she would have unhesitatingly seized Bai Yi to claim the bounty. However, after spending these days together, she had gradually begun to regard Bai Yi as one of her own, though Bai Yi had remained in her room in a trance. They had had little interaction, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yin Shang found Bai Yi increasingly endearing. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously accepted this seemingly naive junior brother into her heart. Within the Tang family's council hall, a figure slowly approached. Upon seeing the visitor, Tang Xianfeng promptly rose to greet him. "Ah, Elder Mu, it is a pleasure to see you well." The newcomer was indeed Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Mu Xiu smiled and inquired, "Pray tell, what business does the head of the Tang family have in summoning me?" As he spoke, the two took their seats across from one another. Tang Xianfeng spoke. "I have taken the liberty to invite Elder Mu Xiu here today, as I require your assistance with a matter." As he spoke, Tang waved his hand, signaling for several figures in the grand hall to quietly exit. He continued, "Do you recall the incident involving the Bai family not long ago?" After a moment of silence, Mu Xiu turned his gaze to Tang. "Have the remnants of the Bai family been located?" Tang nodded. "Indeed. My sources have discovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding in a place called Sanha Town on the outskirts." Mu Xiu's expression sharpened. "Why have we not dispatched someone to eliminate him?" Tang elaborated. "This is precisely why I requested your presence. Bai Yi is now in Sanha Town, seemingly affiliated with a mysterious force known as the 5-Star Academy, which appeared abruptly over a decade ago. While the Tang family is not intimidated by this academy, there exists a formation there that my men cannot penetrate. I sought your expertise to dismantle this formation." Mu Xiu was taken aback. He was astonished that a mere town could harbor such a powerful force. He knew that on the entire Songyun continent, only the Songyun Academy possessed 3 formation masters. He could affirm that the formation in Sanha Town was certainly not the handiwork of those 3 old men. Could it be that there were other formation masters hidden within the secular world? Mu Xiu looked at Tang Xianfeng. "Shall we personally confront and breach this formation to eliminate that remnant?" Mu Xiu was also keen to locate those 3 old men, but their irritable temperaments made collaboration difficult. They seldom interacted and often had minor disputes. If he were to seek their assistance, he would likely be subjected to ridicule. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts and instead steeled himself to suggest that he would accompany Tang to break the formation. Tang wore an odd expression. "Doesn't your esteemed academy have formation masters? Why must we take it upon ourselves?" Mu Xiu, feeling a bit uncomfortable at Tang's remark, replied, "It is merely a trivial formation. Do you not believe that the 2 of us can dismantle it?" With Mu Xiu's insistence, Tang could only acquiesce. "Then we shall act tonight." Mu Xiu nodded. "It is better to act sooner than later. Delays could lead to chaos." "Are your men still monitoring that remnant?" Tang assured him. "They have been keeping a close watch and have yet to see him leave the 5-Star Academy." "Very well," Mu Xiu declared with a grave tone. "Tonight, let them be reunited as a family." The night air was cool. Dark clouds continued to gradually obscure the starry sky, while the wind began to howl, driving away the clouds that threatened to shroud the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, this interplay of elements would soon sweep across the entire Songyun continent. A flash of lightning illuminated the vast firmament. A colossal blue bolt resembling a dragon descended from the endless sky. It was uncertain where it would strike. But in an instant, the blue light flickered like a fleeting dream, appearing as if it had never existed and yet was never truly gone. Suddenly, Yunshang, seated in his chamber, furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is it coming?" As the adage goes, on a night shrouded in darkness and howling winds, one might commit heinous acts under the veil of obscurity. It appears she possesses a keen sense for timing. Merely days prior, she had sensed the presence of intruders encroaching upon her formation, yet she had not anticipated their impatience. Although she had braced herself for the arrival of her adversary, she was taken aback by the Tang family's eagerness to act. Yunshang stood outside Bai Ye's chamber, acutely aware that Bai Yi was engaged in a spiritual communion. Any interruption could render her efforts futile. Reflecting on this, Yunshang cast aside her hesitations, aligning her fingers and allowing radiant beams of multicolored light to emanate from their tips. With deft movements, she orchestrated intricate patterns of vibrant hues, which gracefully hovered in the air. She was inscribing void formations, crafting a barrier that would isolate everything outside, ensuring that no external disturbances could penetrate the sanctity of the inner realm. As she completed her intricate work, a resonant hum filled the air, and a vast, shimmering dome of kaleidoscopic light enveloped Bai Ye's quarters. Gradually, the dome dissipated, restoring tranquility. The formation was complete, seamlessly merging with the surrounding space. To the untrained eye, it was nearly imperceptible. In that very moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yunshang's mouth. "Little one, you owe me a significant favor this time." Another droplet of blood followed, leaving her pallid and weary. In her prime, conjuring such a barrier would have been effortless. Yet her current powers were diminished to less than 30%, making even this undertaking a considerable strain. Just as she prepared to meditate and recuperate, a thunderous roar reverberated from outside the courtyard. Chapter 13, Void Formations Against Mu Xiao Boom. At that moment, two cloaked figures hovered above the five-star academy. The earlier explosion resulting from their assault on the academy's defensive formation. Another deafening crash echoed as the radiant barrier surrounding the academy began to fracture under the relentless onslaught of the two assailants. Witnessing this, Yunshang's expression darkened. The defensive array she had hastily erected was of a mere fourth tier, insufficient to withstand the fervent attacks from two individuals of the sovereign realm. She did not underestimate Bai Ye's foes. Rather, her current capabilities prevented her from establishing a more formidable formation in such a short span. Compounding the difficulty was the scarcity of resources, as array construction demanded substantial energy. In her own words, she was currently in a state where even sustenance was scarce, let alone the materials necessary for array formation. Of course, had she been at her zenith, she could have devised a more advanced array regardless of resources, for she was a master of high-level formations. The two assailants, Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiao, were astonished to find that their repeated assaults had yet to breach the defensive formation. Mu Xiao turned to Tang Xianfeng, incredulous. This is indeed a fourth-tier defensive formation. Mu Xiao discerned the level of the defensive formation, for he was quite knowledgeable within the sect, especially since the academy boasted 3 formation masters. Occasionally, he would delve into the intricacies of formation knowledge. Thus, when both he and his companion failed numerous attempts to breach the formation, he recognized its formidable status. It was astonishing to realize that such a grand array was concealed within a mere dilapidated courtyard, particularly considering that the protective formation of Tsungyun Academy was merely a third-tier defensive array. What manner of institution was this 5-star academy? Tang Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he produced a massive hammer. Upon witnessing the formidable weapon in Tang Xuanfeng's grasp, Mu Xiao could not suppress his astonishment. This hammer was no ordinary implement. It was a Xian tier artifact. Artifacts are categorized into 4 tiers: Fan tier, Huang tier, Xian tier, and D tier. With Songyun continent possessing only 1 D tier artifact and a mere 3 Xian tier artifacts in existence. The fact that Tang Xianfeng had brought in Xian tier artifact to eliminate Bai Yi spoke volumes of his meticulous preparations. With a fierce shout, Tang Xianfeng swung the hammer, unleashing brilliant blue rays that illuminated the night, transforming the darkness into a semblance of daylight. He brought the hammer crashing down upon the already cracked, colorful light shield. With a resounding crack, the moment the hammer made contact, the shield shattered like glass. The two men rejoiced as they beheld the formation's destruction. Rising to soar into the courtyard, Yunshang observed the approaching duo with a calm demeanor. Although she harbored no fear of them, the thought of Bai Yi, still in his spirit state, tightened her heart. She mused, "This troublesome fellow, I should have exchanged him for a bounty when I had the chance. Now, even if I turned him in, I would gain nothing. However, despite these thoughts, she would never truly surrender Bai Yi, for he was now her little junior brother. And she knew that turning him over would not spare her from their wrath. After all, the instinct to protect one's own is a universal trait. Resolving her thoughts, Yunshang brought her fingers together, and in an instant, vibrant beams of light emanated from her fingertips. She raised her hand, weaving through the air as ethereal purple beams hovered in her wake. With each graceful motion, mysterious array patterns materialized in the void. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiao watched, their faces betraying profound astonishment at the intricate symbols Yunshang conjured. The void array patterns were said to be legendary in Sungyan continent, attributed to a superlative formation master thousands of years ago, who wielded the void formation to confront 5 formidable sovereigns. Ultimately, he succeeded in imprisoning these 5 sovereigns within the void array for nearly a millennium. As the 2 individuals observed Yunshang weaving a formation in the void, they began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Just as they were about to withdraw, Yunshang unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood in the courtyard. Mu Xiao, noticing Yunshang's bloodshed and, upon closer inspection, her pallid complexion, deduced that she must be gravely injured. Without further hesitation, he turned to Tang Xianfeng and declared, "She is wounded. We must act swiftly to eliminate her while her formation remains incomplete." Tang Xianfeng, recognizing Yunshang's injuries as well, momentarily revealed a sinister glint in his eyes. "Very well, let us unleash our full power." With that, a surge of profound energy erupted from his body, akin to a torrential river, creating an overwhelming aura of a master. This powerful presence coalesced around him, forming a colossal vortex of energy that frantically channeled into the enormous hammer he wielded. Upon absorbing this tumultuous energy, the hammer resonated with a resounding thud. Enveloped by a thick azure luminescence, Tang Xianfeng swung the massive hammer with great ferocity, aiming it squarely at Yunshang in the courtyard. Simultaneously, Mu Xiao also cast aside any reservations. Aware that this woman was no ordinary opponent, he resolved that she must be eliminated, lest she become an insurmountable threat in the future. With his eyes partially closed and arms crossed before his chest, he silently chanted an arcane incantation. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, and a colossal axe manifested behind him, crackling with ominous purple lightning, sending chills down one's spine. Gripping the axe's handle with his right hand, he swung it down towards Yunshang with tremendous force. A terrifying aura permeated the air as the axe descended, ripping through the surrounding atmosphere. A streak of violet light shot forth, aimed menacingly at Yunshang. Despite the onslaught, Yunshang remained composed, continuing her meticulous drawing of the void formation, seemingly oblivious to their assault. As she inscribed the intricate patterns, her complexion grew even more ashen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her hand moved with increasing speed, eventually reaching a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Yunshang turned her gaze toward Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiao, just as their attacks approached within mere feet of her. With an air of tranquility, she waved her delicate hand and commanded, "Go." As her voice resonated, a powerful, multicolored wall surged forth from her hand, hurtling toward the 2 assailants. The resounding roar echoed as the vibrant wall met their attacks, momentarily withstanding the force, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiao were astounded to witness Yunshang effortlessly block their previous strike with her formation, leaving them utterly shaken. They had unleashed their full strength, bolstered by 2 formidable magical artifacts, capable of effortlessly dispatching a peak master. Yet, it was thwarted by a mere wall that Yunshang had conjured with seeming ease. Unbeknownst to them, the wall was imbued with an intricate array of void formations. Below, Yunshang once again coughed up blood, pondering, "Must I perish alongside this fool? How vexing. All this turmoil is his doing. Had he not come here, there would be no such troubles." As she turned to glance at the room where Bai Yi was, she thought, "Here I am, striving desperately, while he remains unfazed and seemingly unaffected." This thought made her so furious that she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, evidently provoked by Bai Yi. She couldn't help but wonder how her master would react if he returned to find her lifeless body here. Tang Xianfeng suddenly addressed Yunshang, saying, "Young lady below, I do not know your identity, but I am certain that you are not the person I seek. You are gravely injured and no match for either of us. Surrender, Bai Yi, and I shall spare your life." Yunshang coldly regarded Tang Xianfeng and his companion, retorting, "Enough of your nonsense. Come at me." With that, she began to gather her mysterious energy and inscribe runes. However, just as she was about to harness her energy for a technique, she violently spat out blood and stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. Her injuries were too severe, She no longer had the strength to fight. With a bitter smile, she thought, "This scoundrel, I hope I never encounter you again in my next life." Mu Xiao, observing Yunshang's collapse, felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet, he understood that he could not let this opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, he launched a fist toward Yunshang. Chapter 14. Your nosebleed as his fist descended. An overwhelming force enveloped the collapsed Yunshang. A massive shadow of a black fist hurtled toward her with great intensity. Yunshang slowly closed her eyes. And at that moment, a phantom emerged above her, grasping the black fist shadow and gently squeezing it until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Tang Xianfeng and his companion turned to the one who had intervened, asking, "Who are you?" A disheveled old man appeared before them, revealed to be the Elder of Creation. Yunshang opened her eyes and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed Elder." The Elder of Creation glanced at Yunshang and remarked, "You are gravely injured, young lady." Yunshang shook her head with a wry smile and sighed. Mu Xiao seemed to recognize the Elder and looked at him with a face full of terror, stammering, "Elder, could it be that you are the legendary Elder of Creation?" The Elder chuckled heartily. "I must say, you two old geezers, attacking a junior together. Do you take the rules of Songyan continent for mere trifles? For thousands of years, there has been an unspoken rule on Songyan continent that the elders must not lay a hand on the younger generation to prevent the annihilation of talent by these old codgers." Clearly, the two had violated this rule. The Elder of Creation sneered, "If you wish to eliminate the roots, I shall not interfere, but only the younger generation may engage. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to bestow upon you a lesson in creation." Tang Xianfeng, unfamiliar with the Elder of Creation, scoffed, "Who is this old fool with such audacity?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and swung a gigantic hammer enveloped in a blue aura toward the Elder. Mu Xiao watched in astonishment, his mouth agape. He sought to obstruct Tang Xianfeng, yet it was already too late. He had heard tales of the Elder of Creation, whispered for millennia about a peculiar individual whose temperament was as strange as his might. This man possessed extraordinary strength, capable of crushing all formidable opponents of his era with sheer force. Although he seldom traversed the realm of mortals, his appearances were invariably accompanied by bloodshed and chaos. Even more alarming was his capricious temperament. A mere slight could provoke him to annihilate entire families. Yunshang, seated helplessly on the ground, beheld Tang Xuanfeng's assault on the Elder of Creation with a bewildered expression. Could he not perceive the vast disparity in their strength? Was it not preferable to remain alive? Such reckless bravado was truly admirable. The resounding strike of Tang Xianfeng fell with the weight of a mighty hammer, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Mu Xiao, standing beside him, also disappeared silently. No one witnessed the Elder of Creation's intervention. Mu Xiao trembled in fear, gazing at the Elder in terror. The Elder waved his hand, addressing Mu Xiao, "You may depart. If you wish to confront Bai Yi, remember to send forth your younger generation. The elders must not intervene." Mu Xiao, as if granted a reprieve, bowed respectfully, "I take my leave, esteemed Elder," and promptly turned to exit. Yunshang then offered a slight bow to the Elder of Creation, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance." "Enough." The Elder replied, "I merely found it displeasing to witness two old men act against the younger generation. Should your juniors take action, I shall not concern myself with your fates." With that, he vanished from sight. After the Elder's departure, Yunshang struggled to rise, staggering back to his chamber. Upon entering, he collapsed instantly. Thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. Lightning crackled through the sky, while dark clouds thickened ominously. Suddenly, it seemed as though the dense clouds burst open, releasing a cascade of raindrops, as if to cleanse the world's impurities. In this pitch-black realm, crimson-golden patterns undulated slowly. Upon closer inspection, these patterns appeared somewhat crooked and peculiar, resembling the scribbles of a child learning to write, far from orderly. These were the formations sketched by Bai Yi, somewhat clumsy yet recognizable. In a single day of communion with the spirit, all the patterns were indelibly etched in his mind. Over the past few days, he had been practicing their depiction, and now he could barely recreate them. Suddenly, a gurgling sound startled Bai Yi awake. As he opened his eyes, all the patterns dissipated gradually, along with the dark world around him. The surroundings transformed from darkness to light, and Bai Yi's heart raced. What was happening? Before him lay a dilapidated room, and he found himself still seated in that small space. He pondered, what just transpired? That realm? Those formations? He glanced at the book on his lap. Still the foundational text of formation arts. The previous sensations felt akin to a fleeting dream. As he reflected, he realized something new had emerged within his mind. Upon revisiting the foundational concepts of formations, he realized that every intricate pattern within the tome had been indelibly etched into his mind. Moreover, even the formations and annotations contained within the foundational compendium were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. He exhaled deeply, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Setting the book aside, he resolved to seek out Yunshang for clarification. Rising from his seat, he exited the room, calling out for his senior sister, yet was met with silence. Bai made his way towards Yunshang's room. Upon reaching the threshold, he beheld Yunshang lying on the ground, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Bai's heart sank as he realized something was amiss. Oh no, how has my senior sister been injured? He hurriedly approached Yunshang, crouched beside her, and gently lifted her into his arms, placing her on the bed. Senior sister, what has happened to you? Yunshang slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Bai's anxious expression, a surge of anger welled up within her. However, in her weakened state, she could only fix her gaze upon him. With a frail voice, she uttered, You owe me a life. When Bai witnessed Yunshang awaken, it was a moment of joy. However, upon hearing her words, an instant chill enveloped him. Senior sister, what has transpired? Yunshang seemed to sense something beneath her head. Casting a sidelong glance, she discovered that Bai's arm was wrapped around her. She turned her gaze towards him, icy and penetrating. This glance sent a shiver down Bai's spine, and he suddenly recalled the embrace he had around Yunshang. In a sudden panic, he forcefully withdrew his arm with a loud thud, causing Yunshang's head to crash onto the bed. Bai immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The impact left Yunshang's head ringing, her mind momentarily blank. She fixated her gaze on Bai, her eyes burning with intensity. Are you trying to kill me? Bai felt somewhat awkward, not anticipating that Yunshang would be so gravely injured. He lacked even the strength to lift his head, no longer entangled in that dilemma. He hastily inquired, Senior sister, how did you sustain your injuries? What transpired? Yunshang, however, continued to fixate on Bai, retorting, Does it concern you? Bai, with a playful smile, remarked, Senior sister, I am famished. Is there anything to eat? Upon hearing this, Yunshang's expression grew even colder. She thought to herself, I haven't eaten anything in 4 or 5 days, and you dare to ask me for food? With this in mind, she retorted, Food? Indeed, why not devour me instead? As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed a misalignment in her tone and quickly added, Is eating all you ever think about? Bai wore a peculiar expression, pondering, Eat you? How would one do that? Is it in that manner? Not even allowing a touch, yet expecting me to consume you? Is there something amiss? Yunshang, upon observing Bai's strange demeanor, felt a surge of anger, his face turning pale. He let out a loud shout, startling Bai, who was lost in thought. Bai awakened with a start. Martial sister, what on earth happened to you? Is this because of me? Has someone from the Tang family arrived? Yunshang was still troubled by her earlier words, realizing she had inadvertently allowed this fellow to consume her. The thought filled her with an overwhelming fury, causing her to breathe heavily. Noticing Yunshang's silence, Bai continued, Rest assured, Martial sister, I will avenge you. You? Are you serious? Yunshang retorted, her chest heaving in a display of pent-up rage. As she observed the intense rise and fall of Yunshang's chest, Bai felt a sudden warmth in his nose, as if a tide of heat was about to spill forth. He quickly wiped his nose, unaware that the motion left his face and hands smeared with blood. Yunshang, seeing Bai's bloodied face, asked with a perplexed expression, What is this? Are you injured as well? She then added, But wait, in a spiritual state, one cannot be harmed, nor can one succumb to demonic possession. Bai expressed his confusion, saying, Senior sister, I am not injured. Yunshang interrupted Bai's words, pointing at Bai's hand, and then at his face. Chapter 15. A pot of strange meat. Bai gazed at his hands with a hint of bewilderment. To his astonishment, they were smeared with blood. He wiped his nose with his hand, and fresh droplets of crimson fell. Bai's eyelids twitched. Had he sustained an injury? At that moment, Yunshang seemed to have a sudden realization, fixing his gaze on Bai and inquiring, Do you harbor some thoughts? Bai at this moment could no longer feign ignorance regarding the situation. It was undoubtedly a natural response triggered by the sight of the undulating bosom he had just witnessed. He blurted out, I have no thoughts on the matter, merely a reflex reaction. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he sensed a misstep. Perhaps he had misspoken. Turning to Yunshang, he hastily remarked, Senior sister, I shall go clean up. With that, he attempted to depart. Stop right there. Yunshang's icy gaze fixed upon Bai Yi. A reflex reaction? What follows such a reflex? Bai Yi, without a glance back, sprinted out of the room, instinctively knowing that standing still was not an option. Seizing the moment while Yunshang lacked the strength to pursue, he hastily made his escape. Observing Bai Yi's resolute departure, Yunshang was momentarily stunned. He truly ran away. Bai Yi hurriedly exited Yunshang's chamber, murmuring to himself, could he truly be a member of the Tang family? With a soft sigh, he resolved to procure some sustenance first. He entered the kitchen, glancing at the rusted iron pot, then turned his gaze towards the empty rice jar. Palpating his flat belly, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Alas, he had no choice but to venture outside in search of food. As he stepped out of the small courtyard, a sudden thought struck him, the small grove not far from the yard. Surely, there must be wild rabbits or chickens there. Wasn't he his senior sister craving meat? It would be perfect to hunt for some game. Before long, Bai Yi arrived at the grove, yet after wandering for some time, he had yet to spot a single rabbit. As he pondered whether to change his hunting grounds, an unusual sound reached his ears. Woo-woo Gigi woo-woo Gigi. Bai Yi turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a most peculiar creature not far away. It possessed the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, devoid of ears, rendering it exceedingly odd. Its legs were astonishingly thick, akin to the arms of an adult. Adorned in pale lavender feathers, it seemed to emit a faint green glow. Its two eyes were fixed on him, swirling in a whimsical manner, while it emitted a series of soft, murmuring sounds as if greeting Bai Yi. Bai Yi cautiously approached the small creature, fearful of startling it. The little being observed Bai Yi's advance, tilting its head slightly in apparent perplexity, before subsequently taking 2 steps back. Bai Yi observed the diminutive creature retreating and promptly came to a halt, refraining from advancing further. After a moment of contemplation, he gently addressed the creature. Hey there, little one, please remain still. I shall come over to play with you. With that, he resumed his slow approach towards the small being. It seemed to comprehend Bai Yi's words, as it did not retreat any further, merely gazing at him with an air of curiosity. Gradually, Bai Yi drew nearer, until he was merely a few paces away. Suddenly, he lunged forward, hands outstretched to seize the tiny creature. The little being, momentarily taken aback by Bai Yi's swift movement, froze just long enough for him to grasp it firmly, his grip unwavering, fearful of its escape. As Bai Yi was about to depart, he suddenly noticed 2 eggs not far away. They were the size of an adult's fist and gleamed with a radiant white hue. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a faint white light emanated from them. Bai Yi, without much thought, tucked away the eggs and said, hee, finally something to eat. He then made his way towards the 5-star academy. Before long, Bai Yi returned to the academy, placing the 2 eggs in his room. Without considering the opinion of the little creature, he directly plucked feathers and let blood, preparing a large pot of soup. In less than an hour, a rich aroma filled the courtyard, the scent of hearty bone broth wafting through the air. It was done. Bai Yi gently lifted the pot lid and ladled out a bit of the soup. After savoring the fragrance, he exclaimed, what a delightful aroma. He quickly fetched a large bowl, filled it to the brim, covered the pot, and carried the bowl towards Yunshang's room. Arriving at Yunshang's bedside with a bowl brimming with meat, he found her already asleep. Bai Yi gently roused her from slumber. Upon seeing the bowl of meat in Bai Yi's hands, Yunshang's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, where did you get this? What kind of meat is this? She attempted to rise, but still feeling weak, Bai Yi instinctively reached out to assist her. However, she fixed him with a glance that held him in place, and she slowly propped herself up. Without a second thought, she grabbed a piece of meat from the bowl, stuffing it into her mouth without even glancing at it. Chewing, she remarked, little one, what kind of meat is this? It tastes a bit unusual, but it's quite delicious. Seeing Yunshang's face smeared with grease as she enjoyed her meal, Bai Yi took a piece for himself. As soon as he placed it in his mouth, he sensed something was amiss, yet it was undeniably tasty. Thus, the 2 of them indulged in the feast, each taking bites until the entire pot was thoroughly cleaned, with not a single drop of soup left. After finishing their meal, they both let out a satisfied burp in unison. Yunshang got up to wash her greasy face, while Bai Yi tidied up the bowls and utensils. He then approached Yunshang, and they exchanged a gaze as they sat opposite each other. Bai Yi gently inquired, senior sister, how is your injury? Yunshang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and replied, that night, 2 individuals came seeking you. You were in the midst of your cultivation, so I refrained from disturbing you. Bai Yi furrowed her brow and inquired, 2 individuals? They are searching for me? Could it be that the Tang family has discovered my whereabouts? Yun Shang, somewhat irked, replied, if they are not looking for you, then who are they seeking? I have no enemies on this continent. Yet, you, having only just arrived, already have adversaries knocking at your door. Will you not offer me an explanation regarding your past affairs? Bai Yi found himself in a rather awkward situation. Senior sister, he exclaimed, and proceeded to recount the events concerning Zhao Shuer from the very beginning. Yun Shang furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying conspiracy. Do you know where Zhao Shuer is now? She inquired. I do not, he admitted, but in light of your generous offer of meat, I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. Just as he spoke, an unusual expression crossed Yun Shang's face. A faint blush began to appear on her fair, delicate features. At that moment, she felt as though something was slowly moving upon her. A fiery sensation coursed through her body, as if she were ablaze. Gradually, her breathing became labored and rapid, and her slender waist began to twist unnaturally, reminiscent of a willow branch swaying in the wind. Bai Yi, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat bewildered and hurriedly exclaimed, Senior sister, what has befallen you? Upon the opening of Bai Yi's mouth, Yun Shang, who was on the verge of drifting into a daze, regained a semblance of clarity. With a fierce gaze fixed upon Bai Yi, Yun Shang inquired, tinged with irritation, what kind of meat did you give me? Bai Yi was somewhat at a loss for words. It was a creature with the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, devoid of ears, rendering it exceedingly bizarre. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its body was adorned with pale purple feathers that seemed to emit a faint green glow. Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Shang cried out in terror. What? You actually encountered that creature and even captured it for stew? And you have the audacity to serve it to me? As she spoke, she appeared to drift into a trance, her body trembling slightly, as if struggling to restrain an insatiable desire. Upon witnessing Yun Shang's expression of sheer terror, coupled with her current state, Bai Yi felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. She inquired, Sister, what on earth is that? Yun Shang clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, causing crimson droplets to trickle slowly down her pristine, jade-like hands. Trembling, she replied to Bai Yi, if it is truly as you say, then it is the ancient desire beast. Do you comprehend the gravity of that? Her gaze, somewhat disheveled, remained fixed on Bai Yi as she continued. That creature, just a single drop of its blood can incinerate a person with insatiable lust to the point of death. Even those in the returning one realm, and even the supreme realm, would find it exceedingly difficult to resist. At this juncture, she fell silent, her face etched with terror, her mouth agape as she stared at Bai Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's face was flushed with crimson, her body quaking uncontrollably. Chapter 16. A bounty of wealth and resources. At this moment, Bai Yi felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames. A relentless wave of scorching heat surging over him. He suddenly turned to Yun Shang and asked, Is there any way? Yun Shang trembled as he replied, You must go. You must leave, stay far away from me. Bai Yi's gaze wandered uncontrollably over Yun Shang's entire figure. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Shang's expression changed drastically. He bellowed furiously, Bai, you better get lost immediately, or I will take your life. Bai Yi appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings as she rose and strode toward Yun Shang. Noticing Bai Yi's approach, Yun Shang instinctively sought to retreat. However, before she could evade, a hand encircled her waist. At the moment of contact, the last vestiges of her clarity swiftly faded into a haze. Concurrently, a chilling aura permeated the room they occupied. Had it not been for the protective formations that had fortified this small courtyard, it would likely have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and upon perceiving his current predicament, he was momentarily taken aback. Yun Shang, clad in nothing but the air, lay atop him. Her porcelain skin, alluring form, and a delicate fragrance enveloping the atmosphere. Bai Yi seemed to recall something as he gradually moved away from Yun Shang. He gently donned his clothing and turned to depart. Fear gripped him. He dreaded that Yun Shang might awaken and obliterate him with a single blow. Halt. Are you intending to leave without putting on your trousers? A voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt an icy chill sweep from his head to his very toes. Are you doing this on purpose? Yun Shang fixed his gaze intently on Bai Yi, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Bai Yi quickly turned around to explain, Senior sister, I truly did not mean to. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force surged towards him. Without any doubt, Bai Yi was sent staggering back several dozen feet. When he finally came to a halt, he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his bones seemingly shattered in half, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Yunshang gazed at her own fist with a peculiar expression, perplexed. What on earth is happening? She wondered, as she circulated her mystical energy. She was astonished to discover that her injuries had miraculously healed. Even more astonishing was the fact that her cultivation had ascended by 2 minor realms. This should not be. She was currently under a restriction that should prevent any elevation in rank. Upon further inspection of the restriction, she was astounded to find it somewhat loosened. Now, she could exert 50% of her strength. What could be the reason for this? She pondered. Is it due to that flesh? No, according to records. The flesh and blood of the ancient desire beast merely allows one's inherent nature to run rampant. But could it be related to that incident with that individual? If that is indeed the case, might repeated encounters lead to the complete lifting of the restriction? The thought startled her, and she promptly exclaimed, Pa, Pa, Pa? What am I even thinking? Bai Yi coughed up blood, casting a glance at Yunshang, who wore an expression of peculiar intrigue, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Could this senior sister truly beat me to death? That last punch was far too ferocious. He pondered, is she intent on committing spousal murder? As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. We've been married for several days now. Is there truly no kindness left? Yunshang strolled towards Bai Yi, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a sly grin. Junior brother, would you care for another round? Bai Yi, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, shall we repeat what transpired earlier, or is it the punch from just now that you seek? Yunshang's smile instantly froze. What do you think? As Bai Yi was about to speak, a sudden exclamation broke the air. Almost immediately, a figure landed not far from the two. It was Situ Ping returning. He glanced at Bai Yi, who lay sprawled on the ground, and then at Yunshang standing nearby, his expression one of confusion. What transpired here? Yunshang flashed a playful smile. Uncle Master, I was teaching him about array patterns, and he unfortunately took a tumble. She gestured toward Bai Yi as she spoke. Situ Ping turned his gaze toward Bai Yi, who hastily nodded in affirmation. Indeed, indeed. What my senior sister said is correct. He dared not speak carelessly, as he certainly did not believe that this master could restrain the wrath of his senior sister. Upon hearing Bai Yi's response, Yunshang could not help but show a hint of admiration. Suddenly, Situ Ping's attention shifted to the doorway of the kitchen, where several feathers lay scattered about. They were the feathers of an ancient beast. He approached, bent down to pick one up for a closer inspection, and his expression changed dramatically. Where did you acquire this? Yunshang's expression darkened as she shot a glare at Bai Yi. How could he carelessly discard these? She then turned to Situ Ping. Uncle Master, these are merely ordinary chicken feathers. A few days ago, my junior brother hunted a wild chicken in the nearby woods, and these are from that fowl. As she spoke, she snatched the feather from Situ Ping's hand and hurriedly collected the scattered ones from the ground. Situ Ping's face brightened. Is there any chicken meat left? Please bring me 2 pieces. Upon hearing this, the prostrate Bai Yi nearly stumbled, almost biting the dust and injuring himself in the process. Noticing the lack of response, Situ Ping felt a bit awkward. Ah, no matter. Just remember to save some for me next time. He then turned back to Bai Yi. Ah, Year, you have quite the fall there. Here, take this. He handed Bai Yi a pill, which was jet black, about the size of a fingernail, with a distinct pattern etched upon its surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi took the elixir and placed it into his mouth. As the potion entered his body, a surge of pure spiritual energy began to circulate throughout him, and the fractured bones healed at an astonishingly visible rate. Bai Yi's face was filled with astonishment. Master, he exclaimed. Situ Ping chuckled. Ah, it is merely a first-grade healing pill. Before long, Bai Yi had nearly recovered. He rose and inquired, Master, do you have more of such pills? He wished to procure a couple more for safekeeping, in case one day his senior sister, in an uncharacteristic fit of rage, decided to strike him. In such a scenario, he would rely on this medicine, for otherwise, he feared he might truly meet his demise. Yunshang interjected. Do you think that pill is as common as cabbage? Situ Ping replied, though the elixir is indeed remarkable, one must not become overly reliant on it. Remember, every medicine harbors its own poison. It is imperative to bolster your own strength. Do not stumble again next time. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yunshang. Situ Ping could certainly discern that Bai Yi had been struck by Yunshang, yet he remained unaware of the reason behind it. Yunshang shifted the topic. Master Uncle, did you acquire anything of value this time? The 3 of them gathered around a table as Situ Ping produced a ring. Yunshang frowned. A spatial ring? Situ Ping directed his gaze towards Bai Yi. Here, this is for you. Bai Yi was about to retrieve the ring when Yunshang swiftly snatched it away, declaring, He has no need for it at the moment. I shall keep it safe for him. As her consciousness entered the ring, her expression changed dramatically. Situ Ping offered a calm smile in response. Bai Yi observed the peculiar interaction and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yun Shang, disregarding Bai Yi's question, turned to Situ Ping and asked, "Master Uncle, is this the one?" Situ Ping nodded affirmatively. With a hint of astonishment, Yun Shang exclaimed, "Did you kill him?" Situ Ping shook his head, clarifying, "It was not I who took his life. I encountered an acquaintance over there. It was this acquaintance who intervened and ultimately dispatched him." He continued, "Initially, I harbored concerns for both of you and returned to check on your well-being. It appears my worries were unfounded. I am relieved to see you both unharmed. Do remember to refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily and focus on your cultivation within the courtyard. I must attend to some matters and will be away for a few days." Bai Yi felt a jolt as he noticed Situ Ping preparing to depart once more. Grasping the hem of Situ Ping's garment, he implored, "Master, could you perhaps refrain from leaving? Your absence stirs a certain unease within my heart." Situ Ping chuckled. "What is there to be anxious about? With your senior sister safeguarding you, there is no one in this realm who can pose a threat." He added, "Within that ring lie several techniques and weapons. Devote yourself to diligent practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your senior sister." "Rest assured, Uncle Master." Bai Yi replied earnestly, "I shall ensure that my junior brother dedicates himself to his training." Yun Shang reflected momentarily before adding, "Please exercise caution, Uncle Master." Situ Ping rose, affirming, "Indeed, I must take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. As soon as Situ Ping left, Bai Yi was suddenly enveloped by an ominous aura of murder. Chapter 17. Feigning Death. Chapter 18. The assessment of Qing insect within the confines of the 5-Star Academy. Bai Yi sat quietly upon a stone bench, meticulously scrutinizing the sword before him. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed. Yun Shang approached, extending his hand, "Return the sword to me." Bai Yi, in utter helplessness, could only present the sword to her. Yun Shang sheathed the blade and remarked, "Have you spent these years honing your skills on a pig? You are so feeble. Had it not been for me today, you would have met your demise once more. Shouldn't you express your gratitude in some manner?" Bai Yi's expression sharpened. "I will fetch the eggs for my senior sister." As he began to rise and head towards the room, Yun Shang interjected with a grave demeanor, "Wait, I have something of significance to discuss." He looked intently at Bai Yi and continued, "Today, I employed an illusionary formation to deceive them, in their eyes. You have already been slain by them. Therefore, they may not seek you out again in the future." Bai Yi gazed at Yun Shang, somewhat perplexed. Why was her senior sister so earnest this time, so unlike her usual self? "Do you understand?" Observing Bai Yi lost in her thoughts, Yun Shang, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "Furthermore, your cultivation level is too low. You must enhance your strength." Bai Yi also recognized this and nodded earnestly. Yun Shang shook his head and sighed. "That rascal, having brought you here, has now deserted." Alas, Yun Shang's emotions were quite intricate at that moment. The recollection of that day caused his heart to race. He glanced at Bai Yi and said, "Little Yi, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" Yun Shang replied with a hint of bitterness, "My master has sent word. He is in peril. I must go to his rescue." Bai Yi's expression changed drastically. "What has happened to master?" "I shall accompany you." "Are you seeking death? Do you realize how weak you are at present?" Yet he pondered, "Would your presence not mitigate the danger?" "It is perilous." But Yun Shang felt a tinge of melancholy. Bai Yi suddenly grasped Yun Shang's hand and implored, "Take me with you, even if it leads to death." Yun Shang replied with a bitter smile, "If death could resolve our issues, what purpose would cultivation serve? If you were to die, would your family's grievances remain unavenged?" Bai Yi's eyes were slightly reddened. "You have abandoned me. What am I to do?" Yun Shang slammed her palm upon the stone table, declaring, "What are you to do? Are you not a man? Are you not a member of our esteemed 5-Star Academy? A grown man, and yet you dwell on such thoughts? Have you considered your adoptive father? Have you thought of your kin? And your master, he is in grave danger. Even if I were to go, it would be a perilous endeavor, yet I must. You, however, cannot go. You cannot perish, do you understand? You are the future of your family, the future of our 5-Star Academy, and indeed, my future." The last sentence was scarcely audible, yet Bai Yi grasped it clearly. She was to be her future, yet what could she truly offer in return? Must she indeed wait until her demise to seek vengeance? What significance would revenge hold if she were no longer alive? "Shanger," Bai Yi exclaimed. Upon hearing her name, Yun Shang's entire being quivered. She turned to Bai Yi, urging, "Remember my words. live well, cultivate diligently. One day, seek vengeance for us. With that, she pressed a ring into Bai Ye's hand and vanished into thin air. Bai Ye sank down completely, lost in thought. Shang'er, wait for me to find you. As he watched Yun Shang depart, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. And he silently resolved to strive for strength, for only by becoming stronger could he protect those around him and avenge the deceased. With this thought, he calmed his mind and picked up the spatial ring. As his consciousness delved into the ring, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight within. Numerous piles of spirit stones, a collection of books, and 2 swords were present. Among them was the crimson golden longsword that Yun Shang had previously lent him. Bai Ye gazed at the stack of books, discovering that many were focused on formations, with 2 volumes dedicated to sword techniques. However, it was unfortunate that the tome One Word, One Thought, Exterminates the Myriad Realms was not among them. Bai Ye retrieved one of the swordsmanship tomes entitled Sword Techniques. What manner of swordplay is this? He murmured. He then opened the tome and was instantly captivated by its contents. The path of the sword is boundless. One enters the realm through intent, transcends the mundane through the realm, and slays immortals with the ordinary. In one's heart, with the sword, all things become the sword. As Bai Ye gazed deeper, he became increasingly captivated, gradually slipping into a state of meditation and enlightenment once more. One day, 2 days, 10 days later, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. Beside Bai Ye, the resplendent golden longsword quivered slightly, as though it were on the verge of awakening. At that moment, Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes, and with his right hand grasping the sword, he gently sliced through the void. Instantly, the air before him was cleaved open, revealing a rupture. The sheer delicacy of that single stroke had managed to part the very atmosphere. Bai Ye, momentarily taken aback, rose once more and executed another slash into the emptiness. This time, the air was once again severed, accompanied by a faint glimmer of sword light. As the radiant blade traversed its path, a series of piercing cutting sounds ensued, culminating in a resounding strike against the opposite wall. A meticulously formed incision appeared upon the surface, revealing a view of the other side beyond the wall. Bai Ye gazed at the sword in his hand. An exquisite weapon indeed. He then retrieved another tome of sword techniques from his ring, The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Upon perusing its pages, he found the content utterly incomprehensible. Closing the book, he fell into a deep contemplation. After a brief interval, he resumed his seated meditation. His primary focus now was to elevate his realm. With resources and martial skills abundant, the enhancement of his cultivation was paramount. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Bai Ye had ascended from the 6th to the 9th layer of qi condensation. At present, when he circulated his profound energy, a thick, white aura enveloped his entire being. His sword techniques had also reached a minor accomplishment, yet he remained unable to decipher the intricacies of the convergence of 10,000 swords. Nevertheless, he had not neglected the path of formations. He had already acquired the ability to inscribe some rudimentary arrays. Bai Ye set down the book in her hands and murmured, "Shang'er, are you well? Where have you truly gone? Tomorrow marks the day when Qingyun sect recruits disciples. Indeed. I wonder how many will partake in the examination this year." Bai Ye was strolling along the street when he suddenly overheard passers-by discussing the recruitment of disciples by the Qingyun sect scheduled for the following day. At that moment, a young man approached Bai Ye and inquired, "Esteemed brother, are you preparing to participate in the Qingyun sect's recruitment assessment tomorrow?" Bai Ye was somewhat perplexed. "Qingyun sect?" A young man furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you unfamiliar with the Qingyun sect, my friend?" Bai Ye clasped his fists and smiled. "Indeed, I am unaware." At that moment, another person beside him scrutinized Bai Ye with a puzzled expression. "Are you from out of town?" Bai Ye's expression shifted slightly. "No. I hail from a remote location and have never heard of this Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals beside him exchanged relieved smiles. The Qingyun sect is the largest sect in our border town, boasting thousands of disciples and abundant cultivation resources, one of them remarked. Bai Ye contemplated. Though he lacked for resources, immersing oneself in solitary cultivation was not a viable solution. Yun Shang had once imparted to him that true growth is only achieved through the crucible of battle. His previous weakness stemmed from the sheltered environment of his family. Devoid of the necessary trials, he was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, pleasing to the eye, yet lacking in true utility. Bai Ye inquired, "Are you aware of the criteria for disciple recruitment at the Qingyun sect?" The response was straightforward. There are 3 stages. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 18. Secondly, they must achieve the qi condensation realm. And thirdly, They must undergo a combat strength assessment. As long as one successfully condenses their chi, they will likely pass. Ah, I see, Bai Yi remarked. Are you gentlemen planning to participate? The group exchanged awkward glances, admitting, we have surpassed the age limit, alas. With that, they turned and departed. Chapter 19. Shattering the Strength Testing Stone. The following day, Bai Yi arrived at the disciple recruitment examination grounds of the Qinyan sect. The square, spanning several dozen yards, featured a grand circular platform at its center. At this moment, a throng of thousands had gathered around the platform, their cacophonous chatter rendering Bai Yi's ears somewhat unaccustomed. Suddenly, a petite girl of around 16 or 17 approached him, adorned in a vibrant red floral mini dress, her hair styled in two exuberant pigtails. Her youthful visage was graced with two faint dimples as she hopped excitedly towards Bai Yi and inquired. Bai Yi's heart sank momentarily. Could I be recognized? He then turned to the little girl and somewhat awkwardly inquired, my dear, who might you be? The girl, with an enigmatic smile, replied softly, rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi nearly stumbled in surprise. Indeed, he had been recognized. He immediately attempted to leave. But the little girl detained him. Do not worry, for apart from you and me, the world shall remain oblivious. Await the assessment. By the way, you shall henceforth be known as Lin Yi, the girl said, her expression imbued with profound significance. As Bai Yi was about to speak, a voice emanated from the stage. I hereby announce the commencement of the Qinyan sect's disciple recruitment examination. Before we begin, allow me to relay a few preliminary remarks. First, those over the age of 18 are requested to depart. Second, individuals who have not yet reached the qi condensation realm should also leave. Third, anyone who has participated in the examination more than 3 times must exit. Those who fail to heed this request will face consequences for their disregard of sect regulations. Upon the conclusion of these words, a wave of commotion ensued. Sigh. It seems prudent to leave. The penalties for disregarding sect rules are severe. Oh well, if fate does not favor us, there is no need to insist. Let us depart. At 30 years of age, you still wish to try? Are you courting death? Hurry and leave. Amidst the cacophony, a significant portion of the crowd began to disperse. Observing this scene, Bai Yi turned to the young girl beside him and inquired, what is your name? Is this your first examination? The girl smiled and replied, my name is Shur. This is my first time here. Just as Bai Yi was about to utter something, a sudden deafening boom echoed through the air. Following the sound, a young man was sent flying 100 yards away. At the tender age of 20, he was deemed unworthy of the assessment and had his cultivation forcefully stripped away. A dispassionate voice resonated, he deserves it. Shur pouted in response. With the expulsion of the young man's power, nearly half of the onlookers gradually withdrew, leaving fewer than 100 individuals remaining in the arena. Bai Yi gazed in astonishment, wondering if these individuals had merely come to revel in the commotion. It's our turn, Shur gently tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve. At that moment, Bai Yi hesitated, concerned about the possibility of being recognized. Shur regarded Bai Yi with an odd expression, assuring him, let us go, don't worry. No one will recognize you. How do you know what I'm thinking? Bai Yi inquired suspiciously. It's a secret, she replied, pulling Yun Shang towards the assessment platform. The elder glanced at the two, asking, name, age? Shur smiled and replied, I am Shur, and this is Lin Yi. I am 16. With that, she nudged Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily replied, I am 17. The elder cast a glance at the two and said, on to the next challenge. Subsequently, they moved to the other side. The elder observed them and commanded, channel your energy, let me witness your cultivation level. Poetic poetry promptly began to circulate her technique, and a faint aura of mystical energy gradually coalesced around her form. The elder, seemingly indifferent, remarked, first layer of qi condensation, you may proceed. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi swiftly activated his cultivation technique, and in an instant, layers of dense white mist converged towards him. Before long, a thick blanket of white profound energy enveloped him completely. From a distance, all that could be seen was a swirling mass of white fog, obscuring Bai Yi's figure entirely. The elder, his eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, What is this? Shur, wearing a peculiar expression, quickly regained her composure and asked, has he succeeded? The elder, still in a state of disbelief, pondered aloud, why is your chi so remarkably dense? Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at the elder, inquiring, is mine different from others? The elder slightly eased his demeanor and replied, not quite the same. You may proceed to the next stage. Thus, They advanced to the third challenge, the combat power assessment. This test was rather straightforward. It required one to unleash their full strength upon the force measurement stone. As Shir approached the stone, she clenched her small fist, a surge of profound energy emanating from within. With a resounding thud, the measurement stone trembled slightly, radiating a yellow glow. Impressive, indeed. To possess such combat power at the first level of energy condensation, this young lady is remarkable, remarked the elder responsible for the evaluation. Bai Yi approached the measuring stone, channeling his mystical energy. This time, he did not circulate it externally. Instead, he solidified the energy and infused it into his fist. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden aura enveloped his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed his punch, producing a thunderous sound as the massive measuring stone shattered instantaneously into fine powder. The arena fell into an eerie silence, where even the faintest drop of a pin could be heard. The elder stood up abruptly, glancing at Bai Yi before turning his gaze back to the pulverized stone. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, You actually shattered the measuring stone." In that moment of quietude, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "My goodness. What a monster. He actually broke the measuring stone," exclaimed one onlooker. "This person is truly extraordinary," scoffed another, relishing the spectacle. Whispers spread through the audience, with some expressing shock, others admiration, and many reveling in the chaos. Rumors had circulated that the measuring stone was exceptionally tough, reinforced by intricate formations. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage might struggle to break it with a single blow. Bai Yi hurriedly bowed in respect, saying, "Senior, please forgive me. I," in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently shattered the measuring stone. He reflected on why he had exerted such force. Had he known the stone was so fragile, he would have tempered his strength. Shir cast a curious glance at the two of them, poised to speak, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Who possesses such audacity to cause a disturbance in my Qingyan sect?" As the words echoed, an elder clad in a flowing white robe materialized before the gathering. Upon sighting him, the several elders overseeing the assessment clasped their fists in greeting, "Elder Gushuang." At that moment, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "This fellow is surely doomed. To dare shatter the measuring stone. Alas, youth is indeed reckless. Is living not preferable?" The elder in charge of the assessment responded respectfully, "Elder Gu, it is not a disturbance. A disciple participating in the examination accidentally broke the measuring stone." He cast an awkward glance at Bai Yi as he spoke. Gu Shuang directed his gaze towards the elder, inquiring, "Accidentally broke the measuring stone?" The elder hastily replied, "Yes, it was this young friend." He gestured toward Bai Yi. Gu Shuang turned his attention to Bai Yi and asked, "Did you break the measuring stone?" Bai Yi promptly bowed in respect, saying, "Yes, I beg your pardon, esteemed senior." Gu Shuang's expression was somewhat peculiar. "The condensation stage? No, your condensation stage seems rather unusual." Upon saying this, he glanced at the crowd below and continued, "The assessment is temporarily concluded. You may disperse." The force testing stone had been shattered, rendering further tests futile. A clamor arose from the audience, with voices lamenting, "I have yet to be assessed. I have prepared for this examination for 3 long years. Indeed, let us continue the assessment. I shall be too old by next year." Discontent rippled through the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Gu Shuang and his companions furrowed their brows deeply. He then gestured to the assembly below, stating, in light of this, "We shall proceed with the assessment. However, due to the absence of the force testing stone, I have decided to conduct 2 rounds of evaluation. Those who succeed in both rounds will be recorded, and during the next assessment, they may directly proceed to the 3rd round." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their agreement. Gu Shuang then turned to Bai Yi, saying, "You two, come with me." Chapter 20. Sharing a room. Chapter 21. Causing trouble. Chapter 22. The head of the law enforcement hall, a fierce battle erupted as hundreds of inner disciples unleashed their prowess, plunging the heavens into darkness akin to night. Blades clashed and gusts of wind swirled violently. The sounds of metal striking metal rang incessantly. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed as an inner disciple was struck by a massive hammer, sent hurtling out of the arena. A flurry of sword light swept through, dazzling and unstoppable, slicing through the air towards a disciple, yet the formidable strike was effortlessly shattered by another. With a thunderous roar, yet another violent clash ensued, sending several disciples crashing out of the arena. In the air, Shun Guangjian and his companions meticulously observed the disciples within the arena when he suddenly turned his gaze towards Bai Yi's position. At that moment, Bai Yi found himself besieged by dozens of attackers, resolutely shielding Shir behind him. "Elder Gu, Are these the two you brought in? Chen Guangjian inquired. Gu Shuang, lost in thought, turned to Chen Guangjian upon hearing the question, replying, Indeed, Sectmaster. Chen Guangjian chuckled. Remarkable. To hold off so many alone, they are promising individuals. The cacophony continued, as yet more disciples were sent tumbling out of the arena. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a sickening thud as a long spear impaled a disciple's chest, blood splattering forth. Chen Guangjian and his 4 companions turned, their faces darkening with ire. Killing was forbidden during the sect competition, and it was clear that this individual had violated the rules. Just as they were about to apprehend the culprit, the spear-wielding disciple thrust once more, the strike executed with astonishing speed, the tip gleaming with a chilling light. The trajectory of the thrust was aimed squarely at Bai Yi, closing in on him in an instant. Preposterous! Gu Shuang bellowed in fury. The incident unfolded abruptly, leaving no time to intervene. At that moment, Bai Yi was vigorously contending against the frenzied assaults of dozens of adversaries when an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis engulfed him. Behind him, Shir observed a spear aimed directly at Bai Yi's brow, her gaze icy as she prepared to act. A resonating hum echoed across the heavens as a sword materialized before Bai Yi, surging toward the spear's tip. Witnessing this scene, Shir could not help but inwardly muse. A celestial-grade spiritual weapon? An automatic protector? Quite intriguing. The resplendent crimson gold sword shot forth, radiating brilliance that instantly bathed the entire square in a dazzling hue. A terrifying pressure emanated, crushing the surroundings. The other disciples found themselves unable to withstand this force, retreating in haste. In the distance, Chen Guangjian and his 4 companions stood petrified, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chen Guangjian murmured, This sword. Elder Gu Shuang was equally taken aback, remarking, This pressure does not belong to this continent. The other 3 were utterly astonished, their eyes agog. With the tip of the sword meeting the spear's point, the crimson gold blade pierced through with devastating force, obliterating the spear in an instant. The sword then surged forward, incinerating the disciple who had charged with the spear on the spot. The crimson gold sword returned to Bai Yi, its radiance gradually diminishing until it transformed into an ordinary crimson gold sword. The atmosphere was now eerily silent, so much so that a falling needle could be heard. After a brief moment, all gazes turned toward Bai Yi, etched with apprehension. It was undeniable that the sword was fearsome. When that overwhelming pressure had descended, every person present felt a profound terror of impending death. As the disciple was incinerated by the sword, many involuntarily shuddered, and several even lost control of their bladders in fright. At this juncture, Chen Guangjian, Gu Shuang, and others flew to Bai Yi's side, their eyes fixated on the sword. Just as they scrutinized the crimson blade, it suddenly transformed into a flicker of sword light, vanishing into Bai Yi's body. The group was momentarily taken aback, pondering its whereabouts. Gu Shuang, with a serious expression, inquired of Bai Yi, Where did you acquire this sword? At that moment, Chen Guangjian whispered, This matter is of great significance. We must return to the inner hall. He turned to the other disciples, declaring, The competition ends here for today. Do not disseminate news of today's events. Those who defy this order shall be eradicated. He then addressed the head of the law enforcement hall, saying, Master Yin, you are responsible for this matter. Should today's events spread, you will be held accountable. Meanwhile, Shir leaned into Bai Yi and quietly asked, Brother, where did you get that sword? Bai Yi replied, It was given to me by my master. At this moment, Chen Guangjian addressed the 2, Let us proceed to the inner hall. The 4 of them made their way towards the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, high above the Qiyun sect, amidst the clouds, an elderly man known as the Elder of Creation appeared. A frigid expression etched upon his face as he murmured, How could such a thing exist? Had I known this, I would never have saved that young man. Suddenly, the space before him quivered slightly, and a young woman materialized silently before him. The Elder of Creation narrowed his eyes, astonished by her silent arrival. The woman spoke, Do not harm my brother. It won't be long before he departs from this continent. The Elder regarded her with a serious demeanor. Are you one of them? She chuckled lightly. Which side I belong to is of no concern to you. Simply remember not to provoke him. Bai Yi? Do you comprehend why I have been so verbose with you? In truth, when the Elder of Creation harbored ill intentions towards Bai Yi, she had contemplated eliminating him outright. Yet, considering he had once saved Bai Yi, she chose to issue a warning first. The Elder asked, Is it because I once saved him? The woman clapped her hands. Indeed. Well then, you may leave. With that, she vanished from sight. Once she departed, the Elder of Creation was drenched in cold sweat. It had been countless millennia since he had bestowed blessings upon others. This time, He had been the recipient of an unexpected boon. Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly delightful. He downed a gulp of wine and turned to disappear. Inside the inner hall of the Qiyun sect, they had just entered. Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Where has Shir gone?" "I'm right here, brother," replied Shir as she skipped joyfully to Bai Yi's side. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. "Where did you go just now?" Shir's eyes darted. "Oh, I just went for a moment." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a sense of discomfort. Went for a moment? Who would believe that? At that moment, Gu Shuang turned to Bai Yi and, with a grave expression, inquired, "Year, what about your sword?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shir interjected, "Uncle Gu, that sword belongs to my father, and he left it to my brother. My father once said that within that sword resides the soul of our Lin family's ancestors. In times of peril, it will automatically unleash an attack. It must have sensed that my brother was in mortal danger and triggered itself. However, that sword can only activate once. Afterward, it will dissolve into spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present became noticeably more composed. "So that's how it is, but what a pity," Qin Guangjian lamented with a look of regret. Gu Shuang also felt it was a tremendous loss. Had that strike been executed properly, he had no doubt that even a master of the esteemed realm could have been slain. Regretful anger surged within him as he thought, "Do you recognize the person who attacked you?" Bai Yi shook his head and replied, "I do not recognize him. At that moment, I was besieged by dozens of individuals, and my attention was wholly focused on them. I did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance." Qin Guangjian, somewhat puzzled, gazed at Bai Yi and inquired, "Do you have any idea why those dozens of people acted against you in unison?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi replied, "I am uncertain. I did not know them previously." Shir interjected suddenly, "Could it be related to that incident?" Gu Shuang looked at Shir in confusion. "What incident?" Qin Guangjian also cast a puzzled glance at Shir. She recounted, "On the day my brother and I first entered the sect, someone entered my room and insulted me. My brother retaliated against that person, thinking he would surely come back for revenge. However, that individual never returned to seek us out." Gu Shuang seemed to recollect something. "I heard Fang Yu mention this matter, but I did not pay it much attention at the time. I did not expect that Hu Run could be so treacherous." Qin Guangjian suddenly bellowed towards the door. "Summon the head of the Law Enforcement Hall." Chapter 23, The Mysterious Shir. Shortly thereafter, Yin Hua, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, arrived in the inner hall. Qin Guangjian addressed Yin Hua, "Go bring Hu Rin and Hu Qiu to the Law Enforcement Hall. I will personally interrogate them shortly. And also bring along the dozens who attacked Lin Yi." "Understood," Yin Hua replied before departing. "This incident may lead to significant trouble," Gu Shuang remarked with a grave expression. Qin Guangjian turned to Gu Shuang, "Elder Gu, are you concerned that this matter will spread and cause further issues?" Gu Shuang nodded, "It is entirely possible." Moments later, Yin Hua rushed back into the inner hall, flustered. "This is bad. Hu Rin and his grandson have vanished." "What? They fled?" A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Guangjian's eyes. At Songyun Academy, within the Songyun Hall, an elderly man clad in a dark robe sat cross-legged, engrossed in an ancient text. This was Songyun Academy's president, Song Lan. At that moment, an elder and a young man entered the hall. They were Hu Rin and Hu Qiu. The two bowed respectfully before Song Lan. "Greetings, President Song." Song Lan set aside the ancient tome and looked at them with a furrowed brow. "And you two are?" Hu Rin replied with deference, "I am Hu Rin, an outer sect elder of the Qingyun sect." Song Lan inquired with curiosity, "The Qingyun sect from the border town?" "Indeed. We have come for a matter of great importance," Hu Rin said, revealing a hint of excitement. He recounted the events of the recent sect competition. Gradually, Song Lan's brow tightened. "Are you suggesting that sword is at least of the earth-grade quality?" Hu Rin nodded fervently. "At the very least, it is of earth-grade quality." Song Lan shook his head. "State your intentions." If President Song could obtain that sword, Songyun Academy would possess another treasure. Song Lan's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment. "You may leave." Upon hearing this, Hu Rin and his companion were momentarily taken aback. "Does President Song not find the sword of interest?" Song Lan chuckled softly. "In comparison to that sword, I am far more intrigued by your intentions." Hu Rin and his companion exchanged awkward glances. "Then we shall take our leave." With that, the two departed. After their exit, Song Lan spoke solemnly. "That sword appears to hold some significance." A few days later, news spread across the entire Songyun continent regarding an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect who possessed an exquisite earth-tier sword. "Brother, may I see that sword of yours?" Shir inquired. sitting beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Sure, I cannot retrieve it. That sword has integrated itself within me. Sure offered a wry smile and replied, Brother, focus your mind and attune yourself to your inner self. See if you can sense it. Subsequently, Bai Yi closed his eyes, gradually tuning into his own body, attempting to establish a connection with the sword. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Sure, saying, I cannot sense it. Try again, she urged. Relax your entire being, immerse your spirit within, and summon the sword with your consciousness. What is consciousness? Bai Yi inquired. Sure feigned ignorance and pressed, concentrate fully on sensing that sword. Bai Yi closed his eyes once more, attempting to locate the sword within himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in terror and exclaimed, The sword is embedded in my dantian. Upon hearing this, Sure was momentarily taken aback and replied, Embedded in your dantian? Try to see if you can summon it. Bai Yi once again closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of the sword. Calling it forth, a resonant hum echoed from within him, and soon a sword materialized, hovering gracefully in midair before him. Its resplendent golden light illuminated the entire room in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Sure hastily exclaimed, Do not allow it to shine so brightly. If this continues, the entire Qingyan sect will become aware of your sword. The white leaves possessed a hint of bitterness, just as he found himself at a loss. The golden-red sword light gradually retracted, revealing an ordinary crimson longsword before the two. Sure examined the sword with great scrutiny, while Bei regarded it with a touch of curiosity. Suddenly, Sure turned to Bei and exclaimed, Your master is no ordinary person. Would you be willing to share more about them? After speaking, she gestured for Bei to put away the crimson longsword. With a flicker of thought, Bai Yi's longsword transformed into a wisp of swordlight, seamlessly entering Bai Yi's being. Bai Yi spoke softly, I am unaware of my master's exact origins. At that time, I had fainted on the street, and it was my master who brought me back. Shortly thereafter, my master mentioned the need to journey somewhere, and a few days later, he presented me with this sword. He then departed once more, and not long after, my senior sister informed me that my master had encountered peril, and she too left. Thus, I was left all alone. Upon hearing this, Sure exclaimed, No wonder. Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion, What do you mean, no wonder? Sure replied with a charming smile, Oh, it's nothing. May I take a look at the other items your master bestowed upon you? Bai Yi hesitated slightly, and upon witnessing his indecision, Sure couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? My dear brother, are you reluctant to share your treasures with your sister? Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward. No, he replied, as he removed a slender cord from around his neck, from which hung a ring. He handed the ring to Sure, saying, Everything is inside. You may take a look for yourself. Sure accepted the ring with a smile, but her expression quickly turned peculiar as her consciousness entered the ring, revealing two peculiar eggs. She pulled out the eggs and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Bai Yi, Brother, where did you acquire these two eggs? I found them in a dense forest. Oh, and there was also a bizarre creature with the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, lacking ears and appearing exceedingly strange, with legs as thick as an adult's arms. It was covered in pale purple feathers that seemed to emit a faint green glow. However, I cooked and consumed it, Bai Yi recounted. Sure gazed at Bai Yi in sheer astonishment. What did you say? You actually ate that creature? Bai Yi nodded, Indeed. I stewed it and shared the meal with my senior sister. At this moment, a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to grow somewhat awkward. Sure, taken aback, exclaimed, But that is an ancient desire beast. You actually consumed it? You haven't, by any chance, become intimate with your senior sister, have you? Bai Yi's countenance appeared somewhat grim as he glanced at his own mouth, reflecting on its imprudence. Upon noticing Bai Yi's expression, Sure revealed a knowing smile, playfully pointing at him with her little finger. She then set down two eggs and picked up several books. Books on formations? Does your master possess knowledge of formations? Bai Yi replied, My master does not possess such knowledge. It is my senior sister who specializes in formations. These tomes are her bequest to me. Feel free to peruse them if they pique your interest. Sure pouted her lips in discontent. What a bore. I have no desire for them. You should keep them instead. She then withdrew another long sword from her ring, its length measuring 3 feet and 2 fingers wide, its entire body a striking azure. Not bad, she remarked. This sword is also of heavenly grade. However, it is ill-suited for you. Its coldness renders it a heartless blade. At this moment, Bai Yi's curiosity was piqued. Sure, how do you know so much? He inquired. Oh, do I know a lot? Sure's eyes twinkled, and she chuckled lightly. I simply enjoyed reading as a child. All this knowledge stems from the books I have perused. One cannot deny that Bai Yi harbored a profound curiosity about Shi. From their very first encounter, she recognized him at once, yet she always extended her assistance. Now, she could even discern the grade of this sword. Who exactly is she? Brother, please put the items away, Shi said with a smile, handing the ring back to Bai Yi. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Du Guxian. Who is it? Shi inquired. It is I, came a crisp and icy voice in reply. Shi glanced at Bai Yi and whispered, could it be that it's senior sister Ling from next door? Bai Yi, equally perplexed, inquired, what brings her here? The sound of knocking reverberated once more. With no alternative, Shi proceeded to open the door. Indeed, it was Ling Qing who stood before her, her expression inscrutable. Dressed in a delicate sky-blue gown, her eyes resembled the clarity of autumn waters, yet emanated an unmistakable chill. Fixing her gaze upon Shi, she inquired, may I enter? Shi glanced at Bai Yi, who encouraged, please come in, senior sister Long. Bai Yi gestured for Lung Qing to enter the room. Upon stepping inside, Lung Qing commanded, close the door. At her words, both Bai Yi and Shi were momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Shi swiftly complied and shut the door. With an expression devoid of warmth, Lung Qing addressed Bai Yi, stating, I wish to see that sword. Bai Yi, feeling quite embarrassed, remarked, that sword has vanished. Coldly, senior sister Lung Qing responded, I can sense its aura. Shi's expression darkened as she thought to herself, this woman is quite remarkable, able to perceive it. However, seeing that this individual harbored no ill intentions towards her brother, she allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips. Since senior sister is aware, let me show you, she said. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Lung Qing suddenly remarked, do not worry, I am merely observing. Shi also cast a glance at Bai Yi, suggesting that she should let her see. With a mere thought, Bai Yi summoned the resplendent crimson gold sword before the trio. Upon its appearance, a flicker of intrigue danced in Lung Qing's icy gaze, though she adeptly concealed it. Bai Yi remained oblivious, yet Shi keenly observed the subtle shift. After a moment of scrutiny, Lung Qing discerned the sword's remarkable essence. It had developed a spirit of its own and recognized Bai Yi as its master. In the hands of another, it would merely be a mundane artifact. As she spoke, her gaze turned toward Bai Yi, who, upon meeting her frosty stare, felt a shiver course through him. How chilling it is. Just then, the whimsical Shi leaned closer to Bai Yi, whispering softly in his ear, this elder sister is quite impressive. I believe she complements your other sword splendidly. Why not gift that sword to her? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. A gift for her? Perhaps, in the future, she might be of assistance to you. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment and said to Lung Qing, senior sister, I possess a sword that, while not quite suited for my use, may indeed be fitting for you. Might you be interested? Lung Qing furrowed her brows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. For me? As she spoke, her palm opened, and a wooden sword materialized within her grasp. What do you think of this sword? Bai Yi was taken aback, poised to speak, when Shi interjected, senior sister. Our path in sword cultivation is not merely about enhancing our skills or acquiring external possessions. It is about nurturing the heart, refining the self, and perfecting the sword. Remember, it is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person. Shi wore a contemplative expression. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly produced the emotionless azure sword from her ring, shaking it gently. Cold sister, what do you think of this sword? Cold Qing's body quivered. For as Bai Yi revealed the blade, she felt an inexplicable resonance with it. It was as if the sword embodied her essence, and she was intrinsically linked to it. She could sense the very force with which Bai Yi gripped the sword, as though Bai Yi were not merely holding the weapon, but rather holding her. Bai Yi gazed at Lung Qing, momentarily lost in thought, a surge of joy swelling within him. What grand philosophy can you expound when confronted with treasure? Lung Qing, with a serious demeanor, spoke, junior brother Lin, this sword. Bai Yi, with an air of pride, sheathed his sword and proclaimed, we cultivate the sword not merely as a weapon, but as a reflection of our hearts, our character, and our very essence. It is not rank or material possessions that define us. Rather, it is the individual who wields the sword, not the sword that defines the individual. Beside him, Shi struggled to suppress a laugh at this audacious display. Were this seen to be witnessed by other disciples, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. How audacious to expound upon profound truths in the presence of senior sister Long. It could only be described in two words, courting death. When senior sister Ling first entered the sect, there were several oblivious souls who dared to approach her. And what was the result? A single strike pierced their brow. Throughout the entire Qingyan sect, the name of senior sister Lung has become a veritable taboo. How could this individual dare to entrap himself in such a predicament before her? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Lang Qing remained expressionless and inquired, "Junior brother Lin, may I take a closer look at that sword?" Shi turned her gaze towards Bai Yi, saying, "Brother." Bai Yi was well aware of Shi's intentions and promptly retrieved the sword, presenting it to Lung Qing. "Sister, this is for you." Upon hearing these words, Lang Qing's body trembled momentarily. "For me?" she replied, her voice barely escaping her lips. Before she could finish her sentence, a sword was thrust into Bai Ye's brow, the tip embedding itself half an inch into his flesh. Shi's expression shifted dramatically. The speed of the strike was astonishing, executed with such stealth that even she had not perceived it. Turning her gaze coldly towards Lung Qing, Shi uttered, "You seek death." As Lung Qing withdrew the sword, a sharp sound echoed, and a splash of crimson followed. Though the blade had only penetrated half an inch, its extraction was accompanied by a trickle of blood. Bai Yi touched his forehead, feeling somewhat dazed. Gazing at the blood on his hands, he nearly cursed aloud. Shi quickly examined Bai Ye's wound, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Lung Qing seemed to share the awkwardness of the moment, stating, "Lin Shidi, the name Qing bears can only be uttered by one person. And you are not that individual." With that, she turned and strode away, sword in hand. Shi coldly observed Lung Qing's retreating figure, thinking to herself, "This woman is truly formidable. That strike of hers could undoubtedly annihilate a formidable opponent at the condensed sea realm. How monstrous!" Lost in her thoughts, she glanced back at Bai Yi, intending to say something, but after a prolonged silence, she shook her head and sighed. Within the Zhao family's great hall, Du Guxian was still toying with the flying dagger. "Madam, it has been confirmed. That sword is indeed a minimum of Earth-grade superior, possibly exceeding it." A man in black robes reported respectfully. Du Guxian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, exceeding Earth-grade, reaching heaven-grade? According to our investigations, that sword has developed sentience and can automatically protect its master in times of crisis." Sentience. So, does that mean the sword has acknowledged that Lin Yi as its master? Du Guxian inquired. The black-robed man replied solemnly, "Indeed. However, if we eliminate that boy, the sword will become a masterless object." Du Guxian waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, you may leave for now." After the black-robed man departed, Du Guxian pondered for a moment before vanishing from her spot. Atop a billowing white cloud, an unkempt old man reclined, gnawing on a chicken leg. It was the elder of creation. Suddenly, a woman appeared, Du Guxian. She regarded the elder, stating, "There is an external entity." The elder took a hearty swig of wine, retorting, "What concern is that of mine?" Du Guxian, perplexed, looked at the elder. "Aren't you afraid that this continent will be destroyed by that person's sword? You have safeguarded this place for millennia." The elder of creation, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Du Guxian. "Do you presume yourself to be virtuous? Attempting such games before me." Chapter 25. Lang Qing's swordsmanship as news of the heavenly grade weapon at Qingyan sect spread across the vast Songyan continent. Various factions dispatched elder-level figures to pay their respects at the sect. In the inner hall of Qingyan sect, Chen Guangjian wore a troubled expression. He was already aware that prominent families and sects wished to come and pay homage. Who among them did not harbor ulterior motives? He turned to the four esteemed elders before him and asked, "What are your thoughts?" One elder suggested, "Perhaps we should take the initiative and compel Lin Yi to relinquish that sword." Meanwhile, Gu Xuan's expression darkened. "Elder Xie, what do you mean by that?" Elder Xie gazed at Gu Xuan, stating, "I am aware of your connection with Lin Yi. However, we must prioritize the interests of our sect. Rather than becoming the target of public scorn, it would be prudent for us to take the initiative." Upon hearing these words, the group fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, a woman interjected, "I must disagree with Elder Xie's perspective. I believe that even if they covet that sword, they would not resort to overtly seizing it." The speaker was none other than Elder Sun Yan, the master of Lung Qing. Elder Xie scoffed. "What if they attempt to take it by force?" The assembly fell silent once more. Suddenly, Chen Guangjian spoke. "Gu Shuang, please summon Lin Yi and ascertain his thoughts." Gu Shuang turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the inner hall accompanied by Bai Yi and Shi. Disciple Lin Yi pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed elders, Bai Yi said with a slight bow. Chen Guangjian smiled faintly. "Lin Yi, Are you aware that the entire Tsungyun continent is already privy to the news of your possession of a heavenly tier weapon? Bai Yi softly remarked. Poetry has already stated that this sword is a manifestation of the divine spirit of my ancestors, not merely a celestial weapon. Beside him, Elder Xie snorted derisively. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Even if we were to believe you, do you think others would? Suddenly, Poetry interjected. Is Elder Xie suggesting that my brother surrender the sword to the sect? Elder Xie chuckled foolishly. I never implied such a thing. Qin Guangjian abruptly spoke. Lin Yi, might you reveal that sword for our inspection? All eyes turned toward Bai Yi, who, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. With that, he summoned the crimson golden sword into his hand. The crowd instinctively inched closer to Bai Yi. It was undeniable that upon seeing the sword once more, they were still profoundly astonished. Although the sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, a closer examination revealed it to be imbued with innate principles. Elder Xie suddenly stepped forward. Intent on grasping the sword, Poetry swiftly positioned herself in front of Bai Yi. Are you attempting to seize it? Elder Xie's expression darkened. And though he seemed poised to articulate a response, the words remained unspoken. Elder Son, her face grave, addressed Bai Yi. This sword has already acknowledged you as its master. Even if others were to possess it, it would merely be an ordinary object. I possess a sword technique that you might find useful. With that, she produced an ancient tome and extended it toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, then Elder Son interjected, since it was bestowed upon you by Elder Son. Do not hold back. Bai Yi nodded gently and accepted the ancient text, which was titled 3 Sword Techniques. Elder Son, noticing Bai Yi's acceptance of the tome, spoke. This sword technique was an accidental discovery of mine. Though it comprises merely 3 forms, the power of each is extraordinarily formidable. More importantly, when this sword art is cultivated to its utmost perfection, each technique can invoke the principles of the great Tao. It is no exaggeration to assert that it possesses the potential to obliterate heaven and earth. Bai Yi appeared somewhat uneasy. Elder Son, such a precious sword technique is too valuable for me to accept, he said, extending the scroll back to Elder Sunday. However, Shir suddenly bowed slightly to Elder Son, expressing, I would like to thank you on behalf of my brother. With that, she took the sword technique from Bai Yi's hands and secured it for herself. Qin Guangjian chuckled softly and advised, Lin Yi, you should return home for now. It would be wise to remain within the sect during this period, as I have an unsettling sense that there are many concealed presences in our vicinity. They may pose a threat to you. Bai Yi clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, expressing his gratitude to the sect leader. Afterward, he sheathed his sword and departed with Shir. Once the two had left, Elder Son suddenly remarked, to have comprehended the essence of the sword at such a young age in the Qi condensation realm is no small feat. Qin Guangjian's pupils constricted in surprise. Are you saying Lin Yi has grasped the sword intent? Among those present, only Elder Son was a swordsman, making her particularly attuned to the nuances of sword intent. She had already discerned this as Bai Yi entered the inner hall. The other individuals, while powerful, lacked sensitivity to sword intent and would not have noticed without careful observation. The other 3 elders were equally astonished. To comprehend sword intent at the age of 17 in the Qi condensation realm undoubtedly marked him as a prodigious talent. Elder Son, after 30 years of sword cultivation, had only just managed to grasp the sword intent. Although there were many swordsmen across the Tsungyun continent, those who truly understood the sword intent were exceedingly rare. It was even more exceptional for someone as young as Lin Yi to achieve such an understanding. Gu Shuang couldn't help but display a flicker of joy upon hearing this, yet he soon heaved a sigh. Sect leader, what shall we do if they come to seize that sword? Qin Guangjian pondered for a moment before sighing in return. Alas, it is both a blessing and a curse. Lin Yi and Shir returned to their courtyard, where Shir presented him with a manual of sword techniques. Brother, you can learn this. In truth, Bai Yi did require a manual on sword techniques. The previous sword scripture left to him by Yunshang consisted only of theoretical principles and beliefs regarding the sword path. He had yet to possess any practical sword techniques to wield. Although he had now comprehended the sword intent, he remained uncertain about its application. The other manual, 10,000 Swords Returned to One, was still beyond his comprehension. Bai Yi took the book and, upon opening it, found himself momentarily stunned. 3 sword techniques. 1 sword shatters the earth, 1 sword punishes the heavens, 1 sword annihilates the cosmos. Such ferocity. How does this compare to the former tome? Every word and thought exterminates the 10,000 realms. Are they both equally formidable? Is it the sword technique that is extraordinary? Or is this world simply fragile? Upon noticing Bai Ye's peculiar expression, Shi felt a bit uneasy. Brother, are you questioning the validity of the sword techniques described within? Bai Ye hurriedly nodded. If it is truly as described within, how could one possibly engage in combat? A single stroke of the sword would obliterate the heavens. Sure. Her expression fraught with exasperation, replied, do you think that merely being human allows one to attain perfection in cultivation? The potency of this swordsmanship is contingent upon the practitioner's level of mastery. For instance, at your current stage of chi condensation, even if you were to master this technique, a single strike would merely lay waste to the entire border city. With a sigh, she conceded, all right, I must admit that this sword technique is indeed rather formidable. Bai Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. To destroy the entire border city? Sure, unfazed, responded. Do you have any idea how swiftly senior sister Leng's sword struck that day? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been caught off guard, his brow pierced before he even realized what was happening. Fortunately, senior sister Leng had shown restraint, or else he would have long since met his demise. Sure continued. Her sword embodies the principle of simplification through complexity and swiftness that shatters the norm. In essence, the speed of her strike transcended conventional rules, which is why, before you even sensed her move, the blade had already found its mark at your brow. Bai Ye cleared his throat. Is senior sister Leng really that peculiar? The moment the words escaped his lips, he hastily covered his mouth. After all, senior sister Leng resided next door. Should she overhear him discussing her unfavorably, he could hardly fathom the consequences. Sure cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye. If my predictions hold true, senior sister Leng's peak speed should be within 3 zhang. Beyond that distance, her speed does not reach its zenith. Nevertheless, it is already terrifying enough. Brother, you must put in more effort. With that, she playfully waved her clenched fist at Bai Ye, breaking into a gleeful smile. Bai Ye gazed intently at Sure, feeling the weight of Bai Ye's stare. Sure's heart involuntarily tightened. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Bai Ye was on the verge of speaking when a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Chapter 26. This person seems familiar. How could one achieve such an extraordinary speed from 3 zhang away? The voice was exceedingly frigid, sending shivers down one's spine as if one were plunged into an icy cavern. The two turned to look, and there stood Ling Qing, her expression impassive. Clad in a light blue gown, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, were clear yet imbued with an icy demeanor as she approached with measured steps. Bai Ye's heart sank with a sudden jolt. It's over. They've truly come to my doorstep. This senior sister has remarkably keen hearing. Sure smiled lightly. Cold senior sister, achieving the pinnacle of speed from a distance of 3 zhang, or even farther, is not particularly challenging. After a brief pause, she added, at least for you, it is not very difficult. As for others, that remains to be seen. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback when she noticed Sure gazing in her direction. Suddenly, Long Qing spoke up, inquiring, how can one achieve this? After a moment of contemplation, Sure replied, let go of the physical form. Lang Qing furrowed her brow, but after a brief pause, she gently nodded. I understand. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge? Bai Ye, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Sure, who merely shook her head. I learned it from the book. After speaking, she flashed a playful smile. In the Jin Yuan sect, a middle-aged man donned in a cloud-blue brocade robe stood with his hands clasped behind him. This was Yuan Jiang, the sect leader of Jin Yuan, and before him stood Elder Yuan Shui. A few days prior, they had heard of the emergence of a heavenly tier weapon at the Qingyun sect, prompting many great powers to flock to witness it. However, Yuan Jiang refrained from sending anyone and ordered all disciples of Jin Yuan not to engage in discussions regarding the matter. Elder Yuan Shui, perplexed, inquired, sect leader, why do we not go and take a look? Yuan Jiang, his expression unyielding, replied, I fear you may act foolishly upon seeing it. Yet, if we do not strive for it, then in the future, Yuan Jiang interrupted Yuan Shui. Do you believe anyone would dare to act at this moment? Yuan Shui, bewildered, responded, can they withstand temptation? With a chuckle, Yuan Jiang retorted, there is but one heavenly tier weapon. Only a fool would strike first. I believe that the trial grounds soon to come will present the best opportunity. Will Lin Yu take his sword to the trial grounds? Yuan Jiang pondered for a moment. He likely will. Days later, figures soared through the sky, all heading towards the direction of Qingyun sect. At Qingyun sect, Chen Guangjian was deep in thought within Qingyun Hall. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in. Report to the sect leader, elders of Xianmen sect, Blood Moon sect. And the elders of the 5 great families are en route to our Qing Yun sect. They shall arrive shortly. Qin Guangjian narrowed his eyes, summoned the 4 elders to the hall. Yes. Just as the disciple exited the grand hall, a voice rang out, "Sect leader Qin. I hope all is well. Haha. We come uninvited this time. Please forgive us." Qin Guangjian turned to see dozens of figures, including elder generation elders and young prodigies. After inviting them into the hall and ensuring fine spiritual tea was served, Qin Guangjian addressed the assembly. "Your presence truly elevates my Qing Yun sect." "Haha, sect leader Qin. How have you been?" Another voice called from outside. It was Mu Xiao, the supreme elder of Songyun continent, accompanied by Elder Tang Sheng of the Tang family, followed by several young prodigies of the Tang family. Upon recognizing Mu Xiao, Qin Guangjian quickly rose to greet him with utmost respect. The previous arrivals were all elder-level figures from various factions, thus did not warrant such deference from Qin Guangjian. However, Mu Xiao was different. He was the supreme elder of Songyun Academy, a position that commanded respect. After all, no one desired conflict or misunderstanding with the foremost power of Songyun continent, Songyun Academy. Seeing Qin Guangjian rise to welcome him, Mu Xiao was quite pleased and chuckled. "I apologize for the intrusion today, sect leader Qin." Qin Guangjian quickly responded with a smile. "Not at all, Elder Mu. Your visit brings great honor to my Qing Yun sect, and I could not be more delighted. So there is no need for such apologies." As Qin Guangjian invited Mu Xiao to take the seat of honor within the hall, Mu Xiao graciously offered to share the position. Surveying the assembly with a smile, Mu Xiao remarked, "Esteemed elders, your unexpected gathering must surely pertain to a singular matter concerning me, Mu." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Elder Zhou Yang of the Xianmen sect, with a smile, declared, "I have heard whispers of a celestial-grade weapon emerging from the Qing sect, and I, Shou, have come to behold it. I implore you, Master Qin, do not be stingy." Elder Uxin of the Blood Moon sect chuckled, "If I were to witness a celestial-grade weapon in my lifetime, I would have no regrets." The elders urged Qin Guangjian to hasten and present the sword for their admiration. Qin Guangjian displayed an expression of difficulty, saying, "To speak candidly, this sword does not belong to the Qing sect. Rather, it is a treasured heirloom of one of our disciples. I cannot ascertain whether it truly qualifies as a celestial-grade weapon." "Oh, Master Qin, let us not be modest. Since it is a celestial-grade weapon belonging to your disciple, it is, in essence, a possession of the Qing Yun sect, is it not?" They chimed in. "Surely, Master Qin would not be so ungenerous? We have traveled a great distance. You cannot expect us to leave empty-handed. After all, we merely wish to behold it, not to seize it." Suddenly, Mu Xiao laughed. "Come now, Master Qin. Do not be so reserved. Please, bring forth the celestial-grade weapon so that we may indulge our curiosity." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Guangjian turned to Gu Shuang and said, "Elder Gu, please summon Lin Yi." Gu Shuang hesitated briefly before turning to depart. After Bai Ye's departure, Lung Qing devoted himself to comprehending and refining the 3 sword techniques. Now, he has nearly mastered the first technique, one sword shatters the earth. With his current prowess, when he unleashes this technique with all his might, the ground within several zhang is utterly obliterated by over 3 feet. It must be acknowledged that the power of this sword skill is indeed formidable. However, it possesses a significant drawback. Its speed is lamentably sluggish. In comparison to Long Qing's sword, the difference is nothing short of astronomical. Bai Yi gazed at Shi and inquired, "If only we could combine the earth-shattering might of this sword with the swiftness of Senior Sisterling S strike, it would be utterly flawless." Shi, taken aback and poised to respond, was interrupted as Gu Shuang entered the courtyard. "Year, the sect master requests your presence in the main hall." Without much thought, Bai Yi followed Gu Shuang towards the main hall, while Shi trailed behind, burdened by her thoughts. Before long, the trio arrived at the grand hall. And as they stepped inside, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He beheld the members of the Tang family, along with various elders from other clans, many of whom were familiar faces. He was just about to concoct an excuse to slip away when Qin Guangjian suddenly pointed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "This is the disciple Lin Yi." The crowd turned their gaze towards Bai Yi, and at that moment, Tang Shiyun, who had followed the Tang clan elders, abruptly stood up, ready to speak, but was restrained by Tang Sheng beside her. The other factions displayed peculiar expressions, and noticing this scene, Qin Guangjian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know my disciple Lin Yi?" At that moment, Elder Li from the Li family of the border city chimed in. "This visage seems quite familiar." Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, "This young friend appears to resemble." Oh, it seems I recall something. He might be a sword cultivator. The audience grew somewhat uneasy at this statement, as it was evident that he was indeed a sword cultivator, possessing a heavenly greatsword. Tang Xing fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, asking, "Are you young Master Lin? May I inquire about your place of residence and your father's identity?" Realizing he might have overstepped, he quickly added, "Young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. My curiosity is solely about the origins of your sword." At that instant, Shi stepped forward and offered a slight bow, stating, "Both my brother and I hail from the Lin family of Shantao town in the border city. That sword belongs to our family, passed down through generations." Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xiu suddenly called out, "Bai Yi." Bai Yi instinctively turned his head to look. Chapter 27. What does Elder Son mean by this? Bai Yi and Mu Xiu locked eyes, the corners of Mu Xiu's mouth curling into a sardonic smirk. Witnessing this scene, Shi's heart sank. How could her foolish brother be so oblivious? At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixated on Bai Yi, and just as Shi was about to speak, a frigid voice echoed, "Junior Brother Lin, come here for a moment." For the first time, Shi perceived an unexpected coolness within that icy tone. She hurriedly tugged at Bai Yi, whispering, "Present the sword to the sect leader, let them see it. Senior Sister Ling is seeking us for a matter." Bai Yi suddenly awoke and swiftly drew forth his sword, presenting it to Chen Guangjian. As the blade was unsheathed, all eyes in the arena shifted from Bai Yi to the sword itself. Chen Guangjian accepted the weapon, saying, "You may all withdraw for now." Bai Yi and his companion turned and walked away. Outside the hall, Lung Qing stood silently, his presence still chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, at that moment, Bai Yi perceived this frigid aura as a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering heat of summer. Bai Yi clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Lung Qing replied in a calm voice, "From this moment forth, you would be wise not to step outside the sect, for to do so would surely lead to your demise." Shi also nodded. "I did not anticipate that they would recognize you so easily. I have indeed underestimated their capabilities." But you could only manage a bitter smile, acknowledging the inevitable confrontation ahead. Let us return. Inside the Qingyan Hall, the crowd engaged in fervent discussions about the sword. Some claimed it was merely a top-tier earthly weapon, while others asserted it was at least a mid-tier heavenly one. The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices. Sure, about my sword." Long Qing replied with an impassive expression, "It is just a sword. As sword cultivators, we ought not to be concerned with material possessions. With a sword in the heart, all things become swords. Furthermore, that sword has already recognized you as its master. Even if others were to obtain it, they may not wield it effectively unless they were to take your life." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi felt an inexplicable chill sweep over his neck, causing him to shudder. "Senior sister, I understand this reasoning, but that sword was given to me by Shaner." Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Hee. Is she the senior sister with whom you share your meals?" Bai Yi's face darkened with frustration at the girl. "Meat? What kind of meat?" Lung Qing interjected with curiosity. "Sister, are you familiar with the ancient desire beasts?" Shi suddenly posed a question to Lung Qing. "I have encountered them in ancient texts," Lung Qing replied, her expression shifting in surprise. "He has consumed that kind of meat? With white hair adorned with dark streaks. I could scarcely endure the scene before me. How could these two individuals be so shameless?" Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Senior sister, I possess 2 eggs. Would you care to take a look?" Just then, a sword came to a halt half a foot from Bai Yi, halted by a shimmering barrier of golden light. Observing this, Lung Qing let out a soft gasp. Bai Yi, drenched in perspiration, mused to himself, "This senior sister is quite peculiar, brandishing her sword at a moment's notice. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, inscribing a defensive array on a spirit stone to carry with me. Otherwise, we would surely witness a gory spectacle once more." Meanwhile, Shi observed Lang Qing with a grave expression, noting that this sword strike was executed with a speed surpassing even that of the previous encounter. It is remarkable that such progress could be made in merely a few days. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional talent in martial arts displayed by this individual. Long Qing fixed his gaze upon the golden barrier of light before Bai Yi, inquiring, "What is this?" Bai Yi smiled wryly and said, "Sister, must we resort to drawing our swords at every turn?" Lung Qing ignored Bai Yi, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Shi gazed at Bai Yi with an amused expression and remarked, "Brother, are you attempting to pry into the heart of this icy beauty?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi fell into a prolonged silence, unable to utter a single word. Within the Qingyan Hall, only Mu Xiu and a few members of the Tang family remained. Mu Xiao looked at Chen Guangjian and said, Master Chen, I trust you understand what must be done. Chen Guangjian remained silent. Elder Xie snorted disdainfully. That Bai Yi has audaciously assumed another's identity to come to our Qinyan sect. According to sect rules, he should be expelled and have his cultivation abolished. Gu Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. If he truly is Bai Yi, then we should hand him over to Elder Mu and the others. But Elder Xie interjected sharply. But what? Elder Sun Yin suddenly spoke up. Regardless of whether Lin Yi is Bai Yi or not, he is currently a disciple of our Qinyan sect. Is it not excessive to act in this manner? Tang Sheng glanced at Sun Yin and said with a smirk, So, Elder Sun's stance is to side with our adversary. Is it? Before Sun Yin could respond, Chen Guangjian abruptly commanded, Enough. Go summon the two of them here. In the courtyard, sure, with a grave expression, said to Bai Yi, They have already seen through your identity. We must leave this place at once. Bai Yi wore a sullen expression, just about to speak when a disciple from the inner sect entered the courtyard and addressed the two, saying, The sect master requests your presence at the Qinyan Hall. A sense of foreboding enveloped Bai Yi as he realized the inevitable. It must be those individuals from the Tang family seeking him out. Sure furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, What do they want from us? The disciple shook his head in response, stating, I do not know. Sure tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, suggesting, Let us go and see. It cannot hurt. Upon arriving at the Qinyan Hall, they were met with the sight of the Tang family members and Mu Xiao still present, causing their hearts to plunge. Indeed, it was the Tang family, and this time, it was truly over. Chen Guangjian, noticing the chilling gaze exchanged between the two, pointed at Bai Yi and declared, You are not Lin Yi. You are, in fact, Bai Yi. Now, reveal your true intentions for coming to our Qinyan sect. Bai Yi's expression was somewhat grim. Sect leader, I am indeed Bai Yi. But I am also a disciple of Qinyan sect. Preposterous. To impersonate another and infiltrate our Qinyan sect is a blatant violation of our sect rules. How dare you still claim to be a disciple of Qinyan sect? Elder Xie interjected, not allowing Bai Yi to finish. Gu Shuang looked at Sure with a hint of confusion. Sure, are you not of the Lin family either? With a touch of regret, Sure replied, Indeed, I am not. However, I was unaware of Elder Gu's significant connection to the Lin family. It was merely a coincidence. My brother and I joined Qinyan sect with no ulterior motives. We simply wish to live quietly as disciples of the sect. Chen Guangjian spoke up. Since you two are not of the Lin family and have infiltrated our sect under false pretenses, I shall deal with this according to our sect regulations. Do you have any objections? Bai Yi forced a smile. What a splendid enforcement of the sect's regulations. Since I am not a disciple of your Qinyan sect, please return my sword to me. Elder Xie sneered, Your sword? It has already been confiscated by the sect. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao cast a cold glance at Elder Xie and remarked, Elder Xie, although this disciple may have violated the sect's rules, that sword rightfully belongs to him. Shouldn't you return it? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiao's words. However, he soon comprehended that this Mu Xiao was indeed a cunning old fox. Suddenly, Chen Guangjian interjected, We will discuss the matter of the sword at a later time. For now, I must enforce the sect's regulations. I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. As he spoke, he struck towards Bai Yi with a palm. An overwhelming pressure rendering Bai Yi immobile and powerless to resist. This was not merely the stripping of his cultivation, it was, in fact, a fatal blow. Sure displayed an expression of indecision. At that moment, Elder Sun appeared before Bai Yi, swiftly drawing his sword to deliver a decisive strike. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant. Chen Guangjian fixed a cold gaze upon Elder Sun. What do you mean by this, Elder Sun? Chapter 28. I will hold you off. Elder Sun clasped his hands in greeting. Sect leader, dealing with Lin Yi is an internal matter of our sect. Is it appropriate to do so in front of so many outsiders? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Mu Xiao and the members of the Tang family. Mu Xiao chuckled. Does Elder Sun consider our Tsangyan Academy to be outsiders? Chen Guangjian glared frostily at Elder Sun. Withdraw. Elder Sun shook her head with a sigh. Sect leader, I have not finished speaking. Elder Xie then scoffed. Elder Sun, are you perhaps in league with Bai Yi? Bai Yi respectfully clasped his hands before Elder Sun, saying, Elder Sun, there is no need for you to speak on behalf of the younger generation. I am eager to observe how this Master Chen treats the disciples of his own sect. Chen Guangjian let out a cold laugh, retorting, Disciples of the sect? You are not one of my sect's disciples. With that, he launched another attack, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Bai Yi. The aura of death enveloped him. and Bai Yi found himself feeling utterly defenseless against this overwhelming force. Yet, he did not succumb to despair, though he was without a sword in hand. He recalled the sword techniques inscribed in his mind, where the essence of the sword resided, permeating all things. He pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, declaring, "One sword shatters the earth." With a thunderous roar, the ground within the hall shattered instantaneously, and the entire chamber crumbled into dust. Nevertheless, Bai Yi was still sent flying several dozen yards away. As he came to a halt, blood poured from his mouth, leaving him gravely injured. Poem hurried to Bai Yi's side, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Yi shook his head, remarking that he was still alive. The crowd was astounded to witness Bai Yi withstand Qin Guangjian's formidable strike. Elder Sun mused to himself, recognizing Bai Yi's extraordinary talent in merely a few days. He had managed to master the first sword of the three sword techniques to a commendable degree. Moreover, he wielded his finger as a sword to unleash such power, indicating that his swordsmanship had reached the realm of the heart sword. Mu Xiu fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, contemplating the remarkable feat of this individual, who, despite being in the qi condensation realm, had withstood a blow from the sea-breaking realm without succumbing. Although Qin Guangjian had not exerted his full strength, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator to endure. With a darkened expression, Qin Guangjian glared at Bai Yi, declaring his intent to execute him for the crime of treason. He then unleashed another palm strike, this time employing 80% of his strength, confident that Bai Yi, in his injured state, would not withstand the assault. A massive palm imprint descended upon Bai Yi, who contorted his face in a grimace, preparing to unleash another earth-breaking sword. At that moment, Elder Sun stepped in front of Bai Yi, thrusting his sword toward the colossal palm imprint. The sword light pierced forth, yet the imprint remained unbroken, merely dimming slightly. Elder Sun was violently thrown back 100 paces, blood spilling from his mouth as Bai Yi rushed to his side. "Elder Sun, are you all right?" Bai Yi inquired anxiously. Elder Sun waved his hand dismissively, expressing his desire for Bai Yi, a prodigious sword cultivator, not to perish here. Qin Guangjian, seething with anger, confronted Elder Sun, demanding if he truly wished to side with a traitor. Elder Sun met Qin Guangjian's gaze, addressing him as the sect leader. Suddenly, Elder Xie scoffed, asserting that the crime of treason must be punished. He then turned to Qin Guangjian, urging him to execute the three traitors according to sect regulations. Qin Guangjian's eyes gleamed with malice as he unleashed another palm strike, causing the surrounding air to boil with dark golden light. The immense palm imprint distorted the very fabric of space, representing his full power, aimed at eliminating the three in one decisive blow. Sure watched the impending strike with hesitation, aware that neither Bai Yi nor Elder Sun could withstand such a terrifying attack. Should she intervene? As she wrestled with her indecision, the colossal palm imprint bore down upon them. Bai Yi produced several spirit stones inscribed with array patterns and infused them with his essence to activate the formation. A golden light erupted, and in an instant, the three vanished without a trace. As soon as they disappeared, the massive palm imprint crashed down, creating a deep, bottomless pit in the ground where they had just stood. Qin Guangjian furrowed his brow, realizing they had escaped. Mu Xiu spoke gravely, acknowledging the formation's involvement, having overlooked the woman alongside Bai Yi. He recognized Sure as the adept in formations from the 5-star academy whom he had previously underestimated. Realizing this, he turned to Qin Guangjian, insisting they pursue them, as they could not have gone far. The three materialized in Bai Yi's previous courtyard, having employed the teleportation array they had learned from the formation records, which allowed instant relocation to a designated location. However, there is a drawback. The distance is limited to within 100 feet. Elder Sun gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, realizing he had underestimated him. "I never anticipated your mastery of formations. Think of a way to escape quickly. They may find this place before long." Bai Yi hurriedly spoke. "Elder Sun, please tend to your wounds." He could naturally discern that Elder Sun was gravely injured. Despite having no familial ties with her, she had risked her life to assist him, which filled him with a sense of guilt. At that moment, Lung Qing suddenly entered the courtyard and, upon seeing the severely wounded Elder Sun, inquired, "Master, who has attacked you?" Elder Sun replied, "It was the sect leader who sought to slay Lin Yi. I intervened to stop him, and was subsequently injured by the sect leader. He has now harbored murderous intent. You must swiftly escort the two of them away from Qingyun's sect. I will hold them off for a moment." Sure quickly added, "Senior, you are already gravely wounded. It may be beyond your capacity to withstand them. Let us devise a way to escape together." Bai Yi nodded eagerly, "Elder Sun. Let us devise a way to escape together." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, Escape? Do you truly believe you can evade me? The speaker was none other than Elder Xie. As his words fell, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the group. The immense shadow of his fist stirred the air, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Just as Bai Yi was about to strike, a sharp sound pierced the air. A sword had already penetrated Elder Xie's brow. Terror flooded Elder Xie's face as he stared at the sword wielder, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Bai Yi stood frozen in place. The one who drew the sword was none other than Long Qing. To her astonishment, she had effortlessly dispatched Elder Xie, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Even Elder Sun was taken aback, exclaiming that she had indeed reached the realm of intense sword. Poetic and slightly ethereal, Shi mused to herself, truly, a genius, having touched upon the realm of intense sword in just a few days. As Long Qing sheathed her sword and turned to speak, a menacing aura suddenly enveloped her, striking her back 10 paces. She swiftly turned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The assailant was none other than Chen Guangjian. With a cold gaze fixed upon Long Qing, he declared, "Killing a sect elder is a capital offense." In truth, Long Qing's swift execution of Elder Xie had also momentarily stunned him. Although she was merely at the Qi manipulation stage, her ability to so easily slay an elder of the core formation stage was astonishing. This only intensified his murderous intent. He then opened his palm, and a spear materialized in his hand. Seeing the spear in Chen Guangjian's grip, Elder Sun's heart sank. The sect master had summoned the treasured artifact of the sect, a top-tier Xian rank weapon. How could they possibly withstand such a force? He quickly urged Bai Yi and the others, "You must flee. I will hold him off." Bai Yi and the others exchanged bitter smiles, shaking their heads in resignation. Where could we possibly run to? Chen Guangjian brandished his spear, unleashing a flurry of glinting blades that seemed to strain the very fabric of space, causing fissures to appear. In an instant, hundreds of these razor-sharp blades surged towards Bai Yi and his companions. Chapter 29. The death of Elder Sun. A multitude of blades hurtled towards the 4 of them, prompting Elder Sun to rise with great effort, positioning himself protectively in front of the trio. Yet, Long Qing stepped forward resolutely, standing alongside him. "Master, I will stand with you." Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi promptly stepped forward, declaring that they would face the challenge together. In an instant, hundreds of blades of light surged forth. Bai Yi brought his fingers together, forming them into a sword, and continuously waved his hand to unleash streams of sword light, severing countless blades. After a relentless effort, he finally shattered one of the incoming blades, yet several still pierced his body. Staggering back a few steps, he persisted in wielding his finger sword against the onslaught of blades. Elder Sun also swung her sword in a flurry, defending against the menacing blades that approached her. In her already injured state, her complexion turned pale, and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. In contrast, Long Qing's movements were surprisingly simple, delivering swift thrusts like lightning. With each strike, a blade would shatter. The clanging sounds of their clashes resonated, as waves of blades swirled around Bai Yi and his companions. Chen Guangjian continued to wield his spear, unleashing dozens of blades with each thrust. Shi stood protected behind the 3, and while most of the blades were intercepted by them, a few still aimed towards her. Yet, Shi appeared oblivious, lost in thought. Those few blades vanished mere inches from her position. Of course, Bai Yi and the others were unaware of this spectacle, their focus solely on the multitude of blades before them. At last, Bai Yi could no longer endure. He was struck by dozens of blades, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. The other 3 turned to look at Bai Yi, concern etched on their faces. Just as Shi gritted her teeth, ready to act, Elder Sun suddenly cackled. "Ha ha ha. Long Qing, take them and leave." Long Qing paused for a moment before responding, "One day, my disciple will avenge you." With that, she turned and, along with Bai Yi and Shi, crushed a teleportation talisman. Elder Sun's furious voice echoed, "A sword to sever the heavens." With a resounding hum, Elder Sun's aura surged violently. The power of the soul ignition caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. A colossal blue sword floated above Elder Sun's head, embodying the power of annihilation. Though it contained only a fraction of its potential, it was sufficient to cleave this realm asunder. Chen Guangjian's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he exclaimed, "Old woman's son, have you lost your mind?" Mu Xiao also wore a grave expression, urging, "We must retreat." With a thunderous roar, Elder Sun ultimately refrained from unleashing the sword, for her strength was insufficient to control its power. The forced exertion resulted in a backlash that shattered her body, sending a spray of blood that stained the sky crimson. The immense sword gradually dimmed and ultimately vanished. Observing this, Mushio narrowed his eyes, contemplating the terrifying nature of that sword technique. If Elder Sun were to reach the sea-breaking realm and wield that sword, it could indeed sever this world. As he pondered this, he seemed to realize something and glanced toward the spot where Bai Yi had been. They've escaped? Qin Guangjian's face darkened with fury. He was seething first. Bai Yi had destroyed the Qingyun Hall. Then Elder Xie had been slain by Lung Qing's sword. And now, despite exerting all his strength, Bai Yi and his companions had managed to flee. Although Elder Sun has passed away, it holds no significance for him. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a cold snort. Another formation, the pursuit continues. Mushio, however, shook his head, with the three of them possessing a formation. Even if they were to catch up, it would be difficult to prevent their escape. I shall return to the academy first and seek the assistance of a formation master to confront them together. Qin Guangjian nodded. That would be advisable. Bai Yi and a few others arrived at a dense forest, seeking a relatively secluded spot. Both he and Lung Qing were gravely injured and needed to tend to their wounds. Otherwise, if they were pursued again, their fate would be dire. They no longer possessed any teleportation talismans or spatial arrays. Bai Yi quickly retrieved a pile of spirit stones, intent on inscribing several teleportation arrays as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Lung Qing sat cross-legged, beginning his recovery. Sure, with her large, sparkling eyes, gazed at Bai Yi and said, "Brother." Bai Yi raised his gaze toward Sure and, upon seeing that she was unscathed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had long regarded Sure as a sister and, naturally, wished for her safety. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Yi had inscribed over a dozen teleportation arrays, alongside several defensive formations. He distributed 2 defensive spirit stones to each of Sure and Lung Qing, instructing them on their usage. Having completed these tasks, Bai Yi turned to the two. "We shall venture to the Black Wind Forest." Lung Qing's expression was one of confusion. To where? Indeed. There have been rumors of beastly apparitions in that vicinity. I have long desired to investigate, especially since we have no other destination. Sure nodded in agreement. It seems prudent to go there. Perhaps they will not suspect us of doing so. Lung Qing, her face impassive, regarded Bai Yi. "Lend me some spirit stones. I wish to enhance my strength and avenge my master." At her words, both Bai Yi and Sure's eyes dimmed. Elder Sun had fallen in his attempt to save them, a thought that weighed heavily on Bai Yi's heart. He then produced a handful of spirit stones and handed them to Lung Qing, who accepted them without hesitation. "Let us depart." Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily made their way towards the Black Wind Forest. Within the Tang family hall, Tang Sheng recounted the earlier events in detail to Tang Xifeng. After a moment of silence, Tang Xifeng mused, "So Bai Yi has yet to perish? But did not Qiuyun and the others personally slay him?" Tang Sheng replied, "Currently, Elder Mushio and Master Qin are pursuing him. Should we offer our assistance?" Tang Xifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Let them handle it. We shall observe in silence for now." In the Zhao family hall, Duga Xian appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, a cunning smile graced her lips. "Bring someone in." As her words fell, a man clad in black entered the hall. Dugu Xian chuckled softly. "Disseminate the message discreetly. That sword may conceal the key to leaving this continent. Moreover, it could enable a supreme master to further their cultivation." "Understood." The man in black retreated quietly. In the hall of Songyan Academy, Mushio stood quietly, facing the academy's principal, Song Lan, and 3 array masters. One of the array masters, with a chuckle, remarked, "What a rarity. Haha. It appears there is indeed something that Elder Mushio cannot resolve." Mushio's expression darkened. The speaker was Lu Changxing, with whom he had a history of minor grievances, often engaging in verbal sparring. Though their enmity was not profound, their frequent disputes had created a palpable tension between them. Song Lan spoke calmly. "Could it be that the woman hails from outside?" At this, astonishment spread across the faces of Mushio and the others. Although Mushio had harbored suspicions prior, hearing the principal voice such a possibility took him aback. Song Lan pondered for a moment before continuing. "If she does indeed come from beyond, we might glean insights from her on how to escape this continent. Perhaps even advancing our own cultivation. He has been stranded at the pinnacle of the revered realm for over several centuries. And it cannot be understated that the allure of further advancement is of paramount importance to him." Another array master pondered for a moment before stating, "According to Elder Mu, since that woman can effortlessly inscribe void array patterns and can also teleport using arrays, I estimate she must be at least an 8th level array master. The speaker was Han Chonglin, an unequivocal fifth-level array master and one of the foremost array masters on the Tsangyun continent. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but display expressions of gravity. Chapter 30. The concealed celestial array. Kanglin spoke up. Do you three have a way to ensnare them? Han Chonglin contemplated for a moment. There is indeed a method, though it may require a substantial amount of spirit stones. To trap them, we must construct a grand array that isolates the internal and external spaces. However, Mushio interjected eagerly. But what? Han Chonglin continued. If we are to confine them, we must capture them in an exceedingly short time. We cannot afford them any opportunity to dismantle the array. Kanglin nodded. Master Han is correct. He then turned to Mushio. Do we have any leads on their whereabouts? Mushio shook his head. Not at the moment, but finding a few should not prove difficult. I will dispatch someone to search for them immediately. Han Chonglin cautioned. When you locate them, do not allow them to detect your presence. We require time to arrange the array. Once it is set, we will act. Mushio replied affirmatively. I shall go and send someone to search right away. At the Jinyuan sect, within the Jinyuan hall, Yuan Jiang was contemplating something while holding a cup of tea. At that moment, Yuan Shui hurriedly entered the grand hall, first offering a slight bow before saying, Sect Master, that sword is currently within the Qingyun sect. And the individual named Lin Yi is actually a descendant of the Bai family, which was previously annihilated by the Tang family. Bai Yi is now being pursued by the sect master of Qingyun sect and elder Mushio of Tsangyun Academy. However, he is quite cunning and has vanished without a trace. I have also learned that the sword may be an artifact from beyond our realm and could potentially offer an opportunity for a peak expert in the revered realm to advance further. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiang sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Shui. Is this information reliable? Yuan Shui nodded vigorously. Absolutely reliable. Yuan Jiang's expression shifted through various emotions, but he soon regained his composure. With Tsangyun Academy's involvement, even the finest treasures may elude us. Yuan Shui sighed lightly in agreement. Indeed. Yuan Jiang sat back down, taking a small sip of tea before continue to monitor their movements. And report to me promptly should there be any changes. Yuan Shui acknowledged and withdrew, leaving Yuan Jiang to plunge into deep contemplation. In the imperial capital, a grand hall, spanning 100 feet and surrounded by clouds, was encircled by 4 colored rays of light. It was not the celestial palace of divine beings, yet it surpassed even the beauty of the heavenly abodes. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man adorned with a royal crown and clad in a light golden dragon robe was diligently reviewing the memorials in his hand. The individual in question is none other than the sovereign of the imperial capital, Songyu. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, with a large blade hanging at his waist, approached. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. I pay my respects to the sovereign. Songyu slowly lifted his head, setting aside the documents in his hand, and a warm smile graced his lips. Commander Jiang, do you have something to discuss? Commander Jiang replied. With all due respect, Sovereign, a celestial-grade weapon has emerged within the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, it has been speculated that this sword may be of foreign origin, potentially offering a chance to leave this continent. Songyu furrowed his brow. I have indeed heard of this sword before. But can a mere blade truly facilitate our departure from this land? Commander Jiang continued. According to my investigations, this sword was initially wielded by a young boy, accompanied by a woman of mysterious origins, who is also a high-level formation master. Upon hearing this, Songyu expressed surprise, aware that there was not a single formation master within their imperial hall. In fact, across the entire Tsangyun continent, only the Tsangyun Academy boasted 3 such masters. However, such matters held little significance for Songyu. As long as no one troubled the imperial hall, he had no intention of involving himself in the mundane disputes of the world. To him, the endless bickering was rather pointless. Living in harmony with the world was his chosen way of existence. Consequently, all factions within the Tsangyun continent tended to overlook the imperial hall, regardless of the events that unfolded. Songyu shook his head with a light chuckle. You should keep an eye on this matter, but merely observe. Do not interfere. Commander Jiang acknowledged and took his leave. Within the hall, Songyu sighed softly. Could a change be upon us? He then conjured a long halberd in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint azure glow, reminiscent of the ethereal flames of the netherworld yearning for the souls of the living. If Shir were present, she would surely be astonished, for this halberd was indeed a celestial-grade supreme weapon. In a dense thicket, Bai Yi and his companions sat quietly upon the ground. At this moment, Lang Qing had fully recovered from his injuries, and Bai Yi was nearly back to full strength as well. Suddenly, Lang Qing spoke. I am going to strive for the return to Dan realm. Please protect me. Shir shook her head. Sister, do not rush into the return to Dan realm just yet. I have a secret to share with you. Each realm does not merely consist of 5 minor stages, but rather 10 stages or even higher. With a twinkle in her eye, she continued, Oh, I read this in a book. Ancient texts record that if one cultivates a realm to its utmost limit, the results can be truly terrifying. For instance, your chi control realm currently allows you to manipulate the chi within a distance of merely several meters. Have you ever considered what might transpire if your chi control could extend to 100 or even 1,000 meters? Upon hearing this, Lang Qing's pupils constricted suddenly. To cultivate a singular realm to its zenith? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly contemplating his own realm, and then spoke. What about me? My condensation realm seems to differ from others. Shir smiled playfully. Brother, you are currently at the 9th level of condensation. That's why you are distinct. Others are merely at the initial stage of condensation. Lang Qing interjected. If one were to cultivate a singular realm to its pinnacle, wouldn't that be? Shir nodded. In theory, if one were to reach the apex, one could be deemed invincible in a certain sense. Bai Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, Invincible? Shir nodded in affirmation. Consider this. If your chi condensation realm were to reach its zenith, allowing you to instantaneously condense hundreds of thousands of zhong of profound energy for your own use, even harnessing the profound energy of the entire universe. What could your opponent possibly do? Without any profound energy at their disposal, they would be entirely at your mercy. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Achieving such a feat appears to be quite challenging. Bai Yi's face was filled with exasperation. It's not merely challenging, it's utterly impossible. Yet, at that moment, Lang Qing fell into deep contemplation. After a brief interval, she suddenly spoke. I understand now. With those words, she closed her eyes to meditate. Not to hasten her alchemical progress, but to further cultivate her mastery of the chi condensation stage. Shir raised an eyebrow. What an extraordinary prodigy you are. Upon reflecting on this, she turned to Bai Yi. Brother, why are you so slow-witted? Hurry up and cultivate. You never know when they might uncover your presence. Do you wish for me to collect your remains? Bai Yi felt a twitch in his eyelid and remarked, Is it too much to ask for some auspicious words? After speaking, he entered a state of cultivation. Although he believed that the extreme state mentioned by Shir was unattainable, he nonetheless endeavored to push his chi condensation to the utmost limit. Observing the two begin their training, Shir sighed softly and said, I should go find that fellow. With a flick of her fingers, Bai Yi and Lang Qing vanished from their location, concealed by a hidden celestial formation. After completing the spell, she clapped her hands lightly and murmured, This formation is rather amusing. This array was something she had learned from the array books within Bai Yi's ring. Initially, she had merely been curious and had glanced at them, never anticipating they would prove useful. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Lang Qing, engrossed in their cultivation, remained entirely unaware of her actions. Moments later, Shir disappeared from sight. Chapter 31 Chapter 32 A Grim Battle. Hurin sneered menacingly. Bai Yi. If it weren't for you, my grandson and I would not be in such a dire predicament. Today, I shall have your body torn to shreds. Hu Qiu suddenly interjected. Yes, kill that Bai Yi. Those 2 women should have their powers stripped. I want to have my fun with them. Hurin shot a cold glare at Hu Qiu. Can't you think of anything else? Hu Qiu trembled slightly. Grandfather, they have caused us such suffering. What is wrong with letting me torment them a bit? Hurin snorted derisively and then inquired, Which direction did they head? Hu Qiu pointed. They ran that way. Hurin snapped, Pursue them. With that, the two hastened in the direction of Bai Yi and his companions. Hurin was not at all intimidated by Bai Yi and the others, after all. He was a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the returning Dan realm. He was confident that once he caught up with them, he could easily take their lives in mere moments. Shortly after, Bai Yi and his companions suddenly came to a halt. Lang Qing spoke up, They are on our trail. Bai Yi murmured softly, They pursue swiftly. After speaking, Bai Yi sought a more concealed spot and hid himself. Meanwhile, Lang Qing and Shir remained stationary. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed, Let us see where you can escape today. As the words fell, an elderly man and a young man appeared not far from Shir and Lang Qing. It was none other than Hurin and his grandson. Hurin inquired, Where is that rascal Bai Yi? Has he fled? Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through Hu Qiu's chest, the assailant being none other than Bai Yi. Hidden in the shadows, Upon witnessing his grandson's swift demise, Hu Ren erupted into a furious roar. "You dare to slay my grandson? You shall pay with your lives today." The shock of his grandson being killed resonated within him for a brief moment, but soon, his overwhelming rage consumed any remnants of rational thought. He charged towards Shi and Lang Qing, unleashing a punch that caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering under the force. Seeing Hu Ren's attack, Shi hastily concealed herself behind Lang Qing. Lang Qing concentrated the surrounding energy, but found it impossible to withstand Hu Ren's furious strike. Bai Yi, hidden in the shadows, was equally alarmed. This old man was formidable. Without further contemplation, he joined his fingers to gather energy and unleashed a sword light that shot towards Hu Ren. Simultaneously, Lang Qing thrust his sword with great speed, resulting in a thunderous clash. Bai Yi's sword light struck Hu Ren's left shoulder, causing blood to spatter, while Lang Qing, facing Hu Ren head-on, was knocked back several steps by the force of Hu Ren's punch. Hu Ren glanced at the wound on his left shoulder, his gaze turning frenzied as he stared in Bai Yi's direction. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards Bai Yi. Observing Hu Ren's approach, Bai Yi felt a jolt of alarm. Was this old man a transformed fox? Without further thought, Bai Yi unleashed another wave of sword light. The brilliance shattered, sending Bai Yi flying several dozen feet away. Furrowing his brows, Lang Qing thrust out another strike. This attack was remarkably swift, leaving only an afterimage. Yet Hu Ren evaded it. Dodging Lang Qing's strike, Hu Ren transformed his punch into a palm strike, forcefully slamming it towards Lang Qing's back. Lang Qing was propelled 10 feet away, blood spilling from his mouth. Shi, witnessing this, wore a grave expression. Hu Ren was indeed no ordinary foe. After all, Lang Qing had effortlessly dispatched the formidable Xie Chong in the condensation sea realm with a single strike. Yet this Hu Ren, at the returning Dan realm, managed to evade Lang Qing's attack. This clearly illustrated that levels of cultivation did not dictate everything. After sending Lang Qing flying, Hu Ren turned to charge towards Shi. Bai Yi, who had just risen, felt a pang of alarm upon seeing Hu Ren heading for Shi. He was clearly targeting the weakest opponent. Hu Ren discerned that among them, Shi possessed the least strength, and he intended to eliminate her before turning his attention to Bai Yi and Lang Qing. Noticing Shi's terrified demeanor, Hu Ren couldn't help but smirk inwardly. However, he did not lower his guard. He prepared to unleash a powerful punch aimed directly at Shi. With a fierce shout, Bai Yi declared, "A sword shall cleave the earth." He brought his fingers together, forming a blade, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a torrent of sword light aimed directly at Hu Ren. Sensing the imminent peril, Hu Ren abandoned his strike against Shi, pivoting to evade the onslaught of Bai Yi's radiant sword energy. In an instant, he surged forward, closing the distance between them, and hurled a powerful punch towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi was taken aback to see the old man evade his sword light. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Hu Ren. A deafening roar echoed as Bai Yi was sent flying 100 feet away, a trail of blood painting the air crimson. Cold Qing rose and thrust her sword towards Hu Ren's back. Although he did not turn his head, his body deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her strike once more. Subsequently, Hu Ren seized Cold Qing's hair and forcefully hurled her to the ground. With a resounding thud, her forehead collided with the stone surface, instantly staining her beautiful hair with blood. Hu Ren did not relent. He then aimed a palm strike at the back of Cold Qing's head. Witnessing this, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He soared into the air, not to attack, but to shield Cold Qing with his own body, fully aware that if that palm struck her, she would undoubtedly perish. Observing Bai Yi's audacity, Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, are you willing to sacrifice yourself?" With a stomp of her petite foot, she prepared to intervene, but suddenly a colossal python surged forth, crashing into Hu Ren's waist. Hu Ren was instantly propelled several dozen feet away. By this time, Bai Yi had reached Cold Qing's side, quickly helping her up and retreating to safety. The giant python fixated on Hu Ren, hissing furiously. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi guided Cold Qing to a secluded spot. His heart raced as he recognized the giant python. It seemed to be the very one from their past encounter. Meanwhile, Hu Ren gazed at the python with a hint of madness. Just then, the python abruptly turned its gaze towards Bai Yi and the others. Hu Ren momentarily froze, but quickly recovered, turning to flee. Bai Yi's countenance darkened. The python was now hissing at him, its forked tongue flicking ominously. With both he and Cold Qing gravely injured, how could they possibly contend with this formidable creature? Shi, wearing a solemn expression, looked at Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother, I will go out and draw its attention. You take senior sister cold and leave at once. Bai Yi quickly shook his head, expressing his disapproval. That is not feasible. I shall divert its attention. You two should leave at once. At that moment, Lung Qing staggered to her feet, swaying unsteadily. As she rose, the colossal python let out a fearsome roar and charged towards the trio. Long Qing's hair, drenched in crimson, billowed in the wind, her eyes radiating a frigid intensity. With a swift thrust of her sword, she struck the serpent, causing it to recoil several paces with a resounding cry. Astonishingly, the blade penetrated its formidable body. Despite the creature being clad in impenetrable dark green scales, the effort seemed to drain her of all strength, and she stumbled, on the verge of collapsing. Bai Yi rushed forward to support her, and this time, Lang Qing did not resist his assistance. Bai Yi softly remarked, Senior Sister Lang, take Shi and go. I shall hold them off for you. Lung Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall avenge you. With that, she staggered to Shi's side, grasped her hand, and activated the teleportation array. Chapter 33, The Serpent Battle. Chapter 34, Madness. A few days later, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and Shi hurried over with a gentle smile. Brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Bai Yi glanced at his own body, astonished to find that his previous injuries had miraculously healed. He then turned to Shi, his brow furrowed in confusion. Shi, what is happening? With a playful smile, Shi replied, It's a secret. At that moment, Lung Qing approached them and inquired, Awake? Upon noticing Lung Qing's greeting, Bai Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. What could the senior sister mean? Seeing Bai Yi's silence, Lang Qing simply turned and walked away, settling down nearby to meditate. Shi erupted into a fit of giggles, teasingly asking, Brother, doesn't it feel as though happiness has arrived quite suddenly? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, What a chaotic situation. Then he recalled, What about Huren? Shi's expression instantly turned frosty as she replied, He has fled. However, that individual is indeed formidable. We must remain vigilant in the future. Bai Yi rose and approached Lang Qing. Sister Lang, did your head sustain any injury? Upon hearing this, Shi, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Lung Qing, meanwhile, cast a frigid glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, Never mind, forget I mentioned it. Bai Yi stepped aside and sat cross-legged, focusing primarily on enhancing his strength. He had hoped to remain hidden for a short while, believing that those individuals would not discover his whereabouts. However, he unexpectedly encountered Huren, cursing his misfortune silently. He turned his attention to Shi, who raised the roasted meat in her hand and inquired, Do you eat meat? Bai Yi blurted out, Is it the flesh of the ancient desire beast? Suddenly, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the scene. In a dense thicket, Huren sat cross-legged. His injuries had nearly healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, Bai Yi, wait for me. After uttering these words, he rose and departed, intent on continuing his pursuit of Bai Yi. Within the Songyan Hall, Song Lan sat in the foremost seat, his brow furrowed. Mu Xiao, now recovered, stood silently within the hall, lost in thought. Song Lan suddenly spoke. Elder Mu, please go to the Qingyan sect and retrieve that sword for me. Mu Xiao sighed softly. That sword has already been taken by Chen Guangjian. Its whereabouts are now unknown. Song Lan expressed his surprise. Chen Guangjian took it? What could he possibly intend to do? Mu Xiao, filled with self-reproach, replied, I should have brought the sword back at the outset. Song Lan waved his hand dismissively. No matter. For now, refrain from heading to the Blackwind Forest. There is something amiss there. Seek out Chen Guangjian instead. Bring him back if you can. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xiao turned and left. In the Imperial Hall, Song Yu furrowed his brow as he examined the document in his hand. He murmured, A swarm of snakes has appeared in the Blackwind Forest? What is going on? Could it be related to that individual? That shouldn't be the case. Just then, a figure entered the hall and knelt on one knee, declaring, Your Majesty. Chen Guangjian requests an audience. Song Yu, somewhat puzzled, pondered for a moment before saying, Let him enter. Chen Guangjian stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Witnessing this, Song Yu was taken aback. In his recollection, these factions had never regarded him as an emperor. What game was Chen Guangjian playing? Without further thought, he smiled at Chen Guangjian. There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master Chen. What brings you here today? Chen Guangjian rose and respectfully stated, I have an item to present to Your Majesty. With that, he produced the heavenly grade sword. Song Yu stared at the sword, shock evident on his face. What a heavenly grade sword! This was not merely a trinket. Others might misjudge its worth, but he certainly would not. For he possessed a heavenly-grade halberd himself, and this sword was at least of mid-tier celestial quality. Noticing Song Yu's rapt gaze upon the sword, Chen Guangjian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yu looked at Chen Guangjian and asked, "Why do you wish to bestow this sword upon me?" Chen Guangjian replied, "This sword cannot be safeguarded within my Qing sect." Ha ha ha, how candid of you. Do you truly believe that my imperial hall can protect it? Song Yu laughed heartily. Chen Guangjian's expression darkened, and he was about to speak when Song Yu interrupted, "Take the sword back. If you cannot safeguard it, neither can my imperial hall." It would be a jest. Had that girl not visited a few days ago, I might have been tempted. But now, this sword is undoubtedly a hot potato. Moreover, a celestial-grade artifact that has already recognized its master possesses its own pride. Even if its owner were slain, it may not acknowledge a new master. Chen Guangxian's face fell. "Your Majesty, do you not wish to step beyond this continent? This sword could be the opportunity to do so." Song Yu, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "Why venture out? To face defeat?" With a wave of his hand, he said, "You may leave." In the grand hall of the Sun family in Jincheng, Sun Yin was deep in thought when a voice interrupted, "Master, the head of the Zhou family is here to visit." Sun Yin felt a flicker of confusion. What could he want? He promptly responded, "Please show him in." "Ha ha ha, brother Sun, it has been many years. How have you been?" A robust middle-aged man entered the hall, clad in an exceedingly loose brocade robe that appeared quite ill-fitting. As he walked, he held up the garment with both hands, as if fearing that letting it drop would cause him to trip. This man was none other than Zhou Yuan, the head of the Zhou family. Sun Yin rose and clasped his fists in greeting. "Brother Zhou, what a rare visitor you are." They both settled into their seats, and Zhou Yuan suddenly inquired, "Brother Sun, have you heard of that sword?" Sun Yin furrowed his brow slightly. "Naturally, I have heard of it." Zhou Yuan continued, "It is said that this sword could elevate our cultivation to a higher level. We have lingered in this realm for centuries. If this sword truly has the power to advance us," then Sun Yin shook his head with a smile, "I fear it is not that simple. It is merely a sword." Zhou Yuan's expression turned grave. "It is rumored that it may be an artifact from beyond." Sun Yin chuckled lightly. "I am already aware of that. To be frank, brother Zhou, I have no interest in that sword. If that is the reason for your visit, I fear you will be disappointed." Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of frustration, but with Sun Yan's clear stance, he found himself at an impasse. Initially, he had hoped to collaborate with Sun Yin to seize the sword, but it now seemed impossible. After a brief moment, Zhou Yuan took his leave from the Sun family. In the Black Wind Forest, Bai Yi was fervently cultivating. He had reached the 12th level of qi condensation, having arrived at his limit. He was preparing to break through to the qi control realm, while Lung Qing was striving for the 13th level of qi control. Sure watched the two with a dazed expression, pondering whether her arrival had altered Bai Ye's fate or if her assistance had helped him through several crises. A sense of confusion washed over her. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Bai Ye's body. Sure turned to look, observing that the flowers and trees around Bai Yi were trembling slightly. She thought to herself, has he succeeded? Suddenly, with a loud gasp, Bai Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, Sure rushed over. "Brother, what happened?" Bai Yi smiled broadly, exclaiming, "I am striving to reach the 8th layer of qi mastery, and nearly found myself pierced by profound energy." Sure stared in disbelief. "Did you truly leap from qi condensation directly to the 8th layer of qi mastery? Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 35, The Fish That Slipped Through the Net. At that moment, Lang Qing slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Bai Yi with a look akin to that reserved for a monster. "Are you even human?" Bai Yi was utterly speechless. Is there anyone who praises others in such a manner? He quickly sealed his lips, for he did not believe he could withstand her strike at that moment. Just then, a roar, akin to madness, echoed, "At last, I have found you. Die." The trio turned to see it was Hu Ren. Bai Yi felt a surge of frustration. How can this old man be so relentless? With that, he activated the teleportation array, and the three vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing their disappearance, Hu Ren erupted once more in fury. By the city river, Chen Guangjian wore a gloomy expression, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice broke through. "Master Chen, where are you headed?" Chen Guangjian turned to see Mu Xiao intently observing him from a short distance. Upon noticing Mu Xiao, Chen Guangjian felt a twinge of discomfort. "Elder Mu, Master Chen, your demeanor appears rather off. A few days prior, I visited your sect and learned that you had departed with that sword. Are you intending to keep it all to yourself?" At these words, Chen Guangjian hurriedly laughed. "Elder Mu, you must be mistaken. How could I? I took the sword to seek out Bai Yi, intending to capture him along with the sword and present both to you. Mu Shou chuckled lightly. If that is the case, then accompany me to Songyun Academy. I have my own methods to deal with that lad Bai Yi. Chen Guangjian sensed trouble brewing and turned to flee. At that moment, Mu Shou hurled a fist towards him. A formidable force enveloped Chen Guangjian, rendering him unable to evade. With a thunderous crash, he was sent tumbling back hundreds of feet. Once he halted, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Mu Shou in terror. Elder Mu, what is the meaning of this? Mu Shou approached Chen Guangjian, not far from him. I am taking you to a certain place. With that, he soared in the direction of Songyun Academy, harboring no intention to kill Chen Guangjian. After all, the ancient sage had decreed that their generation must not lay a hand on Bai Yi. However, Chen Guangjian could act against Bai Yi, as he bore the crime of treachery against the sect. As the sect master, he was entitled to handle this matter. Mu Shou brought Chen Guangjian to the hall of Songyun. Upon seeing Song Lan, Chen Guangjian promptly bowed respectfully. Dean Song. Song Lan regarded Chen Guangjian. Is that sword in your possession? Chen Guangjian hastily produced the sword and handed it to Song Lan. Here it is. Given the circumstances, he could no longer conceal it and promptly surrendered the weapon. Song Lan accepted the sword, examining it closely. Indeed, it had already acknowledged a master, and thus could not be wielded by another. After a moment, he turned to Mu Shou and inquired, Is Bai Yi still within the Black Wind Forest? Mu Shou replied, Yes, our men have not detected his departure from the Black Wind Forest. Song Lan nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Guangjian. Master Chen, do you not intend to cleanse your ranks? Chen Guangjian readily agreed. I shall address that traitor at once. Just as he was about to depart, Song Lan spoke again. In that case, I shall have Elder Mu accompany you along with several array masters to lend you assistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangjian's heart sank, and he quickly responded, I am sufficient on my own. Mu Shou chuckled softly. Let us go together. With that, Mu Shou led Chen Guangjian out of the grand hall. In a secluded spot, Bai Yi and the two women were engaged in earnest discussion when suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. Bai Yi turned to the two women and suggested, Let us investigate. With that, the trio stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing the combatants, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, a surge of sword energy erupted from him, swiftly eliminating 3 of the adversaries. The remaining combatant appeared momentarily dazed, exclaiming, What is happening? At that moment, Bai Yi stepped forth from the shadows, revealing himself. Bai Zhe? He inquired, for the individual before him was none other than Bai Zhe, the grandson of the Bai family's steward. It must be noted that Bai Yi felt a twinge of surprise upon encountering Bai Zhe. He had believed himself to be the sole survivor of that catastrophic massacre, only to discover that another had also managed to escape. Bai Zhe was momentarily lost in thought when he heard someone call his name, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Upon turning around and seeing it was young Master Bai Yi, he was instantly filled with immense joy. Bai Yi hurriedly approached and embraced Bai Zhe, laughing as he said, I had thought I was the only one to have escaped that calamity, yet unexpectedly, you are still alive as well. Bai Zhe's expression darkened considerably. At the time of the incident, I was away on business, not present within the family. Upon my return, I found the place in utter disarray, and it was soon revealed to me that it was the Tang family who were responsible. Furthermore, members of the Tang family were still searching for other descendants of the Bai clan, forcing me to hide in various places. Bai Yi let out a gentle sigh and said, Let us not dwell on past matters. I shall surely avenge this grievance. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Shi and Lang Qing's direction, beckoning, You two may come forth. Lang Qing and Shi emerged from their concealed hiding place. And upon seeing the two women, Bai Zhe displayed a hint of wariness. Bai Yi promptly exclaimed, This is senior sister Lang, and this is Miss Shi. They're all our own. Bai Zhe's expression softened slightly as he clasped his fists together. Greetings, senior sister Lang, and Miss Shi. Shi scrutinized Bai Zhe for a moment before addressing Bai Yi. Brother, is this one of your family's overlooked members? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned somewhat peculiar. It seemed Shi realized her choice of words was amiss, and hurriedly corrected herself. I meant to say, Is this one of the survivors? Bai Yi nodded, then glanced around and softly remarked, This place is not safe. We should find a location to conceal ourselves. Shi agreed. Indeed, we must hide, or that old fellow will come chasing after us again. As they journeyed, Bai Yi inquired of Bai Zhe, Who were those individuals with whom you just engaged in combat? Bai Zhe shook his head and said, I am not acquainted with them either. but they are likely disciples sent by the sect for training. Recently, many individuals have arrived in this Blackwind forest, and I had intended to leave this place in search of a new location. Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Is there still over a month until the trial? Bai Zhe remarked, recently, there has been a surge of formidable in this vicinity. I heard that just a few days ago. Elder Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy encountered a horde of serpent demons, and it was only due to the personal intervention of the academy's head that he was rescued. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then they inquired, what brings that old fellow Mu Xiu here? Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and replied, of course, he is here to seek you out. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. Does Mu Xiu know we are hiding in this Blackwind forest? Shi nodded. He must have found out. Or perhaps that old rascal who Rin informed Mu Xiu. Bai Yi's expression was somewhat grim. Hiding like this is not a solution. Eventually, they will discover our whereabouts. Suddenly, Shi's lips curled into a smile. If the old ones come looking for us, we shall flee, and if we encounter their young ones, we shall eliminate them. Bai Yi gazed at Shi, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Indeed, we possess the teleportation array. When we encounter the elderly, we shall flee. When we confront the young, we shall strike. Bai Zhe, intrigued by the conversation between the two, interjected with a question, young master, are the elders still pursuing you? As Bai Yi was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Chapter 36, The Unrelenting Souls. Chapter 37, The Encounter of Enemies. Days later, Bai Yi slowly set down the book in his hands and retrieved several spirit stones. After a moment's hesitation, he began to inscribe intricate patterns upon the stones. Meanwhile, Lung Qing had surged to the first layer of the returning Dan realm, wielding her azure sword as she contemplated something profound. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and with a swift thrust of her sword, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted forth, shattering the surrounding air into fragments. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from the sword light, obliterating the nearby trees, reducing them to nothingness. At the sight of this spectacle, Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual is extraordinary. I never imagined that merely reaching the returning Dan realm could result in such a qualitative leap. Long Qing retracted her sword, murmuring, no, I should be capable of even greater strength. Resolving to strike once more, she prepared for another attack. Just then, a young man appeared a short distance away. It was Tang Ziao. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, he paused momentarily. Then a smile of delight crept across his face. He quickly crushed a communication talisman, saying, what a surprise to encounter you all here. Bai Yi set down the spirit stone in his hand and rose to regard Tang Ziao with a hint of sarcasm. Ah, it is you, brother Tang Ziao. Have you come to spar with me, drawn by my recent surge in strength? Upon hearing this, Tang Ziao did not express anger. Instead, he offered a faint smile. Bai Yi, I find it quite perplexing that despite our previous encounter in which we clearly vanquished you, you have not perished. Bai Yi let out a cold snort. Were you perhaps not dreaming back then? I only witnessed the three of you joining forces to shatter a tree, and then you left, smug with your own accomplishments. I was puzzled. Could it be that Tang Ziao was so engrossed in his training that he lost his senses? At this moment, Shi leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, brother, let us not be careless, shall we? That person has already summoned help. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Summoned help? He had indeed not seen Tang Ziao crush a communication talisman earlier, leading him to believe that the opponent was solitary and thus not worth undue concern. Lung Qing suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. Shall we kill? Upon hearing Lung Qing's words, Tang Ziao could not help but burst into laughter. Kill? Ha ha ha, this little sister seems to be speaking without engaging her mind. However, his laughter was abruptly cut short by the sharpness of a sword pressed against his brow, the blade sinking half an inch into his flesh. A trickle of blood beginning to flow. Tang Ziao was struck with terror. How is this possible? Who are you? Why is your sword so swift? Ignoring him, Lang Qing turned to Bai Yi. Shall we kill or not? Bai Yi's expression was somewhat peculiar. Pondering within, why does this cold senior sister inquire about me when she intends to kill? Was it not she who previously eliminated those she found displeasing? Without dwelling on it further, he addressed Lung Qing, stating, for now, refrain from killing. I wish to see whom he summons. Lung Qing swiftly retracted her sword, producing a sharp sound as the blade withdrew, accompanied by a splash of crimson. Tang Ziao hastily covered the area between his brows, staggering back several paces, his countenance betraying a hint of panic. He could clearly discern that he was no match for this woman, for her earlier strike had been utterly unexpected. In fact, He had not fully registered the sound before it was upon him. Contemplating this, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Who exactly is this woman? Tang brother. What prompts such urgency in dispatching a communication talisman? A voice resonated, followed by the sudden appearance of 5 young men. Upon seeing Bai Yi and his companions, the 5 momentarily paused in surprise. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to Tang Zizao, and upon noticing the bloodstain on his brow, their expressions transformed drastically. Tang brother, what has transpired? One of them inquired, pointing at the blood upon Tang Zizao's forehead. A look of confusion etched upon his features. Tang Zizao cast a dark glance towards Bai Yi and the others, declaring, "We acted together to eliminate them." The 5 men exchanged incredulous glances with Bai Yi and his companions, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is that really Bai Yi? One appeared to recognize Bai Yi, directing his question towards Tang Zizao. Tang Zizao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, today she assisted me in their demise. In the future, my Tang family owes you a favor. Upon hearing this, the 5 men exhibited expressions of delight. While a favor from Tang Zizao himself might be inconsequential, a favor from the Tang family held significant weight. They were aware that Elder Mu Xiu of Songyun Academy was aligned with the Tang family. With this realization, the 5 resolutely resolved to secure this favor from the Tang family. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke up. Are all of your people here? One individual stepped forward and shouted. Today marks your demise. With that, he lunged fiercely towards Bai Yi, followed closely by the others. However, Tang Zizao quietly retreated a few steps. As he observed the 5 approaching, Bai Yi formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and struck down with great force. A beam of sword light struck the foremost assailant, sending him flying several yards away. Yet, the other 4 had already reached Bai Yi's side. Lung Qing was about to intervene, but was stopped by Shi, who insisted, "Sister, let my brother handle this himself. He must refine his skills in the crucible of life and death combat. While cultivation level is crucial, the importance of combat awareness cannot be overlooked. Often, in battles between evenly matched opponents, those with stronger combat instincts will gain a decisive advantage." Long Qing nodded lightly. Very well. As the 4 assailants advanced, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and swiftly dodged an incoming strike, immediately retaliating with a beam of sword light directed at another adversary. The remaining 2 seized the moment to throw punches at Bai Yi, who disregarded their blows as the sword light penetrated one assailant's chest, resulting in a spray of blood as he fell lifelessly. At that moment, the other 2 landed their punches on Bai Yi, causing him to be thrust back several steps. In the midst of his retreat, another beam of sword light was unleashed, aiming for one of his attackers. The adversary managed to produce a staff in time, parrying the sword light. Meanwhile, the other 2 reappeared before Bai Yi, causing his heart to race as he narrowly evaded one of their strikes. He then retaliated with a punch towards the other, resulting in a resounding impact that sent him staggering back once more. On the other side, Tang Zizao's expression shifted to one of shock. During the last chase against Bai Yi, he had not displayed such prowess. In just a few short months, he had unexpectedly grown to such an extent. However, he was aware that the 5 individuals he summoned were all experts at the 4th level of qi manipulation, and now one of them had already fallen to Bai Yi. Just as he pondered this, another anguished cry rang out as yet another opponent was slain by Bai Yi. Tang Zhou gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, witnessing him become increasingly formidable. After dispatching 2 foes, his momentum surged. The remaining 3 seemed to sense a shift, retreating to Tang Zizao's side. One of them, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Tang Zizao and exclaimed, "Young Master Tang, while we fight for our lives, you appear rather untroubled." The others regarded him with similar expressions of discontent. "Indeed, young Master Tang, 2 of us have already perished. Why do you not join the fray? What is your intention?" Tang Zizao felt a pang of awkwardness. "We should retreat." "Retreat? Did I permit you to leave?" Bai Yi advanced slowly towards Tang Zizao and his companions. Tang Zhou spoke gravely, "I underestimated you." With that, he shattered a communication talisman. Chapter 38. Invincible in Oneself. Bai Yi felt a flicker of unease as she observed Tang Zizao crushing another communication talisman. "Are you attempting to bully those fewer in number?" she inquired. Tang Zizao fixed his gaze on Bai Yi with unwavering intensity. "Today, you shall perish, whether by fate or by force." Bai Yi suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, let us see if you possess the capability." With that, he unleashed a devastating sword strike that sent forth an overwhelming aura, instantly engulfing Tang Zizao and his 3 companions. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, The surrounding air swirled like tumultuous waters, forming undulating waves. In quick succession, a colossal beam of sword light descended upon Tang Zio and his companions. Upon witnessing this formidable strike, Tang Zio's expression shifted dramatically. He launched a powerful punch towards the sword light, while the other three hastily joined in to resist. With a thunderous roar, Tang Zio was hurled dozens of feet away, crashing against a large tree before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the other three were cleaved in half by the relentless sword light. In sheer terror, Tang Zio gazed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" With that, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Yi uttered no superfluous words and thrust his sword once more, aiming directly at Tang Zio's chest. However, the sword's radiance shattered abruptly half a foot from Tang Zio's heart, as a formidable force propelled Bai Yi back to his original position. An elderly figure materialized before Tang Zio. It was Mu Xiu. Beside Mu Xiu stood another individual, Qin Guangjian. Mu Xiu turned to Tang Zio and instructed, "You should depart." Upon witnessing Mu Xiu's appearance, Bai Yi and his companions' expressions darkened. Lang Qing fixed her intense gaze on Qin Guangjian, her chilling aura instilling a sense of dread. Mu Xiu regarded Bai Yi and his group with a faint smile, saying, "There is no better time than the present. Today, I shall escort you on your journey." He then turned his attention to Qin Guangjian, remarking, "I shall not interfere in the matters of your sect. You must resolve them yourself." Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. "Old man Mu, if you have the courage, come forth and engage me in a duel of 300 rounds. Yet, Mu Xiu merely shook his head with a smile. "Young brat, you lack the qualifications to compel my hand." Lung Qing stepped forward, declaring, "I shall avenge my master." With her right hand gripping her sword, its tip pointed menacingly at Qin Guangjian, she coldly proclaimed, "Today, I will exact vengeance for my master." Qin Guangjian let out a disdainful snort. "Today, I shall cleanse the ranks and uphold the sect's regulations, eradicating all traitors." With that, a long spear materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the spear, Bai Yi's countenance grew grave. He stepped forward, aligning himself alongside Lung Qing. "Sister, elder son perished because of me. Together, we shall avenge her." Long Qing's expression remained impassive. "Very well." Suddenly, Qin Guangjian swung his spear, unleashing a torrent of blade-like rays towards Bai Yi and Lang Qing. Both Bai Yi and Lang Qing reacted in unison to defend themselves. It must be noted that Lang Qing's rate of growth and strength was somewhat astonishing. During their last encounter, the three of them had barely managed to withstand Qin Guangjian's onslaught. Yet now, the majority of the blade-like rays were effortlessly intercepted by Lung Qing alone. Mu Xiu observed this scene with narrowed eyes, lost in contemplation. Bai Yi, taking advantage of the cold blue aura, managed to withstand the majority of the blade's brilliance. With a swift motion, he lunged forward and struck at Qin Guangjian with a single sword stroke. One strike shattered the ground, and another surged forth, tearing the surrounding air asunder. A beam of sword light surged towards Qin Guangjian amidst a multitude of blade flashes, obliterating them in its path. Witnessing Bai Yi's formidable strike, Qin Guangjian's expression turned grave. He ceased his sweeping motions with the long spear and fiercely thrust it towards the oncoming sword light. With a resounding clang, the spear collided with the sword light, which shattered, yet Qin Guangjian staggered back several paces. Cold Blue advanced, unleashing a sword thrust that was already astonishingly swift, and in this moment of full exertion, it reached an apex of speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at the center of Qin Guangjian's brow. With a sharp ring, Cold Blue's sword found itself halted mere inches from Qin Guangjian, ensnared by a formidable barrier of light, enveloping him completely. Beside them, Shir observed this turn of events. Her brows knitting in concern, it appeared that a formation master had been summoned. With her initial strike thwarted, Cold Blue retreated rapidly. However, just as she was about to withdraw, Qin Guangjian lunged forward, thrusting his spear fiercely at her. Caught off guard, and without time to evade, she hastily countered with her sword. Yet, this hurried thrust could hardly withstand the might of Qin Guangjian's nearly full-powered assault. Cold Blue was violently propelled back 100 paces, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yi's eyes blazed with fury. "Let my sword strike you once more." With that, he brought his fingers together, and a glimmer of icy brilliance emanated from his fingertips. As this radiant beam flickered, the surrounding space seemed to part like thin parchment. This was a strand of sword light, forged from the essence of spatial energy spanning hundreds of feet. Gazing at this luminous thread, Bai Yi chuckled maniacally, "Embrace your demise." He then pointed decisively at Qin Guangjian. In an instant, without grandiose sound or overwhelming presence. An ordinary yet swift beam of sword light shot toward Chen Guangjian. Upon witnessing this, Mu Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out to Chen Guangjian, "Retreat quickly." Chen Guangjian, fully aware of the peril the sword light posed, had already begun to back away even before Mu Xiu spoke. Yet, his speed was no match for that swift beam. With a slicing sound, the sword light pierced through the protective barrier enveloping Chen Guangjian and struck directly between his brows. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down from that very spot. And with wide eyes, Chen Guangjian murmured, "How did you accomplish this?" However, before Bai Yi could respond, he collapsed, succumbing to an untimely death. Mu Xiu cast a lingering glance at Bai Yi before turning to leave. He understood that if he were to intervene now, he could easily annihilate Bai Yi and his companions. Yet, he dared not take that risk. The emergence of the enigmatic Elder of Fortune would pose significant complications. Although Chen Guangjian's actions went unimpeded due to his renowned reputation, Mu Xiu recognized that to strike would be an act of overpowering the weak, which was clearly not permissible. After Bai Yi unleashed that sword light, he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of all his internal energy. Shi rushed to his side. "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yi waved her hand dismissively, inquiring, "Is senior sister Lung all right?" Fortunately, came the reassuring voice of Lung Qing. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming that all was well. "We must hasten our departure from this place." A thought crossed his mind, and he pondered aloud. But why did Mu Xiu leave? Why did he not eliminate us? Shi, equally perplexed, replied, "I find myself wondering the same." Suddenly, Lung Qing interjected. "I recall my master stating that in the Songyan continent, it is forbidden for the older generation to lay a hand on the youth." Bai Yi inquired, "How could Chen Guangjian take action against us?" Lung Qing replied in a calm voice, "We were once disciples of the Qingyun sect, and he, as the sect leader, has imposed the crime of treachery upon us. Thus, his actions against us can be deemed justified." After pondering for a moment, Bai Yi suddenly asked Shi, "Do you think my previous strike could have slain Mu Xiu?" Shi's expression turned peculiar as she responded, "Brother, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Chen Guangjian is merely at the condensation sea realm, while Mu Xiu resides in the master realm. And what about you? You are still at the qi manipulation stage. Do you comprehend the vast difference in realms?" Bai Yi spoke somewhat unnaturally. "Did you not say that realms are inconsequential?" Shi was utterly speechless, and after a moment of silence, replied, "Indeed, your sword can undoubtedly slay Mu Xiu. Come, let us pursue him." Bai Yi suddenly felt a hint of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice. "Let us give him a reprieve for now. We should first find a place to heal our wounds." Chapter 39. Eliminate them all, Master Mu. Why do you not eliminate him while you have such a splendid opportunity? Lu Changxing remarked with a tone of derision. Mu Xiu's expression darkened. "If you possess the courage, then you may do so." Han Changlin also cast a puzzled glance at Mu Xiu. With a grim countenance, Mu Xiu recounted, "When Tang Xianfeng and I attempted to eliminate Bai Yi, just as we were on the verge of success, an unexpected individual appeared. He warned that our elders should refrain from taking action against him, lest he be compelled to bestow upon us a formidable fate." Lu Changxing scoffed. "Humph, a formidable fate? What does that even entail?" Han Changlin's pupils suddenly constricted in shock as he inquired, "Are you referring to the Elder of Fortune?" Mu Xiu nodded. "It should be him." Lu Changxing, filled with skepticism, asked, "Who is the Elder of Fortune?" Disregarding his question, Mu Xiu murmured, "This situation is rather troublesome. Even Chen Guangjian has been slain by him. It seems that among the younger generation, no one can defeat this individual." After a moment of contemplation, Han Changlin suggested, "What shall we do next?" Mu Xiu pondered briefly. "Let us return and allow the dean to make a decision." With that, the group departed from Hafeng Forest. Days later, talented disciples from various sects converged upon Hafeng Forest. Songyun Academy, Qingyun Sect, Xianyuan Sect, Zhenyuan Sect, Blood Moon Sect, and prominent families all dispatched their young prodigies to partake in this trial. This trial, organized by Songyun Academy, aimed to cultivate the talents of the younger generation. The location was chosen due to the recent emergence of low-level demon beasts, which were deemed suitable for honing the skills of these young individuals and enhancing their combat prowess. Seated within the Songyun Hall, Songlan inquired, "Elder Mu, has the bounty been disseminated?" Mu Xiu affirmed, "It has been discreetly circulated." Songlan continued, "If we allow Bai Yi to escape again." Mu Xiu interjected solemnly, "I refuse to believe he can evade capture among hundreds. In recent days, Master Han and I have quietly established numerous formidable formations within Hafeng Forest. No matter his prowess, he will not escape. As Bai Yi and his companions savored the freshly roasted meat, the sudden sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. Bai Yi turned to glance, spotting 3 young men advancing towards them. Lang Qing furrowed his brow, expressing unfamiliarity with the newcomers. Upon noticing Bai Yi and his group, the trio paused momentarily. Before one of them clasped his hands together and smiled, apologizing, "We beg your pardon for the interruption. We have seen nothing." With that, they turned on their heels and departed. Bai Yi, perplexed and slightly irked, wondered about the meaning behind their words. Shirshir's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "Brother, that person seems rather unhinged." Suddenly, Long Qing interjected, "We must leave this place at once." Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why?" "The few individuals are seeking assistance." Long Qing replied in a calm voice. Shirshir furrowed her brow slightly. "Are you suggesting, senior sister Lang, that they are aware we are not their match and are seeking others to confront us?" Lang Qing nodded. Bai Yi, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Let them come. As long as it isn't the old ones, we shall slay as many as they send." Suddenly, Shirshir interjected, "What if the old ones do come?" Bai Yi nonchalantly remarked, "They dare not." At that moment, indistinct voices drifted from afar. "Hurry, do not let them escape. If we eliminate them this time, we shall acquire 100 spirit stones. Just imagine the thrill. Shoo, keep your voices down, lest they overhear." One of them, with a sinister grin, added, "Those 2 women are quite appealing. Perhaps we should first incapacitate their cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lang Qing's expression instantly turned icy. Bai Yi, standing nearby, could not help but tremble slightly. Shirshir murmured to herself, "Are these people devoid of reason? Or is life simply too exhausting for them?" Moments later, a group of individuals approached, encircling Bai Yi and his companions. One of them bellowed, "You must be Bai Yi, correct? I present you with 2 options. First, take your own life, and we shall grant you a complete corpse, while considering sparing these 2 beauties. Second, we slay you. Then strip these 2 of their cultivation before we finally put them to death." A brief chuckle escaped his lips, abruptly halted by the sight of a blood hole in his forehead. The remaining individuals stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. Then, another voice declared, "Let us charge together. There are merely 3. What do we have to fear?" With that, he led the charge towards Bai Yi and his companions, while the others brandished their weapons. Launching an assault, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as blades flashed and gusts of wind sliced through the air. In an instant, the residual force shattered the surrounding trees. As the group unleashed their collective might, each strike was executed with unparalleled ferocity, and every collision sparked like lightning. Clangs and clashes filled the atmosphere. Although Bei and Lungqing possessed formidable strength, they found themselves struggling against the simultaneous assault of a dozen adversaries. One misstep could easily result in being struck by the enemy. After several intense clashes, a blade finally found its mark, carving a deep gash into Bei's back, exposing bone and staining his garments with crimson. Similarly, Lungqing, despite her swift swordplay, faced opponents who managed to parry her strikes at critical moments. A flurry of fierce attacks ensued, ringing out like a cacophony of metal. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed as a figure was hurled into the fray. Upon closer inspection, it was a headless corpse. The tide of battle had begun to claim lives. And soon thereafter, a chilling scream punctuated the air as 2 severed heads rolled from the battlefield. As casualties mounted, the conflict approached its climax. At this juncture, both Bei and Lungqing bore varying degrees of wounds, their bodies smeared with blood, leaving it uncertain whether it belonged to their foes or themselves. Lingqing's icy gaze radiated an unquenchable thirst for vengeance, her disheveled hair swirling amidst the sanguine atmosphere, and her blood-soaked gown evoked the presence of death itself. The air was soon filled with mournful cries and lamentations, each sound heralding another fallen soul. Before long, a solitary figure knelt before Bei. While the rest lay lifeless upon the ground, this individual was the sole survivor spared at Shirshir's behest. She sought to uncover the reason behind the onslaught of adversaries intent on their demise. Bai Yu coldly regarded the trembling young man kneeling on the ground and inquired, "Why have you come to take my life?" The man, shaking uncontrollably, replied, "A bounty has been placed upon your head. Those who eliminate you will be rewarded with hundreds of spirit stones." Bai Yu continued to inquire, "Who issued this?" "It was the people from Songyan Academy," came the response. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu could not help but furrow his brow. The elders dare not come, so they send the younger ones instead? After saying this, he cast a glance at the person kneeling on the ground. "You may leave." The individual, upon hearing that he was allowed to depart, sprang to his feet as if granted a reprieve. Yet, after only a few steps, he collapsed, a cold blade piercing through his brow. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Bai Yi glanced at Lung Qing without uttering a word. Lung Qing spoke, "Heal the wounds, and then wait." Shir couldn't help but sigh. "I hope they are a bit more foolish." Bai Yi cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, a mere collection of impoverished souls. As the three were about to depart, a voice echoed through the air. Chapter 40. The world has changed. Chapter 41. The ensnaring array. Bai Yi stepped into Yunshang's room, a sense of familiarity enveloping her. Suddenly, it felt as though the voice of Yunshang echoed in her ears. "Little Yezi, I long for meat." Bai Yi instinctively replied, "All right." However, she was momentarily taken aback, then forced a wry smile. "Shanger, how have you been?" "Yes, I'm fine, of course. Without you here, my ears are much more at peace." Yunshang's voice once again echoed beside Bai Ye's ear. Bai Ye's tears moistened her eyes. "Shanger, do you know? I miss you dearly. What do you miss me for? Do you wish to strike me?" Bai Yi slowly sat upon the bed of Yunshang, inquiring. "Could you strike me once more?" To which came the retort, "Humph, hitting you seems a waste of energy." The trio, Shir and her companions, gazed at Bai Yi, who appeared lost in a trance of self-reflection. Just as Lung Qing was about to approach, Shir stopped her, saying, "Sister, let him find his own peace for a while." With that, she took Lung Qing by the hand and departed, while Yang Xiao also sighed and followed suit. The words spoken by Yunshang lingered in Bai Ye's ears. "For the sake of your family, for your master, and for me as well." Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. "Shang'er, you must wait for me to find you." After uttering these words, he rose and slowly exited the room, firmly closing the door behind him. He made his way towards his own chamber, moving slowly yet resolutely. His figure, which was never particularly robust, appeared even more frail at that moment. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind, nor what intentions he harbored. Shir and the others expressed their concerns upon witnessing Bai Yi's state. Lung Qing suddenly remarked, "Your brother is quite remarkable." Shir was initially taken aback, then offered a wry smile. "Do you not think he is overly emotional?" Lung Qing shook his head. "If one lacks emotions, what is the purpose of living?" Shir gazed at Lang Qing in confusion. After a brief silence, Lang Qing continued, "I am different from you all." Yang Xiao was about to inquire further, but a single glance from Lung Qing silenced him. It must be said that Yang Xiao was quite puzzled. How could Lung Qing, who was known for his icy demeanor, assert that life devoid of emotions held no significance? If it were meaningless, then why continue to exist? Of course, he dared not voice this thought, as he did not believe he could withstand the sharpness of Lang Qing's sword. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, during which Bai Yi remained confined to his room without stepping outside. Shir attempted to enter a few times, but was consistently stopped by Lang Qing. Bai Yi remained alone in his room, refraining from revisiting past memories or continuing his cultivation. Instead, he became engrossed in the array books left behind by Yunshang. After weeks of relentless contemplation, he still could not effortlessly inscribe the void patterns as Yunshang did. However, he had managed to master a few simpler void formations. Several days later, a multitude of auras began to converge upon the Five-Star Academy, among which were numerous powerful beings at the returning Dan realm. And the Chi Master realm boasted hundreds. "Brother, there are visitors. Come out and fight." Shir called out from in front of Bai Ye's door. Moments later, the door slowly creaked open, and Bai Yi stepped outside. Upon seeing him, Shir eagerly grasped his arm, playfully pouting, "Brother, you've made me worry sick these past few days." Bai Yi smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing. Have they arrived?" Yang Xiao interjected, "Indeed. There are quite a few of them this time." Bai Yi let out a cold laugh, dismissing any concerns. He then began to arrange the formation, specifically the entrapment formation he had attempted in the Black Wind Forest. At that time, he had not succeeded and was discovered by Tang Zio, after which he refrained from further attempts. This time, he aimed to establish this entrapment formation to combat those who sought his demise. After a brief moment, Bai Yi returned to Shir's side. Uncertain of the formation's potential power, he nonetheless felt confident that it would suffice against the approaching adversaries. Shir gazed at Bai Yi with a mix of astonishment, while others might not comprehend the intricacies of the formation he had just set up. She was familiar with Bai Yi's texts on formations. Observing the vast array he had constructed, she felt a wave of shock. To her surprise, it was a level 4 entrapment formation, Previously, she had only known that Bai Yi was capable of inscribing simple teleportation formations in ordinary defensive arrays. The fact that he had now created a level 4 entrapment formation was indeed startling, far surpassing the earlier teleportation array in potency. Yang Zhao's expression turned peculiar. "Junior brother Bai, did you just claim to be adept at arranging formations?" Bai Yi chuckled. "I've just learned this." Before Yang Xiao could utter another word, several figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. One of them laughed heartily. "Haha, indeed we find you here." No sooner had he spoken than dozens more figures emerged in the scene. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was surrounded tightly. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as several hundred individuals present. Among them, over 100 were at the returning dance stage. And there were even a dozen or so at the core formation stage, with the remainder being at the chi manipulation stage. It must be said that this assembly was indeed somewhat terrifying. Even a formidable expert at the condensation C stage would likely meet a bitter end against them. Bai Yi surveyed his surroundings and spoke. "Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Today you have all come to take my life, Bai Yi, solely for the bounty. I shall not hold it against you, yet I will show no mercy." Bai Yi inherently comprehended the intentions of these individuals. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly act similarly. Regardless of enmity, as long as the stakes were sufficiently high, any issues would pale in comparison. He would show no mercy to these adversaries. Although the majority present had previously harbored no animosity towards Bai Yi, they now found themselves on opposing sides. One must never entertain notions of compassion when confronting an adversarial faction. At this moment, Yang Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. He had not anticipated such a multitude would unite to eliminate Bai Yi. In his estimation, if the motive was a bounty on Bai Yi's head, the likelihood of a coalition was rather slim. Yet, it was evident that they had indeed formed an alliance. Yang Xiao cast a furtive glance at Bai Yi and awkwardly inquired, "Can this formation truly contend with them? To be honest, I am feeling quite uneasy right now." Bai Yi gazed at Yang Xiao earnestly, declaring, "Fear not, should anything befall you, I shall avenge you." Yang Zhao's lips twitched in response. What use is revenge? At that moment, a young man across from them spoke up. "Bai Yi, you are now surrounded. It would be wise to surrender promptly. Perhaps we will grant you a swift end." Bai Yi raised his gaze towards the young man, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. "Pray tell, my good sir, is your intention to slay me driven solely by the bounty proclaimed by the Tsungyun Academy?" The young man chuckled. "Indeed. To speak candidly, we harbor no enmity towards young Master Bai. Were it not for that enticing reward, we would not find ourselves at odds with you. Yet, in pursuit of that bounty, we reluctantly find ourselves in conflict with you, young Master Bai." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, exclaiming, "Alas. However, to my knowledge, that bounty only involves a single Earth-tier weapon. I wonder how you intend to divide it?" At that moment, another young man spoke up. There is no need for young Master Bai to concern himself with the division. As his words hung in the air, the previously speaking youth suddenly declared, "Let us attack together." With that command, hundreds surged forth, charging towards Bai Yi and his companions. Bai Yi gazed at the hundreds of individuals rushing towards him. Though his expression remained calm, an unsettling uncertainty brewed within him. He was unsure whether the grand formation he had constructed could indeed ensnare these adversaries. Should it fail, the demise of him and his companions would be inevitable, devoid of any suspense. Not to mention that the opposing force boasted over a dozen individuals at the core formation stage. Even the mere presence of hundreds at the chi refinement stage was sufficient to obliterate them. At times, the sheer weight of numbers plays a crucial role. Unless there is a significant disparity in cultivation levels, a difference of 1 or 2 realms can easily be compensated for by sheer numbers. Sure observed the throng approaching and gently shook her head, saying, "Brother, I shall return to my room now." Bai Yi was taken aback. "What do you mean by going back to the room? I fear that I might vomit." With that, Sure strode into the room and firmly shut the door behind her. Bai Yi wished to articulate further, yet at that moment, hundreds of individuals surged into the domain of the formation he had meticulously arranged. With a gentle flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Formation, arise." At the sound of his fierce proclamation, a delicate crimson barrier materialized in the heavens above, enveloping all present within its embrace. Under this ethereal crimson shield, the realm seemed to sever its connection with the outside world. The entire sky glowed with a soft red hue, while tendrils of crimson energy spiraled about intermittently. The sight bewildered the hundreds who stood frozen, clearly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared in a formation, unaware of the brutal fate that awaited them. However, their momentary confusion dissipated, and they resumed their charge towards Bai Yi and his companions. Just then, a sudden, chilling cry pierced the air. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing a severed head slowly descending, accompanied by a spurt of blood. What transpired? Who struck the blow? How did his head come to part from his body? Chaos erupted within the assembly. At that instant, the blood gushing from the headless corpse shot upwards, splattering against the crimson barrier. In that fleeting moment, the barrier trembled slightly, solidifying further. Curiosity gripped the onlookers as they scrutinized the crimson shield. Yet another agonizing cry echoed, and another head was launched into the air. Blood sprayed forth, instantly staining the sky a deep red. Frowning, one among them remarked, "This is most peculiar. We must withdraw from this place." With that, he attempted to lead a few companions to safety. However, just as they neared the edge of the crimson barrier, a multitude of crimson energy blades hurtled towards them. They hastily tried to defend themselves, but soon realized that these blades were insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, several fell lifeless to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock. The remaining individuals, witnessing this grim spectacle, could not help but turn pale with fear. Bai Yi gazed at the scene with palpable excitement. Indeed, this grand formation was extraordinary. Its formidable power was astonishing. If several such formations were to be established around the Tang family, they would undoubtedly face immense peril. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao's heart was tumultuous, astounded by the sheer might of the formation. It struck him that those who had perished moments ago were all formidable returning Dan realm experts. Within this formation, they had exhibited no means of defense whatsoever. He suddenly felt that his earlier sense of panic was rather unfounded. Had he known that Bai Yi's formation was so formidable, he would not have panicked at all. Lost in thought, Yang Zhao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Yet, his mirth was abruptly halted as he noticed a sharp blade of energy hurtling toward him. He swiftly turned to Bai Yi, demanding, "What is happening?" Bai Yi's previously calm expression suddenly darkened. "Brother Yang, it seems I have forgotten something." Yang Zhao sensed an ominous turn of events and, with a scowl, inquired, "What have you forgotten?" Bai Yi, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "I completely forgot that once this deadly formation is activated, it will indiscriminately attack anyone within." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "You can actually forget something like this?" Leng Qing also turned to glance at Bai Yi with a serious expression, asking, "What shall we do now?" Bai Yi was just about to speak when a flurry of wind blades surged towards them. The individuals opposite stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Were they inflicting harm upon themselves? As the onlookers remained in a state of shock, thousands of wind blades emerged silently from within the formation. The number continued to multiply, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with countless wind blades. These pale red blades blotted out the horizon, circling momentarily before plunging downward with great ferocity. The air was pierced by a cacophony of sharp, jarring sounds, swiftly followed by a chorus of terrified wails. Blood cascaded like rain, severed heads fell from above, and anguished cries echoed as bodies piled high. From a distance, the massive pale red dome had transformed into a deep crimson, resembling a sphere congealed from blood. The agonizing screams continued to emanate from within the formation. As the pale red dome absorbed more blood, the ferocity of the air blades intensified. Bai Yi's sword light, which had previously managed to fend off the wind blades, now shattered upon contact. The situation for Leng Qing was equally dire. He bore numerous wounds that exposed the bone beneath. Faced with the increasingly potent wind blades, Leng Qing was on the verge of collapse. Of the hundreds who had once stood with them, only a handful of golden core cultivators remained, struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the wind blades. The rest had already met their peaceful end. Bai Yi seemed to recall something and inquired of Leng Qing, "Where is Brother Yang?" Leng Qing glanced around but failed to spot Yang Zhao's figure. "He must be dead," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression darkened, realizing the perilous situation they were in. Not far away, amidst a pile of corpses, and I blinked through a narrow gap. However, Bai Yi and his companion were oblivious to this, as they were fully engaged in combating the fierce wind blades, lacking the energy to divert their attention elsewhere. Bai Yi narrowly evaded the slicing wind blades and turned to Leng Qing, inquiring, "Is there any way out?" Leng Qing abruptly thrust his sword, piercing through a wind blade, and coldly replied, "The formation you created. Do you expect me to provide a solution?" At that moment, the several formidable beings at the core formation stage opposite began to gradually approach Bai Yi and his companion. Though their pace was slow, they had nonetheless closed the distance to Bai Yi and his companion slightly. Clearly, They intended to take advantage of the constraints of the formation to eliminate Bai Yi and his companion. Bai Yi observed several individuals who, while fending off the blade-like winds, were drawing closer to him. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Had these people lost their minds? Even at such a perilous moment, they sought to take his life. Lang Qing also noticed this scene and instinctively moved a fraction closer to Bai Yi. She inquired, "How much longer will your formation remain in effect?" Bai Yi felt a touch of embarrassment. Initially, fearing that the formation might lack sufficient power, he had infused an abundance of spirit stones to bolster it. Should the spirit stones be exhausted, it would likely take 3 to 5 days. Suddenly, Lang Qing contemplated slaying this individual with a single stroke. Realizing how could he possibly endure within this formation for 3 to 5 days? Not to mention 3 to 5 days, given the current circumstances. Even 3 to 5 hours seemed beyond reach. As Bai Yi was about to speak, an unexpected sense of crisis surged within him. Chapter 43, A Sudden Turn of Events. The few surviving practitioners of the returning Dan realm had approached Bai Yi, and one of them suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards him. A surge of crisis welled up in Bai Yi's heart, prompting him to thrust his sword with great ferocity. The blade struck squarely against a fist, unleashing a tremendous backlash that sent Bai Yi staggering several paces backward. No sooner had he halted than a flurry of wind blades surged toward him. Bai Yi's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly turned to evade 2 slicing wind blades. However, in the next instant, a wind blade pierced through his abdomen, causing a spray of crimson blood as Bai Yi was propelled backwards several paces. The assailant who had targeted Bai Yi was also struck by several wind blades and fell lifelessly to the ground. Bai Yi pressed his left hand against the wound on his abdomen, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, valiantly resisting the onslaught of wind blades. Staggering, he attempted to move closer to Lang Qing, but the wind blades multiplied, and his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of advancing further. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. Halting in his tracks, his eyes slowly closing. Witnessing this, Lang Qing was momentarily taken aback, fearing that Bai Yi had chosen to surrender. Softly, she inquired, "Have you given up?" At that moment, Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, his right hand swiftly slicing through the air. As he moved, golden patterns emerged in the void, forming intricate and bizarre shapes. In a brief span, the space before Bai Yi was filled with an array of these peculiar figures. "Break," Bai Yi whispered. As the words left his lips, the intricate shapes before him gradually transformed into countless shimmering fragments, racing towards the blood-red barrier. As these fragments entered the barrier, it began to dim, while the surrounding wind blades slowly faded into nothingness. When all the strange patterns had disintegrated into light and merged into the blood-red shield, the barrier vanished completely, taking with it the multitude of wind blades that had plagued the arena. Seeing this, Lang Qing could not help but exhale in relief. After accomplishing this feat, Bai Yi stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Lang Qing hurriedly rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Yi smiled broadly, declaring, "I shall not perish." As he spoke, he cast his gaze upon the several formidable cultivators of the core formation stage nearby. At this moment, those individuals appeared as if they were rendered utterly incapacitated, and upon meeting Bai Yi's eyes, their expressions transformed drastically. One of them implored, "Brother Bai, this is a misunderstanding. We shall no longer trouble you in the future." Having uttered these words, he attempted to rise and depart, but at that instant, a blade pierced through his brow. Holding the sword aloft with an air of defiance, Lang Qing stood resolute, the tip of her weapon embedded deeply between the man's eyes. "This is indeed a misunderstanding," she stated coldly, before retracting her sword with ferocity, sending a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. Afterward, she staggered towards another individual nearby, dispensing with pleasantries and delivering a swift strike. Once she had vanquished them all, she settled down to tend to her wounds. Meanwhile, not far off, a pile of corpses began to stir sluggishly. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi and his companion could not help but furrow their brows. As one body after another was overturned, a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing this individual, Bai Yi and his companion exchanged peculiar glances. It was none other than Yang Xiao. After rising to his feet, Yang Xiao greedily inhaled a breath of air, exclaiming, "Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly delightful." Bai Yi was about to speak when his pupils suddenly contracted. Sure. He had momentarily forgotten about her, and her room was also within the bounds of the great array. At that moment, both Lang Qing and Yang Xiao's expressions darkened significantly. Just as Bai Yi was rising, the door to Shishi's room swung open. She stepped out, first glancing around, then surveying Bai Yi and the others. Are they all dead? Sure inquired. Bai Yi exclaimed, I nearly perished. Sure cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yi, inquiring, nearly perished? How many did you manage to escape? Yang Xiao suddenly let out a bitter laugh, clarifying, what Bai Shidi means is that we all came perilously close to meeting our demise. Bai Yi looked at Sure with a hint of confusion and asked, why is it that you are completely unscathed? Leng Qing and Yang Xiao shared the same puzzled expression, their minds racing with questions about why Sure had not been affected by the indiscriminate assault of the Grand Formation. With an unnatural expression, Sure scratched her head and replied, I am unsure. Perhaps the formation found me rather agreeable. She then awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Within the Songyun Hall, Mu Xiu spoke solemnly. Director, none of the hundreds who went to eliminate Bai Yi have returned. Song Lan's pupils constricted sharply. They are all dead? Mu Xiu confirmed. Yes. All have perished. Song Lan's countenance grew grave. Were they all slain by Bai Yi? Mu Xiu replied, we do not know. Our people did not accompany them. After a brief silence, he continued, there were disturbances in the Black Wind Forest, and our attention was diverted there. Song Lan inquired, Black Wind Forest? What was discovered? Mu Xiu responded, it seems a passage is about to be opened. Hearing this, Song Lan furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought for some time. Finally, he instructed Mu Xiu, very well, investigate whether those individuals were indeed killed by Bai Yi. Mu Xiu acknowledged and departed. Once Mu Xiu left, Song Lan fell into contemplation. In the Tang family's great hall, Tang Xianfeng wore a grim expression, pacing restlessly. At that moment, an elder entered the hall. It was Tang Sheng, a senior member of the Tang family. Tang Sheng approached Tang Xianfeng and slightly bowed, saying, we have found nothing. At these words, Tang Xianfeng slammed his hand on the table, reducing it to dust in an instant. For 3 consecutive days, headless corpses have appeared at our doorstep. How can we not ascertain who is responsible? Tang Sheng pondered for a moment and suggested, could it be Bai Yi? Tang Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed sharply. Regardless of whether it is him, we must eliminate this child at all costs. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Sheng replied, if the older generation does not intervene, it may be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Tang Xianfeng closed his eyes slightly and murmured, if necessary, we shall take a gamble. Following Bai Ye's slaying of hundreds, the entire Songyun continent was shaken to its core. Those hundreds were almost all prodigies from various prominent factions, and their demise was a significant loss, leaving no gain in return. Consequently, the elder powerhouses of these factions could hardly contain their unrest. They recognized that since they had become enemies of Bai Yi, he must be crushed in his infancy to prevent future repercussions. Elders from numerous factions gathered to deliberate on how to dispose of Bai Yi. In the imperial capital, within the imperial hall, Song Yu was deep in thought. Opposite him stood Song Lan. With a serious expression, Song Yu remarked, this seal may not hold for much longer. Song Lan replied with equal gravity, can Emperor Song make contact with that individual? Song Yu fell silent for a moment, reflecting, previously, I could establish contact, but lately, it has become impossible. The reasons elude me. If he does not intervene this time, I fear this continent may not withstand the impending crisis. Chapter 44. Ripping apart a little with a soft sigh, Song Yu lamented, alas, I was able to reach him before, but now I find myself unable to do so. Upon hearing this, Song Lan's expression darkened. What shall we do? A sudden thought struck Song Yu. Perhaps there was one individual capable of resolving this matter. Naturally, he thought of Sure, who had left an impression on him when they first met, profound and inscrutable, much like the aura of the ancient sage. He pondered that perhaps Sure could assist them in sealing that location once more. Song Lan furrowed his brow. Her? He was thinking of Yunshang, unaware that Yunshang had departed and that Sure was the one currently by Bai Ye's side. Previously, he had heard Mu Xiu mention that the woman beside Bai Yi possessed remarkable prowess in formations. With this in mind, he couldn't help but frown deeper. But we have nearly the entire continent's forces arrayed against us. Will she truly aid us? After a moment of silence, Song Yu replied, regardless, we must make an attempt. Otherwise, do we possess any alternative? Song Lan contemplated for a while. Currently, the elders of various factions are deliberating on how to eliminate Bai Yi. Should we not? Song Yu interjected solemnly. Let us prioritize the greater good and pay a visit. Within a grand hall, no fewer than a dozen elder-level figures were devising strategies to eliminate Bai Yi. At that moment, Song Lan and Song Yu entered the hall, prompting a wave of curiosity from the assembly. Nevertheless, they greeted the two with nods of acknowledgement. Suddenly, An elder from the Li family rose and directed his gaze at Song Lan. Director Song, due to your bounty, my Li family has lost several young prodigies. Will you not provide an explanation? Indeed, you summoned your own people back, compelling ours to serve you. My family has lost 20 members this time. It appears that Song Yun Academy has acted with intent. Several elders stood in outrage, glaring at Song Lan, with some even contemplating direct action against him. Tang Xing interjected. It was Bai Yi who slaughtered your kin. You ought to seek vengeance from him. Furthermore, I believe everyone is aware of the recent events involving my Tang family. Are they not? That was a consequence of your own actions, an elder rebuked sharply. At this juncture, Song Yu furrowed his brow. May I have a moment to speak? Elder Sun Yu of the Sun family retorted. What do you have to say? This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Elder Tang Xing turned to Song Lan. I implore you. Director Song, to address the recent occurrences affecting my Tang family. Song Lan sighed softly. I never anticipated matters would escalate to this point. However, now that they have, we must devise a solution. Yet, there is another, more pressing issue I wish to discuss with you all. Upon finishing his words, he surveyed the surroundings and continued. I implore everyone to notify the heads of families and sect leaders to gather, as what I am about to discuss is of utmost significance. It may very well pertain to the survival of our entire continent. At the utterance of these words, astonishment swept across the crowd. Tang Xing, perplexed, inquired. What matter could be so grave as to endanger the very existence of our continent? Elder Li, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, retorted, concerning the entire continent? Might you be exaggerating? Song Yu interjected. Director Song is not exaggerating. This matter is indeed extremely serious, and I urge everyone not to take it lightly. Sovereign Song. Why are you not enjoying the comforts of the Imperial Hall, but have come here instead? An elder scoffed. Most present were indifferent to the sovereign. As the Imperial Hall had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, and few were aware of its true power, Song Lan, visibly irked, urged everyone. Please quickly inform your family heads and sect leaders to come. I have no desire to waste further time in idle chatter. He realized that this group was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Of course, he bore them no ill will, for few were privy to this knowledge. And even the majority of family heads and sect leaders remained unaware. Sensing Song Lan's unusual demeanor, the crowd fell silent and began to relay messages to their respective heads. Song Yu turned to Song Lan and said, when they arrive, you can explain the situation to them. I shall meet with that young lady. Song Lan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, if she refuses. Song Yu sighed softly. Then I shall venture out to seek assistance. Shortly thereafter, Song Yu arrived at a courtyard, which was none other than the 5-star academy. As he entered the courtyard, he found Shir already standing there. Upon seeing Song Yu, Shir's lips curled into a smile. Sovereign Song, do you have business with me? From within the room, Bai Yi, who had been cultivating, emerged slowly, casting a glance at Song Yu. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed at Shir and inquired, who is this individual? Shir replied with a smile, he is from the imperial capital, the emperor. Song Yu offered a faint smile. I presume this must be the esteemed young master Bai Yi. Bai Yi gazed at Song Yu. Have you come to take my life? At that moment, Lung Qing and Yang Xiao had also emerged from the room, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bai Yi. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. Kill you? No. I have come to seek this young lady's assistance. As he spoke, he turned his attention towards Shir. Bai Yi gazed at Shir with a hint of confusion, inquiring, do you know him? Shir shook her head. Not well. In truth, she too felt perplexed. Why would the emperor seek her out? Moreover, why would he request her assistance? What familiarity existed between them to warrant such a request? Song Yu quickly interjected. This matter is of great significance. I implore you, dear lady, to lend your aid. Shir felt a surge of irritation, musing to herself, is this person unwell? Can't he see that I am concealing my true capabilities? Resolute, she decided not to let him continue, lest it lead to complications. A smile graced her lips as she suggested, why not consult with my brother? Perhaps he can be of assistance to you. With that, she discreetly transmitted a message to Song Yu. Are you aware of what should remain unspoken? Song Yu's expression shifted, and he seemed to grasp her implication. He promptly responded with a smile, understood. He then turned to Bai Yi, offering a slight bow. Young Master Bai, I kindly request your support in this matter. Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, smiled and replied, please share what it is you wish to discuss. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly give it due consideration. Bai Yi pondered that, After all, the request had been made with such courtesy, it was only proper to reciprocate. However, his words were not definitive. He implied that even if he possessed the capability, he might not necessarily extend his assistance, merely expressing this in a more tactful manner. Songyu, with a wry smile, began, "The situation is as follows. Our continent, thousands of years ago, was actually a forbidden zone, concealing a passage. However, several individuals breached this seal long ago. Although it was subsequently reimposed by formidable beings, encompassing the entire Songyan continent, after millennia, that seal is now on the verge of collapse. Moreover, following the forceful breach of the seal by an individual, the integrity of the seal can now be maintained for only a few months at most." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Only sure, maintaining her composure, slightly wrinkled her delicate nose, inwardly thinking, "What a broken seal. It's merely a minor tear." Yang Xiao, with an expression of shock, inquired, "Where does the sealed passage lead?" Bai Yi and Lung Qing cast puzzled glances towards Songyu. With a solemn tone, Songyu remarked, "As you are aware, in the beast domain, there have recently been sightings of serpent beasts in the Black Wind Forest. I suspect they have emerged from the fissures in the seal." Chapter 45, offering assistance. Bai Yi was somewhat at a loss for words. "What will happen once the seal is broken?" Songyu replied in a solemn tone. "The beasts from the beast domain may traverse through this passage and arrive in our realm. At that time, it could lead to unimaginable devastation." Bai Yi pondered for a moment and said, "So, if the seal breaks and the beasts invade, I won't need to seek revenge. Wouldn't it be delightful if the beasts annihilate them all?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Yang Xiao beside him couldn't help but nod in agreement. What junior brother Bai said is indeed correct. Songyu's face darkened as he glanced at Sure, who smiled sweetly, "Hee, I trust my brother. After all, they have been relentlessly pursuing us. Let the beasts devour them all." Songyu, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head. "If the beasts truly arrive here, it won't only be those who are hunting you that perish. Many innocent lives will also fall victim to the beast slaughter." Long Qing, with an icy gaze, interjected, "What concern is their life or death to us?" Bai Yi responded, "The Song Emperor should seek solutions elsewhere, as I am certain I cannot be of any assistance." With a sense of resignation, Songyu turned to consider other options, then sighed and shook his head. "Alas, since young Master Bai is unwilling to lend a hand, I shall take my leave. Let's go." "No need for farewells," Bai Yi quickly nodded. Within a grand hall, over 20 individuals had gathered, all of whom were masters, patriarchs, and elders from various factions. The hall was bustling with noise, and no one seemed to know what was about to transpire, engaging in a flurry of conversations. Song Lian from Sungyun Academy spoke up, "Esteemed guests, you may not yet be aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you all. It is likely that you are already informed about the recent appearance of beasts in the Black Wind Forest. Here, I must share with you the origins of our Songyan continent." Upon this revelation, the crowd displayed expressions of shock, as many were unaware of the underlying events, with some even speculating that the meeting was convened to discuss the elimination of Bai Yi. An elder inquired, what origins could the Songyan continent possibly have? Everyone turned their gaze towards Song Lian, and a few individuals privy to the secrets wore solemn expressions, yet no one spoke, all awaiting Song Lian's elaboration. Thousands of years ago, this continent was actually a forbidden zone. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd, with astonishment etched on every face, as no one had known of this fact. Subsequently, several individuals came to explore this area and discovered that there was indeed a seal present. Believing that great fortune lay within, they went to great lengths to break the seal, ultimately succeeding. The crowd gasped, assuming that these explorers had acquired numerous treasures. At this moment, a patriarch inquired, was there some divine artifact within the seal? This was a question on everyone's minds, as they speculated that the seal must have concealed some extraordinary treasures, perhaps even legendary celestial artifacts. Song Lian sighed softly and continued, after breaking the seal, they found a passageway. The passage was unfathomably deep, and the further they ventured, the darker it became. They traveled for over half a month without reaching the end. And just as they contemplated retreating, a powerful aura emanated from the other end of the passage. Sensing something was amiss, they turned to flee. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and in the ensuing chaos, only one managed to escape. What lay within that passage? And why was it sealed once more? A patriarch inquired, to which Song Lan responded. The individual who escaped returned to the sect and reported the matter. After a thorough investigation, their sect leader, in collaboration with dozens of peak experts, managed to seal it. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. One person remarked, What relevance does this have to our gathering today? Song Lan continued. The original sealing location was deep within the Blackwind Forest. And I trust you have all heard of the recent emergence of demonic beasts in that very forest. The expressions of the crowd shifted, although they did not seem overly concerned. After all, they considered a few demonic beasts to be inconsequential. At this moment, an elder spoke up. Are you suggesting, Director Song, that the entities initially sealed might be demonic beasts? And now, with the seal weakened, many of them have been unleashed? Song Lan nodded. One could say so, but the situation is even more dire than that. Another elder interjected. Does not our Tsangyan Academy possess array masters? Surely, they can reseal it? Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed unanimous agreement, well aware of the Academy's array masters and convinced that their intervention could resolve the issue. Song Lan, however, shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, we have array masters, yet they lack the capability to re-establish the seal. At this juncture, a patriarch remarked, if we cannot reseal it, then we shall wait for those demonic beasts to emerge and slay them. With so many formidable experts among us, should we truly fear a handful of demonic beasts? This sentiment was echoed by many, as those present had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years and regarded a few demonic beasts with disdain. Song Lan, with a bitter smile, replied, it is not merely a few demonic beasts at stake. Had it been so simple, the powerful beings of millennia past would have obliterated them outright rather than resorting to sealing. According to ancient records, this may be a passage to the beast domain. The term beast domain evoked a stir among the crowd, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. They were uncertain of what the beast domain entailed. It could be a continent or perhaps a star domain. Regardless, it was evident that the situation was far more complex than merely a few demonic beasts. If it were indeed a continent, one could only imagine the multitude of demonic beasts it might harbor. Such a notion seemed rather exaggerated, and many were skeptical of the existence of such a vast number of demonic beasts, remaining unfamiliar and curious about the concept of the beast domain. Ultimately, Song Lan stated that if they wished to reseal this passage, they would need to seek assistance from one individual, namely, the woman beside Bai Yi. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Bai Yi, a notorious figure among them, had just been the subject of their discussions on how to eliminate him. And now they were to solicit his aid? Beyond the question of whether he would assist, there was the matter of their own pride to consider. Immediately, one person stepped forward, seeking Bai Yi's help. Surely, you jest. Subsequently, several others rose, expressing their belief that this course of action was untenable. The individual known as Bai Yi must be dealt with swiftly. Without delving into other matters, the fact that he has slain hundreds before is intolerable to all present. The crowd is fervently debating, yet unable to reach a consensus. This night is particularly tranquil, with only the faint chirping of crickets resonating like a trembling ballad. Bai Yi and Lung Qing once again approached the periphery of the Tang family, intending to present a rather significant gift to its members. The two separated, one stealthily advancing from the rear, while the other navigated the side with deftness. In a short while, the lifeless bodies of a dozen Tang family disciples lay sprawled at the entrance. They retreated along different paths, and during this journey, Lung Qing unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Hu Run, whom she pursued without a second thought. After more than an hour, she cornered him within a dense thicket. At that moment, Hu Run seemed to have sensed her presence, halting his steps to turn and face her. Lang Qing, revealing herself, charged forward without hesitation, initiating an attack. Previously, when partnered with Bai Yi, Hu Run had proven no match for her, yet now, Lung Qing exhibited a remarkable prowess that suggested she might even overpower him alone. It must be said that her talent was indeed remarkable, worthy of being deemed a genius amongst prodigies. In a fleeting moment, Hu Run found himself increasingly overwhelmed, and a momentary lapse allowed Lang Qing to pierce his left shoulder with her sword, prompting him to turn and flee. The strategy of striking when one could and retreating when necessary was undeniably sound. However, Lung Qing relentlessly pursued him, and thus, they continued this chase for nearly an hour more. They ventured deep into the Blackwind Forest, where Hu Run appeared increasingly disheveled, his face contorted in a menacing snarl. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted a well not far ahead. The well, approximately 10 feet in diameter, was encircled by 8 stone pillars adorned with intricate and enigmatic designs. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, their ends affixed to the tops of the pillars, intertwining to form an irregular pattern. At this juncture, Lung Qing was merely a few paces away from Hu Run, who was preparing to fend off her assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the well as she thrust her sword toward him. Observing this, Lung Qing furrowed her brow slightly before following suit and leaping into the depths. Chapter 46. Bai Ye's conditions the following day. Bai Ye grew increasingly anxious upon realizing Lung Qing had yet to return. Sure, too, with her brows knitted in concern, remarked, given senior sister Lung's strength, she should be more than capable of safeguarding herself. Unless, of course, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Bai Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that they have been discovered? Yang Xiao returned to the courtyard, panting heavily. Upon learning that Lung Qing had not yet returned, he ventured out early to gather information. However, he found no useful news. If they had indeed been discovered, the Tang family would surely be frantically searching for Bai Ye, having learned that the culprits were the two of them. Yet, this was not the case. In fact, from his inquiries, he discovered that there were still no leads regarding the murder of the Tang family members. With this knowledge, Bai Ye's frown deepened. If they were not discovered by the Tang family, then where could Sister Lung have gone? At this moment, all three of them felt a heavy sense of confusion and concern. Lung Qing's disappearance might indicate that an unknown power was watching them. However, despite their contemplation, none could pinpoint which faction it might be. Just as they were worrying about Lung Qing, Song Yu slowly entered the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Bai Ye seemed to recall something, and his expression instantly turned cold. Master Song, what is your intention? Sure, and Yang Xiao also cast unkind glances at Song Yu. At this moment, all three suspected that it was Song Yu who had harmed Lung Qing. Noticing their hostile stares, Song Yu felt a jolt of unease. He thought to himself, what does this mean? I haven't even spoken yet, and they all look as if they want to devour me. He then forced a smile. What do you mean by that, young Master Bai? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. Did you capture Sister Lung? Song Yu was somewhat taken aback. Miss Lung? Bai Ye squinted slightly, addressing the Emperor Song. Is there any need for further pretense? Yesterday, you requested my assistance, which I declined. Subsequently, you resorted to apprehending my senior sister. How absurd. Song Yu's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I believe there has been some misunderstanding. I did not capture Miss Lung Qing, he asserted. Sure, with a hint of skepticism in her voice, inquired, is it truly not you? Upon hearing the coolness in Sure's tone, Song Yu involuntarily shuddered and hastily shook his head. It genuinely was not me. How could I possibly lay a hand on a friend of the lady? But Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Poem, who remarked, it should not be him. With that, she turned to Song Yu and inquired, have you come for a reason? Song Yu let out a soft sigh and replied, I kindly request the assistance of young Master Bai and the young lady regarding the matter of the seal. Bai Yi resolutely declined, stating, it is impossible. Song Yu's expression darkened slightly as he replied, you may set any conditions, as long as you agree to assist in sealing that passage. After Bai Ye's departure yesterday, he returned to the Grand Hall, where the heads of various clans were still embroiled in heated discussions. Reluctantly, he had to reiterate the gravity of the situation to everyone. However, there were still those who remained unconvinced. If they were to seek assistance from others to seal the passage, it would be one thing. But to specifically request Bai Yi, who was regarded as the common enemy of all factions, was another matter entirely. Some even sought to seize this opportunity to unite in a concerted effort to eliminate Bai Yi. Ultimately, Song Yu had no choice but to assert his dominance, unleashing the oppressive aura of a half-step boundary realm expert. Upon witnessing Song Yu's formidable strength, the assembly was left utterly astonished. Realizing he had surpassed the realm of the esteemed lord, the hall erupted in astonishment. Such is the nature of this world. Without power, one's words are akin to mere flatulence, while possessing strength transforms even the faintest sound into an echo of reverence that lingers for days. Observing the awe his power inspired, he declared, I shall have the final say on this matter. With that, he turned and sought out Bai Yi once more. Bai Yi was about to refuse when Sure smiled gently and said, Brother, did you not hear what Emperor Song proclaimed? As long as you make a move. The terms are entirely at your discretion. Bai Yi contemplated for a moment, a smile gracing his face. In this case, Your Majesty's Song, I am not devoid of compassion. Given that this matter concerns the very survival of the entire Tsunyan continent, I cannot remain indifferent. If I possess the ability, I shall certainly lend my assistance. For as a part of the Tsunyan continent, it is my duty to contribute in any way I can, striving to minimize casualties. Upon hearing these words from Bai Yi, Song Yu was initially taken aback, but then his face broke into a joyful expression. So, does this mean that young Master Bai has agreed to lend his hand? Bai Yu nodded and replied, Indeed, I will certainly assist with this. However, I have a few conditions. I wonder if that would be acceptable? Not at all. Song Yu quickly responded. As long as I am able to fulfill them, I will agree to any conditions you present. Bai Yi appeared somewhat troubled, remaining silent. Noticing his silence, Song Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does young master Bai have any reservations?" With a playful smile, Sure interjected. "My brother is merely concerned that his conditions might put you in a difficult position, hence his reluctance to speak." Song Yu responded with a nonchalant smile. "There is no need for such hesitation, young master Bai. I am more than capable of meeting your conditions." His expression was filled with unwavering confidence. For he was a half-step into the realm of barriers, and in this vast land, there were few things beyond his reach. Bai Yi let out a deep sigh. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. According to the words of Emperor Song, if the seal on the passage is lifted, will it not result in the deaths of countless individuals? Perhaps even the annihilation of the entire continent?" Song Yu nodded gravely, suddenly feeling an unsettling disquiet at Bai Yi's words. However, he chose not to dwell on it further. Bai Yi continued. "If sacrificing the lives of a few individuals could save an entire continent, would the Song Emperor find it worthwhile?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt an unsettling disquiet. Yet he merely nodded in a gesture of acknowledgement. Sure, with a subtle smile gracing her lips, cast a significant glance at Song Yu. She was aware that her brother had ensnared Song Yu in an intricate trap, and astonishingly, Song Yu remained oblivious to it. Yang Zhao's lips twitched. Was his earlier remark about doing what one could for the Zhongyan continent merely a guise for personal vendetta? Bai Yi smiled faintly. "I have 3 conditions. I wonder if that might be a bit excessive?" As he spoke, he cast a somewhat bashful glance at Song Yu. Song Yu furrowed his brows, seemingly sensing something amiss. This time, he did not readily acquiesce as he had before, but instead replied, "Please, go ahead and share." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh. "Firstly, if we are to save the entire continent, sacrifices must be made. Secondly, the annihilation of my family must be thoroughly investigated to uncover the mastermind behind it. Thirdly, my current strength is insufficient. I require your assistance to enhance my power." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yang Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Internally reflecting, this junior brother Bai is indeed formidable. These 3 conditions are indeed audacious. Song Yu felt a sense of discomfort. These conditions were undeniably rather extreme. The first condition was clear. It entailed eliminating all those who had previously sought his life. Yet, nearly every faction across the continent had once acted against him. It was impractical to annihilate all of them. The second condition was more acceptable, as he too had sensed something amiss and had conducted a discreet investigation for a time, though it had not progressed further. The third condition, regarding the enhancement of strength, presented a considerable challenge, given the scarcity of cultivation resources on the continent. The prospect of achieving significant growth in a short period was exceedingly daunting. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Noticing Song Yu's troubled demeanor, Bai Yi could not suppress a hint of sarcasm. Does the esteemed emperor not honor his word? At that moment, Sure interjected. "You just stated that anything within your capabilities would be assured." Yang Xiao, feeling a wave of frustration, thought to himself, "These 2 siblings are rather cunning. I must be cautious not to fall into their schemes, lest I end up being sold while cheerfully counting the money for them." After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu gritted his teeth and replied, "I shall comply. However, regarding the first condition, might we negotiate?" Bai Yi chuckled lightly and asked, "How shall we negotiate?" Song Yu replied in a solemn tone, "It is impossible to eradicate them all. Would it suffice to eliminate only those who have acted against you?" Bai Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "At that time, my Bai family did not take action against the Tang family. Yet, they utterly annihilated us and relentlessly pursued me. And now, you speak to me of mercy?" Yang Xiao, equally indignant, added, "What is even more despicable is that they hunted down my junior brother Bai for his sword. Did you ever advocate for mercy then?" Song Yu found himself at a loss for words. Just as Bai Yi and Yang Xiao had articulated, when they were being hunted, no one came forward to speak a word of justice. In fact, some even fanned the flames of discord. It is indeed rather unprincipled to only contemplate such matters now that they seek assistance. Yet, there is little choice, for the matter of sealing is of utmost importance. At that moment, Sure suddenly interjected, "Brother, I believe there is merit in the words of the Song Emperor. We should first eliminate those who have acted against us." Bai Yu cast a silent glance at Sure, while a flicker of malice flashed in Song Yu's eyes as he spoke. "I know what to do." With that, he turned and departed. Previously, he had attempted to contact the Elder of Creation, but it seemed as though the Elder was evading him, remaining elusive. Now, It appeared that only Bai Yi could once again seal the passage. Resolute in his thoughts, he crushed a communication talisman. 3 days later, the entire Tsungyun continent trembled as a group of enigmatic figures slaughtered the elders, heads of families, and sect leaders of the prominent clans, including the Zhou, Li, Sun, Qingyun sect, Xinmen sect, Zhenyuan sect, and Blood Moon sect. The Tang clan suffered the most devastating losses, with all of its direct line wiped out. Strangely, the Zhao clan emerged unscathed, as did the Tsungyun Academy, which lost one elder, though it was not Mu Xiu. This meant that all who had once opposed Bai Yi, with the exception of Mu Xiu, had been eradicated. At this moment, among the older generation, only a few from the Tang and Zhao clans remained. Of course, the Imperial Hall was not included in this count, as its true strength remained a mystery. Within the inner sanctum of the Zhao clan, Duge Xian wore a troubled expression. It was not that the Zhao clan had escaped assassination, rather, Duge Xian single-handedly intercepted the mysterious assailants. Although she had managed to stop them, she too bore severe injuries. Clutching a flying dagger, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. In the Imperial Hall, Song Yu sat in silence, while below him, a figure knelt on one knee. Master. Aside from Tsungyun Academy and the Zhao clan, all other clan elders have been eliminated. Song Yu responded with a slight exclamation. The Zhao clan? He had ordered the assassination of all clan heads and elders, and while the failure to eliminate Tsungyun Academy was understandable due to its complexity, the inability to eradicate the Zhao clan was indeed puzzling. He had dispatched over a dozen assassination guards, each a pinnacle expert of the Breaking Sea realm, with the capability to individually eliminate a typical realm master. Now, the failure to subdue the Zhao clan with such a formidable force surprised him. He then instructed, maintain covert surveillance on that individual from the Zhao clan. Report any unusual movements immediately. The figure acknowledged and withdrew. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu also departed from the Imperial Hall. Brother, I find that the Imperial Lord is quite efficient in his dealings. Shi remarked with a smile to Bai Yi in the courtyard. Yang Xiao chuckled heartily. Indeed, with this, no one should pursue us any longer. Bai Yi furrowed her brows slightly, still without any news of senior sister Long, pondering what trouble she might be facing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two dimmed. Shi let out a gentle sigh, hoping that senior sister Long would not encounter any misfortune. Concern for Ling Qin weighed heavily on their hearts. Having traversed numerous brushes with death together, they had long since forged an unbreakable bond. None wished for the other to face peril. Just as Yang Xiao was about to speak, Song Yu slowly stepped into the courtyard. Are you still satisfied, young Master Bai? Although Song Yu wore a faint smile, a closer look revealed it to be somewhat forced. In his endeavor to solicit Bai Ye's assistance, he had indeed made significant sacrifices. While the lives of those individuals held little value to him, the magnitude of his efforts to recruit one person was unprecedented in his experience. After all, he was a formidable figure on the verge of the Boundary Realm, one of the continent's top powerhouses. Being so constrained by another was quite displeasing to him. Were it not for the folly of his youth that led to calamity, forcing him into hiding here, would he have cared for the life and death of this place? He could have simply departed without a second thought, yet now he dared not return. Bai Yi smiled and said, now, let us discuss the second condition. Song Yu furrowed his brows and replied, as for who orchestrated this in the shadows, that necessitates a thorough investigation. However, I assure you, it will not be long before my people uncover the truth. Shi, with a slight frown, remarked, so, does this imply that the son of the Song Emperor has already made some progress? Song Yu shook his head, not yet, but my people have commenced their inquiries. With a glance at Bai Yi, he continued, young Master Bai, what level of mastery must you attain in order to seal the passage? Bai Yi pondered for a moment, stating, at least the core formation stage. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression darkened. It was absurd to think that one could transition from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage with such ease. Even with ample resources, it would require several years. Song Yu cast a somber glance at Bai Yi and remarked, is young Master Bai jesting? With your current Qi refinement level, reaching the core formation stage, even with sufficient resources, would take at least a few years. Are you suggesting we wait several years before taking action? Let alone years. It seems even a few months may be too long to wait. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao beside them appeared somewhat uneasy. He was currently at the returning Dan stage. When he had transitioned from Qi refinement to returning Dan, it had taken him 2.5 years. Should he wish to break through to the core formation stage, it would be impossible without a span of 3 to 5 years. Bai Yi waved his hand and remarked, as long as Emperor Song provides me with sufficient resources, It won't take long. I believe a month will suffice. Upon hearing this, not only was Yang Xiao left in astonishment, but even Song Yu furrowed his brows in concern. Are you suggesting that you can progress from Qi mastery to golden core in just a month? Song Yu questioned, doubting whether he had misheard. Bai Yi spoke softly. It won't even take a month. Her words not only drew the attention of Yang Xiao and Song Yu, but even Shi furrowed her brows in disbelief. Brother, do you think breaking through to the Dan realm is as simple as drinking water? Shi couldn't help but inquire. Bai Yi seemed to realize that his words had crossed a line, and he promptly inquired, is it truly difficult to break through to the core formation stage? The three individuals present fell into a moment of silence. After a brief pause, Song Yu replied, I can provide you with resources. But whether you can achieve the core formation stage depends solely on your own efforts. You have but a month. At this juncture, Song Yu recognized that Bai Yi was not merely flamboyant. His talent for boasting was equally formidable. However, having chosen to trust him, there was no turning back. Regardless of whether Bai Yi reached the core formation stage in a month, he must find a way to seal that passage. He handed Bai Yi a ring, stating, inside, you will find ample resources, and your sword is also within. As he spoke, a pang of regret washed over him. For these were items he had painstakingly brought with him from a previous location, which he had been reluctant to use but now had to relinquish. He then shook his head with a smile, saying, I look forward to good news from you, young Master Bai, a month hence. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 48. The complete sealing. Bai Yi spoke softly. Previously, my family, the Bai clan, was annihilated, yet some survived. I wish to request the assistance of Emperor Song in locating the remaining members of the Bai family. I aspire to restore our lineage. Furthermore, my senior sister has gone missing, and I would greatly appreciate Emperor Song's help in finding her as well. He paused for a moment before adding, of course. If it proves inconvenient for Emperor Song, I shall not press the matter. I can search on my own, but I fear that without assistance, I may not attain the Golden Core realm within a month. Song Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that Bai Yi was subtly threatening him. If he did not aid in the reconstruction of the Bai clan, Bai Yi would surely use this as an excuse to refrain from taking action in a month's time. A flicker of anger crossed his mind, yet he nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Bai Yi immersed himself in fervent cultivation. With the resources provided by Song Yu, his progress was remarkable. Although he had previously possessed a sufficient amount of spirit stones, those given by Song Yu were undeniably of superior quality. After several days, Song Yu sent word that they had located a dozen survivors from the Bai clan, who were subsequently brought back to their ancestral land. Although the Bai clan was still in disarray, it now possessed a semblance of vitality and spirit. However, despite the search, Lung Qing remained elusive, which left Bai Yi feeling unsettled. One day, Bai Yi ventured into a forest. After days of rigorous training, he reached the pinnacle of the Qi mastery realm, the limits of his control. With his eyes slightly closed, the crimson longsword in his hand quivered gently. He sought to comprehend the technique of sword breaking the earth. In the absence of the crimson longsword, he had relied on his fingers as a sword. Now, with the sword restored to his grasp, he aimed to delve deeper into the essence of this sword technique. Poetry had once told him that this sword was extraordinary. Having recognized him as its master, it was through this sword that he had first grasped the concept of sword intent. Perhaps this sword would allow him to attain a more profound understanding of that technique. He recalled Elder Sun's words, stating that when this sword technique reached its peak, each move could invoke the laws of the Great Tao. Although he was still uncertain of what the Great Tao entailed, he understood it to be something formidable. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through him, causing the crimson longsword to emit a series of faint, melodic sounds. With a single swing, a resonant clang echoed through the heavens. As the sword was unleashed, a beam of sword light tore through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. All trees were obliterated, and where the sword light passed, a chasm nearly 10 feet wide marred the ground. Observing the power of his strike, Bai Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He remembered poetry mentioning that the sword technique, when perfected, could annihilate an entire border city. Yet, it seemed to fall short of that expectation. Suddenly, he had a revelation, the power of the laws. His sword lacked the force of the laws when he struck. But what were the laws? After pondering for a long while without any insights, he returned to his training. He had now reached the pinnacle of the Qi mastery realm and must strive to break through to the Golden Core realm. In a dark cavern, Lang Qing wielded her longsword and moved swiftly. Before her was a figure in a state of utter disarray, Hu Ren. At that moment, Hu Ren was exceedingly vexed, questioning the sanity of the person before him. For more than 10 days, he had been relentlessly pursuing her, traveling from the imperial capital to Qingfeng City, and then to the Black Wind Forest, ultimately finding himself in this enigmatic place. Yet, she continued to elude him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence surged toward him from ahead. A ferocious roar echoed through the air, causing Hu Ren's complexion to change dramatically as he halted in his tracks. He had never set foot in this place, nor had he ever heard of it before. The sound of that beastly roar instilled a profound sense of danger within him, prompting him to cease his advance without hesitation. At that moment, Lang Qing, sensing the same ominous aura, also came to a standstill, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Just as she contemplated retreating, the fearsome presence began to dissipate gradually. After a moment of deep thought, she suddenly charged at Hu Ren with her sword drawn. Seeing Lang Qing rushing towards him, Hu Ren bellowed, "Are you seeking death?" He was acutely aware that this place was extraordinary and that a formidable entity might lurk within. Engaging in conflict here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for both of them. However, Lang Qing, undeterred, thrust her sword toward him, ignoring his warning and pressing her attack. Hu Ren steeled his resolve and continued to flee forward. Within the imperial hall, Song Yu wore a troubled expression. The seal before him had begun to show signs of cracking, and if this continued, it would likely shatter within a few days. Yet, there were still a dozen days remaining until Bai Yi was due to arrive, and he found himself questioning whether Bai Yi would indeed assist him in reinforcing the seal. After all, if Bai Yi reneged on their agreement, he would be left with no recourse. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. However, if Bai Yi chose not to aid in the sealing, the invasion of monstrous beasts could very well doom the entire continent. Surely, Bai Yi would consider not only his own interests but also those of his kin and family, as he seemed to genuinely care for his clansmen. Otherwise, he would not have sought Hu Ren's assistance in searching and rebuilding the Bai family. With these thoughts in mind, Song Yu felt a measure of reassurance, however. The pressing issue remained that the seal must endure until Bai Yi intervened. With a bitter smile, he retrieved an object from his possession. It resembled a box, its overall color a dim gray, emanating a faint black mist. Looking at the object, Song Yu's lips twitched in a wry smile. For it was precisely to acquire this item that he had offended numerous factions. With nowhere to turn, he had hidden in this insignificant place, studying it for thousands of years without uncovering its purpose. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he mused, "Perhaps this is just fate." And in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bai Yi has reached the pinnacle of the returning Dan stage, yet he still falls slightly short of advancing to the Golden Dan realm. Brother, this matter cannot be rushed. Your current pace is already extraordinary. Many individuals spend their entire lives without attaining the returning Dan stage. Yet you have accomplished it in merely a month, and in an exceptional manner, no less. Sure remarked playfully as she gazed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded. I was too anxious. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, sure, with my current strength, can I completely seal that passage?" He certainly would not forget the promise he made to Song Yu, especially after having benefited from him. Moreover, failing to thoroughly seal that passage might pose a threat to the Bai family in the future. Sure pouted. Completely seal it? Brother, who gave you the audacity to say that? Did you not hear what Song Yu mentioned? Back then, it took several formidable warriors to seal it. Yet it was not a complete seal. Do you truly believe that your current strength surpasses those formidable warriors of the past? Bai Yi pondered for a moment and earnestly remarked, I believe it should be about right. Upon hearing Bai Ye's unwavering confidence, Sure was left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, with an expression of bemusement, inquired, Junior brother Bai, your realm has indeed advanced remarkably over the past month. However, I can't help but feel that your newfound arrogance has escalated to an alarming degree. It's amusing how someone at the mere returning to Dan realm could possess such an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Bai Yi felt a tinge of displeasure. Senior brother Yang, may I inquire how long it takes to progress from the Qi refinement realm to the Dan return realm? Yang Xiao's expression darkened as he chose to disregard Bai Yi. He increasingly sensed that this junior brother could not be comprehended through the reasoning of an ordinary mind. Bai Yi noticed that Yang's expression was somewhat off, which made him feel a tad awkward. In truth, senior brother Yang is quite admirable, isn't he, Sure? Just as Sure was about to respond to Bai Yi, Song Yu leisurely strode into the courtyard. Chapter 49. A slightly dangerous thought as Song Yu entered the courtyard. He carefully assessed Bai Yi's current realm. He was momentarily taken aback, but that astonishment quickly transformed into acceptance. Previously, when he had encountered Bai Yi, he He had merely glanced at his realm without paying it much heed. Thus, he had failed to discern the uniqueness of Baiye's level compared to others. This time, he had come with the intent of scrutinizing whether Baiye had indeed reached the golden core stage. Upon closer examination, he realized that Baiye's realm was indeed distinct from that of his peers. However, considering Shir's exceptional nature, he remained unfazed, which further piqued Song Yu's curiosity regarding Baiye's true identity. Baiye gazed curiously at the oddly colored Song Yu and inquired, "What troubles the master of the Song dynasty?" Song Yu chuckled softly, "Oh, it is nothing. I am merely astonished by the realm of young master Baiye." With a touch of pride, raised his gaze towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Our cultivation knows no bounds. What then is the meaning of realms?" Yang Zhao's expression darkened. Internally lamenting, "Here we go again. This junior Bai is about to show off." Shir let out a soft sigh, saying, "Brother, let us remain humble before them. Your pretense is futile. They could extinguish your very existence with but a single hand." Song Yu's countenance grew somewhat grim, yet he refrained from expressing anger. After all, a modicum of youthful arrogance can be rather endearing. "Young Master Bai, I have thoroughly investigated the individuals who conspired against the Bai family. However, I have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of that young lady from the Zhao family." Song Yu too felt perplexed. Had it not been for that serpent consuming Zhao Shuer, the situation would be exceedingly strange. Yet, if the serpent had indeed devoured Zhao Shuer, why had it spared Baiye? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Shir. Shir furrowed her brow slightly, discreetly conveying to Song Yu, "I was not present at that time. It was not I who saved him. I remain unaware of the true circumstances." Baiye hastily inquired, "Who is scheming behind our backs?" Song Yu replied in a solemn tone, "It is Lady Zhao de Guxian." Baiye was somewhat taken aback. What could be her intention behind such actions? Song Yu shook his head. "Her purpose remains unclear. Should I deploy someone to eliminate her?" In truth, upon discovering that it was Du Guxian's machinations, he had contemplated sending someone to dispose of her. However, considering Baiye's stance, he decided it prudent to first inform him and gauge his perspective. Baiye waved his hand, stating, "I will resolve this myself." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Resolve it yourself?" He pondered. The numerous assassins he had dispatched previously had failed to subdue that individual. Could this young master Bai truly manage it alone? Although his cultivation was indeed significantly superior to that of the average person, it was unlikely he possessed the strength to confront a peak master at the zenith of the venerable realm. Just moments ago, when he assessed Baiye's cultivation, he discerned that Baiye had yet to reach the core formation stage, merely standing at the pinnacle of the returning to Dan realm. Furthermore, he had conducted inquiries into Du Guxian, a figure shrouded in mystery, who, like him, seemed to hail from beyond. Nevertheless, with the presence of Shir, he felt a sense of reassurance. Might young master Bai first assist in sealing the beast domain passage? Baiye waved his hand dismissively. "There is no rush. I wish to visit the Zhao family first. I want to inquire about what transpired with Madame Zhao back then. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly accompany you to seal that passage." Song Yu's expression darkened. Was this fellow truly indifferent? "Young Master Bai, as of now, that seal has begun to show cracks. I fear it will not be long before it is completely unsealed, and at that time, the entire continent may be overrun by demonic beasts." "I am well aware of this, Sovereign Song, so there is no need for concern," Baiye replied. Shir grinned playfully. "Rest assured, Sovereign Song, my brother will certainly assist you as he promised." With no choice but to acquiesce, Song Yu nodded. "Then I shall wait a few more days. Once young Master Bai has resolved matters with the Zhao family, I will return." As he prepared to leave, Baiye called out to him, "Sovereign Song, do you know the precise strength of the Zhao family? If I were to confront them alone, would it be possible to eradicate them?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu stumbled slightly. "You wish to destroy the Zhao family? Huh, what a fantastical notion. I cannot fathom that you would survive such an endeavor alone." He held little doubt that even if Baiye ventured forth alone, he would not emerge unscathed. Not to mention Madame Zhao, the other formidable members of the Zhao family would easily reduce the current Baiye to mere fragments. Although he lacked intricate knowledge of the Zhao family, his recent investigations had allowed him to form a rough estimate of their strength. While it posed no threat to him, it was indeed quite formidable for Baiye. Shir's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Brother, are you really contemplating annihilating the Zhao family?" It must be said that she increasingly felt her brother had become rather inflated with pride lately, to the point of uttering such words. Did he truly believe himself invincible? "Brother, I can't help but notice that your recent thoughts seem perilously reckless, Sure remarked. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. Danger? What danger? Poem was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao had quietly retreated to the side. Song Yu forced a faint smile. In my opinion, if young Master Bai intends to annihilate the Zhao family, he may still fall short given the current strength. Bai Yi spoke earnestly. It's nothing, just a slight setback. I believe that with a bit of determination, there is still hope. Song Yu felt on the verge of despair. A bit of determination? Even if you were to grind your teeth to dust, you would not extinguish the Zhao family. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, casting an awkward glance at Sure instead. I shall pay a visit to the Zhao family now. Upon my return, I will immediately reinforce the seals on the passageway. With that, he strode towards the courtyard exit. Song Yu stood there, momentarily stunned, and turned to Sure, inquiring, I recall young Master Bai was not this impulsive before, was he? He intended to express that Bai Yi had previously exhibited a modicum of wisdom, but fearing Sure's ire, he opted for a more subtle approach. Sure, equally perplexed, mused to herself, could it be that his recent training has muddled his mind? With this thought, she hastily called out to Bai Yi, brother, are you truly going to the Zhao family alone? Bai Yi chuckled lightly and replied, of course not. I intend to visit the Bai family to see how they have fared during this period. He certainly would not venture into the Zhao family alone. For when Song Yu vanquished numerous formidable forces, not a single member of the Zhao family perished. Although he remained unaware of the precise circumstances, he could surmise that the Zhao family was exceedingly formidable. To embark on such a journey alone would undoubtedly lead to his demise. His declaration of visiting the Zhao family was merely a facade to maintain appearances. Upon hearing that Bai Yi was not heading to the Zhao family, Song Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Young Master Bai, there are now over 20 survivors from the Bai family who have returned. Furthermore, the family has nearly completed its reconstruction. While it may not compare to its former glory, it stands on par with many of the current families. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi inclined his head slightly in gratitude towards Song Yu. I am truly grateful to you, Master Song. Without your assistance, the reconstruction of the Bai family would have taken an extensive amount of time, solely relying on my efforts. Bai Yi genuinely appreciated Song Yu, as he had articulated. Without Song Yu's aid, the mere presence of adversarial forces would have been enough to cause him considerable anxiety. Although the conflict with the Zhongyun Academy and the Zhao family remained unresolved, it paled in comparison to earlier challenges. Chapter 50. He has opinions. Noticing Bai Yi's sincere expression of gratitude, Song Yu felt somewhat awkward. After all, he had initially approached Bai Yi with a cooperative demeanor, occasionally harboring reservations about fully trusting him. Confronted with Bai Yi's earnest thanks, he found himself in an uncomfortable position. Young Master Bai, there is no need for such formality. I had always found their treatment of you disconcerting. However, for certain reasons, I had refrained from intervening. Bai Yi smiled softly. In that case, I shall first pay a visit to the Bai family. Afterward, I will accompany you to inspect the seal. He had previously inquired about the seal from Sure, as he harbored doubts about his ability to entirely secure it with his current understanding of formations. He recalled that the seals created by several superlative beings thousands of years ago had only endured for a mere few millennia. However, Sure reassured him that there was no need for excessive worry. One must simply do their utmost. With her words echoed in his mind, he chose not to dwell on it further. As Sure had articulated, it was sufficient to exert oneself in any endeavor. Upon his return to the Bai family, Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback by the sight before him. Just as Song Yu had mentioned, though it could not compare to the state of affairs prior to the incident, the recovery achieved in just a month was indeed remarkable. The imposing black stone gate remained unchanged, with a bluish-green stone plaque hanging askew beneath its eaves. The two robust characters spelling out Bai family were as familiar as ever. Gazing at the entrance felt like a portal to months past, stirring memories of his childhood. Vivid scenes played out in his mind as though they had transpired yesterday. Every time his second uncle returned home with him, he would steal a lingering glance at that grand door. Beyond it, he could almost hear the calls of his adoptive father and the admonishments of his third uncle. Before he realized it, tears began to cascade down Bai Yi's face. How he longed to step through that door and be enveloped by the warmth of his adoptive father's greetings, to see the bustling Bai family members, and to bask in the gentle smile of his second uncle. At that moment, fear gripped him, rendering him unable to take another step forward. Thus, he stood silently before the door for an eternity. As the sun descended in the west, he returned to the 5-star academy, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. He entered the courtyard and sat upon a stone bench, gazing up at the starry sky. He recalled his second uncle's words. The brightest star in the night sky represents the loved ones who watch over you from above. They are always observing, guarding you. He remembered his adoptive father's wisdom. One must learn to grow up, for only through maturity can one achieve their aspirations. He also recalled his third uncle's counsel that a man does not need to be overwhelmingly powerful in the world, but must approach his endeavors with integrity. In this moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind, lingering until the deep hours of the night. Meanwhile, Shir sat in her room, gazing attentively at Bai Yi from dusk until late into the night, silently observing without interruption. With a bitter smile, she mused, in truth, this life is quite pleasant, simple and unadorned, with those who matter close at hand. She glanced at Bai Yi again, momentarily taken aback, for he too was looking at her. With a playful smile, she stepped out of her room and approached him. Sitting across from each other, she asked, "Brother, do you enjoy this tranquil life we have now?" Bai Yi appeared somewhat unnatural. "Do you believe that we are living in tranquility now?" He sighed softly before continuing. "From the annihilation of my family months ago to the mysterious fate of my master and senior sister, and then to our relentless pursuit, this past month has been the only semblance of peace." Shir's eyes dimmed with sorrow. "What shall we do after sealing that passage?" "After the seal, I intend to visit the Zhao family to clarify the events of that time. And then I must seek out the ancient and elusive Mu Xiao at Songyun Academy." As he spoke, Bai Yi's expression darkened with a hint of ferocity. "Moreover, there has been no word from senior sister Long. It is uncertain where she has gone." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Shir's expression fell. "Brother, I will accompany you to seal the beast domain tomorrow." Without waiting for Bai Yi's response, she turned and walked toward her room. When Bai Yi regained his senses, Shir had already returned to her room. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss with her that evening, yet he did not dwell on it. He resolved to inquire about her unusual behavior when time permitted. As the dawn light began to emerge, Songyu had already arrived in the courtyard. After a brief period of preparation and discussion, the group set off towards the direction of the Black Wind Forest. Along the way, Bai Yi learned from Songyu that the passage they sought was, in fact, an abandoned well. The other end of this well led to the beast domain, a vast expanse of starry territory chronicled in ancient texts. This domain had been ruled by monstrous beasts since the time of antiquity, housing even those creatures that had proliferated since the ancient era. One of the oldest among these primeval beasts had existed for millions of years. Fortunately, the well connected to a barren region within the beast domain, devoid of particularly formidable beasts. Upon reaching the depths of the Black Wind Forest, the group discovered a desolate well not far ahead. The mouth of the well was approximately 10 feet in diameter, surrounded by 8 stone pillars adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, dangled, their ends affixed to the tops of the pillars, weaving an irregular design. A meticulous examination revealed that the chains were marred by numerous fissures, suggesting they could shatter at any moment. Songyu's countenance grew grave. When he last visited a few days prior, those cracks had not been so pronounced. It was evident that the seal had weakened considerably over the past few days. Bai Yi and Shir were meticulously observing the situation. Shir felt a flicker of curiosity, as the well's mouth seemed somewhat familiar to her, though she could not quite recall where she had seen it before. Noticing Songyu's grave expression, Bai Yi began to grasp the gravity of the matter. Although he had not underestimated the situation previously, he had not regarded it with the seriousness it warranted. Now, he realized he had been somewhat overconfident. Given his current proficiency in formations, he could only discern the general outline of the seal. The thought of this caused his countenance to darken, as he pondered how he might navigate this predicament, if such a complex seal could be breached. His present capabilities were utterly insufficient to ensure a permanent sealing of this location. Reflecting on his earlier assurance to Songyu that he could manage it, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Turning to Shir, he inquired, "What shall we do?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Songyu's expression grew even more somber. Although his initial intent was for Shir to take action rather than Bai Yi, he found Bai Yi's suggestion rather untrustworthy. Shir furrowed her brows and replied, "Brother, they invited you to assist, not me. Besides, my current strength is inferior to yours. How would I know what to do?" Upon hearing this, Songyu nearly staggered to the ground. It became apparent that both siblings shared a similar lack of reliability, shattering the fleeting fondness he had harbored for Bai Yi. "Young Master Bai, Miss Shir, please do not decline. Regardless of who takes action, What is important is to reinforce this seal. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I apologize. Sovereign Song, I previously underestimated this seal, and it now appears that matters are rather complex. Please grant me a few days to conduct a thorough study. After speaking, he turned to Sure and suggested, shall we return and deliberate further? Sure, with a nonchalant expression, nodded in agreement before indicating Song Yu, saying he might have some objections. Observing the almost surreal interaction between the siblings, Song Yu felt an urge to commit murder. After a moment of composure, he responded, I fear that by the time you have thoroughly researched it, the seal may have already been broken. Chapter 51. The Heavenly Sealing Array. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Your Majesty, the Emperor's Song, I truly apologize. Is there any other way to delay this for a few more days? Song Yu replied, when I sought you out a month ago, I was already attempting to postpone matters. It is quite remarkable that we have managed to delay until now. And you wish for me to prolong it even further? If it were possible to continue deferring, would I even need to seek your assistance? Noticing Song Yu's palpable anger, Sure leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, perhaps you could try a few formations? Is that feasible? It's worth a shot, given that we have no other options. Moments later, Bai Yi's spirits lifted. Your Majesty, since that is the case, I shall proceed to seal this place at once. However, it may only be a temporary measure. When I possess the ability to seal it completely, I shall return. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Yu's expression finally softened a bit. Then I implore you, young Master Bai, to act swiftly. He was eager to waste no time. Fearing that young Master Bai might conjure some unforeseen complication at any moment, Bai Yi refrained from idle chatter and directly produced a substantial number of spirit stones. One by one, he meticulously inscribed intricate and peculiar patterns upon each stone. After 2 hours, all 360 spirit stones were completely adorned with array inscriptions. Observing this spectacle, Song Yu felt a sense of astonishment. In his previous locale, there were also practitioners of array techniques, with many being exceptionally powerful array masters. However, those array masters relied on combining array flags and spatial orientations to communicate with the forces of nature, thereby forming various arrays. Bai Yi's method of arranging arrays using spirit stones was indeed a rarity. Before long, Bai Yi arranged the inscribed spirit stones into an odd formation. Then, he infused them with his mystical energy, causing the stones to tremble slightly, emitting beams of golden light. The peculiar design formed by the spirit stones gradually began to resemble a tapestry woven from golden rays. The radiance intensified, and soon, it appeared as though the entire Black Wind Forest was transformed into a golden hue, exuding an unparalleled brilliance and sanctity, akin to a celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, the golden formation slowly floated towards the well's mouth. As it enveloped the opening, it gently descended, ultimately merging with the 8 chains. Concurrently, the countless fissures upon the chains began to heal gradually. It must be said that Song Yu was utterly astounded, murmuring incessantly, yet his words were incomprehensible. At that moment, Sure was equally taken aback, not expecting this seemingly unreliable individual to conjure such an array. She had perused several texts on array formations, recognizing this as the heavenly sealing great array documented within. The emergence of this array could seal both heaven and earth. However, what Bai Yi had manifested was merely one component of the heavenly sealing great array. Even so, it was astonishing, leaving one to ponder the terrifying nature of the entire array if fully drawn. After completing this endeavor, Bai Yi felt somewhat drained. The array component had consumed a significant amount of mystical energy. Fortunately, he had only inscribed one component, lest he completely exhaust himself. Song Emperor, you can rest assured. There should be no issues for the time being. Sure hurriedly rushed over to support the faltering Bai Yi. Young Master Bai, your prowess in array techniques is indeed extraordinary, allowing us to behold a remarkable spectacle. I hope you will not hold my previous rudeness against me. Song Yu, filled with excitement, respectfully inclined his head towards Bai Yi. The onlookers exchanged curious glances at this unfolding scene. Bai Yi did not return to the courtyard, nor did he visit the Bai family again. Instead, he accompanied Sure to the Zhao residence. In truth, Bai Yi had intended to advise Sure against following him, but she remained resolute. To be candid, Bai Yi felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, his abilities were still insufficient in the eyes of others. Yet, he was eager to unravel the mystery of why Duga Xian had conspired against the Bai family. After much contemplation, he resolved to make a visit. Arriving before the Zhao family's estate, Bai Yi found himself lost in reminiscence. He recalled the last moment he departed with his second uncle, as well as the time spent with Shui Er, each entrance and exit vividly replaying in his mind. Each scene felt as if it had occurred just yesterday, so close yet so distant. Stealing his emotions, tinged with melancholy, he approached the grand entrance of the Zhao residence. Bai Yi, what brings you here? Inquired his servant upon spotting him. I wish to see your lady, Bai Yi replied. The servant scoffed. Humph. You think you can see our lady? Be gone. As he spoke, he attempted to shove Bai Yi away, but Bai Yi was swifter. Lunging forward and delivering a punch to the servant's chest. Stepping over the fallen servant, he strode into the Zhao courtyard. At that moment, a voice thundered. Who dares to act so recklessly? As the words fell, an elder approached Bai Yi with measured steps. Bai Yi recognized him as Zhao Yu, the elder of the Zhao family. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. It is you? It is I. I demand to see your lady. Bai Yi replied coldly. Zhao Yu, displaying signs of impatience, responded, the lady is not here. You should leave. Not here. In truth, Zhao Yu harbored intentions of eliminating Bai Yi at that moment. However, the lady had instructed him to avoid trouble during her absence. So he suppressed his fury and merely wished to dismiss Bai Yi. Not here. Be wise and leave at once. His tone grew increasingly frosty. Hearing these words ignited a blaze of anger within Bai Yi, and he drew forth his crimson longsword, thrusting it towards Zhao Yu. Seeing Bai Yi's sudden aggression, Sure was taken aback. Was his temper getting the better of him lately, perhaps due to his recent breakthroughs? Zhao Yu, witnessing Bai Yi's abrupt assault, felt a flicker of anger in his gaze. He swiftly struck towards Bai Yi with an open palm. The tip of Bai Yi's sword aimed directly at Zhao Yu's hand. Yet it failed to penetrate, instead being repelled by the force of Zhao Yu's strike. Do not be ungrateful. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth. Zhao Yu warned. Clearly, he had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have surely been injured. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, Bai Yi's strike was merely a casual one. Lacking any true force, Bai Yi refrained from idle chatter. Since the battle had commenced, there was no possibility of halting it. Once again, he thrust his sword towards Zhao Yu, this time with a gravity that surpassed the previous casual strike. In an instant, the surrounding air was torn asunder, and a faint golden sword light emerged, piercing directly towards Zhao Yu. Observing this strike, Zhao Yu felt a flicker of astonishment. It was undeniable that this blow wielded far greater power than the earlier one. Though somewhat taken aback, he did not yet regard it with the seriousness it warranted. In a manner akin to before, he unleashed a palm strike, which propelled the surrounding air into a faint black vortex that pressed down upon Bai Yi. When the dark vortex collided with Bai Yi's golden sword light, a resounding explosion ensued, sending Bai Yi staggering back a distance of about 10 feet before he steadied himself. Witnessing this, Zhao Yu's expression darkened with concern, though he had not exerted his full strength in that palm strike. It could have incapacitated an ordinary practitioner of the returning to Dan realm, inflicting severe injury. Yet Bai Yi had merely retreated a short distance, indicating that despite being in the returning to Dan realm, his strength might already rival that of the core formation realm. With this realization, Zhao Yu ceased holding back and unleashed a full-powered palm strike towards Bai Yi. Chapter 52. I shall unleash my might. Upon executing this full-force strike, the atmosphere above the Zhao residence darkened as if shrouded in night, with multiple faint black vortices converging upon Bai Yi. The sheer oppressive force of this attack caused Bai Yi to waver, akin to a solitary vessel amidst raging seas, on the verge of being engulfed by the overwhelming pressure. In the face of this formidable onslaught, Bai Yi remained composed. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of this terrifying pressure. He had always felt that his swordsmanship lacked a certain power. Now, this oppressive force seemed to illuminate what he was missing, a resolute heart in the face of life and death, and a deeper understanding of strength. With this epiphany, he gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of fierce determination sparkling within them. Suddenly, he unleashed his sword. With a resonant hum, the sound of the sword echoed through the air. As the sound reverberated, the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Yu's strike began to dissipate rapidly, and even the darkened sky above gradually brightened. Taken aback, Zhao Yu exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At that moment, Bai Yi's sword had drawn near, disregarding the oppressive force that had moments before loomed over him. In the blink of an eye, their strikes met. A surge of even greater, terrifying power erupted outward. In an instant, several structures within the Zhao residence crumbled to dust, while Zhao Yu was violently propelled backward, only coming to a halt upon crashing against a stone wall, which bore a clear impression of his form. Simultaneously, Bai Yi was also forced back several feet, nearly exiting the Zhao estate. A trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Despite sustaining injuries in this confrontation, Bai Yi smiled. Now, he has gained an understanding of his own strength. In a full exertion, he can contend with formidable experts of the Ninghai realm. Furthermore, if he were to employ formations, he possesses the confidence to effortlessly eliminate ordinary practitioners of the Ninghai realm. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. Just at that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Zhao family's courtyard. Boldly, before the person even arrived, their voice preceded them. Upon hearing this voice, a hint of derision appeared on Zhao Yu's face. He could discern that it was none other than another elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Quan. A formidable presence at the third tier of the breaking sea realm. Bai Yi's countenance shifted to one of solemnity upon seeing the newcomer. For he discerned from the very aura that this individual undoubtedly surpassed Zhao Yu in strength. Yet, he felt no trepidation, as he possessed the means of teleportation. If the confrontation proved insurmountable, retreat was still an option. Zhao Quan fixed a chilling gaze upon Bai Yi, remarking, "I wondered who possessed such audacity. It turns out to be the young master of the Bai family. Huh? Do you believe you have inflicted insufficient harm upon your family? Or do you simply find your existence excessively prolonged?" Bai Yi spoke softly, expressing that his visit today was solely to meet the lady and to understand why the Bai family had been wronged. Zhao Quan glanced at the shattered remnants of several houses around him and replied coldly, "Why do you seem to me like someone here to provoke the Zhao family?" Without waiting for Bai Yi to respond, he continued, "Since you are here, you might as well stay." With that, a massive axe appeared in his hand. A weapon of profound rank, emanating undulating azure light that resembled writhing serpents, sending chills down one's spine. Without further ado, he swung the axe towards Bai Yi. As the axe moved, the surrounding air crackled ominously, and streaks of azure light flashed, suggesting that the very fabric of space was about to be cleaved apart. Witnessing this ferocious strike, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself, but was still a moment too late. The axe struck him, sending him hurtling back 100 yards, where he came to a halt, spitting blood repeatedly. Shir rushed to Bai Yi's side, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "I can still hold on. This old fellow is indeed somewhat bewildered." With that, he slowly rose to his feet and said, Shir, keep your distance. Brother is about to unleash a great move." Shir quickly nodded and ran toward the distance. "Old man, prepare to receive this sword." As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of profound energy coursed through him, continuously flowing into his sword. In that moment, even the surrounding profound energy and the spiritual essence of the heavens began to gradually converge into Bai Yi's blade. Observing this, Zhao Quan's expression turned solemn, mingled with a hint of confusion. Logically, Bai Yi was merely at the returning dance stage. How could he possibly communicate with the spiritual essence of the heavens? Although this strike caught him off guard, it was only a slight surprise. With a mighty roar, Bai Yi unleashed his sword, and a colossal blade manifested above him. The instant the giant sword appeared, the entire sky seemed to tremble. It radiated a soft golden glow, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort in that moment. Shir, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but think, what a terrifying sword technique. This power may well surpass that of this world. On the opposite side, Zhao Quan's initial surprise at Bai Yi transformed into sheer astonishment. He felt a tangible sense of danger emanating from this strike, an imminent threat to his life. His complexion drastically changed as he swung his massive axe with all his might, attempting to block this lethal blow. Just then, another elder entered the fray. This man wielded a curved blade and stood with an air of arrogance. He was none other than Zhao Shengtian of the Zhao clan, a formidable third-tier master of the esteemed realm. As Bai Yi's fearsome sword descended, Zhao Shengtian swung his curved blade with ferocity, ready to counter the impending onslaught. The radiant sword light of Bai Yi shattered instantaneously, as the formidable and terrifying aura capable of shaking the heavens and the earth was effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Shengtian's single stroke. Bai Yi was forcefully thrust back 100 zhong, halting with his body drenched in blood, multiple deep lacerations exposing bone as blood continued to seep from them. Lying prostrate on the ground, Bai Yi bitterly smiled. Not only are the strong oppressing the weak, but the many are also overwhelming the few. The Zhao family truly exhibits a lack of shame. Suddenly, he realized a grim truth. Should the enemy's strength far exceed his own, he might not even have the opportunity to activate the teleportation array to escape. With a sigh and a shake of his head, He lamented that, indeed, strength is of utmost importance. Zhao Shitian clearly intended to grant Bai Yi no reprieve, charging forward with another slash aimed at him. Blades of light surged towards Bai Yi, tearing apart the very fabric of space in their wake. Observing this, Shi's expression darkened, and she prepared to intervene. However, Song Yu suddenly appeared before Bai Yi, effortlessly dispersing several blades of light with a flick of his sleeve. He then commanded, "Leave at once." With that, he whisked Bai Yi and Shi away, vanishing from the scene. By the time Zhao Xingtian and Zhao Quan arrived, the area was utterly deserted. They had fled. Who had come to his rescue? Song Yu brought the two back to a small courtyard within the 5-star academy. At this moment, Bai Yi, gravely injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness. After placing Bai Yi in a room, Song Yu turned to Shi, inquiring, "Why did you not intervene? Are you not concerned he might perish?" Shi sighed softly. "It is not that I do not wish to act, but rather that I cannot. I can only intervene if he faces a life-threatening crisis. Had you delayed your action slightly, I would have taken action myself." Song Yu, perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" Shi regarded him earnestly. "Because I may only have the capacity to act once." Song Yu's confusion deepened. "Only once?" With a hint of disdain, Shi replied, "Even if I can only act a single time, it would suffice to eliminate his lingering threats." She then emphasized, "At the very least, I would address all dangers to him on this continent, including that troublesome old man." Song Yu cast a skeptical glance at Shi but refrained from voicing his doubts. Chapter 53. Advising Dean Kanglin. After departing, Song Yu arrived at Songyun Academy, where he met with Kanglin and Mushio in the Songyun Hall. He addressed them. "You should not have made an enemy of Bai Yi." Kanglin responded solemnly, "I did not anticipate matters would escalate to such a degree." Initially, he had not regarded Bai Yi as a significant threat, but as events unfolded, he increasingly sensed something was amiss. Mushio, his expression grim, queried, "Is it possible to ascertain Bai Yi's true origins?" Following recent events, he had discreetly investigated Bai Yi, but could only discover that he had been found by Bai Linyan over a decade ago, with no further information forthcoming. Song Yu stated, "You must be aware of the woman by his side. My recent investigations reveal that the woman accompanying Bai Yi is not the same individual Elder Mushio encountered previously." Mushio, puzzled, asked, "Not that person?" Song Yu continued, "According to my findings, the 3 from the Tang family did not actually kill Bai Yi. Rather, it was that woman who employed some form of array to bewitch the 3 from the Tang family." As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 individuals and continued, "After that, the woman vanished, which means Bai Yi was alone for the following several dozens of days. It was only on the day of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment assessment that this woman beside him appeared." Song Lan suddenly inquired, "Is it possible to trace the origins of this woman?" Song Yu shook his head. "It's untraceable, as if she emerged from thin air. Previously, at the Qingyun sect, she claimed to be from the Lin family of Sana Town. However, according to my investigations, the Lin family from Sana Town had ceased to exist several years ago." Song Lan seemed to ponder something and asked, "Could it be that this woman came from the outside?" Song Yu nodded. "Not only did she come from the outside, but I also suspect she forcefully tore through the Great Formation not long ago to enter. The beastly desire passage of the Zhongyun continent was sealed by several powerful beings. And along with that, the entire continent was also sealed, meaning outsiders must obtain permission to enter. The Elder of Creation is the guardian of this land, and any departure or arrival requires his consent. Initially, someone managed to breach the Great Formation without locating the Elder of Creation, and subsequently, they were not punished by him. This indicates that the strength of the individual who entered is undoubtedly superior to that of the Elder of Creation." After hearing Song Yu's words, Song Lan's expression darkened. If that woman truly is beside Bai Yi, then he suddenly recalled something. Could it be that the recent group of mysterious individuals was summoned by her? Upon hearing this question, Song Yu's expression grew uneasy, but he quickly regained his composure. "It should be, perhaps." Song Lan's countenance grew even graver. "What should we do now?" Song Yu smiled slightly. "It is not about what we should do, but rather what you should do. Do not include me in your ranks." Song Lan surprisingly attempted to draw him to his side. How could that be possible? He had exerted so much effort to invite Bai Yi to take action, and now, having established a certain rapport with Bai Yi, how could he possibly turn against him? Song Lan felt somewhat awkward. "I beseech you, Emperor Song, to show us a way forward." After contemplating for a moment, Song Yu replied, "Continuing to oppose Bai Yi is certainly not an option. Since we cannot be adversaries, we must cultivate a friendship with him." Song Lan's expression darkened. After all, he had once targeted Bai Yi ruthlessly, rallying all forces against him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Mu Xiao suddenly suggested, "Director, why don't we escape?" Song Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Escape? Do you think you can leave without the Elder of Creation's permission? Or do you believe you can tear the Great Formation apart like that woman? Song Lan questioned. Isn't the Elder of Creation present? Song Yu sighed. If only I could locate the Elder of Creation, I wouldn't have had to implore Bai Yi for assistance back then. Despite my efforts, I searched for half a month without success. Perhaps Director Song could find him. As he pondered, he continued, even if you find him, if the woman by Bai Ye's side does not allow you to leave, do you truly believe you can escape? Mu Xiao appeared somewhat skeptical. Has Emperor Song ever witnessed that woman in action? Song Yu looked at Mu Xiao with curiosity. Not at all. Mu Xiao inquired further. Then Emperor Song does not comprehend her strength. Previously, you mentioned that the woman might have torn the Great Formation herself, which was merely speculation. Perhaps she is just an ordinary woman. Upon hearing Mu Xiao's flawed reasoning, Song Yu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, one should never engage with a fool. I recall that Song Lan once possessed some intellect, but now, he had previously wondered why Song Lan was acting so recklessly. But now it was becoming clear, it was due to the incessant presence of someone like Mu Xiao. He had intended to discuss the situation with them, hoping to facilitate a reconciliation with Bai Yi, which would benefit everyone, and perhaps he could return to that place in the future. However, Mu Xiao's statement left him speechless, leading him to think, why should he concern himself with them? As long as he maintained a good relationship with Bai Yi, that sufficed. His good intentions had resulted in being treated as a fool. With that thought, Song Yu awkwardly smiled. Perhaps you are right, Elder Mu. In that case, I shall take my leave, and you may continue. He turned to depart, but Song Lan called out to him, Emperor Song, do you believe that woman is strong? Song Yu chuckled. Not at all. She is merely an ordinary person. My previous assumptions were unfounded. Song Lan fell into a long silence, pondering how to establish a rapport with Bai Yi. After a considerable pause, Song Lan finally spoke, uttering a question that surprised Song Yu and astonished Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao urgently asked, why seek to befriend him? If Song Lan wishes to align with Bai Yi, my greatest fear is Mu Xiao. It is known that the previous actions taken by Song Yun Academy against Bai Yi were orchestrated by me. Thus, even if Bai Yi were to spare Song Yun Academy, he would never let me off. Realizing this, Mu Xiao grew more anxious. Director, we need not fear Bai Yi, even if he is backing. Does it not ultimately rest with Song Yun Academy in this land? Song Lan ignored Mu Xiao and focused intently on Song Yu. Emperor Song, please guide us. Song Yu chuckled, realizing that Song Lan had not entirely lost his wits. Establishing a good relationship with Bai Yi is not an impossible endeavor. It merely depends on your sincerity. I must caution you, however, Bai Yi is notoriously difficult to please. Song Lan hesitated. If the cost is too great. Song Yu laughed heartily. It seems Director Song has not yet made up his mind. Mu Xiao countered, Emperor Song, are you suggesting we befriend Bai Yi for some ulterior motive? At that moment, Song Yu felt an urge to curse but managed to restrain himself. Thinking to himself, he realized that continuing the conversation with this fool would only lead to his own folly. After listening to Mu Xiao, Song Lan hesitated even more. He turned to Song Yu and asked, Song Emperor, what advantages would we gain by befriending Bai Yi? Initially, Song Yu intended to disregard the two, allowing them to remain foolish in their ignorance. However, he sighed, recalling his previous acquaintance with the former dean of Song Yun Academy. Did not the former dean Song wish to unravel the mystery surrounding his master? Chapter 54. Song Lan's master. The previous dean of Song Yun Academy, Lin Feng, was also Song Lan's master and had come from outside. Like Song Yu, he had fled to this place while being pursued. Hundreds of years ago, Lin Feng encountered the Elder of Creation while being hunted by several powerful foes. Upon learning of Lin Feng's plight, the Elder of Creation offered to bestow upon him a gift of destiny. At that time, Lin Feng was gravely injured and had no choice but to heed the Elder's words. Subsequently, the Elder brought Lin Feng to Song Yun continent, and after several years, Lin Feng joined Song Yun Academy. With his formidable strength, he was chosen by the then dean as the next dean. Not long after, turmoil swept through Song Yun continent, leading to the fall of the sitting dean in an effort to quell the unrest. Lin Feng avenged the fallen dean with his own immense power, restoring peace. He later ascended to the position of the new dean. Under Lin Feng's leadership, Song Yun continent experienced centuries of unparalleled harmony and prosperity, arguably its most stable period in millennia. However, this golden era was not to last. Decades ago, a catastrophic event occurred. In a single night, Hundreds of powerful beings across Songyun continent were ruthlessly slain by a flying dagger. Strangely, after this massacre, the continent inexplicably returned to tranquility. After assuming the role of Dean, Song Lan investigated the incident, discovering only that the perpetrator had come from outside. The reasons for the slaying remained shrouded in mystery, save for the fact that a mysterious man wielding a flying dagger had been responsible. Master? The thought of his master dimmed Song Lan's gaze. From the tender age of 3, he had wandered the streets, oblivious to the identities of his parents, struggling for survival through begging. Often, he went without food for 5 or 6 days, enduring this harsh existence for years. During that time, he felt an overwhelming despair. Watching other children receive love and care from their parents, savoring warm meals. He often loathed his parents for abandoning him, wondering why they had chosen to let him suffer alone. Countless times, he contemplated ending his own life to escape the torment. Each time he endured days without a morsel of food, his despair deepened, a testament to the world's inherent unfairness. Yet, despite his disdain for such a life and his yearning for liberation, he persevered. It was only by surviving that he found the opportunity to change his fate. One day, as he begged on the streets as he had done countless times before, he was met with the same cold indifference. To him, even a single kind glance felt like an unattainable luxury. Yet, once again, as on previous days, no one offered him a shred of charity. Gently caressing his flat stomach, he slowly approached a dilapidated thatched cottage. At that moment, a figure blocked his path. He glanced at the person, and upon witnessing their warm smile, he was momentarily entranced. Such a smile had been a distant dream for him. Now, someone had bestowed it upon him, and he found himself captivated by their presence. "Uncle, could you spare me some food?" he uttered instinctively, unsure of what else to say. This phrase, along with "I'm sorry," had been the most frequently spoken in his life. Repeated countless times each day, the person's smile grew even more endearing. "Come, Uncle will take you to eat." Upon hearing this, his body stiffened, and he began to tremble. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Each time he had asked, "Could you give me something to eat?" the typical response had been a curt dismissal. Doubtfully, he inquired, "Really? Of course it's true." With this affirmation, his excitement escalated. The individual then led him to a bun shop, a place he had passed countless times, not because he could secure a meal there, but merely to inhale the enticing aroma of the buns. He devoured over a dozen before pausing, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at the person. "Did I eat too much?" The person chuckled, "Not at all, just eat your fill." He nodded vigorously, "Yes, I'm full." The individual gently patted his head, asking, "What is your name? How old are you?" With a hint of sadness, he replied, "I have no name. They all call me Little Beggar." The person, slightly puzzled, asked, "What about your family?" "I have been alone since childhood. I have no family." In truth, he longed to ask this person if they could take him in. But he understood the boundaries. Receiving food was already a significant kindness, and he dared not wish for more. After a moment of contemplation, the person asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Surprised, he gazed at the individual. "You want to take me away? Why are you being so kind to me?" Tears brimmed in his eyes as he spoke. The person gently wiped away his tears, saying, "There is no reason. I simply believe that a child is sensible as you should not endure such a fate." He nodded, "I am willing." The person smiled, "Good. But you must promise not to cry anymore. A little man should not weep." Hastily, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve, assuring, "I won't cry anymore." The individual then brought him to Songyun Academy, where he was given the name Kanglin and accepted as a disciple. Over the following years, the person treated him as their own, and he devoted himself diligently to his training, growing more mature and always grateful to his master. "Master, I have broken through to the breaking sea realm." The air was imbued with an unparalleled excitement and pride, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. The individual chuckled in astonishment, realizing that Lan had indeed not disappointed his mentor. "Master, I am deeply grateful for your guidance and teachings over the years." As he spoke, memories of their first encounter flooded back, leaving his eyes slightly misty. This was the first time he had shed tears since he had made a promise to his master. The mentor, observing the glisten in Lan's eyes, inquired, "How did you pledge your allegiance to me back then?" He quickly wiped the corners of his eyes and replied, "I shall never forget." The mentor smiled gently, "Rest assured, I have no intention of reproaching you." He bowed respectfully, acknowledging, "I understand." And thus, a tranquil passage of several years ensued, but tranquility in life is often fleeting, and an unforeseen incident eventually transpired. What began as a serene day turned tumultuous across the Songyun continent, for the night prior had witnessed the slaughter of hundreds of formidable warriors, including Lan's master. No one knew the identity of the perpetrator, but investigations revealed that the weapon used was a flying dagger. After this massacre, the assailant vanished as if he had never existed. Lan stood vigil beside his master's lifeless body, refraining from tears, merely maintaining his solemn watch. Days passed in silence, during which he uttered not a single word nor moved a muscle. Yet, within his mind, memories of every moment spent with his master replayed incessantly. He silently vowed that one day he would avenge his master. As thoughts of his mentor consumed him, Lan found himself engulfed in confusion. For decades, he had sought to uncover the whereabouts of that elusive figure, but alas, he had gleaned not a single clue. Thus, he speculated that the person might have departed from this continent. Song Yu observed Lan's bewilderment and suggested, "Perhaps Bai Yi could assist you." Startled, Lan turned sharply to Song Yu. "Him?" Song Yu nodded affirmatively. Even if he cannot help, the woman by his side surely can. Lan hesitated. "How can I trust them?" Song Yu shook his head with a smile. "To find that person, you must leave this continent. Aside from locating the Elder of Creation, that woman may possess the ability to facilitate your departure." Mu Xiao, noticing Lan's wavering resolve, hastily proposed, "We could capture Bai Yi and his companion, compelling them to take us away." Song Yu gazed at Mu Xiao in surprise, giving a thumbs up. "I believe Elder Mu's suggestion is quite viable." With that, he turned to leave, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor towards Mu Xiao. After Song Yu's departure, Lan remained silent for an extended period. "Elder Mu, you may proceed." Chapter 55. The Breakthrough of Swordsmanship. Chapter 56. What secrets lie ahead? Shir looked at Bai Yi's sword and suddenly felt like a burden. With that sword in hand, Bai Yi faced no danger whatsoever. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she approached Bai Yi. "How are you? Are you all right?" Bai Yi smiled, revealing a hint of confidence. "I won't die just yet." In the distance, Mu Xiao fixed his gaze on Bai Yi's sword, his expression grave and troubled. He had previously heard whispers that the sword would instinctively protect its master, but he never anticipated its formidable power. The sword's earlier flash had left him profoundly astonished. Had he not exerted his utmost strength in that moment, he might have been slain outright. What kind of sword could it be? The more he pondered, the more he sensed an unsettling disquiet. Could it be that Song Yu spoke the truth? This thought ignited a flicker of hesitation within him. Yet rationality quickly reigned in his retreat. Even if he were to withdraw now, Bai Yi would undoubtedly seek him out in the future. By then, he feared he would no longer be a match for him, especially considering Bai Yi's current grievous injuries. While the sword could protect its master, could it safeguard that woman as well? Contemplating this, Mu Xiao's face contorted into a sinister grimace. He decided to take a gamble. If he couldn't slay Bai Yi, then he would first eliminate the woman beside him. With that resolve, he unleashed a tremendous punch, targeting not Bai Yi, but Shir. Although Mu Xiao was gravely wounded, the force behind this punch was terrifyingly immense. As he struck, the space within several dozen yards around him trembled slightly. Suddenly, fissures in the fabric of space appeared, emanating an overwhelming oppressive force. Simultaneously, dark blades of spatial energy surged forth, engulfing the entire sky in a multitude of these ominous blades. Mu Xiao grinned wickedly, declaring, "Let them all perish." As his words echoed, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Countless spatial blades hurtled towards Shir. Witnessing this scene, both Bai Yi and Shir's expressions transformed in an instant. Bai Yi immediately embraced Shir tightly, perceiving that the strike was directed at her. Had it been aimed at himself, the sword might have been triggered. However, he was uncertain if it would still activate against Shir, and he dared not take the gamble. Shir, taken aback by Bai Yi's fervent embrace, found herself momentarily immobilized. For she had been prepared to strike just moments before, but had not anticipated being held so firmly by her brother. Yet, she bore him no resentment. Instead, she felt a swell of emotion. Having been a servant since childhood, she had never experienced such care from anyone aside from her grandfather. Although the mistress had always treated her kindly, the affection rooted in their master-servant relationship paled in comparison to Bai Yi's genuine concern for her. Lost in thought, she gazed at Bai Yi with a dreamy expression. "Brother, you will die. I am not afraid." "Why?" "Because you are my sister." Shir gently closed her eyes. Clearly, once Bai Yi had embraced her, she had missed the optimal moment to retaliate. This meant that even if she were to act now, she might not be able to fully fend off the impending strike. With a wry smile, she murmured, "Brother, in the next life, I still wish to be your sister." Bai Yi nodded earnestly, declaring, "I shall continue to be your brother." The two exchanged smiles. In an instant, countless dark blades of spatial energy materialized before them. Just as these ominous blades were about to strike, a thunderous voice commanded, "Halt." Immediately, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, and a figure emerged before Bai Yi and the others. It was Tsang Lan. Upon seeing Tsang Lan, Mu Xiu's expression stiffened, only to quickly contort into a more sinister grimace. He could no longer hold back. "If it must be so, let us perish together." Mu Xiu's onslaught grew ever more ferocious and frantic. Witnessing this, Tsang Lan's countenance darkened significantly. His strength was nearly on par with Mu Xiu's, and if Mu Xiu was determined to fight to the death, he might not withstand such a terrifying blow. Even if he did endure it, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Contemplating this, he hesitated to take action. Just as he wavered, Mu Xiu's attack descended. Countless dark blades of spatial energy swiftly engulfed Tsang Lan, Bai Yi, and Shi. Seeing the three consumed by the blades, Mu Xiu let out a maniacal laugh. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Those numerous dark blades began to shatter slowly. Moments later, all the spatial blades had disintegrated, revealing a figure standing before Bai Yi and the others. It was Song Yu. How could this be? Mu Xiu was momentarily dazed, fully aware of the terror his previous strike had held. Yet, such a formidable assault had been effortlessly extinguished by Song Yu. A chilling thought began to brew in his mind. "You are not at the sovereign realm. You have surpassed the sovereign realm." His voice trembled, his face a mask of fear. At this moment, even Bai Yi and the others were taken aback, especially Tsang Lan. He had never regarded Song Yu seriously, believing that no power on this continent could exceed the sovereign realm. He was acutely aware of the dreadfulness of Mu Xiu's earlier attack. If he had been forced to endure it, he would have been grievously injured. Yet, Song Yu had effortlessly neutralized that strike. The shock that Song Yu instilled in him was profoundly unsettling. Bai Yi and his companion, tightly embraced, turned to gaze at Song Yu. Bai Yi could not help but swallow hard. "So, you are indeed formidable, Emperor Song." Reflecting on his previous somewhat unfriendly demeanor towards the Emperor, a chill unexpectedly coursed through his heart. Song Yu smiled faintly. "Heh, there are even greater feats yet to behold." At that moment, Tsang Lan regarded Bai Yi, who was tightly holding on to Shi, with a peculiar expression. Could he be taking advantage of this opportunity? Despite everything, he still clung so tightly. Were they truly just siblings? Observing Tsang Lan's strange demeanor, Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. He instinctively tightened his grip further. Casting a wary glance at Tsang Lan, "What do you intend to do?" Song Yu turned to the elder Mu Xiu across from him. "Elder Mu, I have previously stated that as long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on young Master Bai." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu felt an urge to curse aloud. "What nonsense is this? Why did you not say the same earlier?" Even more shocking was what followed. As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, Tsang Lan immediately chimed in. "And I too. As long as I am present, no one shall touch young Master Bai." Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, furiously pointing at the two. "How shameless can you be? I, Mu Xiu, am utterly defeated." With that, he turned and fled. Watching Mu Xiu's retreat, Song Yu attempted to pursue him, but Bai Yi stopped him. "I shall avenge today's grievances in the future." Tsang Lan hurried to Bai Yi's side. "Young Master Bai, allow me to escort you back to recuperate." Bai Yi observed Tsang Lan with a peculiar expression, pondering the intentions of those who had sought his demise. What performance was unfolding today? Noticing Bai Yi's strange demeanor, Song Yu quickly interjected, "Young Master Bai, you should return to recuperate. Once your wounds have healed, I shall reveal to you a secret." "What secret?" Bai Yi inquired. However, Song Yu chose to remain silent, and Bai Yi refrained from pressing further. With Popa supporting him, they returned to the small courtyard, where Yang Xiao gazed at the severely injured Bai Yi in astonishment. "Brother Bai, have you been tormented once more?" Upon hearing Yang Xiao's remark, Popa shot him an exasperated glance. Meanwhile, Tsang Lan felt a tinge of awkwardness. The trio exchanged few words before bidding their farewells. "Has the dean made a decision?" Song Yu queried Tsang Lan as they walked. Tsang Lan sighed softly. "As long as we can locate the one responsible for Master S' demise, submitting just this once is a trivial matter." He then appeared somewhat uneasy, asking, "Song Emperor, are you truly beyond the realm of the sovereign?" Song Yu chuckled. "Is that so surprising? What does it take to reach beyond the sovereign realm?" "A secret." Tsang Lan narrowed his eyes. "Are you contemplating a confrontation?" Noticing Tsang Lan's narrowed gaze, Song Yu felt a flicker of displeasure. Tsang Lan's expression darkened. "No, I was merely reflecting on how we have saved Bai Yi this time. Surely he will owe us a favor." Song Yu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Dean Song, it was I who saved him this time. What relation does that have to you? I must remind you, at times you are overly indecisive in your actions. Song Lan wished to retort, but Song Yu had already turned and vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, Song Lan also departed. In his room, Bai Yi healed his wounds while meticulously recalling the battle with Mu Xiu. This confrontation had proven to be immensely beneficial. Not only had his understanding of the void array patterns deepened, but his comprehension of the sword path had also become far more profound. He remained curious about the void array patterns. Although he could inscribe the patterns, it was merely a replication of what he had studied in books. In essence, he was imitating without true understanding. Even so, the patterns he had inscribed were frighteningly powerful. If he were to fully grasp the principles and intricacies of those patterns, would it not be akin to defying the heavens? Indeed, the paths of the great Tao are myriad, each containing its own mysteries. If only Shang Er were here, he could inquire about any uncertainties. Reflecting on Yun Shang, Bai Ye's eyes dimmed momentarily. Are you well? You must wait for me. With a soft sigh, he refocused his mind and continued his healing process. Days passed. Bai Ye's wounds have fully healed, and he has made further progress in his cultivation. At present, he may be but a single opportunity away from reaching the Dan formation stage. Bai Yi entered the courtyard and observed Shir sitting on a stone bench. Lost in thought. Shir, what occupies your mind? Upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, Shir was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a gentle smile, replying, Nothing much. Have your injuries healed? Yes, they have. Bai Yi responded as he took a seat opposite her. Shir, I now feel that I have reached the pinnacle of the returning Dan realm. Yet, I find myself unable to break through. What could be the reason for this? After a moment of contemplation, Shir replied, Perhaps it is simply a matter of lacking an opportunity. In the early stages of cultivation, as long as one has sufficient resources and puts in diligent effort, breakthroughs can be achieved with relative ease. However, in the later stages, mere hard work is not sufficient. Sometimes, one must seek enlightenment and undergo trials. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed, pondering how to comprehend this realm. Poetic Shir smiled gently and suggested, Let us take a stroll outside. Bai Yi nodded, and the two rose to walk into the distance. Along the way, Shir inquired, Brother, do you enjoy your current life? Upon hearing this sudden question from Shir, Bai Yi felt somewhat perplexed. What is the matter, Shir? Shir blinked playfully and replied, It's nothing much, just a casual inquiry. Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, expressing his desire to grow stronger swiftly in order to rescue Shang Er. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Shir's eyes, though she concealed it expertly, leaving Bai Yi oblivious. Well then, dear brother, you must strive diligently. Unbeknownst to them, the two wandered into a narrow alleyway, scarcely a span wide. The ground, paved with blue stone slabs, was uneven, with occasional protrusions and depressions. Sparse blades of grass, about an inch in height, sprouted between the stone crevices, lending the path an air of antiquity and nostalgia. Suddenly, Shir inquired of Bai Yi, Brother, do you know why these little grasses only grow to a height of merely an inch? Bai Yi expressed some confusion. Do these grasses fail to grow tall? Shir sighed softly. It's not that they cannot reach great heights, but rather that those which have grown tall have already been trampled down by passers-by. Bai Yi was even more perplexed. Why would those individuals trample upon the tall grass? It is because people tend to disregard that which poses no harm beneath their feet. Bai Yi seemed to be lost in thought, just about to speak. At that moment, a shout echoed from across the alley. You old fool, hand over that item, otherwise I shall annihilate your entire family. Young man, why resort to thievery when there are countless other paths to choose? Bai Yi and his companion swiftly made their way toward the source of the commotion. Cease this at once. What sort of cowardice is it to bully the elderly? Bai Yi admonished sternly. At that moment, not far ahead of him, a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was berating an old man clad in a grayish-white robe. As Bai Yi's voice rang out, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head. Upon seeing him, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was none other than Wang Dachui, the man who had previously challenged Zhao Shuer. Wang Dachui regarded Bai Yi with a flicker of hostility, declaring, Who is this impudent child? Get out of my way. However, as he uttered these words, a look of recognition crossed his face, followed by an expression of unease. He was well aware of Bai Yi's reputation for having vanquished hundreds of the younger generation, and he doubted his own ability to contend with Bai Yi. Furthermore, he had no illusion that Bai Yi was a benevolent figure who would spare him. Why you are Bai Yi, he stammered. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Brother Wang, have you been enjoying a bit of comfort lately? Shall I surprise you with an unexpected delight? No, he replied, turning on his heel and running away. Bai Yi did not pursue him, but instead approached the elderly man. Sir, are you all right? The old man paid no heed to Bai Yi. His gaze fixated on Shi's face, appearing somewhat troubled. Observing the old man's disregard, Shi shot him a fierce glare. Hey, old man. Didn't you hear my brother ask you a question? With white hair adorned with black streaks, the elder remarked, Poetry, how shall one speak? Who caused him to disregard you? At that moment, the gravity etched upon the elder's face transformed into an expression of peculiarity. This young lady is quite remarkable, and the youth appears to possess considerable depth as well. However, it should not be so. That old wretch would never permit someone of such caliber to enter. The elder's thoughts grew increasingly disconcerted. Observing the elder's silence, Poetry's irritation flared. Old man, have you lost your voice, or were you rendered foolish by fright? Upon hearing her fierce retort once more, the elder gradually regained his composure. I am grateful for your assistance, my lord. Meanwhile, Poetry seemed to sense an oddity in the air. With a sweep of her divine perception, her eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, what is this? This old man is quite extraordinary. She had merely cast a glance and discovered that this elder was not inferior to that Songyu. With a soft sigh, she remarked, Old man, you have surprised me. The elder responded with a wry smile. Forgive me, young lady, for the amusement. Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled. What are you discussing? The old man chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing of importance. Would you both care to take a seat at my humble abode? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shi. At that moment, the old man unexpectedly spoke. I possess something of great value. Chapter 58. The destruction of the world by heavenly law, something of great value? Bai Yi expressed his astonishment. The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have something remarkable. Please follow me. Without waiting for a response from Bai Yi and Shi, he turned and began to walk away. Shi remarked, Let us follow and see. The two followed the elderly man for a short distance until they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The yard was quite small, even more so than Bai Yi's own. It contained only 2 rooms, both in a state of disrepair. It seemed as though a mere gust of wind could bring them crashing down. Upon entering one of the rooms, the old man gestured for Bai Yi and Shi to take a seat. He then settled into a chair himself. Noticing the old man's relaxed demeanor, Bai Yi inquired with curiosity, Elder, what about the valuable item you mentioned? Patience, young man, the elder replied, rising to brew a pot of tea, pouring a cup for both Bai Yi and Shi. First, let us enjoy some tea. Shi regarded the old man with a hint of suspicion. The elder smiled serenely. I harbor no ill intentions towards you both. I merely have some words I wish to share. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Did you not mention the existence of something extraordinary? Indeed, there is something remarkable. And perhaps it presents an opportunity for you. Poetry interjected. Speak your mind. Do you not see my brother's urgency? At this moment, Poetry was also filled with a flicker of anger, as she sensed that this elder was no ordinary man. Yet, he posed no immediate threat to her. Aware of his own mortality, the old man understood that certain matters must be divulged. Otherwise, when calamity strikes, it could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, the elder could not help but let out a sigh. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. What great calamity? The old man sighed softly. Alas. I trust you both are aware of the origins of this continent, are you not? Bai Yi nodded. Having heard that this place was once a forbidden land thousands of years ago, the old man shook his head, indicating that the truth was far more complex than that. Bai Yi expressed some perplexity. Is it not so? Shi also turned to the elder, awaiting further elaboration. The elder replied, Indeed, tens of thousands of years ago. This was a forbidden land. But what of the time before that? Before that? The elder continued. Long before, hundreds of thousands of years ago, this land did not exist. It was merely an expanse of boundless stars. How then did this land come into being? Hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Tao of heaven brought about the annihilation of the world, and countless realms fell into silence, devoid of vitality and bereft of any life. Bai Yi and Shi simultaneously exclaimed, The heavenly Tao annihilates the world? What is the Yuanzhou? The elder continued, As for the Yuanzhou, it can be understood in this manner. Tens of thousands of interfaces are referred to as a star domain. Tens of thousands of star domains constitute a universe. And tens of thousands of universes collectively form a Yuanzhou. The two exchanged astonished glances. Even Shi, who had previously believed that her realm was the pinnacle of existence, found herself bewildered by the elder's words. The cataclysm of the heavenly Tao had directly obliterated hundreds of Yuanzhou, and the force of destruction lingered for millennia. rendering those hundreds of Yuanzhou barren and incapable of nurturing life for tens of thousands of years thereafter. However, no one anticipated that a certain race would endure beneath this terrifying annihilation. What? How is that possible? No one would believe it, yet it remains an undeniable truth. Approximately a millennium after the devastation wrought by the heavenly Tao, a race emerged to traverse those hundreds of Yuanzhou. By then, many star domains had given rise to new forms of life, humans, magical beings, and numerous other races. Yet, none could withstand the might of that particular race, known for having evaded even the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. At this juncture, the elder lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Bai Yi inquired hastily, "And what happened next?" In the ensuing centuries, it seemed as though these myriad realms once again endured a cataclysm akin to the annihilation wrought by the heavenly path. Apart from that singular race, no other lineage survived. Shir pondered thoughtfully. That race must be the beasts, correct? The elder gazed at her in astonishment. "My dear girl. How do you know?" Shir shook her head. "I do not know, merely conjecturing. I suspect this is connected to the seal in the Blackwind Forest, is it not?" The elder nodded, yet simultaneously shook his head. "There is indeed some relation, though it is not substantial. The beast race will soon emerge, and once they do, it shall herald yet another calamity." Bai Yi inquired, "Didn't the beast clan annihilate all other races? What about us?" The elder replied, "Indeed. But it is precisely for this reason. The actions of the beast clan incited the wrath of the heavenly Tao. However, at that time, the heavenly Tao had just unleashed a cataclysmic tribulation, leaving it weakened and unable to descend again to eradicate the beast clan." Shir questioned, "Why did the heavenly Tao decree the annihilation of worlds?" The elder suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it was simply a matter of boredom. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt an urge to express his frustration. "You could wipe out hundreds of realms just for a bit of amusement? Is this truly permissible?" The elder continued, "Perhaps in hindsight, the heavenly Tao also harbored some regrets, but it was too late. Yet, if the beast clan were allowed to persist, no other races would ever emerge again, regardless of how much time passed." Contemplating this, he made a resolute decision. Since it was impossible to completely eradicate the beast clan, he would instead seal them away, awaiting the emergence of a powerful being who could ultimately vanquish them. Bai Yi inquired, "Is the seal here?" The elder shook his head. "No, in the past, the beast clans were scattered across hundreds of realms. To confine them was an arduous task, achievable only by gathering them in one location and then employing formidable methods to suppress and seal them. So, how did the heavenly path manage to seal the beast clans back then?" The elder continued, "The heavenly path devised a trap for the beast clans, using its own heart of origin as bait, drawing all the beast clans to a singular place." Shir furrowed her brows. "The heart of origin?" The elder nodded. "Indeed. It utilized its heart of origin to attract all the beast clans into its very core." Bai Yi, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Within its belly?" Shir, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Just how vast must the heavenly Tao be?" The elder chuckled and replied, "This is merely a trivial stratagem. After drawing all the beast tribes into its own depths, the heavenly Tao forcibly subdued and sealed them with its primal power. Yet in the end, the heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast tribes. Though it succeeded in sealing them, its own essence sustained grievous damage." Bai Yi remarked, "So, does this imply that the heavenly path has indeed fallen?" The elder paused, responding, "One might say so." Poetic thoughts seemed to dawn upon Shir. "If that is the case, does it not imply that this continent is, in essence, the corporeal form of the heavenly path?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Are you suggesting that we tread upon the remains of the heavenly path?" Observing Bai Yi's astonishment, Shir couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee. Brother, you have indeed been recklessly swinging your sword upon this ground, which means you have often sharpened your blade upon the body of the heavenly path." Bai Yi's expression darkened slightly. Shir refrained from speaking carelessly. It could lead to dire consequences. Observing the playful banter between the two, the elder shook his head with a gentle smile, murmuring softly, "Indeed, where there are people, there is liveliness. In this world, where there are beings, there exists emotion. Life is ever present. Death is inevitable. The cycle of reincarnation is unending. And the celestial law is relentless. The destruction of the world by the heavenly mandate is not born from a lack of compassion, but rather a consequence of natural laws. Even the mind of the celestial cannot evade these immutable truths." His words resonated with profound sorrow and reflection. Chapter 59. I shall guard the gate. Listening to the elder's discourse, Bai Yi fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he inquired, "If the Celestial has sealed the beast clan within, what do you mean by foretelling impending calamities?" The elder withdrew from his reverie. Though the beast clan has been sealed for many years, they have not ceased their resistance. One could argue that after countless millennia, the current beast clan may be more formidable than ever before. Consequently, fissures have begun to appear in the body of the Celestial. Should these fissures fully rupture, the beast clan may emerge, bringing forth a catastrophe for humanity and other races alike. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Yi's countenance grew grim. Shir regarded the elder thoughtfully, asking, "Why do you share this with us? Do you believe we possess the power to oppose the entire beast clan?" The elder shook his head. "It is not that you possess the strength to combat the beast clan, but rather, if I were to convey these words to others, would anyone truly believe?" Bai Yi remained silent. "Do you think we would believe?" The elder did not respond verbally, but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Yi smiled wryly. "Is this what you refer to as a treasure and an opportunity?" The old man chuckled awkwardly. "Not quite. In the past, the heavenly Tao possessed a ring containing countless treasures. Should you too acquire such an item, it might indeed be considered a great fortune." Bai Yi felt a stir of excitement. After all, it was the ring of the heavenly Tao. Certainly, it contained numerous treasures. However, what if the heavenly Tao were still alive? Wouldn't it be rather impolite to seize his ring? Shir smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it must hold many valuable items. But do you know in which direction his ring lies?" The old man shook his head. "This is something you must discover for yourselves." Bai Yi spread his hands in exasperation. "Where are we supposed to search? We have not a single clue." The elder spoke in a grave tone. When the heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast clan, it exerted every effort to conceal its corporeal form within the cosmos. However, a portion of it remains partially revealed, which is this very continent. Shir hurriedly inquired, "Which part of the heavenly Tao's body does this continent represent?" The elder replied, "The head." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was utterly flabbergasted. "Are you saying that the ground beneath us is the head of the heavenly Tao?" The elder nodded. "Indeed." Shir sighed softly. "If that is the case, how arduous will it be for us to locate its hands? Moreover, its other corporeal forms have already been obscured within the vastness of the cosmos. Where shall we begin our search in this boundless starry expanse?" Bai Yi found himself somewhat speechless, remarking, "Old man, are you perhaps spinning tales to amuse children? Your words seem rather implausible." The elder replied, "Whether you choose to believe or not is entirely up to you. I have conveyed all that I wish to say. Now, it is time to witness the unfolding of fate." Suddenly, Shir inquired, "Old man, if what you speak is true, how much longer can the body of the heavenly Tao endure?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, 300 years. At most, 300 years. Bai Yi broke into a smile, exclaiming, "You startled me. I thought I might not hold on much longer. With 300 years ahead of us, what is there to worry about? We shall discuss it when the time comes. Come on, Shir." As he spoke, he took Shir by the hand and began to depart. The old man made no attempt to intervene. However, as Bai Yi and Shir stepped out of the courtyard, Shir's brow furrowed deeply, for she could no longer sense the presence of the elder. This indicated that he had vanished abruptly the moment they exited the enclosure. Observing Shir's troubled expression, Bai Yi inquired, "Shir, what troubles you?" She managed a smile in response, "It's nothing, let us return." At that moment, a chilling thought struck Shir's mind. Could the old man have been the Tao of heaven from long ago? With this realization, she turned to cast one last glance at the courtyard. Upon doing so, her body froze in shock. Bai Yi discerned that something was amiss with Shir. "What is wrong, Shir?" he inquired, turning to investigate further. Upon glancing back, Bai Yi was rendered speechless. Behind them, there was no courtyard. Instead, a dense forest sprawled out ominously. What could possibly account for this? Bai Yi swallowed hard. Shir exhaled deeply. "Let us return and discuss this." With that, the two swiftly turned and departed, as the atmosphere around them felt decidedly eerie and perilous. A moment later, they arrived back at the courtyard. Their hearts still racing with trepidation. That place was undoubtedly extraordinary, having instilled a sense of danger even in Shir. This only reinforced her belief in her suspicions, that the old man was indeed the embodiment of the heavenly path. As they entered the room, Yang Xiao rushed over. Observing the pair's entrance, he hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to them. He had never witnessed them entering the room together before. The thought brought a subtle, intriguing smile to his lips. Bai Yi and Shir entered the room, and as Bai Yi turned to close the door, she caught sight of Yang Xiao, whose eyes were wide with surprise. Their gazes locked, and upon realizing Bai Yi had noticed him, Yang Xiao hastily covered his eyes and turned to leave, muttering to himself, "I didn't see anything. I know nothing at all." Bai Yi exhibited a peculiar demeanor. "Senior brother, where are you headed?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding thud echoed through the air. Yang Xiao, with his eyes shielded, collided with the stone bench situated in the center of the courtyard. A heart-wrenching wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from Yang Xiao's mouth. Upon hearing this anguished cry, Shi emerged from her room, inquiring, "Yang senior brother, what has happened to you?" Yang Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing. You all may return to your rooms." Shi's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Continue what?" Bai Yu promptly replied, "It's nothing." Then, turning to Yang Xiao, he inquired, "Senior brother, did you seek me for a particular matter?" Yang Xiao chuckled softly. "I indeed had something to discuss." But upon seeing that junior brother Bai had matters to attend to, it seemed inconsequential. "Your affairs take precedence, junior brother Bai." With white hair adorned by black streaks, he wished to convey that things were not as they appeared. "Our intention to retreat to the room was solely to deliberate on the matters discussed by that old man today." Observing the peculiar expression on Bai Ye's face, Yang Xiao let out a chuckle, whispering, "We are all men, we understand." He then shot Bai Yi a knowing glance, urging him to return to the room. Shi, witnessing their exchange, couldn't help but think, "This is not good. My brother wouldn't harbor feelings for brother Yang, would he? What should I do?" Just as her anxiety peaked, Yang Xiao's sidelong glance caught her attention, and he leaned closer to Bai Ye's ear, murmuring, "Look, they're already anxious. Hurry along, I'll keep watch at the door. After all, I was once a professional doorkeeper." With that, he made his way towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Shi hastened over. A serious expression etched upon her face as she regarded Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt somewhat unnerved under her intense gaze. Shi, what's the matter?" Shi earnestly replied, "Come, let us go to the room. I have something to ask you." Without waiting for Bai Yi's consent, she took his hand and led him towards the room. Standing at the doorway, Yang Xiao observed the scene unfold and couldn't help but sigh. Flowers bloom and wither in every household. Could it be that you are blind to what should not be seen? I shall stand guard, haha. Chapter 60. Yunshang has arrived. Shi pulled Bai Yi into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yang Xiao let out a chuckle, only to quickly cover her mouth. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a scrap of cloth, pinched it, and stuffed it into her ears. "Now this will do. I promise not to peek." Shi dragged Bai Yi into the room, her expression grave as she gazed intently at him. "Brother, are you?" At this point, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bai Yi gazed at Shi with a curious expression, inquiring, "What troubles you, Shi?" Taking a few deep breaths, Shi appeared to have made a resolute decision. She spoke, "If you need me." As she spoke, a deeper blush adorned her cheeks, her upper lip gently biting her lower lip, and her head slightly bowed as if grappling with words that were difficult to articulate. Bai Yi, even more perplexed, raised his hand and gently caressed Shi's head. As Bai Yi's hand gently brushed against Shi's head, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes softly closing as her breath quickened. The rosy hue of her cheeks deepened further, and not only her face, but also her fair neck began to exhibit a delicate blush. Bai Yi seemed to grasp something and immediately said, Shi, where are your thoughts wandering? I am your brother." With a trembling voice, Shi replied, "You need not be my brother." Bai Yi embraced Shi tenderly, saying, "Silly little sister, I shall always be your brother." Shi opened her eyes and replied, "But..." Bai Yi interrupted her, saying, "Regardless of anything, you are my sister, and that is unchangeable." A single, clear tear glided down Shi's cheek as she replied, "You are the first person to treat me this way. With just a word from you, I would fulfill any request." Bai Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "I require nothing from you. Your well-being is sufficient." Shi buried her head deeply in Bai Yi's embrace, feeling secure in her brother's arms. After a moment, Bai Yi gently pushed Shi away and inquired, Shi, who do you think that elderly man was today?" Shi softly wiped her still moist eyes and replied, "If I am not mistaken, he is likely the celestial path from back then." Bai Yi, taken aback by her words, exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Shi continued, "Who besides the celestial path would possess such intimate knowledge of those events?" Bai Yi nodded. "If that is the case, then it appears that this is the only possibility. But did they encounter us by chance, or was it all meticulously orchestrated by him?" Shi pondered for a moment, I don't believe it to be mere coincidence. Her intuition was correct. This was indeed the design of Tian Dao Exin. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Bai Shidi was occupied with Shir Shimmy, and entry was prohibited. What could they possibly be so busy with? Come on. What could a man and a woman be so preoccupied with? They are siblings. Haha, you clearly don't comprehend the implications. Overhearing the conversation outside, Bai Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Shir's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, prompting her to fall silent. Bai Yi hastily pushed the door open, only to find Yang Xiao and Song Yu engaged in hushed conversation. However, their voices were considerably softer than before, rendering Bai Yi unable to discern their words. Song Yu was facing Bai Yi, while Yang Xiao had his back turned to him. Upon Bai Yi's emergence, Song Yu had already noticed him and promptly gestured to Yang Xiao, signaling him to cease speaking. Yet, Yang Xiao remained oblivious, continuing to chatter away. Bai Yi was utterly speechless. He had not previously realized how excessively loquacious Brother Yang was. At this moment, he felt the need to reassess his understanding of Brother Yang. Under the repeated, subtle glances from Song Yu, Yang Xiao finally sensed that something was amiss. He turned around and was momentarily taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Junior brother Bai, is it all done?" Bai Yi resolved to disregard the senior brother any longer. She turned to Song Yu and inquired, "Does the Emperor's song have matters to discuss?" Song Yu regarded Bai Yi with a peculiar expression, remaining silent. Bai Yi felt somewhat unnatural and pondered. Could it be that Emperor Song has placed his faith in Brother Yang's words? Noticing Song Yu staring blankly at Bai Yi without any reaction, Yang Xiao discreetly nudged him. Song Yu jolted, exclaiming, "Indeed. Young Master Bai treads a path unlike any other, donning shoes that are far from ordinary." After uttering this, he sensed that he may have overstepped. He hastily added, "Young Master Bai, I have something important to convey to you during this visit." "What is it?" Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion. Song Yu took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions, as he evidently had yet to fully recover from the earlier scene. He spoke in a grave tone. "According to my investigation, it appears that Madame Zhao may have already departed from this continent." Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Has she fled? Naturally, he could not conceive that Dong Guxian had departed from this continent out of fear of him. However, he could not fathom her reasons for leaving. Song Yu continued, "There is another matter. Young Master Bai must exercise caution regarding Muxiu." Bai Yi nodded, saying, "I am aware of this. Is young Master Bai intending to seek out Lady Zhao?" Shir emerged from the room, replying, "Not yet. Given Ji's current capabilities, it is unwise for him to venture out." Bai Yi turned to Shir and inquired, "What level of mastery is required to venture outside?" Shir replied in a low voice, "Naturally, the stronger one is, the better." "I wish to rescue Shang first," he murmured, his thoughts perpetually consumed by Yun Shang. "I wonder how Master and Shang are faring out there." Shir encouraged, "Perhaps they are not trapped after all." Yet, he pondered, why have they not returned? Perhaps they have unfinished business to attend to. Bai Yi remained silent as Yang Xiao approached him, gently patting his shoulder. He remarked, "Sister Shir is right. If they are indeed in danger, given your current strength, your presence would not be of much assistance. I must enter seclusion." Song Yu sighed softly and, with a resolute expression, added, "Young Master Bai, you may retreat to my imperial hall for your seclusion." Bai Yi did not refuse. She turned to Shir and declared, "I must hasten my strength to rescue Master and Shang. Shir nodded in agreement, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She cherished her current life, for it was filled with people who cared for her, and this place was, at present, a sanctuary for Bai Yi. However, the thought of leaving this continent filled her with trepidation, as she feared she would be unable to protect Bai Yi when the time came. Yet she understood that Bai Yi would not linger here indefinitely. He still needed to save his master and Shang. With a sigh, she mused, "Yin Shang, how fortunate you are." Soon, they gathered their belongings and followed Song Yu towards the imperial hall. Just as they departed, a figure emerged slowly in the courtyard. Clad in a fitted white dress, her hair casually arranged atop her head with a hairpin adorning the side, it was Yun Shang. However, she was not in her true form, but rather a projection of herself. Gazing wistfully at Bai Yi's vanishing silhouette, she murmured, "Little Yi, do not fret. Rest assured, I shall wait for you. I will certainly await your return to rescue me." As she spoke, her form gradually became transparent, and in mere moments, she vanished silently from the spot. Simultaneously, within a pitch-black prison, a woman was bound tightly to a stone pillar by several blood-red chains. Her body was drenched in blood. As a continuous stream of deep crimson flowed from her head, pooling into a sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, countless fine threads penetrated her body, pulsating with spiritual energy that seeped slowly from her being. At that moment, the woman smiled enchanting, causing the entire blood sea to quiver. The chains, too, trembled slightly, their grip tightening further. Little Yi Zi, I shall endure until you come to rescue me. That little girl is indeed fortunate. This projection was a desperate creation, conjured at the expense of burning her own lifespan. Consequently, the torment she endured daily was manifold more painful than before. Yet, she harbored no regrets, for her projection had beheld Bai Yi. That alone was sufficient. Chapter 61. The black and white box. Bai Yi and his companions followed Song Yu to the emperor's hall. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the hall, Yang Xiao was rendered utterly astounded. Was this not somewhat exaggerated? Bai Yi was equally astonished, for he had never before encountered such a magnificent and grand palace. Observing the surprised expressions of the two, Song Yu felt a sense of pride. Come, he beckoned. Upon entering the palace, Song Yu led them directly to the main hall. Young Master Bai, you shall henceforth retreat to my cultivation area, where the spiritual energy is abundant. I wish you swift advancement in your practice. However, one must not be overly eager in their cultivation. Young Master Bai, please do take care not to rush. Bai Yi nodded and said, I have now reached the pinnacle of the Dan realm, yet no matter how I cultivate, I cannot advance further. Is there some issue at play? Song Yu replied, First, you must comprehend what it means to be in the Dan formation realm. Bai Yi was taken aback, pondering the meaning of the Golden Core realm. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never delved deeply into the intricacies of different realms. He had always relied on abundant resources to forge ahead in his practice. When he reached the pinnacle of his abilities, he could effortlessly transcend to the next level. Now, upon hearing Song Yu inquire about the Golden Core realm, he found himself utterly perplexed. Song Yu continued to elucidate. The Golden Core realm is attained by assimilating the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, merging one's dantian with the vitality, energy, and spirit of a person, ultimately achieving the Golden Core. Once one achieves the Golden Core, they have reached the Golden Core realm. Bai Yi inquired with confusion, essence, qi, and spirit? Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, Young Master Bai, are you unaware of the essence, qi, and spirit? How then have you cultivated to the returning Dan realm? The returning Dan signifies the unification of essence, qi, and spirit, laying a solid foundation for future Dan formation. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, stating, I reached the Dan formation realm quite effortlessly. Upon hearing this, not only was Song Yu taken aback, but even Yang Xiao struggled to restrain an expletive. After all, he had toiled for several years to barely comprehend the Dan formation realm, while this junior, Bai Yi, had seemingly achieved it with ease. This realization suddenly caused a twinge of pain in his chest. Indeed, Bai Yi's words struck him deeply. Song Yu managed an awkward smile and said, Young Master Bai, please accompany me to the training chamber. Time passed swiftly in the realm of cultivation, and before long, several months had elapsed. However, within the training chamber, Bai Yi found himself unable to attain the Dan formation realm, despite his relentless efforts. This perplexed him, prompting the thought of seeking counsel from either Shi or Song Yu. Just as he stepped out of the training chamber, he spotted Shi squatting a short distance away, seemingly engrossed in drawing something on the ground. Bai Yi approached Shi's side. Shi, he called. Shi turned to him with a playful smile. Brother, you have emerged from seclusion. With a light gasp, she added, Have you not yet achieved a breakthrough? Bai Yi nodded, expressing a hint of frustration as he remarked, Indeed, no matter how diligently I cultivate, I am unable to break through. I cannot even perceive the essence, energy, and spirit as mentioned by the Emperor's song. At this point, he cast his gaze towards the ground beside Shi, where two figures were drawn, seemingly strolling hand in hand. Shi, whom does this drawing depict? He inquired. Flustered, Shi hurriedly wiped it away and replied, It's no one. I was merely doodling. The figures she had sketched were, of course, herself and her brother, walking hand in hand in a continuous embrace. Bai Yi was about to say something when a voice interrupted. Young Master Bai, the voice paused before continuing, Has Young Master Bai not yet made a breakthrough? The speaker was none other than Song Yu. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, no matter how diligently he practiced during this period, he could not attain the Jedon stage. He was just contemplating seeking guidance from Emperor Song. At this moment, Song Yu was equally perplexed. With his prowess, he could discern that Bai Yi's current level was merely a step away from the Jedon realm, remaining unchanged since before his seclusion. This left him in a state of confusion, for it was only logical that Bai Yi, given his previous cultivation level, should have swiftly reached Jidan by now. Yet, after such an extended period, he still lingered at the same point. Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, remarking that perhaps the timing was not yet ripe. He found this thought somewhat amusing, dismissing it as mere self-comfort. He then inquired, "Has the Emperor Song come for a specific purpose?" Song Yu, regaining his focus, replied, "Director Song has arrived and wishes to see you." Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. What could Song Lan want? After pondering for a while, he could not discern the purpose of the visit. "Does the Emperor know why he has come to see me?" he inquired. Song Yu shook his head. "I do not know. Let us go meet him," Bai Yi suggested. Moments later, they arrived at the Emperor's hall. Inside, Song Lan sat quietly, lost in thought. At that moment, Bai Yi and the others entered the hall. Bai Yi opened the conversation. "Director Song, have you come to see me for a particular reason?" Song Lan rose with a smile upon the arrival of several individuals. "Young Master Bai, let us take a seat and discuss," he said, making a gesture of invitation. Once they were seated, Song Lan sighed softly. "To speak candidly, I am here to request your assistance, young Master Bai." Bai Yi expressed some confusion, inquiring, "Assistance? What kind of assistance?" Song Lan let out a heavy sigh and recounted the matters concerning his master from years past. Once he concluded his tale, Song Yu spoke solemnly. "It is indeed our greed from those days that brought us to this predicament. Had it not been for this box, neither Lin nor I would have." As he spoke, he produced a box, which was as dark as ink, exuding an aura of antiquity, with a faint black luminescence flickering across its surface. Bai Yi gazed at the box with a hint of incredulity, inquiring, "Is this truly the treasure for which you all fought so desperately?" Song Yu nodded solemnly. "At the time, we believed it to be a rare gem, yet for centuries, it has merely remained a box. I have attempted numerous methods, but it remains stubbornly sealed." Sure looked at the box with curiosity, pondering, perhaps it truly is a remarkable treasure. At her words, the others turned their attention to Sure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, she added, "That is merely my conjecture." Suddenly, Song Yu declared, "If it is indeed a rare treasure, then I shall gift it to young Master Bai." Bai Yi was taken aback. "For me?" Song Lan also appeared somewhat astonished. "Master Song, are you serious? You were pursued for decades for this item." Song Yu chuckled lightly. "Gifts are meant for those fated to receive them. And I believe young Master Bai is destined for this box." A flicker of surprise crossed Shure's eyes as she pondered. "This fellow knows that my brother will emerge from this place. He is bestowing that box upon him. Once this becomes known to others, regardless of whether it is a rare treasure or not, it is bound to invite considerable trouble." With this in mind, Shure spoke up. "Master Song, do you intend to harm my brother?" Song Yu furrowed his brows. "How could I wish to harm young Master Bai? You are giving this item to my brother. And if outsiders learn of it, will he not end up being pursued like you were?" Song Yu's expression darkened slightly. "I had not considered that." In truth, he had indeed contemplated it, but he was astonished that this young lady had discerned his thoughts so swiftly. Bai Yi, however, paid no heed to the conversation between the two, instead directing his gaze towards Song Lan. In truth, Bai Yi harbored a considerable curiosity for this box, as he felt an unprecedented sensation upon his first glance at the object, a feeling that rendered him incapable of refusing it. Noticing Bai Yi's attention upon him, Song Lan offered an awkward smile. He then retrieved from within the ring a box of identical size, yet the one he produced was entirely pure white, resembling a piece of flawless white jade devoid of any impurities. Bai Yi gazed at the white box, realizing it was indeed a juxtaposition of black and white. Upon seeing the white box, Shure was equally astonished. She suddenly recalled an item described in ancient scrolls. The thought of that object left her momentarily rooted to the spot. Chapter 62, A Mutual Gaze. Shure scrutinized the box intently, pondering whether it could truly be the legendary object spoken of in tales. Bai Yi observed the somewhat astonished Shure with a hint of perplexity. "Shure, do you recognize this object?" Shure disregarded Bai Yi's inquiry and turned her gaze towards Song Yu and Song Lan, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Is it true that Emperor Song and Director Song intend to bestow this item upon my brother?" Song Yu replied affirmatively, "Indeed." Shure then looked towards Song Lan, who at that moment seemed to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, pondering whether this truly was a rare treasure. As this thought crossed his mind, he began to waver. The original purpose of his visit was to present this box to Bai Yi, hoping that when Bai Yi ventured out in the future, he would take him along, not for any other reason, but to uncover the identity of the one who had caused his master's demise, to avenge his master. Observing Song Lan's hesitation, Song Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "What troubles you, Director Song?" Are you reluctant? Song Lan sighed softly. What you say, Emperor Song, is not quite right. In truth, my purpose for coming here was solely to gift this item to young Master Bai. I merely hoped that in the future, when young Master Bai departs, he might take me with him. Bai turned at Song Lan and asked, Are you planning to venture out in search of the one who caused your master's demise all those years ago? Song Lan nodded solemnly. Indeed. My master bestowed upon me immense grace, essentially granting me a second chance at life. If I cannot avenge him, I would be burdened with a deep sense of guilt. Shur inquired, So, has your strength surpassed that of your master in those days? At this question, Song Lan appeared perplexed. My dear lady, you jest. I fear I am but a shadow of my master's prowess. Shur further probed, Then do you believe that should you find the one responsible for your master's death, you could exact your revenge? Upon hearing this, Song Lan's expression grew grave. He had been preoccupied with the thought of locating the perpetrator. Yet he had never considered whether he possessed the capability to avenge his master. With a resolute voice, Song Lan declared, Regardless, I must attempt it. If I remain here, I fear that in a few hundred years, my strength will still fall short of vengeance. Perhaps by venturing out, hope may yet remain. Shur playfully smiled. Very well. I shall speak on behalf of my brother. However, the boxes now belong to him. That is only natural, Song Lan replied. Shur then turned to Bai, Brother. Now both boxes are yours. Do take them. Suddenly, Song Yu interjected, Might you elaborate on these two boxes, Miss Shur? At this, the group turned their attention to Shur, and Bai nodded at her, encouraging her to speak. Shur pouted slightly, to be honest. I have only seen them in ancient scrolls. I cannot attest to their authenticity. As she gazed at the two boxes, she continued, If I am not mistaken, these are not truly boxes, they merely resemble one. The black one should be the chaos primordial yin, while the white one is the chaos primordial yang. Song Yu gasped. Are you saying this is the chaos primordial yang and yin? At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, unable to settle. Legends had once circulated about the chaos primordial yang and yin being the universe's primordial forms. This implied that if these indeed were the chaos primordial yin and yang, they held the potential to give birth to an entire cosmos in the future. Song Lan and Bai were evidently unaware of the significance of these objects. Yet seeing Song Yu's astonished expression led them to infer their extraordinary nature. Bai hurriedly set about stowing away the two items. A flicker of trepidation coursing through him at the thought that these two individuals might reconsider their decision. Just moments ago, he had discerned a hint of reluctance in Song Yu's gaze, while Song Lan's face was awash with indecision. As Bai's hand neared the box, both containers suddenly trembled slightly in unison. Witnessing this unexpected quiver, astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. As the boxes continued to shudder, two beams of light, one white and one black, began to emanate from within. Although the beams radiated slowly, they possessed an unstoppable force that seemed to command the very essence of all things. Before long, the entire Imperial Hall was enveloped in the luminous embrace of these two beams. As the white light traverses its path, all things transform into a translucent sheen reminiscent of white jade, evoking an ineffable sense of sanctity. Conversely, where the black light spreads, the world appears shrouded in darkness, as though one has entered a realm of ink. Yet within this profound blackness lies a hint of enigmatic power. The two lights continue to gently radiate outward, enveloping the onlookers entirely in their contrasting embrace, as if they have merged with these luminous forces, becoming ethereal in their presence. In a whisper, Shur murmured, The legend is true. Observing the astonished expression on Shur's face, Bai felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never witnessed such astonishment from her since they had met. He instinctively understood that this seemingly ordinary younger sister was indeed remarkable. And the fact that these two phenomena could evoke such wonder in her spoke volumes about their extraordinary nature. With this thought, Bai refrained from further contemplation and reached for the two boxes. Such treasures must be secured promptly, lest the two individuals have second thoughts. However, the moment his hand made contact with the boxes, they erupted with an even more intense beam of light. Simultaneously, the two types of light began to merge slowly, where the black and white intertwined, transforming into a shade of gray. In an instant, the entire horizon was enveloped in a soft gray hue. To their astonishment, the two boxes began to inch closer together, poised to unite. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Shur exclaimed in astonishment, They are about to merge. Bai inquired, What will happen next? A new universe will be born. Just as the crowd stood in utter astonishment, the two boxes unexpectedly transformed into a beam of gray light. soaring directly into Bai Ye's abdomen. As this gray light entered his being, the radiant gray luminescence that had filled the imperial hall vanished in an instant. Witnessing the two boxes metamorphose into a beam of light and enter Bai Ye's body, the onlookers were momentarily petrified in place. Bai Ye was equally bewildered. As he had not yet gathered them, they had unexpectedly entered his body on their own. Shir was the first to react. Her face filled with concern as she turned to Bai Ye. "Brother, what is happening? Are you all right?" Bai Ye shook his head reminiscent of the white-leaved wood. "It should be fine, right?" Shir, feeling somewhat anxious, urged, "Can you sense those two boxes?" With his eyes gently closed, Bai Ye delved deep into his own being. Moments later, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Noticing Bai Ye's unusual expression, Shir quickly inquired, "What's wrong, brother?" As Bai Ye focused inward, he was astounded to discover that his lower dantian had formed a golden elixir. Moreover, he realized that this golden elixir was actually derived from the two boxes. "I must have broken through to the golden core realm." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the others attentively sensed his current state. After a brief moment, they revealed expressions of shock. Indeed, Bai Ye had reached the golden core stage. Yet they felt that his transformation differed from others, though they could not discern the specifics of this distinction. Shir seemed to have an idea. She grasped Bai Ye's hand and urged, "Come with me." Thus, Shir led Bai Ye away, vanishing before Song Yu and Song Lan. The two exchanged glances. Chapter 63. Flying treasures. After Shir and Bai Ye departed, Song Yu's expression turned grim. He glanced at Song Lan, only to find his countenance even darker. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "I truly did not expect that box to be such a thing." Song Lan's face darkened further. "Those two treasures have simply fallen into the hands of that fellow Bai Ye?" Song Yu replied with a hint of resignation. "What? Are you regretting it, Director Song? Can the sovereign of Song bear this? After all, you paid a hefty price for this item." Song Yu then smiled calmly. "Do you know why that box remained unopened in our possession for centuries?" Song Lan speculated. "Perhaps it was because we did not keep them together." Shaking his head, Song Yu corrected him. "When Brother Lin and I first discovered this item, they were indeed together. It must have been a matter of timing." Song Lan was about to respond, but Song Yu interrupted. "I understand that you feel resentful, Director Song. But have you ever considered why the box flew into Bai Ye's body on its own?" Song Lan, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "How should I know? Perhaps it was not the box that flew into Bai Ye. Rather, that woman employed some means." Upon hearing this, Song Yu too began to harbor doubts. However, he quickly regained his composure and suggested to Song Lan, "Could it be that the box sensed Bai Ye's extraordinary nature?" Song Lan scoffed, "Extraordinary? Can he truly compare to that woman?" As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and fell silent. The two were enveloped in silence. Shir led Bai Ye into the training room and closed the door behind them. "Brother, take a moment to carefully sense your current golden elixir." Bai Ye's eyes were gently closed, his mind delving into the two golden elixirs formed by the boxes. In a moment, a look of terror escaped his countenance. Shir hurriedly inquired, "What is it, brother?" Bai Ye exclaimed in terror, "Within my golden core lies an expanse of vast starry skies, boundless and infinite." Starry skies? Indeed. It is a realm of stars, akin to the celestial dome we gaze upon at night, limitless and eternal. Shir mused. Could it be that this is a universe unto itself? Bai Ye once again attuned himself to the vast expanse of the starry sky, and to his astonishment, he discerned that it might indeed be a universe unto itself. In an instant, his consciousness surged toward a particular star, and before long, he found himself gracing a patch of land. This land was none other than the very star to which his spirit had gravitated. He observed that, apart from the absence of any living beings, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the world beyond. Here lay mountains and rivers, basking under a blazing sun, infused with a richness of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside realm. A sudden contemplation struck him. If only some flowers, grasses, and trees were to emerge, this would indeed become a world of its own. What left him utterly astounded, rendering him momentarily breathless, was the sight that unfolded before him. As this thought crossed his mind, verdant plants began to sprout slowly around the land. He dared not ponder further, and hastily withdrew his consciousness to gaze upon Shir, recounting the extraordinary scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing his account, Shir's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished "Oh, are you saying that a mere thought of yours can alter that world?" Bai Ye nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Shir spoke. "Brother, could you attempt to grant me passage into that realm?" Bai Ye cleared his throat and asked, "Do you wish to enter?" Shir nodded and replied, Yes. I would like to take a look inside. Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern. Could there be any danger? Sure softly replied. As long as my brother harbors no ill intentions towards me, there should be no problem. Bai Yi harbors no ill intentions towards Sure. After all, he has long regarded her as his own sister. Bai Yi nodded. Relax and do not resist. I shall attempt to transport you into that realm. Sure acquiesced with a nod. All right. In an instant, with a mere thought, Bai Yi caused Sure to vanish from her original location. Can it truly be done? Bai Yi pondered in astonishment. Soon after, he too found himself within that world, where he discovered Sure. At that moment, she was curiously observing her surroundings. Upon noticing Bai Yi's arrival, she turned to him and said, "Conduct an experiment." Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, "What experiment?" Poem pondered for a moment and replied, "For instance, you might imagine the emergence of something entirely different." Bai Yi nodded, and his thoughts swiftly turned to the serpent demon. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from behind him. The two turned to behold hundreds of enormous serpent demons, each as thick as a human waist, fixated intently upon them. Sure was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, could you not entertain different thoughts? At that moment, she felt an undeniable sense of peril. Though it was more accurate to say that her brother's thoughts were the true source of danger. She could hardly fathom what her brother pondered day in and day out. Bai Yi was taken aback at the sight of hundreds of serpent demons, exclaiming in anger, "Do you truly wish to play this way?" With a mere thought, the multitude of serpent demons vanished without a trace. He suddenly realized that in this realm, one must refrain from harboring negative thoughts. Indeed, whatever one contemplates seems to manifest, and he feared that one day, he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Sure turned to Bai Yi and remarked, "Brother, I believe there should be a house here." Bai Yi nodded. "I shall give it a try." Upon uttering these words, his mind stirred, and immediately, a room materialized silently nearby, as if it had always existed. Sure clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. Here, you are like a sovereign being. Whatever you desire, it manifests." After a moment's contemplation, Sure added, "I have decided not to venture forth. I shall remain in this realm." Bai Yi's face was filled with dismay. "Isn't this rather unpleasant? You linger in my belly all day long." Sure chuckled mischievously. "What's wrong? Do you miss me when you can't see me?" Bai Yi was at a loss for words when Sure suddenly exclaimed, "All right, let us venture out. Oh, and remember, do not casually disclose the uniqueness of your golden elixir to others." Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging the information. Subsequently, the two departed from that realm. As they emerged, the door to the training chamber was pushed open by Song Yu, whose countenance bore a shadow of concern. "Young Master Bai, my informant has relayed that Mu Xiao may have ventured to your Bai family." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. "That old wretch dares to set his sights on my family's affairs." With that, he turned to leave, prompting Song Yu to exclaim, "I shall accompany young Master Bai." Bai Yi, however, shook his head and replied, "I already owe the Song Emperor enough. It is best not to trouble you with this matter." Song Yu, with a smile, responded, "What is this talk of debts between us, young Master Bai? I shall accompany you on this journey." When Bai Yi uttered the words about owing him too much, Song Yu nearly leaped with excitement. That was precisely what he desired to hear. Sometimes, extending a helping hand to someone in need is commendable, naturally. The recipient must remember the kindness bestowed upon them. Should the one you assist regard your aid as a mere given, then it becomes a thankless endeavor. Bai Yi no longer declined. He understood that even with his recent breakthroughs, he could not be absolutely certain of defeating Mu Xiao. Observing Bai Yi's acquiescence, Song Yu felt a slight relaxation in his demeanor. He was determined not to miss this opportunity to further entangle Bai Yi in a debt of gratitude. He then produced an object. This item, palm-sized and triangular in shape, gleamed with a silvery hue. Bai Yi regarded it with confusion, inquiring about its nature. However, Sure gasped in recognition, exclaiming, "A heavenly tear-flying treasure?" At that moment, Sure's intrigue towards Song Yu intensified, pondering how this individual possessed such remarkable artifacts. Song Yu, noticing Sure's familiarity with the item, felt no surprise. On the contrary, he was invigorated, further solidifying his belief in Sure's exceptional nature. Chapter 64. The Great Battle Against Mu Xiao. Bai Yi gazed curiously at the object in Song Yu's hand, pondering, what is a flying magical artifact? Song Yu elucidated. It is an artifact capable of carrying individuals aloft. At this moment, young Master Bai is not yet able to soar through the skies. Therefore, we can utilize this item to swiftly reach the Bai residence. With that, he infused the flying artifact with his profound energy. As the energy flowed in, the palm-sized object gradually lifted from Song Yu's grasp and began to expand. In mere moments, the flying artifact transformed into a massive construct, measuring several zhang in length and approximately a zhang in width. With a chuckle, Song Yu remarked, "This flying magical artifact is named the Silver Flying Carriage, and its speed surpasses that of even the pinnacle masters of the esteemed realm when they are at full throttle." Bai Yi was taken aback. "So soon?" Song Yu nodded. "Indeed, let us depart." With that, he stepped into the flying vehicle, and Bai Yi along with Sure followed suit. The interior of the vehicle was rather cramped, leaving the three of them in a somewhat uncomfortable proximity. Song Yu activated the flying machine, and immediately, a wave of dizziness and weightlessness engulfed Bai Yi, rendering his mind blank. His heart felt as though it were suspended in midair, causing him considerable discomfort. However, this unease was far from over. Soon, he experienced a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. With a sudden retch, Bai Yi expelled a murky liquid from his mouth. Instantly, the atmosphere and scent within the flying vehicle transformed dramatically. Shure's complexion turned ghastly, as it marked the first time she contemplated administering a sound thrashing to this man. Song Yu's expression darkened as he mused to himself, "The taste of this young master Bai is truly remarkable." Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, apologizing, "I might have overindulged yesterday." However, the two individuals chose to disregard Bai Yi, making an effort to distance themselves from him. In what was already a cramped vehicle, a significant space unexpectedly formed around Bai Yi. Bai Yi was acutely aware that her recent reaction had been somewhat unbecoming, causing the two individuals to feel a degree of discomfort with her proximity. Under normal circumstances, the journey from the Imperial Palace to the Bai residence would have taken but a fleeting moment at such high velocity. Yet, at that moment, for Sure and Song Yu, the passage of time felt as though it had stretched into a century. At long last, the flying vehicle came to a halt. Just a short distance from the Bai family home, Sure was the first to alight from the vehicle, dashing away to take a few deep breaths in the fresh air. In contrast, Song Yu maintained a more composed demeanor, merely remarking with a subtle sigh, "Indeed, the air here is quite refreshing." Bai Yi offered an awkward smile, saying, "It's all right." Song Yu chuckled softly, taking a few steps back. Distancing himself slightly from Bai Yi scratched his head and said, "Master Song, please put away the flying car." Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. "This flying car is a gift for young Master Bai." He felt a surge of irritation. "Put it away? How can I do that? Are you not aware of the state you've left it in? How am I supposed to use it now?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi felt somewhat perplexed. "You are gifting this to me? It appears that this flying vehicle is rather precious, is it not? Are you truly giving it to me?" Song Yu silently mused. "You recognize its value, yet do you think I wish to part with it? It is you who has rendered it utterly unusable. Do you truly find fault in my offering? Would you prefer that I clean it thoroughly before presenting it to you?" Yet, naturally, he would not voice these thoughts aloud. He chuckled inwardly. Young Master Bai was not yet capable of flying independently, and possessing such a vehicle might alleviate many of his burdens. Bai Yi contemplated this and decided to put away the flying car. At that moment, Sure rushed over, but halted abruptly when she was still a few paces away from Bai Yi. After taking a few steps back, she covered her nose and exclaimed, "Wait." As she spoke, she tossed a ring to Bai Yi and added, "Place it inside this ring." She was concerned that Bai Yi might store the flying car in the same ring where she had kept her belongings, thus contaminating them. If that were to happen, she would have to maintain a considerable distance from anything he retrieved from the ring. However, what terrified her the most was the thought of Bai Yi putting the flying car into the realm of his golden core. In that case, how would she ever be able to enter and play there again? Although Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing this, he did not dwell on it. He accepted the ring that Sure had tossed to him and subsequently stowed away the flying vehicle. After securing the aircraft, Bai Yi made his way towards the Bai residence, with Song Yu and Sure trailing at a considerable distance behind. Moments later, Bai Yi encountered Mu Xiao, who was standing not far from the Bai family estate. With a thunderous roar, Bai Yi proclaimed, "Old Mu, your esteemed elder Bai stands before you. Do you dare to engage in battle?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao abruptly turned to gaze at Bai Yi, his eyes brimming with palpable murderous intent as he slowly approached. However, when he was merely several paces away from Bai Yi, Mu Xiao suddenly halted. Pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Yi, he seethed, "Have you come to repulse me, old man?" Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Are you disgusted by me? What do you mean?" Mu Xiao's expression darkened ominously as he retorted, "Can't you detect the odor emanating from yourself?" In the distance, Sure, and Song Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Bai Yi's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that he must possess a rather peculiar odor. Without further ado, he drew his crimson longsword and pointed it at Mu Xiao, declaring, "Old Mu, today I challenge you to a duel. Dare you accept?" Mu Xiao replied earnestly, "I dare not, for I fear being overwhelmed by your stench." At these words, Bai Yi nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. Bai Yi retorted angrily, "Are you truly so afraid of death?" Mu Xiao let out a cold snort and replied, "Humph. It is not the fear of dying in battle that troubles me, rather. It is the dread of being suffocated." Bai Yi exclaimed in anger, "Will you not close your nose?" Mu Xiao, infuriated, retorted, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" In the distance, Shi was utterly speechless. How had this brother recently become so flamboyant? Bai Yi felt a surge of anger. Having been insulted repeatedly by this old man, today, whether by suffocation or other means, I shall ensure your demise. With that, he charged toward Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao bellowed, "Take your foul stench and be gone." Yet, Bai Yi had already thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Mu Xiao's brow. Upon seeing the approaching blade, Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, then unleashed a powerful punch, the immense shadow of his fist hurtling towards Bai Yi with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the colossal fist collided with Bai Yi's sword. A tremendous force emanated from the impact, shattering the sword's brilliance while the shadow of the fist gradually dissipated. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Xiao's face. "In just a few days, your strength has markedly improved. In the past, this punch might not have been lethal to Bai Yi, but it would have certainly inflicted severe injury. Yet, at this moment, Bai Yi stood unscathed, not even taking a step back." Bai Yi chuckled lightly, declaring, "Old man Mu, my strength has surged recently, and it is solely for the purpose of coming to vanquish you." Mu Xiao felt a surge of anger at being addressed so disrespectfully by Bai Yi. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a brazen manner? "You will pay for your words with your life." With that, Mu Xiao unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily exclaimed, "Old Mu, cease your actions. Let us battle elsewhere." With that, he turned and dashed towards the distance. In a swift motion, Mu Xiao appeared not far from Bai Yi. However, his expression soon darkened, for he then noticed that Song Yu and Shi were quietly standing nearby. His previous focus had been solely on Bai Yi, and he had overlooked the presence of the two. Upon realizing their proximity, a flicker of apprehension stirred within him. Observing that Mu Xiao had spotted him, Song Yu took a few steps forward. "Elder Mu, I trust you are well?" Mu Xiao's countenance grew somewhat grim as he prepared to respond. Bai Yi suddenly declared, "Today, we shall engage in a duel, free from the interference of others." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Chapter 65. The identity of Mu Xiao. Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and remarked, "Sovereign Song, today I shall engage in a fair duel with this old woodcutter. Do not interfere." Song Yu hesitated slightly. Although Bai Yi had reached the core formation stage, Mu Xiao was at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. It was not that he underestimated Bai Yi, but rather the disparity in their realms was vast. However, his expression soon relaxed as he contemplated the nature of their cultivation. Mu Xiao had merely attained the peak of the sovereign realm within the confines of this continent's cultivation system, while Bai Yi was undeniably a true core formation cultivator. With a light chuckle, Shi interjected, "Brother, be gentle. Remember to respect your elders and cherish the young." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. No longer restrained, his aura surged violently as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Bai Yi. The strike reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing countless spatial rifts to emerge, and in an instant, the sky dimmed as if night had fallen. An overwhelming darkness enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of dread akin to the onset of an apocalypse. Witnessing Mu Xiao's onslaught, Bai Yi felt a pang of trepidation, inwardly lamenting, "This old fellow is rather formidable." At that moment, a look of astonishment appeared on Song Yu's face. Logically, Mu Xiao should not possess such strength. How could a single punch shatter the space? He recalled that during their last encounter, it was only with the might of his colossal axe that he could rend the fabric of reality. Yet here Mu Xiao wielded no weapon. At this juncture, the encroaching darkness had completely engulfed Bai Yi. In this world engulfed by darkness, Bai Yi felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire. Every movement met with an overwhelming force that rendered him unable to act normally, leaving him in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Shi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether Mu Xiao had concealed his strength previously or had recently acquired some fortuitous opportunity. Song Yu glanced at Shi, inquiring whether they should intervene to assist young Master Bai. Shi shook her head, urging caution to observe the situation first. Bai Yi, trapped in this metaphorical mire, found that even the slightest motion required immense effort, let alone retaliating. Just as his mind began to spiral into disarray, a beam of brilliant white light erupted from the depths of his golden core, illuminating the dim heavens like a blazing sun. The white radiance, unwavering and blinding, rendered all in its path dazzlingly visible. The presence of several individuals present appeared almost transparent under this luminous glow, revealing all. Shi was taken aback, and suddenly, an ethereal mist enveloped her, concealing her figure. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, although the darkness that had shrouded the sky was dispelled. The might of his punch remained undiminished, closing the distance to Bai Yi in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Bai Yi thrust his sword into the ground. In an instant, the earth shattered beneath the brilliance of the blade, leaving behind a profound and terrifying chasm. Moreover, the surrounding space was instantaneously cleaved apart. With a whoosh, the sword's radiance collided with the fist, causing the entire horizon to tremble as a wave of dread surged outward. It was as if an unstoppable tempest had been unleashed, rendering the landscape a magnificent spectacle of upheaval. Within moments, the area spanning hundreds of feet had been reduced to ruins. As the residual waves subsided, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions betraying shock as they beheld the devastation. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu slowly emerged from the wreckage, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. The surge of power he had just unleashed was immensely formidable. It was a mere thread of energy emanating from within his golden core that had enabled him to deliver a devastating blow to Mu Xiu. Although he had significantly injured Mu Xiu, he was not in a much better state himself. While it may not have been apparent from the outside, Bai Yi's entire body was marred by fissures along his meridians. He dared not exert even the slightest bit of strength. Bai Yi exhibited a remarkable composure, declaring, "Mu Lao, you have lost." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiu, seated opposite him, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pointing a trembling finger at Bai Yi, he stammered, You. After struggling for a while, he was unable to articulate the next word, clearly infuriated by Bai Yi's assertion. Bai Yi chuckled, declaring, "Today, I shall take your life." Mu Xiu's face contorted into a grimace. Despite his serious injuries, he still possessed the strength to fight on. In response to Bai Yi's mockery and provocation, Mu Xiu let out a primal roar, seemingly losing all sense of reason. He charged at Bai Yi, and in that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, Mu Xiu's presence subtly eclipsed that of a revered master. From a distance, Shi's expression shifted. Does Sovereign Song truly understand Mu Xiu? After a brief silence, Song Yu replied, "I am not acquainted with his true origins." He glanced at Mu Xiu before inquiring, "Should we intervene?" Observing Mu Xiu's surging aura, Bai Yi felt a tremor in his eyelids. He inwardly lamented the dire situation. This old fellow might genuinely be prepared to fight to the death. His entire body was already riddled with cracks in his meridians, and if he forced himself to act, dire consequences were imminent. At that moment, Mu Xiu unleashed a fierce punch. The very sky seemed on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand such force. Both Song Yu and Shi's expressions turned grave. There was no way Bai Yi could withstand this strike. In an instant, Song Yu appeared before Bai Yi, wielding a long spear that had materialized in his hand unbeknownst to him. The spear had shimmered with a faint azure light, akin to the nether fire of the nine hells yearning for the souls of the living. He then charged at Mu Xiu with a devastating slash. Seeing this, Mu Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, but it was too late to withdraw. He could only reinforce his assault and meet the blow head-on. The two forces, imbued with cataclysmic might, collided, causing the heavens to tremble violently. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, the sky appeared as fragile as thin ice. The sheer magnitude of the forces created a shockwave that sent Bai Yi flying thousands of feet away. Mu Xiu, though pushed back 100 paces, astonishingly sustained no significant harm. While Song Yu did not retreat an inch, he felt a dull pain in his palms, and a trickle of blood began to seep forth. He was a formidable half-step barrier master, wielding a weapon of celestial grade, yet even so, he had gained no advantage in the clash with Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu glared fiercely at Song Yu, demanding, "Sovereign Song, what do you mean by this? Did you not hear Bai Yi challenge me to a duel?" It was evident that he was incensed by Song Yu's sudden intervention. Song Yu chuckled lightly, though his eyes betrayed a weighty seriousness. "Elder Mu, it was clear that the outcome was decided moments ago, yet you chose to strike again. You were the one who broke the rules, so how can you blame me?" Mu Xiu, now somewhat frantic, retorted, "Who declared the outcome was decided?" Song Yu replied, I distinctly heard young master Bai declare your defeat. Is that not the very definition of a resolved contest? At this moment, Mu Xiu was utterly speechless. He realized that Song Yu was just as shameless as Bai Yi, both exhibiting an extreme lack of dignity. Overcome by madness, he howled, today, even if I perish, I shall take you all down with me. Upon uttering these words, his aura surged once more, this time with a velocity that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Shi. As this formidable energy ascended, luminous rings of various hues began to materialize around Mu Xiu. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi, who was cradling Bai Yi, suddenly sprang to her feet. Chapter 66. Mu Xiu escapes. Chapter 67. Piercing through 1,000 zhang. Chapter 68. A sense of unease. So, does this imply that you just? Bai Yi hastily shook her head, asserting, no, I did not intentionally gaze at you. I merely caught a glance without meaning to, as I have yet to adjust. Poetic's lips twitched slightly as she replied, let us not dwell on that. Aside from your eyes, is there anything else that differs from before? Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, it seems that as long as I concentrate, everything within a radius of several hundred zhang will manifest in my mind. Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is divine awareness. In time, you should gradually explore and adapt to it, as it will prove immensely beneficial for you in the future. Bai Yi nodded, pondering, how could my eyes and that mysterious divine thought be like this? Shi produced a small jade vial and handed it to Bai Yi, saying, this is the healing elixir bestowed upon you by the Emperor Song. It is precisely due to this that your divine thought has become exponentially stronger, by dozens or even hundreds of times compared to an ordinary person. However, I am uncertain about the condition of your eyes. Bai Yi took the small jade vial and scrutinized it closely. Is this elixir truly so extraordinary? He inquired. Shi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, do not underestimate this potion. It possesses the power to save lives. Outside, Song Lan, hearing sounds emanating from the room, hurriedly asked, has young Master Bai awakened? Upon hearing Song Lan's call, Bai Yi and Shi ceased their discussion about the rejuvenation elixir. The two of them stepped out of the room, and upon their emergence, Song Lan swiftly interjected before Song Yu could speak, young Master Bai. Is your condition no longer grave? Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at Shi, as if inquiring whether the rebirth pill belonged to Song Yu or to Song Lan. Shi glanced at Song Lan, and Bai Yi understood. Circumventing Song Lan, she approached Song Yu. Thank you for the miraculous elixir, Emperor Song. Song Yu chuckled. I am glad it proves beneficial to you, young Master Bai. Noticing that Bai Yi had chosen to ignore him, Song Lan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He then stepped closer to Bai Yi and whispered, young Master Bai, I have come across a secret regarding the Zhao family. Bai Yi cast a perplexed glance at Song Lan and inquired, what secret? Song Lan hastily replied, recently, I dispatched individuals to conduct a covert and thorough investigation of the Zhao family, resulting in the loss of several formidable practitioners at the Condensation Sea realm. He deliberately paused, intending to evoke a sense of guilt or indebtedness in Bai Yi by alluding to his losses. However, Bai Yi was acutely aware of Song Lan's intentions and chose to disregard that statement, internally reflecting, this cunning old fox is quite sly. I mustn't fall into his trap. Despite this inner resolve, Bai Yi's countenance betrayed a profound sense of guilt and indebtedness. Observing the emotions etched on Bai Yi's face, Song Lan felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, through my investigation, I have uncovered the existence of a clandestine prison belonging to the Zhao family. Those who have committed grave offenses within the clan are imprisoned there. However, in my estimation, it is likely that the detainees are not solely members of the Zhao family. There may be others who have been captured by them. It is possible that your friends could be among the imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's brow furrowed in concern. Is there any way, Director Song, to ascertain who is being held within that prison? When Song Lan mentioned that his friends might be confined in the Zhao family's private dungeon, Bai Yi's first thoughts turned to Zhao Shuer and Lang Qing. Yet, upon further contemplation, he deemed it improbable, considering Zhao Shuer was the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family. How could she possibly be incarcerated? As for Lang Qing, he also felt the likelihood was slim. Song Lan shook his head. The prison is exceedingly well concealed, situated deep within the Zhao estate. It is virtually impossible to infiltrate it quietly. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to take a look. Regardless of whether Shuer or Lang Qing was imprisoned within, he felt compelled to go. After all, he had intended to visit the Zhao family to clarify past matters. Thus, it was imperative that he make the journey. We shall go, he declared. However, Sure interjected. Are we truly going in this manner? Bai Yi expressed his confusion, asking, what else could it be? Sure replied earnestly. If Miss Schwerer or Senior Sister Long are indeed imprisoned there, when we arrive at the Zhao family, they might use them as leverage against us. What should we do then? Bai Yi also awakened, pondering if what Sure said was indeed true. At that time, not only would saving them be improbable, but it was likely that both she and Sure might find themselves in peril. Bai Yi spoke in a deep voice. What do you suggest we do? After a moment of contemplation, Sure replied, perhaps we could do this. We shall ask Emperor Song for assistance, requesting him to invite several elders of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall to keep them occupied. We will then head to the Zhao residence. Without a powerful master of the respect stage to guard them, it should pose no challenge for Gu to rescue the captives with his current strength. At that moment, Song Lan suddenly stood up, declaring, I will accompany young Master Bai. Song Yu's lips twitched slightly, secretly thinking, this old fellow has been getting a bit carried away lately. Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and inquired, might the esteemed Emperor Song be willing to assist me with this task? Song Yu smiled faintly, it's a trivial matter. I shall return to the Imperial Hall forthwith to draft an invitation for the elder members of the Zhao family. With that, he turned and departed. Suddenly, Sure interjected. The Emperor Song may require some time. Could Director Song elaborate on the Zhao family's private prison? Song Lan promptly nodded. The private prison of the Zhao family is situated in the mountains behind their estate, within a secluded area regarded as a forbidden zone. It is rumored to be the resting place of the Zhao ancestors. However, this is a misconception. In reality, it is not the burial site of their forebears. Within that region lies a volcano, which has existed for millennia. Legend has it that a fire spirit resides within this mountain, yet for thousands of years. No member of the Zhao family has succeeded in subduing it. Thus, they have been compelled to confine the spirit within the mountain. The private prison is located not far from the base of this volcano, and due to its presence, the prison is engulfed in flames. However, the fire here is not lethal. Rather, it inflicts an unbearable burning torment. In essence, those incarcerated within this private prison endure this searing agony day and night, teetering perpetually on the brink of life and death, unable to escape their plight in an exceedingly cruel manner. After hearing this, Bai Ye's expression darkened, as though shrouded in water, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Suddenly, Sure inquired, do you mean there is a fire spirit within? Song Lan nodded. According to the information I have gathered, it is indeed the case. However, its veracity remains unconfirmed. Yet, if the Zhao family's secret prison is truly engulfed in flames, it should be authentic. Sure nodded, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Brother, are you intrigued by that fire spirit? Bai Yi hurriedly shook his head, expressing his fear of being burned alive. Sure's face was filled with exasperation, and Song Lan continued, are we ready to depart now? Bai Yi shook his head, saying, let us wait a little longer. I have yet to receive a message from the Song Emperor. Sure looked at Bai Yi and asked, brother, have you been feeling a sense of unease lately? Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Unease? Not at all. However, Sure furrowed her brows, increasingly sensing that something dreadful was about to transpire. Bai Yi inquired, Sure, what troubles you? Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately? To this, Sure unexpectedly responded, perhaps we should postpone our visit to the Zhao family. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Lan's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 69, A Turn of Events. Bai Yi suddenly spoke. The Emperor has summoned the elders of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Song Lan's eyes. Although he concealed it well, it was nonetheless captured by Bai Ye's perceptive awareness. However, Bai Yi chose not to reveal it and smiled at Song Lan, saying, Director Song, it is time. We may proceed to the Zhao family. Sure sensed that Bai Ye's gaze towards Song Lan held an unusual undertone, stirring a hint of curiosity within her. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The trio headed towards the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. Song Lan intended to carry them through the skies, but Bai Yi declined. After leaving the 5-star academy, Song Yu soared towards the Imperial Hall. However, it wasn't long before he furrowed his brow, as he sensed that someone seemed to be stealthily trailing him. He halted and called out to the distance, have you been following me all this while without revealing yourself? As his words echoed, no one emerged. Yet, a circular shield of light materialized around Song Yu, enclosing him within. A cold smile crept across Song Yu's lips. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Director Song's meticulous scheme. At that moment, A voice resonated from the shadows. Activate the formation. As the command was uttered, the circular shield erupted with brilliant light, and streaks of blades surged forth from an unknown source, hurtling towards Song Yu. A look of derision appeared on Song Yu's face. You think a mere confinement array can trap me? He harbored no fear of such a rudimentary trap in his past. He had survived countless pursuits, encountering formations far more formidable than this, which had failed to restrain him, let alone this inferior array. He stood resolute as countless blades approached. And just as they were about to reach him, they disintegrated into fragments. This was his barrier, despite being only half a step into the realm of barriers. He was not to be trifled with by the blades emitted from such a lowly formation. Those lurking in the shadows witnessed this scene with their expressions drastically changing. They contemplated retreating, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure locked onto them. Under this oppressive force, they found themselves utterly immobilized, akin to lambs led to slaughter. Devoid of any means to resist, Song Yu leisurely approached them, revealing that they were the 3 formation masters from Song Yun Academy and 2 peak experts of the Breaking Sea realm. Does Song Lan look down upon me? He scoffed. He dares to send you worthless wretches here? However, his expression soon changed, and he thought to himself, this is not good. He intends to stall me and make a move against young Master Bai. Yet, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Bai Ye's strength was no longer what it had once been. Even several masters of the respected realm would find it challenging to take him down. With this in mind, he relaxed. He then summoned his shadow guards and had all those present escorted to the Imperial Hall. He refrained from killing anyone, as he intended to use these individuals to do Bai Ye a favor. Upon returning to the Imperial Hall, Song Yu dispatched 5 shadow guards to invite the elders of the Zhao family for a discussion on significant matters. The so-called significant matters were merely a pretext he concocted, in line with what Shir had previously suggested, to delay them. Moments later, the 5 shadow guards escorted 3 elders from the Zhao family into the Imperial Hall. Judging by the appearance of the elders, it would be a stretch to claim they had come willingly. Each elder bore traces of blood, and one was even bleeding from the mouth. Song Yu observed them and gestured for the shadow guards to withdraw. He then gently crushed a communication talisman and smiled, saying, "It seems rather presumptuous to have summoned you today." One elder scoffed coldly, "Do you realize you have thwarted our master's plans?" At this, Song Yu's smile faltered. "Master?" Another elder bellowed, "You would do well to release us and those 2, or else word of this reaches our master, and your entire Imperial Hall shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's demeanor grew solemn. He recognized who the 2 mentioned by the elder were, those who had just intercepted him alongside the 3 array masters from Song Yun Academy. Could it be that those 2 hailed from outside? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yu thought, "This is troublesome. I must swiftly inform young Master Bai." He quickly took out a communication talisman and crushed it. Witnessing Song Yu crush the talisman, the 3 elders' expressions darkened. Bai Yi and the 2 others were gradually making their way towards the Zhao family when, all of a sudden, Bai Yi came to a halt and turned to gaze at Song Lan. Noticing Bai Ye's pause and his attentive look, Song Lan was momentarily taken aback. He then spoke. "What is it, young Master Bai? Do you feel that we are moving a bit slowly? I could carry you all and soar ahead." Bai Yi shook his head, expressing that he felt they were moving a bit too hastily. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Song Yu, informing him that circumstances had changed and that they should refrain from rushing to the Zhao family. Shir gazed at Bai Yi with a look of confusion, inquiring, "Brother, is something amiss?" Bai Yi smiled and proposed, "Shall we take a gamble?" Poem, perplexed, inquired, "What shall we wager on? Whether our visit to the Zhao family will proceed smoothly." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Lan could not help but furrow his brow, pondering to himself. Have they uncovered something? Poem interjected, "Brother, we shall not gamble." With that, she grasped Bai Ye's hand and led him in another direction, one that led towards the imperial capital's imperial palace. Song Lan, with a hint of urgency in his demeanor, insisted, "We ought to head this way." As he pointed towards the direction of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Let us first proceed to the emperor's palace, and then to the Zhao family." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Lan felt a sense of foreboding. Had they truly discovered his intentions? Contemplating this, Song Lan found himself mired in uncertainty, deliberating whether to act and subdue the 2 individuals right then and there. A few days prior, he had inadvertently learned that this continent was now connected to the outside world. This was due to the fact that when Bai Yi sealed the beast domain passage, he had not fortified the seal across the entire continent. Presently, the seal had nearly dissipated, prompting Song Lan to venture out immediately. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation beyond, he had disclosed the news of Bai Yi obtaining the Chaos Primordial Yang and Chaos Primordial Yin to a certain faction. This faction had vowed to assist Song Lan in avenging his master once they acquired the treasures in Bai Yi's possession. Upon discovering that Bai Yi was merely at the core formation stage, they casually dispatched 2 Peak-C-breaking realm experts to capture him. However, Song Lan harbored reservations, thus clandestinely collaborating with the Zhao family to deal with Bai Yi. Yet, it seemed that both those individuals and his 3 array masters had already encountered failure. He felt little surprise at this outcome, for Song Yu was indeed a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, he had a contingency plan. He pondered the likelihood of successfully eliminating Bai Yi with a single strike should he choose to intervene. Based on his previous assessments of Bai Yi's combat prowess, he believed that while Bai Yi was significantly stronger than others of the same rank, he could not possibly contend with a master of the respectful Lord Realm. With this thought, he cast a glance at Shi. He found her to be the most enigmatic of all. Not only had Song Yu previously mentioned that Shi was no ordinary individual, but through careful observation over time, he increasingly perceived her mystery. After all, despite Bai Yi being pursued multiple times, Shi had remained by his side, and she was merely at the qi condensation stage. Logically, given the numerous assassination attempts, she should not still be in good health. While he hesitated on whether to strike, his mind had already made a decision. Observing Bai Yi and Shi leisurely making their way toward the Emperor's palace, a glint of ruthlessness flashed across Song Lan's face. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch directed at Bai Yi, who stood less than half a meter away. This punch, executed with suddenness and proximity, prevented Song Lan from unleashing his full strength. He employed only a little over 30% of his power, yet he believed this was sufficient. However, just as his punch was mere inches from Bai Yi, it halted abruptly. Surrounding Bai Yi was a faint golden shield, which was precisely the defense array he had previously prepared. At that moment, the shield exhibited several cracks. Although it had been fractured by the punch, it had granted Bai Yi ample time to distance himself from Song Lan. Bai Yi retreated several paces, his gaze coldly fixed on Song Lan. What is the meaning of this, Director Song? Song Lan, his expression darkening after failing to land a blow, glared fiercely at Bai Yi. You must die today, no matter what. With that, an imposing aura enveloped both Bai Yi and Shi, sealing their fates. Bai Yi spoke. Wait, could you please tell me why? Song Lan replied coldly. I shall inform you only after your demise. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Bai Yi. This blow was the culmination of a peak master's strength, its force capable of seemingly shattering space itself, exuding an unfathomable terror. Under the weight of this impending strike, Bai Yi felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 blades, an overwhelming wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Though Bai Yi's physical body was considerably stronger than that of an average golden core cultivator, it paled in comparison to the assault of a master-level opponent. As the force of the strike intensified, thin rivulets of blood began to seep from Bai Yi's body. The sheer power of the blow was already unbearable, illustrating the magnitude of its terror. Witnessing the impending strike, Bai Yi ceased his words. He drew forth a crimson longsword and thrust it fiercely, unleashing a mysterious power that erupted from within his golden core. In an instant, the very fabric of space began to distort, as if on the verge of succumbing to this force. A flood of crimson golden sword light engulfed the surroundings, yet this radiant brilliance soon began to shatter inch by inch. Despite the ferocity of the sword light, it was insufficient to rival Song Lan's strike. The master's force obliterated the sword light effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the sword light shattered, and Bai Yi was sent hurtling 100 paces away. Upon halting, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, his body marred by several wounds. Song Lan sneered. Although you are indeed extraordinary, the chasm in our realms cannot be bridged by mere talent. With that, he launched another palm strike, this time directed towards Shi. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward towards Shi. Watching her brother, who would recklessly rush to shield her from danger, Shi's lips curled into a smile, but it quickly faded as her eyes dimmed. How wonderful it would be if this could continue indefinitely. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had reached Shi's side, just as Song Lan's palm descended almost simultaneously. As Song Lan's hand struck Bai Yi, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from within him. Under the illumination of this radiant column, the entire sky appeared almost translucent. Even the scorching sun at the zenith seemed to pale in comparison. Song Lan's palm met the white light as if striking a cushion of cotton. There was no sensation of impact. To his astonishment, he felt his hand being gradually engulfed by the luminous beam. He attempted to retract his hand, but it was as if an immensely powerful force was firmly pulling at his palm. Gradually, terror began to etch itself onto Song Lan's face as he realized that the white beam was no longer merely consuming the force of his strike. Now, his very hand was also beginning to vanish, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of his fingers had disappeared. Song Lan's fear escalated. What do you intend to do? Stop this at once. At that moment, his fingers had vanished to the base. Although his realm allowed for the regeneration of severed limbs, it would come at a tremendous cost and require a significant amount of time. Bai Yi gazed at the slowly vanishing palm of Song Lan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this radiant light possessed the ability to devour? In truth, when Song Lan had struck with that palm, a flicker of fear had gripped him. After all, the sheer force of that blow had instilled in him a profound sense of impending doom. Yet, he had endeavored to summon the power within his golden core and, to his astonishment, had succeeded. This newfound strength astounded him. It effortlessly countered Song Lan's terrifying strike. Moreover, it had the extraordinary capability to consume Song Lan's power. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, resolved to amplify this force's devouring nature. Suddenly, a formidable pulling force enveloped Song Lan completely. Upon realizing this, Song Lan finally succumbed to panic. He discovered that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape this suction. With each futile attempt, the force intensified. Bai Yi, do you comprehend what you are doing? Bai Yi remained unresponsive. He would not engage in idle chatter with his adversary while holding an undeniable advantage in battle. Sure observed the force that firmly ensnared Song Lan, her brow furrowed in concern, for that very force exuded an unsettling aura. What manner of power is this? She pondered, that invoked such trepidation? Suddenly, a look of terror crossed her face, her mouth agape. Could this be the fabled chaos power? According to ancient texts, the chaos power is a remnant from the dawn of the universe, a force that, to some extent, surpasses all others within the cosmos. Moreover, it possesses even more formidable capabilities, as the universe began as nothing but a swirling mass of chaos. After eons of gestation within this primordial state, it gave rise to both the chaos yang and chaos yin. When these two forces reach a certain threshold, they will inevitably merge, unleashing a cataclysmic power that cleaves the hazy chaos into two distinct entities. Ultimately, after countless years of sedimentation and tranquility, the cosmos was formed, yielding heaven and earth. However, over the eons, that chaos power would gradually dissipate, scattering throughout the vast universe. Yet, the fact that Bai Yi could harness this chaos power left Sure utterly astounded. Could it be that his golden core contained an abundance of chaos energy? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. If that were true, how terrifying would that be? Nevertheless, it was evident that Bai Yi was not yet capable of fully controlling that power, as his expression clearly indicated. At this moment, his complexion was slowly turning pale, a clear sign of the backlash he was experiencing from that formidable force. At this moment, Bai Yi also sensed something amiss. He felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his entire being. It seemed that the overwhelming force was becoming increasingly difficult for him to withstand. If this continued, he feared he might be consumed by that very power. Contemplating this, Bai Yi hastily focused his mind, gradually retracting that formidable energy. Observing Bai Yi's distress, Song Lan's expression softened somewhat. However, he did not entirely relax, for at that moment, his right hand had completely vanished. Moreover, his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him in a state of intense thirst. Should Bai Yi fail to withdraw that force, it would not be long before Song Lan was rendered utterly incapacitated. As Bai Yi fully reigned in that power, Song Lan staggered back several steps, halting to gaze at Bai Yi with lingering trepidation. Chapter 71. Song Lan in shock. What kind of power is that? Song Lan inquired, a hint of panic lacing his voice as he looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not respond to Song Lan's words, but instead focused intently on sensing his own body. After a moment, he felt a sense of relief. Although he had suffered a backlash this time, it was far less severe than the last. Previously, his entire meridian system had been severely damaged by the force of the backlash, but now he merely felt a slight weakness, without significant consequences. He then recalled the regeneration pill that Sure had given him and marveled at its extraordinary properties. At that moment, Song Lan suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the power of the chaos yuan yang? Naturally, Song Lan was unaware that this force was indeed the power of chaos. He merely speculated it to be the chaos Yuan Yang. Upon realizing it could be the chaos Yuan Yang, a flicker of joy crossed Song Lan's face. But it quickly transformed into an expression of dismay. He thought to himself, if he possessed this chaos Yuan Yang power, would he still need to beseech others for revenge against his master's enemy? He recalled how he had groveled and pleaded with that faction to assist him in avenging his master, feeling humiliated by his own subservience. Reflecting on his previous humility, he felt a surge of anger. For hundreds of years, apart from his master, when had he ever demeaned himself so? With that thought, his expression twisted into a snarl. However, he hesitated slightly. After all, Bai Yi was able to wield that power, and it posed a considerable threat to him. Should he take the gamble? Just as Song Lan was caught in his uncertainty, he heard Shir's anxious voice. Brother, are you all right? Following the sound, he turned to Bai Yi and noticed something was amiss. Bai Yi's complexion was extremely pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper, and his body seemed to tremble slightly, as if he had sustained grave injuries. Song Lan squinted his eyes, pondering, could he have been affected by that force? As this realization dawned on him, a wave of elation surged through his heart. Truly, heaven is on my side. Although he had suffered from that power moments ago, seeing Bai Yi now, he believed that Bai Yi was in a far more precarious state. He would undoubtedly be unable to wield that power again, if Bai Yi could not summon that force. Song Lan felt confident he could strike him down in this weakened condition. With this thought, he let out a sinister laugh. Haha, truly, heaven is aiding me. With that, a spear materialized in his hand, the treasured weapon of the Song Yun Academy, a top-tier earthly-grade armament. The spear was a yard long, with a black triangular tip adorned with two inverted short spikes beneath it. The shaft was slender, perfectly fitting in his grasp. The dark spear shaft, faintly illuminated by a subtle gray hue, exudes an impression of remarkable sturdiness and robustness. Observing the long spear that materialized in Song Lan's hand, Bai Yi's expression turned gravely serious. At this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with it. Although his condition was significantly improved compared to the last backlash, he remained exceedingly weakened, unable to confront the threat with full force once more, let alone summon that kind of power again. However, he did not succumb to fear. Standing proudly with his sword angled toward the ground, Director Song, do you wish to attempt that power again? Song Lan replied with a chilling smile. I believe you will find yourself unable to wield such power once more. Bai Yi appeared remarkably calm and composed, smiling as he inquired. Are you inclined to take a gamble? He confidently asserted, I can unequivocally inform you that I still possess the ability to wield that power 3 more times. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, if I were to exert myself to the utmost, I could summon it at least 5 more times. Song Lan, however, was clearly skeptical of Bai Yi's claims, yet a hint of caution crept into his heart. After all, observing Bai Yi's demeanor, there was not a trace of panic. Logically, if Bai Yi lacked any hidden cards, he would not exude such tranquility. Yet, Song Lan could not fathom what other surprises Bai Yi might still hold. As for that formidable power, he was utterly unconvinced that Bai Yi could access it once more. If he truly could, Song Lan felt undaunted, attributing his previous defeat merely to carelessness. With a little caution, he was certain he could evade that force. Do you believe this old man is easily intimidated? He scoffed. Nonetheless, despite his bravado, a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. Had it not been for his uncertainty, he would have already made his move. Bai Yi smiled faintly and asked, do you think I am trying to frighten you? At that moment, Shir playfully turned her gaze towards Bai Yi and remarked, brother, remember not to use that power more than 5 times. This clearly was directed at Song Lan, intending to convey that Bai Yi indeed possessed the ability to wield that extraordinary power 5 more times. Upon hearing Shir's words, Song Lan narrowed his eyes. Although he held skepticism towards Bai Yi, Shir's admonition began to sway his doubts. If Bai Yi could still unleash that power once more, he might still manage to put up a fight. However, to contemplate 5 times, considering his current injuries, even an unscathed self would likely struggle to withstand such force. Bai Yi smiled at Shir, conveying her approval with a glance. Give it a try. Have no worries. Dealing with this individual once more should suffice. If not, then twice, at most 3 times. Shir wanted to laugh but restrained herself. I believe in you, brother. After saying this, she turned to Song Lan. Hurry and make your move. My brother is growing impatient. Are you afraid? The chaotic Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin are with my brother. Don't you desire them? Upon hearing Shir's words, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. followed by a wave of frustration. Did this sister truly believe I could wield such power? Earlier, my brother only sought to intimidate Song Lan. Should Song Lan strike now, he might not withstand even a single blow. Meanwhile, Shir seemed entirely engrossed, continuing to urge Song Lan to act. Faced with her insistence, Song Lan hesitated further, contemplating. Could it be that Bai Ye's words hold truth? Can he truly wield that power at least 5 times? Otherwise, how could he exude such confidence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet the allure of the chaotic Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin was too great. He was reluctant to relinquish them so easily. At that moment, Shir's voice rang out again. Brother, since he won't strike first, you should take the initiative, end it with a single sword stroke. Upon hearing Shir's suggestion, Song Lan's body trembled slightly. In that instant, he found himself beginning to truly believe in the words of Bai Yi and Shir. Bai Yi gazed at Shir with wide eyes, saying, we must understand the importance of respecting our elders and cherishing the young. Let him make the first move. I fear that if I act now, he will lose his opportunity entirely. At that moment, he certainly could not strike. Doing so would reveal his intentions, rendering all prior deception futile. Listening to Bai Yi, Song Lan surprisingly felt that Bai Yi was not merely trying to intimidate him. The more composed Bai Yi appeared, the more Song Lan found himself convinced by his words. At that moment, Song Lan was torn between his unwillingness to retreat and his fear of making the first move against Bai Yi. He stood silently not far from Bai Yi, seemingly calm. Yet his mind was a tumult of thoughts. Bai Yi was increasingly anxious. It was evident that Song Lan had begun to trust himself a bit too much. Yet, why did he still linger? Prolonging this standoff could easily lead to revealing their true intentions, and Bai Ye's heart was already racing. If this confrontation continued for much longer, he would be unable to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. Chapter 72. The Invincible Sword Spirit. At this moment, Shir was also growing restless, pondering why Song Lan was so indecisive. Why not make a swift escape? If he hesitated, we could flee first. With this thought in mind, she whispered softly in Bai Ye's ear, Brother, shall we make our exit? At this moment, Bai Yi found himself in a quandary. If he chose to flee first, it would undoubtedly reveal to Song Lan that he had been deceiving him. At that point, Song Lan would surely pursue him with fervor. Conversely, should he remain still, he would be left in a precarious position. Song Lan noticed Shir whispering something into Bai Ye's ear, which sparked a sense of suspicion within him. Could it be that they were attempting to dupe him? This notion quickly took root in his mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment, until it transformed into certainty. He then furiously pointed at Bai Yi and declared, You are deceiving me. Bai Ye's heart sank at that moment. It was over. The old man had seen through them. However, Shir replied calmly, If we were to deceive you, would we still be here waiting for you to make a move? Song Lan let out a cold laugh. Do you think you dare to flee? Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. How had Song Lan become so astute in such a short span of time? This development was certainly not advantageous for the two of them. What should they do now? He then glanced at Shir, whose whimsical nature might hold some solutions. Shir, with a look of astonishment, replied to Bai Yi, I have no idea. Can't you see how clever they've become? This remark, of course, was overheard by Song Lan, who was ever vigilant regarding the two. Upon hearing Shir's words, Song Lan was utterly convinced that Bai Yi and Shir's previous claims of being able to wield such power were mere fabrications. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having believed their fanciful tales for so long. Could it be that he had been unwittingly ensnared in their web of deceit? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that they had been deliberately stalling to recuperate from their injuries? If that were the case, had Bai Yi already regained his strength? He scrutinized Bai Yi closely, but upon noticing his still pallid complexion, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Bai Yi had not yet recovered. In a fit of rage, he chuckled derisively. What a pair of impudent young rascals, deceiving this old man. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, Isn't it simply because you have been so cooperative? Are you going to blame us for speaking recklessly? Realizing that Bai Yi had not regained his natural state, he would not be granted another opportunity. With a furious shout, he thrust his spear forward. Although he had previously been injured by Bai Yi's formidable force, at this moment, bolstered by the exquisite spear of the earth grade, the power of this strike was no less than that of his peak condition. The spear pierced through the very fabric of space, causing the surrounding area within 10 zhang to tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment under the immense pressure of the blow. A dark blade of light manifested at the spear's tip, aimed directly at the space between Bai Yi's brows. Upon witnessing Song Lan's sudden assault, Bai Ye's expression changed dramatically. He understood that he might not be able to withstand this strike, yet even if he could not, he had to make an effort to defend himself. The crimson sword in his hand trembled slightly as Bai Ye gritted his teeth, channeling a fragment of his golden core's power. He guided this energy into the crimson sword, and as it infused into the blade, the sword radiated a blinding golden red light. With a resonant cry, the sword sang in response. Under the influence of this power, the crimson sword appeared to come alive. Shir gazed in astonishment at the sword in Bai Ye's grasp, questioning, is this sword awakening a spirit? A sword spirit, or weapon spirit, emerges when a weapon reaches a certain grade or its master attains a particular realm, granting it sentience. The power of both the weapon and its master indirectly determines the strength of the weapon spirit. Previously, Bai Ye's sword had recognized its master and could protect him in dire situations, indicating that it had developed a form of intelligence, yet it wasn't a true weapon spirit. Now, under the stimulation of Bai Ye's power, the sword seemed to possess life, transcending mere sentience. If the sword truly bore a spirit, had it been sealed or injured during its slumber? Contemplating this, Shir gazed at the sword with increasing curiosity. At that moment, Song Lan's attack was upon them. Before Bai Ye could fully react, he thrust the sword, merging his body with the strike. As the sword pierced forth, the entire world fell into darkness akin to ink. The very space around them was obliterated. Shir stood in stunned silence, for this strike had the potential to reshape her understanding of reality. It was merely a casual attack from a sword spirit that had just awakened, and it was accompanied by Bai Ye's very being. Bai Ye found himself somewhat bewildered. Just as he was about to wield his sword, it had already lunged forth before he could act. Moreover, it was not merely in the act of countering. It was imparting swordsmanship to Bai Ye, demonstrating a particular technique through the very thrust it executed. Bai Ye did not ponder further, immersing himself in the profound essence of the sword. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment, for he had been deeply moved during his contemplation. He sensed the sheer terror of the blade. It was capable of obliterating an entire realm. As he closed his eyes to delve into the nature of the sword, an image unfolded in his mind, a dimension, thousands of miles away, shattering instantaneously amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. The horrifying scene caused his heart to quiver. When he regained his focus, he realized that Song Lan had vanished from his sight. The place where Song Lan once stood was now enveloped in darkness. Bai Ye turned his head, momentarily lost in thought, to gaze at Shir. Upon seeing the same expression of disbelief on her face, Bai Ye felt an even greater shock. Throughout their acquaintance, there had been few instances that could astonish Shir to this degree. Even the moment when Mu Xiu had surprised her paled in comparison to this. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Shir's mind. Young lady, you must protect the young master. Confused as to who was speaking, she soon realized it was the sword spirit communicating with her. She then mentally inquired, are you the spirit of that sword? The frail voice replied, indeed. Shir, astonished, asked, are you injured? The sword spirit responded, not exactly. I was merely sealed by my master long ago. I have unexpectedly awakened, hence my current frailty. Shir's heart raced with astonishment. You are so weak now. Yet that sword strike was terrifying. How powerful were you at your peak? The sword spirit smiled weakly. I'm just a sword. Besides, my strength is contingent upon my master's. Shir pressed on. How strong is your master? Invincible. The simplicity of those two words left Shir in stunned silence. Though she found the notion of invincibility hard to believe, she was certain of that person's extraordinary power. The sword spirit continued, I will fall back into slumber. Please take good care of the young master. Shir hastily asked, when will you truly awaken? After a moment of silence, the spirit replied, when the young master achieves invincibility. Shir was taken aback. When he becomes invincible, she felt overwhelmed and asked, why must he reach invincibility for you to awaken? The sword spirit hesitated before saying, because it was he who sealed me away. Once again struck by shock, Shir wished to ask more. But the sword spirit's presence had already faded, evidently returning to slumber. At that moment, she was profoundly astonished, and suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Who had sealed this sword spirit? How could that be? Was it truly as her grandfather had once claimed? She then recalled her grandfather's words. Shir, when you descend to the lower realms, you must protect the young master. Seize any opportunity that arises. His identity may be more than merely that of a young master. He could be a reincarnator. Realizing that her grandfather had urged her to grasp the opportunity, she shook her head and smiled. For she was currently regarded as a dear sister by Bai Ye. Chapter 73, Traversing the Boundless Realms. Observing Sure repeated expressions of astonishment, Bai Yi felt perplexed. Sure, what is the matter? Hearing her name called, Sure returned to the present, scrutinizing Bai Yi as if attempting to see through him. Noticing her intense gaze, Bai Yi found it somewhat strange. Sure, what troubles you? Sure looked up at Bai Yi and replied, It's nothing, but that sword strike you just executed. Bai Yi hurriedly remarked, I too find it puzzling. The sword that just struck was not wielded by me, rather. It was the sword itself that propelled me to unleash that strike. Moreover, it seems as if it was imparting swordsmanship to me through that very action. What? Sure exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying that the sword not only guided you, but also conveyed sword techniques during that moment? Sure was once again taken aback. Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed, and as I delved deeper into the essence of that sword strike, a terrifying vision emerged in my mind. Sure, intrigued, inquired. What kind of vision? Bai Yi said, as that sword was thrust forth, a boundary thousands of miles away shattered inch by inch. Listening to Bai Yi's description, Sure felt her throat constricting. She pondered, could it be that the sword spirit's claim of invincibility was indeed true? Ultimately, she chose not to disclose the matter of the sword spirit to Bai Yi, reasoning that since the sword spirit had not directly communicated with him, it might be a sign of its desire to remain concealed, or perhaps the timing was simply not yet ripe. Brother, how much have you comprehended regarding that sword technique? Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond. He too was at a loss for words. That sword technique appeared deceptively simple, merely a thrust forward. Yet, the profound knowledge of swordsmanship contained within eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insight, grasping the essence of what Sure had previously articulated. To simplify is to strengthen. The two of them chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, directing their gaze toward a nearby abyss, they simultaneously shook their heads and offered a wry smile. This space had been utterly obliterated by that single strike, and while it would gradually mend itself, it was unlikely to recover in the near future due to the overwhelming force that had been unleashed, which might linger for several days or even months. Brother, should we first visit the Zhao family, or seek out Songyu? Bai Yi pondered for a moment. It would be prudent to pay a visit to the Zhao family, as I have suddenly developed an interest in that fire spirit. Although he was previously unaware that the sword was controlled by a sword spirit, he recognized its connection to the ethereal realm. Considering that all things imbued with spirit possess remarkable prowess, could it be that this fire spirit is equally formidable? Naturally, he harbored concerns about his ability to subdue the fire spirit. Nonetheless, he resolved that even if he failed to conquer it, he would strive to ensnare it within his golden core realm, where he reigned supreme. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, recalling that the soul beast of Muxio still resided within his golden core. Sure, is there any use for that beast soul of Muxio? Sure appeared momentarily perplexed, but after a brief reflection, she remembered. You should release it. Henceforth, Muxio will not pose a threat to us. Bai Yi was taken aback. What transpired after I fell unconscious that day? Previously, he had been puzzled and intended to seize an opportunity to inquire with Sure. Yet he had continually neglected to do so. Sure chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, After you lost consciousness, I single-handedly defeated Muxio with but a single finger, after which he conceded and vowed to no longer trouble us. Bai Yi remained silent. After releasing Muxio's soul beast, the two continued their journey towards the Zhao family. Sure, shall we take a ride on the flying vehicle? Sure quickly shook her head. I won't ride. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly, stating that he had already cleaned up. Although it was indeed tidy, he refrained from sitting down, pondering whether Bai Gongzi would encounter the same fate as last time. Within the imperial hall, Songyu wore a displeased expression. It had been half a day since he sent a message to Bai Yi, yet the latter had not arrived. This left him feeling uneasy. Could it be that Bai Gongzi was unable to contend with Song Lan? However, even if he were at a disadvantage, he believed Bai Gongzi possessed the strength to escape. Moreover, with Sure by his side, it seemed unlikely that anything untoward would occur. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he dispatched a shadow guard to investigate. At this moment, Bai Yi and Sure had arrived at the gates of the Zhao family. This time, Bai Yi was there to rescue someone and retrieve the fire spirit, so he did not bother with pleasantries. Drawing his long sword, he struck the Zhao family door with a single blow. With a resounding crash, the door shattered. In an instant, over a dozen Zhao family warriors rushed out. However, most of them were merely the younger generation of the Zhao family, at the foundation and core formation stages. Upon witnessing the oncoming Zhao family members, Bai Yi felt a surge of energy. It was time to put on an act of invincibility. You insignificant ants, retreat at once, or I shall slay you all with a single sword strike. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, pointing angrily at Bai Yi. You dare to shatter the door of the Zhao family? Now, it will be difficult for you to escape death. With that, he launched a punch directly at Bai Yi's face. Seeing someone take action, the others became agitated and prepared to join in. However, just as the punch was about to land on Bai Yi's face, it suddenly halted. The crowd was taken aback, but in the next moment, they retreated several steps. This was because they saw that the man who had attacked Bai Yi was now pierced through the chest by a sword. The attacker had been a formidable first-layer core formation expert. Although not the strongest among them, he certainly ranked within the top 5. Yet he had been dispatched in an instant by this man. Everyone was left in shock. After a brief silence, another man stepped forward. Do not be afraid. Even if he is strong, can he possibly take on all of us alone? Let us attack together. With that, he was the first to strike. The dozens of others immediately followed suit. It must be noted that although they were all at the foundation and core formation stages, the combined momentum of their assault was formidable. Bai Yi calmly regarded the approaching throng, gradually raising the sword in his hand. He meticulously recalled the previous strike, gently closing his eyes in an effort to attain tranquility. For when one faces a crisis, an involuntary unease can ensue. Yet it is precisely this disquiet that can adversely affect one's combat prowess and the execution of skills. In that prior moment of thrusting the sword, he not only sensed the terrifying power contained within, but also perceived the serene essence that emanated from the blade. This tranquility appeared unassailable. As if it could withstand the very annihilation of the world, it embodied confidence, a formidable presence. In an instant, the onslaught of dozens surged forth, and at that moment, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes. With a single thrust of the sword, devoid of any ostentation, he executed a simple yet profound attack. Yet, in that instant of execution, the entire space before him quivered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The multitude of assailants found themselves collapsing to the ground under the weight of this seemingly unassuming strike. It was the pressure of the distorted space that had been grievously wounded by his previous thrust. As this space threatened to collapse, the resultant pressure bore down upon the dozens before him, rendering them utterly incapacitated. The fallen figures gazed up at Bai Yi, their faces etched with terror. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile, as he seemingly rediscovered a fragment of the sensation experienced when wielding his sword. Though it paled in comparison to his previous strike, it nonetheless represented a significant advancement for him. Sure nodded with a smile. Brother, that's quite impressive. Bai Yi proudly gazed towards the horizon and declared, Sure. In the future, I shall take you on a journey through all realms. Chapter 74. The ancestor of the Zhao family listening to Bai Yi's words, Sure. Though aware that he was merely posturing, could not help but feel a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Just then, an ancient voice resonated, Young friend, may I invite you in for a conversation? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yi's previously confident demeanor faltered for a moment. Could it be that the Zhao family harbored another formidable being? Contemplating this, Bai Yi's expression grew somber. He was unafraid of younger generations. Even if faced with an elder, he believed he could escape. However, that voice clearly belonged to someone far beyond the mere elder level. Shurshu's expression also shifted slightly, yet she sensed no malice in that voice. Brother, should we enter? As Bai Yi was about to speak, the aged voice resonated once more. I harbor no ill intentions towards you too. You may enter without trepidation. The members of the Zhao family, seated on the ground, wore expressions of astonishment, completely at a loss regarding the origin of that voice. They were also oblivious to the presence of elder members within their clan. When the dark guards dispatched by Song Yu had taken their elder away, they had all been present. If the elder had been taken, then who was it that now spoke? Observing the perplexity etched on the faces of the Zhao family members only deepened Bai Yi's curiosity. Bai Yi slightly bowed towards the direction from which the voice emanated deep within the Zhao family estate, saying, Esteemed elder, I have not come here to create trouble. Rather, I seek to request an explanation from the Zhao family regarding a certain matter. After Bai Yi finished speaking, the voice fell silent for a considerable time. No worries. If there is anything, please come in and speak. Sure turned to Bai Yi and said, Let us enter. I sense that the elder bears no ill will towards us. Bai Yi nodded and walked towards the Zhao family's residence. Moments later, he and Sure arrived in front of a small hall, modest in size, merely several zhang wide. The walls were constructed entirely of grayish-white stone. and a long black sign hung askew above the entrance, inscribed with 2 large white characters, Ancestral Hall. Upon seeing these characters, Bai Yi involuntarily shivered. He mused to himself, is this truly the Zhao family's ancestral hall? Could it be that the voice I just heard belonged to the family's venerable ancestor? Sure also regarded the small hall with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the voice resonated once more, emanating from within the ancestral hall. Dear young friends, there is no need for concern. Please, come inside. Bai Yi gently shook his head, expressing, let us refrain from entering. After all, we are not of the Zhao lineage. It would be unseemly to disturb the tranquility of our esteemed elders. His hesitation was not born from a genuine concern for their peace, but rather from an apprehension that the old man might employ deceit, rendering him unable to exit should he venture inside. Sure softly remarked, let us converse here. We shall not enter. The voice sighed and replied, very well, since both of you harbor caution towards this old man, I shall not impose. Bai Yi suddenly inquired, are you not the esteemed ancestor of the Zhao family? Indeed, came the reply. Bai Yi continued to inquire, are you still alive? The ancient ancestor of the Zhao family sighed once more, I became mere dust thousands of years ago. Now, I am but a lingering fragment of consciousness. Sure furrowed her brow. You claim to be merely a remnant of consciousness, yet you have existed for thousands of years? Bai Yi sensed the formidable power of the Zhao family's ancestors from the astonished tone of Sure. It was merely that they had been in a deep slumber until now. Bai Yi inquired, what realm did you possess in your lifetime, esteemed elder? The ancient ancestor of the Zhao clan pondered for a moment before responding. In my previous existence, I believe it was the supreme realm. Though I have slumbered for far too long, many memories have faded from my mind. Bai Yi was taken aback, confronted with an unparalleled realm. He had previously heard about this dimension from Yunshan. The voice continued, young friend, that sword strike of yours was remarkably extraordinary. May I inquire as to its source? He was indeed awakened by the momentum of Bai Yi's sword, a force that felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall from where this familiarity stemmed. Bai Yi did not conceal the truth. It was not as others had claimed. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice, tinged with astonishment, interrupted him. Could it be that the young friend has created this? Sure was somewhat at a loss for words. Do you really think my brother is capable of devising such a sword technique? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a twinge of discontent. Sure, one cannot speak in such a manner. Do you truly believe that I am not the sword who could develop such swordsmanship? Sure instinctively shook her head, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, far too similar. Bai Yi was rendered speechless. The young lady's words were indeed somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, Bai Yi responded candidly, stating, it is not entirely my own creation, but rather a technique imparted to me by a sword. Upon finishing her words, the ancestor of the Zhao family exclaimed, what? A sword has been bestowed upon you? Without awaiting a response from Bai Yi, the voice continued, may I have a glimpse of that sword? Bai Yi resolutely declared, no. He naturally held no trust in the old man. What if he were to show the sword only for it to be retained by the elder? Although the man claimed to be merely a consciousness, Bai Yi dared not be careless. The voice sighed, since you, young friend, have reservations about me, I shall refrain from looking. Let us consider this an unfortunate lack of fate. Earlier, you mentioned that your visit to the Zhao family was for an explanation. Might I inquire what this matter pertains to? Bai Yi felt a sense of relief as the ancestral figure of the Zhao family ceased to discuss the matter of the sword. Are you aware of who currently holds the position of the Zhao family head? He inquired. After a brief moment of silence, the ancestral figure replied, I am unaware, for I have been in slumber for several millennia. Bai Yi, somewhat incredulous, inquired, if you have been in slumber, how can you be certain that you have been asleep for merely thousands of years and not tens of thousands? Following this, the patriarch of the Zhao family fell into a profound silence. Sure, too, bore a look of exasperation, for the question posed was akin to asking, if you have slumbered for a night, how can you be aware that it is now morning? Perceiving the heavy silence, Bai Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness. He scratched his head and chuckled, let us change the subject. As far as I know, the current head of your Zhao family is a woman named Du Guxian, is it not? Upon hearing this, the Zhao patriarch appeared taken aback. How could this be? He exclaimed, in our family, the position of family head has never been passed down to a female. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him. Did you say that woman's surname is Dugu? Bai Yi remarked, indeed. The ancestor of the Zhao family fell into a prolonged silence. Sure, growing impatient, interjected. We wish to visit your fire prison, as we suspect it may be holding my friend. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Zhao family appeared somewhat troubled. However, Bai Yi inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The ancestral elder of the Zhao family replied, "Not at all. Rather, it is that I am currently unable to leave this place. I cannot escort the two of you there." Bai Yi remarked, "You need only inform us of the location of the fire prison, and we shall proceed on our own." After a brief moment of silence, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family responded, "Could you kindly elaborate on the current affairs of the Zhao family?" From Bai Yi's earlier words, it was evident that the ancestor sensed significant troubles afflicting the Zhao clan. Sure glanced at Bai Yi and encouraged, "Why not share the details with him?" Thus, Bai Yi began recounting the events from several months prior, when various prominent families sought to form alliances with the Zhao family. As he spoke of Zhao Shuer's unique constitution and lineage, the Zhao ancestor expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "How can this be possible?" Bai Yi disregarded him and continued. Chapter 75, Annihilation within 3 Zhang. Moments later, Bai Yi recounted the events concerning the Zhao family in their entirety. The elder of the Zhao family once again fell into silence. Bai Yi and Sure stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the ancestral figure of the Zhao family. It is inconceivable for the Zhao lineage to possess such a rare constitution, let alone that particular bloodline. Sure remarked, "Perhaps it is related to that young lady." The ancestral figure of the Zhao family responded, "Do we still have elders from the previous generation within our clan?" Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, "Having been invited to the Imperial Hall as guests, might I ask you to return them to this place for a moment? There are certain matters I wish to discuss with them." Bai Yi shook his head, saying, "No, they intend to slay me. As long as I am here, they shall not dare." Bai Yi inquired, "How can you assure me?" The elder of the Zhao family remained silent. Bai Yi continued, "Please, esteemed elder, inform me of the location of your fire prison. I must rescue my friend." After a moment of silence, the elder of the Zhao family replied, "Proceed from this place in the direction of your right, and you shall encounter a volcano. Behind the volcano lies a cave. Simply enter through its mouth. However, my young friends, you must exercise utmost caution." Ultimately, the elder did not mention the matter of the fire spirit, merely advising the two to remain vigilant. Bai Yi clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his thanks before taking hold of Sure and heading towards the direction of the fire prison. Standing at the entrance of the Zhao family estate, he observed the members of the Zhao family still slumped on the ground, leaving Song Yu somewhat dazed. The palpable force of spatial collapse further furrowed his brow, leading him to ponder that something was amiss. Disregarding the Zhao family members before him, he entered the estate directly. At that moment, the aged voice of the Zhao family ancestor resonated once more. "Who might you be, esteemed guest?" Upon hearing this voice, a grave expression crossed Song Yu's face. He found himself unable to discern the speaker's cultivation level, a situation that could arise from only 2 possibilities. The first being that the individual possessed no cultivation at all, which was clearly implausible. The second possibility was that the person's strength far exceeded his own. Contemplating this, Song Yu hesitated, pausing in his stride. He silently wondered when the Zhao family had acquired such an ancient being. Could it be the esteemed individual spoken of by those two? Just as Song Yu was lost in thought, the Zhao ancestor continued, "I presume you are here to seek those 2 young friends?" Song Yu furrowed his brow tightly. "What have you done to them?" The ancestor replied, "Esteemed guest, please do step inside." Song Yu narrowed his eyes but seemed to recall something, his expression swiftly calming. "You are merely a fragment of consciousness." Indeed. With this affirmation, Song Yu strode deeper into the Zhao residence. Moments later, he arrived before the Zhao family ancestral hall. "Are you the ancestor of the Zhao family?" he inquired, pausing with a puzzled look. "Yes." Song Yu nodded slightly. "Have you seen my 2 friends?" The Zhao ancestor responded, "I have seen them." Before Song Yu could speak, the ancestor continued, "However, one of my elders has been captured by you." Song Yu offered an awkward smile. "Predecessor, you jest. I merely invited them as guests. Once my 2 friends conclude their matters, I shall return them." The Zhao ancestor fell silent for a moment before saying, "Could you allow them to return first? I have pressing questions for them." Song Yu displayed a conflicted expression. "I, too, am under orders and find it difficult to comply." It was evident he wished to redirect the blame for the capture of the Zhao elder towards Bai Yi. The Zhao ancestor inquired, "Is it at the behest of those 2 young friends?" Song Yu nodded. "Indeed. You need not worry. I conversed pleasantly with them earlier. If you release my Zhao elder now, I believe he will not hold any grievances against you." Song Yu shook his head. "Let us wait until my friends have completed their tasks." With that, he turned and walked towards the right. sensing that Bai Yi and the others had vanished in that direction. At that moment, Bai Yi and Shir had arrived not far from the towering volcano. The mountain loomed high into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Yet, it did not appear excessively vast. At first glance, it resembled a colossal stone pillar, propping up the heavens. Like a towering pillar reaching from the heavens to the earth, it stands erect between the sky and the ground. A delicate veil of blue mist envelopes the surface of the mountain, imbuing it with an air of mystique. Bai Yi and Shir gazed intently at the mountain before them, aware that this must be the volcano imbued with the essence of fire. However, at that moment, Shir suddenly furrowed her brow, and with a swift movement, she retreated several paces. Observing this, Bai Yi felt a flicker of unease and hurried to her side, asking, Shir, what troubles you? Shir's expression turned grave as she recounted her experience of a mysterious force that seemed to repel her. Had she not reacted swiftly to retreat a distance, she feared she might have suffered grave injury or even met her demise at the hands of that enigmatic power. The pallor of her face deepened as she sensed an ominous aura emanating from that force. Upon reflection, a chilling realization dawned upon her. This power might very well be the legendary Annihilation Saint force. According to ancient lore, eons ago, a mysterious force had obliterated the Duki star domain, decimating all soul masters across Myriad realms. Historical accounts suggest that no soul master, not even those of the highest ranks, could withstand the might of that force. Following that cataclysm, it took millennia before any soul masters succeeded in awakening their martial spirits again, as the remnants of that power lingered for countless years. Only after an extensive passage of time did the Duki star domain gradually begin to reclaim its former glory. What could it be? Was it merely the essence of fire? Shir pondered aloud. Bai Yi gazed at the terrified Shir, his expression turning grave. Moments ago, he had felt no sense of alarm. However, the seriousness etched on Shir's face suggested that something was amiss. Shir, what is happening? Shir, regaining her composure, looked at Bai Yi with utmost seriousness and said, Brother, perhaps we should return home for now. This place is quite extraordinary. Bai Yi felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet the thought that Zhao Xuer or Lung Qing might be confined within steeled his resolve. I shall enter alone. You must wait for me here. No. It's far too perilous inside. You absolutely must not go in. Before Bai Yi could finish his words, Shir interjected, urging him to reconsider. Bai Yi was perplexed, pondering what had transpired moments ago that instilled such trepidation in Shir. In his recollection, she had never exhibited such apprehension before. Shir, did you uncover something just now? He inquired. Shir replied in a low voice, a mysterious force, one that is both immensely powerful and peculiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, she continued, Do you recall Mu Xiu? Bai Yi nodded, certain that he could never forget that moment. It was when Mu Xiu's aura surged dramatically, and dozens of colorful soul rings appeared around him, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a beast that seemed alive. He remembered vividly. Shir inquired of Bai Yi, Do you think Mu Xiu is strong? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, proclaiming, incredibly formidable. Should Mu Xiu venture within 3 zhang of this mountain, he would be utterly obliterated. Chapter 76. Shir has departed what? Upon hearing Shir's words, Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Shir replied, There are many matters you are better off not knowing at this moment. When the time is right, enlightenment will come to you. For now, simply understand that this place is exceedingly mysterious, a realm you are not yet prepared to tread upon. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Bai Yi, her eyes dimmed with concern. I know you are preoccupied with thoughts of those two, but perhaps they are not who you believe them to be. Moreover, do you truly think you could rescue them if you were to enter now? Bai Yi sighed softly. I could encapsulate the entire mountain within my golden elixir, and then we could proceed to the nearby fire prison. Hearing Bai Yi entertain such an idea startled Shir. While it might be feasible to absorb other entities, she dared not gamble with that enigmatic force, for it was far too perilous. If it were indeed the same power as in those bygone days, its might could obliterate an entire star domain. Although Bai Yi's golden elixir could be considered a realm unto itself, this course of action was fraught with danger. From Shir's perspective, even for the sake of saving 2 individuals, risking everything for an entire continent, or even the lives of beings across multiple realms was not worth such recklessness. Such actions could surely lead to one's demise. A gravity of unprecedented seriousness resonated in Shir's tone. Bai Yi let out a sigh, just about to speak. Song Yu approached slowly and asked, Has young Master Bai managed to locate the entrance to the fire prison? Bai Yi turned to look at Song Yu and inquired, "What brings the sovereign of Song here?" Song Yu's expression shifted, and he replied, "This matter is rather intricate. We shall discuss it further at a later time." "Have you, young Master Bai, managed to locate the fire prison?" Bai Yi turned his head to gaze at Song Yu, saying, "No, but this place is exceedingly complex. We should return another day." Song Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Complex?" At that moment, he felt a wave of confusion, as he had detected no signs of danger. Rather, he found the mountain quite intriguing. Shi remarked, "Let us return and seek clarity from the Zhao family's ancestor regarding what transpired." With that, she turned towards the Zhao ancestral hall, and Bai Yi and Song Yu hurriedly followed. In a short while, the trio arrived at the Zhao ancestral hall, but to their astonishment, they could not sense even a trace of the ancestor's presence. Frowns adorned their faces as they exchanged glances. Even with Bai Yi's formidable spiritual awareness, several searches yielded no results. Suddenly, Shi proposed, "Could he have vanished?" Song Yu replied solemnly, "That seems improbable. When I arrived earlier, he showed no signs of dissipating." As if struck by a sudden realization, Song Yu's expression dramatically changed. He may have gone to the Imperial Hall. If he had not vanished, he must have relocated. And it was evident that the most likely destination was the Imperial Hall, where the three elders of the Zhao family resided. Without hesitation, Song Yu turned and vanished from sight, his voice echoing, "I shall proceed ahead. You need not worry excessively." Bai Yi and Shi exchanged a solemn glance, both reflecting a grave concern. Shi thought to herself, the emergence of such power is far from trivial. It could once again bring catastrophic ruin to the Duki Star domain. I must return to report to the Realm Master to ensure he is fully prepared. With this in mind, Shi suddenly declared, "Brother, I must leave for a while. During this time, remain at the Imperial Hall and do not engage in any activities. We will discuss everything upon my return. You need not worry about the Zhao ancestor's consciousness. Song, you can handle it. Take care of yourself." "Where are you going?" Bai Yi inquired. Shi smiled gently. "I will return promptly. Please take care, brother." At that moment, her eyes were filled with reluctance and concern. Yet Bai Yi remained oblivious. With that, and under Bai Yi's astonished gaze, Shi delicately tore through the air with her slender jade hand, creating a pitch-black rift. She then leapt into the chasm, vanishing from sight. As Bai Yi watched the rift slowly close, his throat constricted. He understood well what that dark rift represented. It was a spatial tear. Previously, during his battle with Mu Xiao, the latter had employed a technique to rend the fabric of space, unleashing numerous razor-sharp spatial blades. But what had just transpired? His mind felt overwhelmed. Shi had effortlessly torn open a spatial rift and had jumped directly into it, where countless spatial blades lurked. Contemplating this, Bai Yi suddenly recalled how he had always rushed to save Shi whenever she was in peril. And he couldn't help but wonder if he was merely a fade in her eyes. Suddenly, Bai Yi pondered the whereabouts of Shi, casting her gaze towards the mountain, contemplating that Shi's departure must be connected to it. With this thought, Bai Yi seemed to forget Shi's earlier admonitions, as if an invisible force compelled her towards the volcano. Within a pitch-black rift of time, Shi traversed like a fleeting shadow. At that moment, she abruptly halted, confronted by three middle-aged men who obstructed her path. Clad in dark gray brocade robes, the trio fixed their gaze intently upon her. Shi's pupils constricted. "Step aside. Can you see I am in a hurry?" At this juncture, she had shed her previous persona of the innocent neighbor girl, embodying the regal demeanor of a powerful woman. Her icy glare mirrored that of a fierce warrior, and unbeknownst to her, the twin braids atop her head had unraveled, cascading naturally over her shoulders, with a few strands dancing in the gentle breeze. The youthful countenance that once appeared somewhat naive now bore an expression devoid of emotion. It conveyed not only disdain for the three men before her, but also a profound contempt for the world at large. Among the trio, the leader chuckled, "Little girl, isn't it lonely traveling alone? Would you like us gentlemen to offer you some companionship?" Laughter erupted from the three, their expressions grotesquely lewd. In response to their antics, an infinite murderous intent flickered within Shi's cold eyes. The men sensed her hostility and momentarily recoiled, yet they quickly regained their composure. They had been robbing in this spatial tunnel for centuries, never once failing in their endeavors. Although they had encountered formidable opponents, few had truly posed a threat. They certainly did not perceive this young girl as a peerless warrior. The strongest adversary they had previously faced was an exalted being. Yet they had still managed to subdue him. With such a track record, they had little to fear from this girl, for they knew that few exalted beings resided in this locale. They had dealt with those few. and it was evident that this girl could not possibly belong to their ranks. "Girl, do you wish to kill us?" They laughed mockingly. "Many have wanted to do so before you, but you hardly make the cut. I suggest you comply with us, and if you please us, we might treat you well in return." Another round of laughter ensued, with the three men appearing to have complete confidence in their dominance over Shur. Unexpectedly, Shur spoke, "Recognizing that your cultivation must not have come easily, and considering that we have no past grievances, coupled with my current good mood, I do not wish to spill blood. I will grant you 3 breaths to leave." Her indifferent voice elicited a frown from the trio, but they quickly erupted into laughter once more. "Little girl, do you wish to amuse us to death?" Poetry, filled with indignation, refrained from further discourse and stepped forward decisively. With this singular movement, her aura surged dramatically. The 3 individuals opposite her were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. They suddenly recognized that her presence was markedly distinct from those they had previously encountered. One among them, in a tone laced with skepticism, inquired, "You do not belong to this realm. Who are you truly?" Poetry replied coldly, "You are unworthy of knowing. Such audacity from a mere girl, we unworthy?" With that, the trio's own energy surged fiercely. Observing their escalating might, Poetry furrowed her brow slightly, realizing she had underestimated them. As their power continued to amplify, the spatial tunnel began to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand the force of their combined presence. Yet, even at that moment, the 3 remained relentless in their ascent of power. Poetry was taken aback, for she noticed that dozens, nearly 100 soul rings swirled around them. Various soul rings in shades of white, yellow, purple, and black gracefully encircled the 3 individuals. Behind them loomed ethereal silhouettes of diverse mythical beasts, while each person cradled distinct martial spirits within their palms. One individual, in particular, left Shur astounded. Their surrounding soul rings were significantly more numerous than those of the others, particularly a striking red soul ring that commanded attention. Although this crimson ring appeared somewhat dim, it still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Behind this person stood a massive, ape-like creature, astonishingly in physical form rather than mere illusion. In their grasp rested a sword spirit. Shur furrowed her brow, her expression grave. She sensed an aura of danger emanating from this individual. "Young lady, I trust you have discerned our identities by now. Resist us in vain, and compliance may afford you a modicum of comfort," declared one of the trio. Shur's gaze turned icy. Compliance? Such audacity. With that, her presence surged, revealing nearly 100 soul rings encircling her. Notably, none of her rings were white or yellow, the lowest being purple. The trio across from her exchanged astonished glances. "This is impossible. Who are you?" they exclaimed, their voices laced with disbelief. Yet this was merely the beginning. As Shur's soul rings continued to descend, a piercing phoenix cry resonated from behind her. Suddenly, a resplendent, rainbow-hued phoenix materialized, radiating vibrant colors, its feathers sharp and formidable like arrows. Each feather resembled a diminutive sword, glinting with a chilling light. The phoenix's eyes, ablaze with violet flames, fixed intently on the 3, its enormous wings slowly sweeping through the air, each movement threatening to shatter the very fabric of this spatial tunnel. At that moment, the leader among the 3 appeared to have an epiphany, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Is the young lady of the Shao family?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of his companions constricted sharply. The Shao family was the ruling clan of that star domain, governing myriad realms, each far surpassing this one in strength. The extent of the Shao family's power was so formidable that even the most elite factions were left in confusion. It was rumored that years ago, countless realms had abruptly collapsed and vanished overnight due to infringing upon the Shao family's secrets, leading to their utter annihilation. Realizing this, terror washed over the faces of the 3, yet the leader quickly addressed his companions. "Though the Shao family wields terrifying power, the mountains are high and the emperor far away. They may not be aware of our affairs here. Since we have initiated conflict, we must silence her. Moreover, she stands alone now. Surely, we can eliminate her." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "This individual must hold a significant status within the Shao family. She is bound to possess numerous treasures." The other 2 hesitated upon hearing this. Perhaps they were not afraid of the girl named Shur before them. But behind her stood the formidable Shao family, the rulers of countless realms. Should this matter come to the attention of the Shao family, there would be no refuge for them, even if they fled to the ends of the universe. Observing their indecision, the leader spoke again. "Do we have any alternative? If we do not eliminate her now, she will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly in the future. After hearing these words, the two ceased their hesitation, their faces contorting into expressions of malice as they prepared to strike Shirshir down. Unmoved, Shirshir understood that a confrontation was inevitable. She then opened her palm, and a staff materialized in her grasp. The staff was 10 feet long, standing firm upon the ground, its top rising more than 3 feet above her head. At its apex was a circular ring, within which a greenish-blue orb rolled slowly. The light emanating from the orb brought vitality to all it touched, revealing that Shirshir's martial soul was indeed this staff, and its aura suggested it was of a supportive nature. The three adversaries relaxed slightly upon realizing her martial soul was merely auxiliary. The leader thought to himself, "Fortunately, it is merely a supportive martial soul. Otherwise, with my soul sage level combined with that of the other two soul emperors, it might take considerable effort to slay her." Although they could discern that Shirshir was also a soul sage, her soul ring levels far exceeded theirs. And the fiery phoenix she wielded was over 49,000 years old, a force whose might was incalculable. Had Shirshir possessed an offensive martial soul, their only option would have been to face annihilation. Conversely, Shirshir bore a grave expression, acutely aware that her combat potential was hindered by her martial soul. Yet, there was no turning back. She could only fight, and the outcome might very well seal her fate. As this thought crossed her mind, nostalgia flickered in her eyes, and she murmured softly, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have left your side. I am not afraid of dying in battle. I fear that if I perish, there will be no one to accompany and protect you." Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a reflection of Bayez's visage. The opposing trio was momentarily taken aback by Shirshir's expression before bursting into laughter. "Look, have we frightened her to tears? Ha." However, they cautioned against underestimating her. Despite being cut off from the outside world within this spatial tunnel, one could not disregard her entirely. Should she possess any life-saving means bestowed by the Shao family, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The expressions of the three individuals grew grave, realizing the truth in the words of the stranger. As members of the Shao family, they undoubtedly possessed means of self-preservation. Moreover, they perceived that Shirshir's status within the Shao family was far from ordinary. Therefore, they had to respond with utmost diligence to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Should Shirshir manage to escape at this moment, their subsequent journey would be more arduous than traversing the depths of the underworld. With solemn expressions, they exchanged glances and simultaneously advanced toward Shirshir. Observing their approach, Shirshir drew her thoughts back. She must survive, not for herself, nor for the Shao family, but for Bai Yi, the brother who regarded her as his own sister. In an instant, the traces of tears vanished from her eyes, and her countenance transformed into one of chilling resolve. She gazed at the trio with disdain. "You believe you can kill me?" With that, she elegantly waved her staff, and from behind her, the blazing phoenix surged forth, hurtling towards the three adversaries. Chapter 78. The blazing phoenix's betrayal. As the phoenix ascended, it was enveloped in purple flames, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat that filled the tunnel of space. This intense heat threatened to incinerate the very essence of the tunnel, rendering it increasingly transparent. Witnessing this spectacle, the trio's expression shifted dramatically. They shifted from offense to defense, recognizing the lethal peril posed by this scorching wave. With a thunderous crash, the blazing phoenix collided with the protective barrier the three had erected. A terrifying force erupted outward, shattering the surrounding space into fragments, which gradually began to vanish. The sheer might of the phoenix was obliterating this realm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the trio was struck with profound dread. They had significantly underestimated the prowess of the blazing phoenix. They were propelled back 100 feet, their faces pale with realization. They harbored no doubt that if the phoenix charged at them again, they would be unable to withstand its onslaught. Instead of pursuing them after the assault, the phoenix lingered in midair, emitting a haunting cry towards the trio. The three exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed the phoenix bore no ill will towards them at this moment. However, Shirshir's expression shifted to one of alarm, for the phoenix was slowly turning to face her. A terrifying thought surged within her mind. The phoenix intended to betray its master. In truth, she had not subdued the phoenix through her own strength. It had only been through her grandfather's assistance that she managed to bind it. Although the phoenix had never truly heeded her commands, it had never contemplated rebellion. Yet now, at this critical juncture, it sought to usurp its master, igniting a fierce indignation within her. However, faced with the phoenix's treachery, she found herself powerless. The creature's strength surpassed her own, and the initial pact had already been shattered. The trio stood in stunned silence, grappling with the unfolding scene. Could it really be attempting to betray its master? One speculated with uncertainty. The leader nodded slightly. It seems so. Another individual's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Do you think the Phoenix of Fire will suffer from the backlash of the contract after slaying its master? I am uncertain. Yet we shall soon find out. At that moment, the Phoenix of Fire was poised to strike, ready to unleash a lethal blow upon Shirshir. A flicker of fear betrayed Shirshir's otherwise solemn demeanor. She sensed the overwhelming aura of the Phoenix bearing down upon her, a harbinger of death. The three adversaries across from her silently acknowledged the impending threat. Indeed, it was intent on usurping its master. Shirshir ceased her restraint, fervently channeling the power of her staff. An intense verdant light enveloped her completely. As this emerald radiance engulfed her, an exceptionally potent energy erupted from within her being. Astonishingly, she ascended from Spirit Saint to Spirit Dolua, a terrifying aura radiating in all directions. The trio in the distance were struck with profound shock. This cannot be. One of them exclaimed. How is this possible? What manner of martial soul is this that allows her to elevate a full rank? While such advancements were not unheard of, they were exceedingly rare. Even the most extraordinary martial souls did not necessarily possess such might. It was rumored that some had fought at an elevated rank due to possessing twin martial souls. Yet that merely enhanced their combat capabilities rather than enabling an instantaneous rank ascent. Although methods for such sudden elevation existed, often accompanied by time constraints or dire sacrifices, they evoked both awe and dread. Consider the plight of two combatants of similar strength. If one were to suddenly ascend a rank, the other would undoubtedly feel immense frustration. Yet, at this moment, Shirshir's gravity and anxiety intensified. She still perceived the specter of death lurking in the Phoenix's presence. The creature's power far exceeded her expectations. She had previously believed that a desperate effort might allow her to subdue it, but now it was evident that she had overestimated her capabilities. Even with her newfound strength as a Spirit Dolua, she could not hope to contend with it. Clearly, the Phoenix of Fire was unwilling to grant Shirshir a moment to gather her strength. It had already launched its assault. And this strike was evidently far more formidable than its previous encounter with the three. A violet flame erupted from the beak of the Phoenix, hurtling towards Shirshir. As the violet fire surged forth, the spatial tunnel collapsed and dissolved in its wake. The once dark void was now suffused with purple light. This overwhelming violet flame, akin to a sovereign of the cosmos, was unmatched in its might, radiating an aura that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. The terror at the heart of the fire pillar was beyond imagination, and no one could fathom the extent of its horror. This devastating strike did not waver. It surged directly towards Shirshir. As her complexion changed dramatically, a profound dread enveloped her, although she had previously faced this blazing Phoenix. She had never witnessed such a fearsome assault. It was evident that the Phoenix had merely been toying with her, biding its time to seize the perfect opportunity to strike. With this realization, the last flicker of hope within Shirshir vanished in an instant. She let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging her naivete, and slowly closed her eyes. Brother, in the next life, I shall never leave your side. Even if the heavens shatter and the worlds collapse, I shall be with you. At that moment, the purple fire pillar of the blazing Phoenix approached Shirshir, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes. With a fierce roar, she declared, "Annihilation of all paths." As the words escaped her lips, she transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward the purple fire pillar. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth alongside her crimson form. Meeting the purple blaze, the three observers in the distance were taken aback, their expressions shifting in alarm as they sensed the overwhelming presence of power. If this strike were aimed at them, they would possess no means of defense, for the aura bore a hint of the power of rules, specifically that of annihilation. The power of rules encompasses various forms, and the force of annihilation ranks among the most formidable of them all. The collision between Shirshir's red light and the purple fire resulted in an instantaneous cataclysm, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to fracture and disintegrate. The three individuals, gripped by terror, instinctively retreated at a frantic pace, fully aware that the collapsing force could obliterate them in an instant. As they withdrew, their fear intensified. The rate at which the cataclysmic force spread showed no sign of abating. After the clash with the purple fire, Shirshir found herself retreating to a distance of 10,000 feet, on the verge of losing consciousness. A remnant of her will compelled her to muster the last vestiges of her strength to retreat with great urgency. The force of collapse loomed perilously close, mere paces away. and it was advancing swiftly. At that moment, facing such a terrifying pressure, Shir saw no possibility of survival. Meanwhile, the blazing phoenix struggled against the overwhelming force of the impending annihilation, its situation growing increasingly dire. Just as Shir was about to be engulfed by this formidable force, a figure darted forward, arriving before her. With a firm grip on her arm, the figure hurled her away into the distance. In an instant, Shir vanished into the horizon, while the figure was completely swallowed by the overwhelming power of collapse. Chapter 79. The two assault the fire spirit. Bai gradually approached the volcano. Yet the once menacing aura that had instilled a sense of fatal peril in Shir did not repel him. At this moment, Bai stood less than a yard away from the volcano, enveloped by a pale blue mist that emanated waves of heat towards him. Noticing this scene, Bai's brow furrowed slightly. Although the pale blue mist imparted a certain warmth, there was an underlying chill within that warmth that sent shivers down his spine. Bai was perplexed. Although the flames exuded an intense heat, why did he still experience such an eerie chill penetrating to the bone? The more he pondered, the more he yearned to comprehend this anomaly. He continued to advance slowly, yet the searing heat did not intensify as he approached. Instead, the bone-chilling cold compelled him to shiver involuntarily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he took another step forward, now less than a foot away from the volcano. What could this mean? Heat intertwined with cold, a collision of fire and ice? How could this be? Everything in the universe adheres to its own principles. Much like how ice melts under fire, or how day and night can never coexist. The interplay of creation and destruction is a natural law. Yet, at this moment, this scene shattered that very principle. Cold and heat seemed to harmonize, blending together in a remarkable balance, devoid of chaos or struggle. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai, causing a look of astonishment to cross his face. Extremes must inevitably reverse. He ceased his contemplation, realizing that there were perhaps countless phenomena in the world that elude explanation. Turning to survey his surroundings, he sought the entrance to the fire prison. He had come to rescue someone, not to decipher the mysteries of the universe. While searching, Bai abruptly halted, for a voice echoed in his mind, a little girl's voice. It was ethereal and distant, tinged with a playful mischief. "Big brother, are you looking for me?" Hee. Bai paused momentarily, then cast a wary glance around, seemingly in search of the origin of that voice. "Young man, there is no need to continue your search. You shall not find me." Upon hearing the voice resonate once more, Bai couldn't help but furrow her brow. She then replied, "I am not here to seek you, but rather to find my friend." After a brief silence, the voice spoke again. "Friend? What is a friend? Is it delicious?" At this moment, the tone of the voice conveyed a sense of confusion. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression froze, as he pondered. Could that voice just now belong to the fire spirit? Just as doubts began to swirl in Bai's mind, the voice resonated within his thoughts once more. "Young man, what is a friend?" This time, the tone was tinged with a sense of urgency. Bai, wary and cautious, spoke. "A friend is someone who embodies mutual trust and assistance." The voice fell into silence. Observing this, Bai chose to disregard it and continued his quest for the entrance to the fire prison. After a brief interlude, the voice echoed once more in Bai's mind. "Young man, you mentioned you were searching for friends. Might they be present here?" Bai spoke in a low voice. "I am uncertain as well." After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are you aware of any caves or similar locations around here?" The voice did not respond directly to Bai, but instead asked, "Are the two individuals inside your friends?" This question took Bai by surprise, prompting him to ask, "Do you know where they are?" "Indeed," came the reply, "but they might be dead by now." At this point, the fire spirit seemed somewhat aggrieved and continued, "In truth, I am always restraining myself. It is they who cannot withstand my aura. I have no intention of causing them harm." Bai's expression darkened. Although he was uncertain whether Schwer or senior sister Lang was inside, a sense of worry still enveloped him. "Could you reveal to me the entrance to that place?" he inquired. "It is not permissible," came the reply. "If you were to enter, you would meet your demise." Bai sighed. "Can you assist me in rescuing them?" Fire spirit hesitated, replying, "I cannot. I too am trapped and powerless to aid them." Bai was somewhat taken aback. "Are you trapped here?" The fire spirit softly responded with a gentle affirmation, acknowledging Bai's earlier words. Bai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What has led to your confinement here?" The fire spirit sighed softly, responding, "I am uncertain. I found myself here upon awakening, and despite my struggles, I cannot escape." "Were you imprisoned during your slumber?" Bai asked. The fire spirit pondered for a moment. That seems to be the case. Bai Yi continued to inquire, how did you fall into slumber? The fire spirit appeared somewhat embarrassed as it replied, when I first came into existence, I found this universe to be extraordinarily fascinating, and I would frolic about in glee. However, each time I traversed a region of stars, that very region would erupt in a cataclysm or collapse. Some even vanished entirely. Bai Yi stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was merely frolicking about, yet wherever he went, calamity followed in his wake. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had Sure ever encountered this fire spirit? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The devastation wrought by the fire spirit was unparalleled, making it impossible for Sure to have crossed paths with it. Out of nowhere, two individuals appeared, and the moment they did, they relentlessly pursued him, delivering a fierce beating. Given their diminutive stature, how could he possibly withstand their onslaught? Eventually, he succumbed to their blows and fell into a deep slumber. At this point, the fire spirit seemed to shudder, recalling the ordeal. What had he done to deserve such treatment? All he sought was a bit of adventure. Yet these two were nothing short of lunatics, madder than madmen, launching an immediate attack upon him. Humph! There was simply no way to enjoy himself any longer. Bai Yi was once again astounded to the utmost. This fire spirit, so formidable, was actually being relentlessly pursued and battered by two individuals. The sheer magnitude of their strength was beyond imagination, instilling a sense of terror. Bai Yi was so astonished that he could not utter a single word for a long time. Wu Ling then remarked, Humph, should I encounter them again? I shall not respond as I did before. Bai Yi regained his composure and inquired, have you become significantly stronger than before? Wu Ling chuckled mischievously, not really. When I see them again, I'll just run away. That way, I won't get beaten up. Hiki. With white leaves adorning his head and dark lines etched upon his visage. He twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. If you were to emerge now, would this starry realm face annihilation? The fire spirit, filled with vexation, retorted, Humph. It is all the fault of those two lunatics. Not only did they assail me, but they also sealed me away. As if that were not enough. They imprisoned me here. Even if I were to escape now, I could no longer frolic about as I once did. Bai Yi inquired, have they sealed your powers? The fire spirit sighed helplessly, I can no longer even fly. Then, as if struck by a thought, the fire spirit asked, might I ask, dear sir, can you fly? Would you kindly take me along for a delightful flight? Bai Yi remained silent. I cannot. I am truly foolish. Is not being able to fly a mark of ignorance? Bai Yi felt utterly disheartened. Throughout his cultivation journey, no one had ever called him foolish before. Moreover, he reasoned that he simply could not fly at this moment. Once he elevated his realm to the sea-breaking stage, would he not be able to soar? The fire spirit interjected, dear brother, if you rescue me, I shall teach you how to fly. Would that not be agreeable? He replied, I fear I cannot liberate you. After all, the one who imprisoned the fire spirit here was no ordinary being. Even a mere barrier set by such a powerful individual would be beyond Bai Yi's current capabilities to unravel. The fire spirit seemed somewhat anxious. Just give it a try. Attempting it requires little effort. Bai Yi remained silent. The fire spirit remarked, you will not be able to locate the entrance on your own. If you rescue me, we shall be friends, and as your friend, I can offer you assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi resolved to attempt the rescue of the fire spirit. He sensed that the fire spirit was indeed sealed, and that it spoke the truth. Furthermore, he realized that it was unlikely he could find the entrance to the fiery prison by himself. With this in mind, Bai Yi opened his mouth to inquire about how to liberate it. However, before he could articulate his question, and as he had firmly resolved to save the fire spirit, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Chapter 80. The invincible solitude. Observing the violently shaking volcano, Bai Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the quaking mountain began to manifest deep fissures, from which brilliant purple beams of light erupted, dazzling and fervent in their splendor. Bai Yi took several steps back, for at that moment, he sensed an ominous presence amidst the violet radiance. The fissures multiplied incessantly, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if the entire mountain were on the verge of fracturing. The purple glow intensified beyond measure, and concurrently, a searing wave of heat erupted alongside the volcanic rupture. Bai Yi retreated several paces once more. Yet he still felt as though he were on the verge of being engulfed by that searing wave of heat, experiencing immense discomfort. Just as Bai Yi was about to retreat again, a voice resonated in his mind. It was the voice of Wu Ling. Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall retract my aura at once. As the words faded, the oppressive heat receded like a tide, and the violet radiance gradually dimmed. Bai Yi was somewhat astonished. Could it be that the aura he sensed just now belonged solely to that fire spirit? Was it possible that its power had not been sealed? Upon contemplating this, Bai Yi felt a surge of dread within his heart, for if this were indeed the case, Bai Yi ceased to contemplate further, for at that moment, within the impending eruption of the volcano, a delicate purple blossom began to ascend. The flower, modest in size, merely the span of a hand, boasted 7 petals, each gracefully unfurling outward. The entire bloom was enveloped in violet flames, suspended in the air, exuding an exquisite beauty. Bai Yi gazed intently at the flower, and at that moment, he had surmised that this blossom was indeed the fire spirit. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse of the starry sky, a young man strolled leisurely, clad in a dark, ornate robe. His long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, and his visage, seemingly sculpted by divine hands, appeared exceptionally handsome. Suddenly, the man halted, uttering a soft exclamation, and then turned his gaze toward a specific direction. In an instant, his eyes pierced through countless star domains, landing upon the fire spirit suspended in the air. Has it emerged? He mused, catching sight of Bai Yi, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What is this? Is this how one plays? With that, he averted his gaze and resumed his leisurely walk. Yet, after only a few paces, he paused once more. I shall assist you this once, he chuckled. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a flash of sword light vanished in an instant. Having roamed invincibly for eons, my heart seeks but a single defeat. Alas, the world proves no match for me, and thus I shall choose to reincarnate anew. Bai Yi fixed his gaze intently on the flower, questioning whether its power had truly been sealed. The fire spirit, too, wore an expression of confusion, recalling that it had indeed been bound before. At that moment, a blinding beam of sword light tore through the fabric of space. Upon witnessing this radiant display, the fire spirit instinctively recoiled, yet the sword light was swifter, penetrating directly into the essence of the fire spirit. In an instant, the spirit's aura began to plummet at a terrifying rate. Moments later, the once enveloped fire spirit flower, shrouded in violet flames, transformed into an exceedingly ordinary pink blossom. If placed among other flora, it would surely go unnoticed, and no one would believe it to be a being capable of annihilating the universe with but a single breath. Upon witnessing the radiant sword light, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. As a sword cultivator, he could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of that gleam. Internally, he marveled at the existence of such a formidable swordsman. The mere flash of sword light exuded such immense power. To what extent must that individual possess strength? Even the fire spirit, capable of annihilating the universe with its mere presence, could not withstand it. Observing the fire spirit transformed into an ordinary flower, Bai Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it truly have been vanquished in an instant? Moments later, the fire spirit's feeble voice broke the silence. That fellow is not human. The moment I emerged, he attacked me again. Boo-hoo. As it spoke, the fire spirit unexpectedly began to weep, with white leaves adorning her head like silken strands and dark lines tracing her features. She pondered, this little creature does not seem so terrifying after all. In fact, there is a certain charm to it. It merely struggles to harness its own power. Reflecting on this, she shook her head with a wry smile and said, enough of the tears. Was the person who unleashed that sword light upon you the same one who previously assaulted you? The fire spirit appeared exceedingly vexed. Indeed, it was him. And there should be another. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had heard from Huo Ling that it was 2 individuals who had brutally assaulted her. Could it be that their strengths were comparable? Were the abilities of those 2 who had attacked you back then similar? Huo Ling snorted disdainfully, exclaiming, They are all villains, both so formidable, and yet they ganged up on me. Bai Yi was somewhat astonished. The sword light from earlier had been exceedingly sharp. It seemed effortless to slay the fire spirit. Yet, why did the 2 individuals initially refrain from killing her? Did they merely intend to teach her a lesson? Otherwise, how could they have settled for merely sealing her? If that were the case, what were the true intentions of those 2? A cascade of questions surged through Bai Yi's mind. After a brief moment, he reined in his thoughts and turned to the fire spirit, inquiring, Can you lead me to my friend now? The fire spirit, regaining her composure, responded, Yes. Follow me. With that, she began to drift slowly in a particular direction. But after a short distance, she swayed unsteadily, as if on the verge of falling. Bai Yi swiftly extended his hand to catch her. And as the fire spirit landed in the palm of his hand, a stream of warm energy, tinged with a chilling essence, coursed through Bai Ye's arm and spread throughout his entire body. Bai Ye was suddenly startled, intending to discard the fire spirit. However, at that moment, it seemed as though the fire spirit was glued to the palm of his hand, rendering it impossible to relinquish. As a wave of terror surged through him, he attempted to remove it with his other hand. Yet, just as his other hand was about to make contact with the fire spirit, it began to fade gradually, merging seamlessly with Bai Ye's hand, leaving behind a delicate pink flower imprint in the center of his palm. Bai Ye gasped in astonishment. "What are you planning to do? Come out at once." The feeble voice of Hor Ling echoed in Bai Ye's mind. "Young sir, it was you who drew me into your being. Please, release me." Bai Ye furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Are you saying that I absorbed you into my body?" The fire spirit, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, "Dear brother, how could you be so mean? We are friends now. Why do you still treat me this way?" Bai Ye sensed something amiss. Clearly, she had dashed into the palm of his hand, so why was it said that he had drawn her in? The voice of the fire spirit, filled with grievance, echoed once more, "Young man, please release me at once." Bai Ye, feeling a twinge of impatience, utilized his spiritual sense to perceive the essence of the fire spirit. However, he found himself unable to detect it. What could possibly be amiss? Just as Bai Ye attempted several times in vain, the voice of the fire spirit resonated once more. This time, devoid of the previous urgency and grievance, it was imbued with excitement. "Wow, dear brother, your body is truly extraordinary. It contains the boundless star realm within. How fascinating." The white leaves fluttered, and a thought struck him. Could this fellow have ventured into his golden core? With this in mind, he hastily exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. See if you can find your way out." At this moment, Bai Ye was engulfed in terror. Previously, he could sense anything within his golden core. Even a mere thought could determine his life or death. Yet now, he was utterly oblivious to the presence of the fire spirit within him, and he felt powerless to dictate its fate, even though it resided within his golden core. The fire spirit chuckled, "Dear boy, this place is simply delightful. Why would I wish to leave? I intend to roam freely within." Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. "Please, do not act recklessly within. It could lead to grave consequences. Rest assured, young sir, I shall not behave irresponsibly." Bai Ye suddenly had a thought, and his expression changed dramatically. "Have you regained your strength?" Chapter 81. The head of the Zhao family. He. Indeed. The pale leaf exclaimed in terror. "How is this possible? Just moments ago, the fire spirit was exceedingly feeble, yet it has instantaneously regained its strength within my golden core. However, that sword light had clearly sealed the fire spirit previously. Could it be that the sword light is merely an illusion, lacking true efficacy?" The fire spirit, somewhat exhilarated, replied, "I am not quite certain either. After I entered, that sword light within me began to gradually dissipate. Now, it has completely vanished." Bai Ye stood utterly bewildered in place. "Young man," she said, "I shall reveal to you the location of that entrance, so you may seek out your friends. I, however, wish to explore this place thoroughly." Bai Ye wished to articulate further, yet after receiving a direction from the fire spirit, silence ensued. He could only shake his head in resignation and smile wryly, pondering the gravity of the situation. If, by chance, the fire spirit were to inadvertently cause his golden core to explode one day, it would indeed be quite the spectacle. Collecting his thoughts, he recognized that excessive worry was futile at this juncture. After all, he was utterly powerless against the fire spirit. He resolved to take each step as it came, planning to devise a solution upon Shur's return. Undoubtedly, she would possess the means to address the predicament. Shur, where have you gone? When will you return?" After a brief moment, he set forth towards the entrance indicated by the fire spirit. After a short search, he discovered an entrance that was modest in size. The mouth of the cave was completely shrouded by surrounding rocks, without careful scrutiny or prior knowledge of its existence. One would never be able to locate this hidden passage. Bai Ye slowly approached the entrance of the cave, and as he ventured deeper, a searing sensation surged toward him. Bai Ye was taken aback. At this moment, he found himself nearly overwhelmed by the scorching heat wave. He realized that this wave of heat could sear not only the human body but, at this instant, his very consciousness seemed to suffer from severe burns as well. What kind of fire is this? Could it possibly not be the aura emitted by the fire spirit? If that is not the case, then from whence does this heat wave emanate? Lost in contemplation, yet his steps did not falter. After an extended period of walking, the cave began to widen, and to his astonishment, crimson flames began to flicker upon the cavern walls. Though sparse, the intensity of the burning sensation here was several times stronger than before. Bai Yi silently fortified his defenses, unconsciously tightening his grip around several spirit stones inscribed with intricate runes. Should danger arise, he would promptly activate the formation to make his escape. His steps instinctively slowed as he ventured deeper into the dimly lit cavern, where the scant crimson flames flickered gently, casting an erratic dance of light and shadow upon the walls. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the distant echo of Bai Yi's deliberate footfalls, each thud resonating with a monotonous yet profoundly heavy weight. At this moment, the atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly oppressive. It was no longer merely the sound of Bai Yi's steps reverberating through the space, for his breathing had now quickened. The rhythmic thud of his footsteps intertwined with the labored gasps, creating an eerie symphony that, combined with the flickering flames, evoked a sense of chilling terror. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a droplet hitting the ground broke the stillness, startling Bai Yi into a tremor. How could there be water here? The cavern was ablaze with flames, and the oppressive heat was formidable. It was nearly unimaginable that droplets could exist in such a sweltering environment. Bai Yi came to a halt, a sense of retreat beginning to tug at him, for this place was undeniably peculiar. He had lost all sense of distance, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in obscurity. And he had not encountered the two individuals that Hualing had mentioned. Was Hualing deceiving him? Contemplating this, he sank into silence, meticulously attuning himself to Hualing within his golden core. Yet, no matter how he strained his senses, he could not perceive Hualing's presence. His brow furrowed in concern. Had he been misled? How he wished for Shirshir's company at that moment. Suddenly, he realized a troubling truth during this time. He had been overly reliant on others. From Yunshang at the beginning to Shirshir now, he had always depended on their insights to navigate challenges. Alas, it seemed he must learn to rely on himself from now on. Resolutely, he made up his mind to proceed without further hesitation. Suppressing the fear and unease that swelled within him, he slowly advanced. Moments later, his pupils constricted. In the distance, he discerned a figure. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, currently enveloped in a fiery red blaze, resembling a being of flame, utterly motionless. Bai Yi swiftly approached, halting within a mere yard of the man. At that moment, the flames enveloping him writhed slowly, as if they were intent on breaking free and leaping towards her. Just as Bai Yi contemplated retreating a few steps, the man abruptly turned his gaze upon her. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. He was indeed alive. However, upon seeing his face, she nearly gasped in horror. It was charred beyond recognition, the scorched skin resembling the cracked bark of a burnt tree. The man fixed his eyes on Bai Yi and rasped, "Who are you?" His voice was hauntingly frail and hoarse, as though it emerged from the depths of hell, sending shivers down her spine. Bai Yi cleared his throat, but did not respond to the man's inquiry. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Why have you been imprisoned here?" The man lowered his head, remaining silent. Bai Yi inquired once more, "Are you aware if there are any others present here?" The man slowly lifted his gaze towards Bai Yi and replied, "To the left, 100 paces away, there is indeed a lady." At this point, he appeared to recall something and continued, "Might you be able to assist me in escaping?" Bai Yi appeared momentarily dazed. "Why should I save you?" The man sighed softly. "I have my concerns about that woman, as well as my daughter." At these words, Bai Yi was suddenly jolted. "Your daughter?" The man continued, "In fact, I am Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family." "What? You claim to be Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family?" Bai Yi exclaimed, astonished. The revelation that this man identified himself as the head of the Zhao family left him utterly shocked. For it had been over a decade that Du Guxian had been managing the Zhao family, and he had never heard of another head of the family. The man seemed to sense Bai Yi's confusion and clarified, "I have been imprisoned here for over 10 years. It is likely that many outside have forgotten me." Bai Yi hastily inquired, "Is that Du Guxian your wife?" With a chuckle, he continued, "Ah, that woman." At this point, he appeared somewhat perplexed. "Did you come in here on your own?" Bai Yi nodded, expressing, "Indeed, I suspect that my friend may be imprisoned here, which is why I came to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. "Came to investigate? What sort of place is this, that one can simply wander in?" A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that some significant event has transpired outside? With this concern in mind, Zhao Lei hastily inquired, "Has there been some major occurrence outside?" Bai Yi shook his head and replied, "It's nothing of great concern. By the way, please wait for me here for a moment. I shall check over there to see if my friend is present." With that, Bai Yi proceeded to walk towards the left, but Zhao Lei called out to him, "Might I kindly request that you first assist me?" Bai Yi halted, turning to gaze at Zhao Lei. "Why should I save you?" Zhao Lei replied in a deep voice, "There are benefits." "What benefits?" Chapter 82. You are Xiaoyu to speak candidly. My Zhao family possesses a treasure. It is of foreign origin. If you are willing to rescue me, I shall gladly bestow this item upon you. Bai Yi felt a stir of excitement. A treasure? Zhao Lei, noticing Bai Ye's intrigue, promptly replied, Indeed, that treasure is extraordinary. Even in the outside world, it is considered a top-tier item. Are you familiar with the world beyond? Bai Yi inquired, and Zhao Lei appeared somewhat astonished. Are you aware of the world beyond? Bai Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, Are you asking me how I am? Zhao Lei, slightly embarrassed, replied, First, rescue me, and then I shall explain everything to you. Although Bai Yi harbored some skepticism towards Zhao Lei, his eagerness to uncover the events unfolding outside was palpable, for Yun Shang was likely out there. Additionally, it was possible that Shi had ventured beyond as well. In truth, he had long yearned to step outside and seek Yun Shang. Previously, when Shi was present, she had deemed his strength insufficient to permit him to go. How can I save you? Zhao Lei's heart leaped with joy. You merely need to extinguish the fire that envelopes me. Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. How can they be taken away? Are they to be lured towards me? Zhao Lei appeared somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps you have alternative methods? Did you not claim that you came to rescue others? Was there no prior preparation? Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words, though the situation was undeniably awkward. Previously, he had been solely preoccupied with the task of rescuing others, neglecting to thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of the fire prison. Nor had he contemplated the means by which to effectuate a rescue. I was indeed unprepared. Zhao Lei, utterly speechless, reflected on the fact that this individual had arrived without the slightest semblance of preparation. This was not a mission of salvation, but rather an invitation to demise. However, a sudden thought struck Zhao Lei, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he inquired, How did you manage to enter? Lacking the protective talismans of the Zhao family, how could you possibly circumvent that mountain? The mountain he referred to was, of course, the one imbued with the essence of fire, and to traverse around it, one must possess the protective charms of the Zhao lineage. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to approach that formidable peak. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and remarked, Perhaps it is my charm that captivates. Zhao Lei pondered for a long while before responding. Unless you can refine this mountain. Bai Yi expressed a hint of surprise. Refining the entire mountain? Zhao Lei sighed deeply. Indeed, this mountain was originally a treasure. However, aside from our ancestor from the Zhao family who managed to refine it, no one has been able to do so since. Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the Zhao family's ancestor, Bai Yi remarked with a slight chuckle, That old man? Zhao Lei felt a surge of indignation at Bai Yi's casual reference to his ancestor as old man, yet he suppressed his anger, recognizing the necessity of relying on Bai Yi to facilitate his escape. Are you familiar with my Zhao family's ancestor? Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, I have encountered him. That old man is rather decent. Zhao Lei, enveloped in crimson flames, stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could he utter such words? Claiming to have met his own ancestors? He himself had never laid eyes upon them, as his forebears had perished thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. Yet he dares to assert that he has seen them? Bai Yi seemed to sense that Zhao Lei harbored some skepticism towards him at that moment, and thus remarked, It matters not if you do not believe me. Once I have rescued you, you may inquire with your ancestors. The more Zhao Lei listened, the more he felt that this individual might be somewhat unhinged. He resolved to disregard him, focusing solely on the prospect of his own salvation, indifferent to Bai Yi's ramblings. Bai Yi sensed that Zhao Lei might truly harbor doubts about him. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. If Zhao Lei did not believe him, so be it. Once they ventured outside, he would surely come to trust him. He chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. Instead, he inquired, You mentioned that this mountain itself is a treasure. Could you share its origins? Zhao Lei replied, I am not privy to the specific details of its history. All I know is that it is a cherished artifact belonging to my ancestors of the Zhao family. Beyond that, I cannot say. Bai Yi pressed further. Are you aware of how to refine it? Zhao Lei appeared momentarily at a loss for words. If I knew how to do that, I would have refined it myself. Wouldn't I? What need would I have for you then? I do not know, he concluded. In silence, Bai Yi suddenly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Young man, do you need assistance? It was the fire spirit. Bai Yi promptly inquired, Can you help me refine this mountain? Why expend effort on a mere crumbling mountain? Simply shatter it, came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of purple light surged forth from Bai Yi's abdomen. As the purple radiance manifested, everything before Bai Yi's eyes gradually transformed into transparency. Zhao Lei was taken aback, exclaiming, This is the power from the volcano. Although he was uncertain if the purple light was indeed that force, terror seized him nonetheless. Moments later, Bai Yi found himself in an expanse devoid of any rocky formations. Turning to his left, he discerned a woman standing 100 zhang away. Yet, upon probing with his divine sense, he realized she was neither Shui Er nor Lung Qing. Strangely, he felt a sense of familiarity with her, though her identity eluded him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei stood frozen, devoid of any flicker of flame, his face a mask of terror as if petrified. A tumult of thought surged within Zhao Lei. Could he have subdued that entity? That is utterly impossible. Even our most formidable ancestors were unable to conquer it, for millennia. No one from the Zhao family has achieved such a feat yet. This lad is merely at the core formation stage. How could he possibly tame it? Bai Yi paid no heed to the dazed Zhao Lei and swiftly approached the woman. Upon closer inspection, she appeared increasingly familiar, however, at that moment. The woman was scorched and charred, much like Zhao Lei had been earlier, rendering her features indistinguishable and obscuring her identity. As Bai Yi pondered this mystery, the woman weakly spoke. So it is, young Master Bai. I am grateful for your rescue. Have you found the young lady? Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi's body jolted as recognition dawned upon him. This must be the maid who frequently assisted Shui Er by delivering messages to him. He then inquired, Are you Xiao Yu? The woman nodded in affirmation. Yes, young Master Bai. At that moment, Zhao Lei approached the two, casting a glance at Bai Yi and asking, Is this your friend? Bai Yi shook her head, yet soon nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei felt a tinge of confusion. Although Xiao Yu was not his friend, she had been regarded as such by Shui Er, who had relied on her assistance on multiple occasions. In this light, it would not be unreasonable to consider Xiao Yu as a friend. Bai Yi spoke. This is not the appropriate place for discussion. Let us step outside first. Zhao Lei nodded, and the three of them proceeded forward. At this moment, the towering mountains had vanished, and naturally, they would not depart in the direction of the Zhao family. After the fire spirit rendered the mountains here into nothingness, Bai Yi found herself unable to contact the fire spirit again, presumably wandering aimlessly within her own golden elixir. Shortly thereafter, the three emerged from the Zhao family's mountain range, which had been transformed into void by the fire spirit. Along the way, Zhao Lei persistently inquired about the current state of the Zhao family, yet Bai Yi remained reticent. Within the imperial hall, Song Yu faced the consciousness of the Zhao family's ancestor. It was unclear what Song Yu had disclosed, but the ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. Is what you say truly accurate? Song Yu chuckled. Would I deceive you? Just as the Zhao family ancestor was about to respond, 8 individuals entered the hall. They were the 3 array masters from Songyun Academy, along with 2 enigmatic experts of the sea-breaking realm and 3 elders from the Zhao family. Chapter 83. A precious birth. Upon witnessing the consciousness of their ancestor, the 3 elders of the Zhao family were taken aback. Hastily kneeling in reverence, we pay our respects to the ancestor. The Zhao family ancestor gestured for them to rise. Please recount the events leading up to this point in detail, starting with that flying dagger. At this, the faces of the 3 elders paled, for they had all been involved in that incident. At this moment, Bai Yi and his companions have arrived at the 5-star academy. The 3 of them are seated around a table in the courtyard. Suddenly, it seems that Zhao Lei uttered something, prompting Bai Yi to rise abruptly. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he exclaimed, his tone imbued with profound disbelief. Years ago, a man wielding a flying dagger aspired to challenge the formidable warriors of the Songyun continent, only to be gravely injured by a throng of attackers. It was the noble Dugu Xian who rescued him, despite already being the second wife of the Zhao family. Zhao Lei's spouse. After saving the man, she devotedly cared for him, and gradually, they found themselves falling in love. From that moment on, Dugu Xian often stayed out late at night. Initially, the Zhao family paid little heed to her absences. However, as time passed, suspicions began to arise. The first to notice the irregularity was the Zhao family matriarch, who, harboring doubts about Dugu Xian, frequently dispatched individuals to covertly follow her. Yet, each time, her watchers were swiftly detected by Dugu Xian, resulting in several months of fruitless surveillance regarding her true activities. Time flowed by, and years slipped away. During this span, Dugu Xian seemed to vanish entirely, never returning to the Zhao household. When she finally reappeared, she was 9 months pregnant, on the brink of childbirth. Zhao Lei was immediately enraged, appalled to witness such disgraceful behavior from his wife, and he sought to impose punishment according to family rules. This punishment entailed extracting the soul of both her and her unborn child, subjecting them to a millennium of torment. Just as Zhao Lei was about to execute this punishment, A figure arrived at the Zhao residence, none other than Xiao Fei, the man whom Du Guxian had once saved. Upon witnessing Du Guxian bound by iron chains, he erupted in fury. "Xiana, I am so sorry. I have arrived too late." Du Guxian, painfully restrained, managed a bitter smile. "Fei Ge, you have hurt me deeply." They had once promised each other a lifetime of unwavering loyalty. Yet, just 3 months into her pregnancy, Xiao Fei had abruptly departed without bidding her farewell, leaving only a note. "Xianer, wait for me. I shall return within a month." Alas, that wait stretched into 3 long months. At long last, Du Guxian could no longer endure the torment of waiting. She resolved to venture out in search of him, though by then she was already 6 months pregnant. Thus, a woman with a prominent belly roamed in pursuit of the man who had made her promises, the man with whom she had forged an agreement, the man whose absence had rendered her unable to withstand the agony of anticipation. This search persisted for 3 months, during which she repeatedly questioned whether her eagerness was misplaced. Wondering how he could possibly remain absent, she pondered whether she was foolish, for a mere slip of paper should not hold such power over her. She contemplated her own ineptitude, lamenting her inability to locate the man she cherished. Countless nights were spent wandering the streets in a daze. Countless rainy days saw her despondently surveying the desolate avenues, and countless times she fled in despair when pursued. Throughout those 3 months, she tasted every bitterness and sharpness that time could offer, yet not a hint of sweetness graced her experience. Ultimately, she could no longer bear it. Just as she was nearing her time to give birth, she summoned the courage to return to the Zhao family. She dared not hope for their forgiveness. Yet she wished they might, out of past affections, provide a morsel of sustenance for the child within her. However, upon her return, she discovered her error, an irretrievable mistake. She came to understand the warmth and chill of human sentiments, the injustices of the world, and that a wrong is a wrong, with nothing capable of atonement. Even when Zhao Lei prepared to enforce the clan's rules upon her, she uttered not a single word, nor did she ever resist. Indeed, she surrendered. In the face of such merciless realities, all forms of defiance and justification seemed utterly insignificant. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she mused, "Fei Ge, I once loved. I have no regrets." Yet, with the words, "Xian I'm sorry, I have come too late," a yearning arose within her, a longing to continue living, to behold the child growing within her, and to forever be with the man she adored. "Fei Ge, you have caused me such sorrow," though not spoken with profound anguish. The words resonated in Xiao Fei's ears, sending a shiver through him. Xiao Fei offered no further words, appearing suddenly beside Du Guxian, shattering the chains that bound her. He then enveloped her in his embrace, whispering repeatedly, "I'm sorry." He understood that no amount of apologies could mend his broken promises. After a moment, he gently released Du Guxian and, casting a cold gaze around, demanded, "Who dares to imprison Xian so audaciously?" Zhao Lei bellowed, "You must be the paramour of this wretched woman." Xiao Fei fixed Zhao Lei with a chilling stare, declaring, "Merely an ant. And yet you presume to lay hands on my Xianer." With a swift motion, he hurled a flying dagger that pierced Zhao Lei's brow, halting just inches from his skull. The onlookers from the Zhao family trembled at the display of such terrifying prowess. Zhao Lei, equally astonished, had sensed the impending threat and was poised to retaliate, yet before he could react, the dagger had already embedded itself in his forehead. At that moment, Du Guxian interjected, "Do not slay him. The fault lies not with him, but with me." Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "I heed your wishes." Du Guxian sighed heavily. "Fei Ge, you have changed." She had perceived it the moment he arrived. The Xiao Fei of old would never have exuded such a palpable aura of lethal intent. Just moments prior, she had felt an overwhelming bloodlust emanating from him that seemed to envelop her as well. She was unaware of what Xiao Fei had endured over the past 6 months. All she knew was that he was indeed transformed. When a person has changed, it is an undeniable truth that no rationale can obscure. Xiao Fei gazed at Du Guxian and asserted, "I have not changed. I was merely agitated upon witnessing your predicament." Du Guxian gently closed her eyes, and as she did, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her expression was one of profound turmoil, leaving no one privy to her thoughts at that moment. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Fei remained silently by her side, neither speaking nor moving. After a brief interval, Du Guxian gradually opened her eyes, and to his surprise, the tears had vanished, replaced by an expression of stark indifference. Just then, the wail of an infant pierced the air, a cry that carried with it the weight of a lifetime of grievances and retribution. Life has cycles of birth and death, Unresolved enmities and the trials of existence converged in that singular moment. As the infant's cries echoed, Zhao Lei's countenance shifted dramatically. It was the moment of the birth of the Zhao family's heir. For Zhao Lei, this was not fortuitous news. Rather, it was a dire omen, heralding familial calamity along with the arrival of a precious child. Du Guxian turned toward the source of the infant's cries, murmuring, "What a coincidence. Fei Ge, I need you to assist me with a task." At her words, Zhao Lei's expression morphed into one of alarm. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Fei barked. "Silence." Before refocusing on Du Guxian, "Xian please continue." Du Guxian responded coldly, "Except for him, all who are aware of this matter must perish." Her finger pointed directly at Zhao Lei. Xiao Fei, taken aback yet refraining from inquiry, replied, "Xian I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he vanished without a trace, offering no promises to Du Guxian, only stating, "I shall go at once," without even the assurance of his return. Du Guxian shook her head with a bitter smile, tears streaming down her cheeks in an instant. At that moment, her expression transformed drastically. She was about to give birth, and a wave of pain coursed through her, threatening to suffocate her. Yet, at this moment, she found herself utterly alone. With a faint smile, the very heavens seemed to darken. Her melancholic grin caused the temperature around her to plummet, as if the entire world dimmed in response. Zhao Lei, pinned by a flying dagger, sensed something amiss with Du Guxian. Despite his profound hatred for the woman who had betrayed him, he felt no anger at that moment. Whether it was the sound of a child's cry that stirred his compassion or his fear of Xiao Fei, he called out urgently, "Someone! The second lady is about to give birth." The mention of second lady made Du Guxian shudder. She looked up at Zhao Lei and, after a long pause, managed to utter 3 words, "I'm sorry." At that moment, 2 elderly women from the Zhao family approached Du Guxian, supporting her as they led her into the room. Watching Du Guxian being escorted away, Zhao Lei's thoughts swirled. Had she been in the wrong? If so, then loving someone was indeed a mistake. However, if she was not at fault, then the fault lay with him. Yet, could he still host a grand feast while being betrayed by his own wife? What is right or wrong but a matter of perspective? With a bitter smile, he mused, "At the ends of the earth, love is elusive. At the horizons of despair, joy is a cruel facade." 3 days later, the events at the Zhao family seemed like a fleeting dream, vanishing upon waking. The Zhao residence was bustling with activity. For today it marked the grand banquet celebrating the 2 beloved daughters of the family. It was indeed a scene of jubilation, filled with congratulations and well wishes. Yet, before the feast officially commenced, a figure emerged amidst the crowd, and with their appearance, the atmosphere turned oppressive. Many in attendance recognized this person. It was Xiao Fei. "Ah, quite the lively gathering," he remarked. Du Guxian stepped forward, questioning, "What brings you here?" Xiao Fei gazed at her, saying, "Xian I had promised to eliminate everyone who knew of this matter." As his words fell, the faces of those present turned ashen. For Xiao Fei possessed the strength to fulfill such a vow. Du Guxian's expression darkened. "No need for that. I can handle this myself. You should leave." However, Xiao Fei laughed heartily. "Xian what do you mean by that?" Du Guxian's demeanor grew indifferent. "From now on, we shall have no further ties." With that, she suddenly tore a strip from her gown, allowing it to fall to the ground. She tossed the fabric into the air, declaring, "We are forever severed." At this, Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes. "Xian why?" Du Guxian fell silent, yet a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. Suddenly, Xiao Fei let out a sinister laugh, proclaiming, "In that case, allow me to perform one final act for you." With that, he spread his palm, revealing a flying dagger nestled within. The dagger measured 4 fingers in length and 1 in width, gleaming with a bright silver hue. A chilling glimmer shimmered along the blade, which bore the engraving of a small character for Xiao. Abruptly, Xiao Fei hurled the dagger with great force. The moment it flew forth, an overwhelming aura enveloped all present, rendering them immobile in terror. The flying dagger surged towards the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Du Guxian's expression turned to one of horror as she cried, "Stop." However, Xiao Fei paid her no heed, and the dagger plunged into the throng. In an instant, torrents of blood erupted. The entire expanse was drenched in crimson, the nauseating stench of blood filling the air. Heads tumbled to the ground, their terrified eyes wide open as if attempting to imprint the moment of their demise into memory. Moments later, only Du Guxian and Zhao Lei remained standing. All the other members of the Zhao family and the powerful figures who had come to congratulate them lay slain by a single strike. "Xian come with me," he said, his tone lacking warmth, bordering on frigid. Du Guxian shook her head, replying, "You are no longer the Xiao Fei you once were. He has departed and will not return." Xiao Fei frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Am I not here?" Duguxian chuckled softly. "No, you are not him." She recalled the first time she met Xiao Fei. He was certainly not this cold-hearted. Xiao Fei suddenly shouted in anger, "Will you come with me or not?" Duguxian gazed at him for a long while before gently shaking her head. Xiao Fei dismissed her, turning to enter the room. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically, and he stepped forward to intervene, only to find a dagger pressed against his brow. Xiao Fei entered the room, where a cherubic infant lay upon the bed, smiling at his approach and cooing in greeting. Xiao Fei picked up the child, turning to leave the room. Upon seeing him carry the infant, Duguxian gasped in terror, "What are you doing?" "Put him down." Xiao Fei coldly replied, "My child shall naturally accompany me." After uttering this, he turned his gaze toward a specific direction, the location of the Zhao family's fire prison. "It is quite a suitable place," he remarked before delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Lei, sending him crashing into the fire prison. Only after being confined did Zhao Lei awaken to the realization that the child Xiao Fei had taken was not Duguxian's, but his own. Yet neither Duguxian nor Xiao Fei was aware of this. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Bai Yi abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Impossible. How can this be?" As Zhao Lei remarked, "It is indeed Zhao Shuer who is the daughter of Du Guxian. The one taken away by Xiao Fei was, in fact, the young lady of the Zhao family." If this is the case, one cannot help but ponder how Du Guxian would react upon discovering that Shuesh is her biological daughter. This thought caused Bai Yi to shake his head and sigh, reflecting on the complexities of fate. It is no wonder that Shuer possesses an extraordinary physique and lineage. Within the imperial hall, the ancestor of the Zhao family suddenly rose and made his way outside. He had just overheard the three discussing that Zhao Lei might be imprisoned in the fire dungeon. He was eager to see Zhao Lei and learn the full details of the situation. However, he soon began to fade into the ethereal. He thought to himself, "Alas, my consciousness is waning, and I can no longer persist." With a bitter smile, he resigned himself to the affairs of the younger generation, declaring, "Let them handle it," before vanishing completely. Chapter 85, The Temple of the Heartless. Chapter 86, Leave you intact within the 5-Star Academy. Bai Yi, Xiaoyu, Zhao Lei, and Yang Xiao were seated around a table. Xiaoyu spoke softly, "Young Master Bai, might there be any news of Miss Shuer?" As she uttered these words, she cast a somewhat awkward glance at Zhao Lei, feeling that her reference to Shuer as Miss might be inappropriate, given her recent revelation that Zhao Shuer was not the daughter of the Zhao family head. Zhao Lei remained silent, grappling with his own complex emotions in that moment. Bai Yi shook his head, expressing his concern. Since Shuer's disappearance, there had been no news whatsoever. Yang Xiao interjected suddenly, questioning whether they might have discovered Zhao Shuer's lineage and taken her away. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a flicker of doubt. Had they been unaware of Shuer's origins, they likely would not have known where she could be. However, now that they were aware of her heritage, Yang Zhao's hypothesis could not be dismissed. Zhao Lei, furrowing his brow, contemplated the implications, if this were indeed the case. Bai Yi could readily infer his thoughts without further elaboration. Should they have learned of Shuer's background, it would follow that the infant previously taken by Xiao Fei was unequivocally Zhao Lei's child. And upon realizing that this was Zhao Lei's offspring, would they not pose a threat to its safety? With this troubling thought, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern among the group. Suddenly, Zhao Lei declared, "I must return to the Zhao family to investigate whether anyone has become aware of this matter." Bai Yi did not refuse. He initially intended to accompany Zhao Lei, but was met with rejection. Zhao Lei expressed concerns about potential dangers that might befall him, leaving Bai Yi with no choice but to remain temporarily at the 5-Star Academy. In the ensuing days, Bai Yi immersed himself in fervent cultivation, only to discover the situation growing increasingly intricate. First, Yinshang had vanished without a trace, followed by Lang Qing, and now, Shi had been absent for an extended period. Furthermore, the complexity of Zhao Shuer's lineage was beyond his comprehension. He pondered whether, should he encounter Shuer again one day, they could still share the same bond as before. Drawing forth the crimson longsword, Bai Yi found himself lost in contemplation. The previous 3-sword technique had stagnated at its first form, achieving a minor perfection in the initial strike that shattered the earth. Despite relentless efforts, he found himself unable to progress further. It felt as though something essential was lacking, yet he could not discern what it was. The second and third forms remained unattainable without first mastering the first. With a sigh, he lamented the missed opportunity. Should he perfect the second form, his strength would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. Regaining his focus, he began to contemplate the sword technique imparted to him by the sword spirit, henceforth to be known as the sword spirit strike. He recognized a fundamental difference between this technique and the three-sword style. The latter emphasized sheer power, capable of overwhelming myriad techniques and even cleaving the heavens. In contrast, the sword spirit strike did not rely on brute strength, yet the essence it depended upon remained elusive, a mystery Bai Yi could not grasp at this moment. As he prepared to execute the sword spirit strike, he sensed a peculiar energy, albeit one he could not yet fully command. He ventured to an open area where the terrain extended for hundreds of feet, a desolate expanse of yellow earth and gravel, starkly barren and strikingly forlorn. Bai Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his right hand holding a sword that pointed elegantly towards the ground. He exuded an air of superiority, as if all that existed beneath his blade were mere insects. He remained still, his eyes shut tight, immersed in profound contemplation. He sought to comprehend this world, to fathom the vast universe, and to explore the celestial domain within his golden core. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, allowing a strand of black to dance in the wind. The luxurious robe draped upon him fluttered softly as well. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had entered a remarkably extraordinary state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at that instant, a mysterious force began to swirl around him. Surprised by this phenomenon, Bai Yi endeavored to harness the enigmatic energy, but just then, it began to dissipate slowly. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the enigma of utilizing that elusive power. He sensed that it might be the very essence lacking in the first stance of the three swords technique. However, at present, he could only perceive it without the means to harness it. With a sigh of resignation, he mused that had Pshur been present, she would undoubtedly know how to wield such energy. Disregarding further distractions, he endeavored once more to establish a connection with that force. Yet his attempts mirrored his previous failures. Though he could feel its presence, every effort to engage or summon it resulted in its gradual dissipation. An epiphany struck him. What if he employed a formation to communicate with that energy? Might it yield a different outcome than before? With this thought in mind, he once again attuned to that force, and as he began to inscribe intricate patterns in the void, the space around him trembled subtly. Yet, remarkably, that power remained unaffected, continuing to swirl gently around Bai Yi. A surge of joy coursed through Bai Yi's heart. Such formidable power proved to be even more resilient than the very fabric of this space. Despite his astonishment at the might and tenacity of this force, a shadow of concern clouded his countenance, for he realized that his formation merely stabilized this power, preventing its dissipation, yet he remained unable to harness or manipulate it. This left Bai Yi in a state of perplexity. What could possibly be the reason? After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the endeavor for the time being. Slowly, he lifted his sword, scrutinizing it with great care. What had rendered that initial strike so terrifying? At that moment, two figures materialized not far from Bai Yi. Both donned long gray robes with white sleeves. One of them, with flowing white hair, stood tall and proud, exuding an invisible aura of overwhelming strength despite his seemingly frail physique. The other, with hair as dark as ink cascading over his shoulders, appeared more robust in comparison to the white-haired elder, his gaze sharp and piercing like a bolt of lightning. These two were none other than the guardians of the temple's young master, Feng Yong and El Yen. Both were peak cultivators of the sea-breaking realm. Upon the arrival of these two, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. When his formidable spiritual sense swept over them, it felt as if a stone had plunged into the ocean. These were undoubtedly superlative beings. However, sensing that they were merely at the sea-breaking realm left him even more bewildered, as even the formidable Lord Kanglin had not evoked such a reaction in him. A thought stirred within his mind. These two must have come from the outside world. Previously, Shur had mentioned that the cultivation system of this continent differed from that of the outside. In essence, within the same realm, individuals from this continent were significantly weaker. He had initially dismissed her warnings as exaggerations, but now it seemed that Shur had not been alarmist in her assertions. Meanwhile, the two figures were also observing Bai Yi with a hint of astonishment. Why did this individual before them seem different from those they had encountered previously? Although Bai Yi was merely at the core formation realm, he appeared substantially stronger than the other core formation cultivators from this continent. He might even surpass those from their homeland. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them, causing them to draw in a sharp breath. They exchanged glances. Could it be that the box was the source of this youth's extraordinary prowess? If he could cultivate to such heights on this continent, how formidable would he become in their realm? One of them fixed his gaze on Bai Yi and declared, I have no desire for idle chatter. Hand over that item, and I may spare your life. Bai Yi smiled broadly, saying, esteemed seniors, let us engage in a civil discourse rather than resorting to threats of violence. Upon hearing this, the two men were momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. They thought to themselves, we came here to take your life and seize your treasures. And yet you suggest we converse amicably? Has he lost his senses? At that moment, one of them turned to his companion and remarked, we must exercise caution. This individual may possess some hidden advantage. The speaker was none other than the venerable elder Feng Yang, a man renowned for his prudence and strategic foresight, always considering the larger picture and possessing a meticulous mind. To him, Bai Yi's calm demeanor suggested the presence of some form of support. In truth, Bai Yi was inwardly anxious, considering these two individuals to be the most formidable he had encountered, second only to Song Yu. His apparent composure was merely a fade. He recalled the time he had deceived Mu Xiao. Had he not maintained a fade of strength and calm, he might have been eliminated by Mu Xiao long ago. He lamented to himself, sometimes, feigning bravado can indeed be a lifesaver. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man scoffed at Feng Yang's caution. Dismissing the idea, is he merely at the core formation stage? Is such trepidation truly warranted? He understood Feng Yang's nature well, his tendency to deliberate extensively, always weighing his options. Yet, it was precisely this caution that had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. While he found Feng Yang's meticulousness and hesitance irksome, he still held a measure of respect for him. Feng Yang replied solemnly, this individual is no ordinary foe. It would be prudent for us to remain vigilant. Should we err through negligence, how shall we account for it to our master? LV Yin fell silent, acknowledging that, as Feng Yang had stated, this matter could not afford any missteps. The smile on Bai Yi's face remained undiminished, and she appeared even more composed. Turning to the two, she remarked, have you both given it some thought? Will you resort to violence, or shall we engage in a proper discussion? Feng Yang responded with a subtle smile. I am aware of your exceptional talents and the valuable treasures you possess, yet I truly cannot fathom the confidence that allows you to remain so unperturbed. Bai Yi mused to himself, this old fellow is no ordinary man. He is neither naive nor overly impulsive. The situation is rather troublesome. He is unperturbed by those who can be easily deceived, nor is he intimidated by the exceedingly rash. Yet, this old man appears to possess a remarkable wisdom. How astonishingly cautious he is. With this thought, Bai Yi chuckled softly, since you are aware of my extraordinary nature and possess a treasure for protection. Why then do you choose to stand against me? Would it not be more beneficial for us to forge an alliance? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Feng Yang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Forge an alliance with you? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, we shall form a close alliance. With my innate talent and potential, it will not be long before I rise to prominence in this world. At that time, coupled with the treasures I possess, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that I could tread upon the very expanse of heaven and earth. Upon hearing these words, Elian nearly stumbled, exclaiming, are you not merely boasting? Do you truly believe you can trample upon the entirety of existence? Bai Yi smiled faintly, then could not help but exhale towards the two of them. Observing Bai Yi's demeanor, both individuals found it somewhat peculiar, yet they did not dwell on it further. Just as Feng Yang was about to speak, Bai Yi suddenly inquired, do you, esteemed brother, doubt my innate talent and potential? This question was directed at Elian. Elian responded with a mocking smile, if you are capable of treading upon the entirety of this world, then I shall surely stand upon your head. Bai Yi was taken aback. This fellow seemed rather simple-minded. Since he could not deceive the elder, he decided to first take advantage of this somewhat naive individual. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Lu Yin, his previously proud demeanor suddenly transforming into one of humility. Witnessing this, both individuals were filled with confusion, and Feng Yang was about to speak. However, Lu Yin preempted him, inquiring, what do you mean by this? Bai Yi sighed softly and inquired, may I ask for your esteemed name, elder brother? Although Lu Yin felt a twinge of confusion regarding Bai Yi's intentions, he nonetheless replied, Lu Yin. Bai Yi smiled faintly and clasped his fists towards Lu Yin, saying, Brother Lu, what my elder brother remarked earlier is not an exaggeration. Even if I were to trample upon the entire realm beneath my feet, I would still find myself under your elder brother's shadow. Lu Yin snorted disdainfully. That is only natural. Meanwhile, Feng Yang felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that this fellow intended to deceive Lu Yin. Just as he was about to interject a warning, Bai Yi preempted him, saying, Brother Lu, you are indeed a dragon among men, possessing unparalleled talents. Your rise in the future is boundless. At this point, Bai Yi glanced at Lu Yin, noticing that he seemed to be somewhat swayed by the flattery. Delighted, he continued, however. Yet, Bai Yi paused after uttering these two words, refraining from elaborating further. Seeing that Bai Yi had ceased to speak, Lu Yin grew anxious. Brother Bai, but what is it? Upon hearing Lu Yin address Bai Yi as Brother Bai, Feng Yang's heart raced. He thought to himself, could it be that this fellow has truly been swayed by Bai Yi's words? Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene at this moment, instead opting to observe what Bai Yi intended to do. In his view, absolute power rendered all else futile. Bai Yi observed that Feng Yang no longer intended to expose himself to Yan, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What game was this individual playing? Noticing Bai Yi's silence, Yan grew anxious and implored, Brother Bai, what is it? Bai Yi retracted his thoughts, reflecting on the fact that a person of such exceptional caliber as Brother Lu must submit to the whims of others, which stirred a sense of indignation within him. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the essence of Bai Yi's sentiment. With a soft sigh, he lamented, alas. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression appeared one of profound resignation, as if he were contemplating something significant yet chose to remain silent. Bai Yi inquired, is there a particular reason for this? If it is inconvenient for Brother L to speak, then it is best left unsaid. Yin nodded in response. It is not that I am reluctant to share, but rather that this matter is exceedingly intricate. Even if I were to articulate it, it would alter nothing. Meanwhile, Feng Yang, unable to contain his impatience any longer, interjected. Yin, our mission is to eliminate and acquire treasures, not to engage in heartfelt conversations with friends. Bai Yi gazed at Feng Yang and remarked, esteemed senior, your words are misguided. The act of taking lives for treasure does not inherently contradict the pursuit of heartfelt conversation with friends, does it? Feng Yang let out a cold laugh and replied, oh really? Yet the very person we seek to eliminate is you, while he is engaged in a heartfelt dialogue with you. Does this not present a contradiction? The white-haired elder's eyelid twitched, a reminder that this old man had not forgotten his intent to kill him. Yet, Yin interjected, old Feng, I believe this Brother Bai is quite decent. There is no need for us to resort to extermination. We can engage in dialogue. Upon hearing Yan's words, Feng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you forgotten your senses? He retorted. Yan, somewhat incensed, replied, old Feng, we harbor no enmity towards Brother Bai. Why must we resort to murder? Do you dare question the young master's orders? His voice turned icy. With a heavy sigh, Yan continued, Brother Bai, I am powerless in this matter. However, if you surrender that item, I assure you, your life will be spared. Bai Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. This will put Brother Lu in a difficult position. Perhaps it is best to refrain from pursuing this matter. I bear no ill will towards Brother Lu, for you are merely acting under orders. Feng Yang pointed at Bai Yi. Cease your nonsensical chatter. With that, he launched an attack towards Bai Yi. Chapter 88, The Terrifying Sword. Although Feng Yang did not unleash his full strength, he exerted 70% of his power. In his estimation, Bai Yi was merely at the core formation stage. No matter how extraordinary he may be, surviving a strike infused with 70% of his might was inconceivable. Even this restrained attack was sufficient to make the very fabric of space tremble. The space around them began to shatter, fragmenting into countless pieces. Feng Yang's palm bore an inexhaustible force, bearing down upon Bai Yi with overwhelming intensity. Bai Yi was taken aback. The formidable power of Feng Yang was truly terrifying. Even the esteemed Song Lan at the sovereign realm might not surpass him, and could potentially fall short. As he beheld the dreadfully powerful strike hurtling toward him, Bai Yi's heart raced with fear. Just as Feng Yang's blow was about to descend upon him, Lu Yin stepped forward, intercepting the attack with a punch aimed at Feng Yang. Old Feng, hold your hand, he commanded. Feng Yang, enraged by Lu Yin's interruption, retorted, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Lu Yin replied, I have already promised Brother Bai that should he surrender the item required by the young master, I would ensure his life is spared. Feng Yang's expression darkened considerably. That Bai Yi was merely toying with you? Do you realize that? Lu Yan's countenance shifted slightly as he turned his gaze toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily replied, not at all. What I just conveyed to Brother L was from the depths of my heart. Feng Yang scoffed him. Spare us your nonsensical prattle. Yin turned his gaze towards Feng Yang and stated, regardless, having made a promise to Brother Bai, I shall uphold it. He then looked at Bai Yi and continued, Brother Bai, if you hand over that item, I assure you that no one shall harm you. Bai Yi appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head with a sigh. It is not that I am unwilling to part with that item. but rather that I am truly unable to relinquish it at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Elian felt a sense of confusion. Why? At that moment, he harbored no doubts about Bai Ye's honesty after their recent conversation. He had developed a certain fondness for Bai Yi and naturally could not believe that Bai Yi would deceive him. However, Feng Yong interjected, "Could it be that you have consumed that item?" Bai Yi was somewhat at a loss for words. Why was this old fellow so incredulous of himself? Did he really not consider himself handsome? Lu Yin also gazed at Bai Yi with a puzzled expression, awaiting an explanation. Bai Yi sighed softly. "It is not I who consumed that item. Did not Song Lan elaborate on this matter with you?" He naturally deduced that Song Lan must have disclosed the affair regarding the box. Feng Yong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How do you know that it was Song Lan who revealed this to us?" Bai Yi smiled broadly. "Naturally, it was he who revealed it to me." Bai Yi resolved to continue his ruse. He yearned to engage in a fierce battle with the old man, yet he feared that the elder's formidable prowess might prove overwhelming. Meanwhile, Feng Yong had ceased to dwell on the matter of Song Lan. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to eliminate you first, after which he could ascertain whether he could acquire that coveted item. Having said this, he turned to Lu Yin and remarked, "You see, it is not that you have failed to uphold your promise, but rather that he has no intention of relinquishing that item. Do you still hesitate?" Lu Yin's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and he remained silent. Bai Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Lu, do not feel burdened. Strike without hesitation." Feng Yong retorted coldly, "To kill you, I am sufficient." With that, he unleashed another punch aimed directly at Bai Yi. This blow was executed with all his might. Intending to shatter Bai Yi in a single strike, he sought to deny him any opportunity to speak, for Bai Yi exuded an aura that was exceedingly treacherous. He dared not entertain further thoughts, fearing that prolonged engagement might lead to his fate mirroring that of Lu Yin. As the punch soared towards him, the space surrounding Bai Yi disintegrated into mere powder, while simultaneously, countless spatial blades surged forth to cleave towards him. Bai Yi's expression changed drastically. As Elian had not intervened to assist him, faced with Feng Yong's strike, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Escape was out of the question. There was no possibility of fleeing. He had to withstand this blow. Consequently, Bai Yi channeled his inner energy, directly invoking the mysterious power from within his golden elixir. A resonant sound akin to a sword's cry echoed forth. The crimson longsword in Bai Yi's hand quivered slightly, emanating a dazzling red light. At that moment, Feng Yong also noticed the sword in Bai Yi's grasp and could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent weapon!" With the sound of a sword's resonance, Bai Yi thrust the blade forward, aiming directly at Feng Yong. Feng Yong sneered, "Are you making a futile struggle?" Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. The blade wielded by Bai Yi astonishingly matched the might of his opponent's fist. The crimson radiance emanating from the sword illuminated the entire expanse, rendering it almost transparent. Under the influence of this red glow, Feng Yong's powerful punch trembled slightly, as if it harbored a certain trepidation towards the crimson light. Feng Yong's expression hardened, and he unleashed another punch. At this moment, although Bai Yi's sword barely withstood the force of Feng Yong's blow, the overwhelming might behind it was not to be hindered. An immense force collided directly with Bai Yi's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of feet away. As he came to a halt, blood poured from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to tend to his injuries, for Feng Yong's subsequent punch was already on its way. Channeling all his strength, Bai Yi executed the sword's spirit technique, thrusting the blade towards the massive shadow of the approaching fist. However, the once formidable sword spirit technique now wielded no power whatsoever. Bai Yi's heart sank in terror. What went wrong? How could this happen? There was no time for further contemplation. Instinctively, he sought to evade Feng Yong's impending strike. However, he soon realized that no matter how he attempted to dodge, the colossal shadow of the fist remained unyieldingly aimed at him. Am I doomed? In the face of this blow, Bai Yi harbored no hope for survival, for the ferocity of the attack was beyond anything he could possibly withstand at this moment. Bai Yi's face contorted with a sinister hue, as he endeavored to absorb this valiant essence into his golden core. Yet, at that very moment, the crimson longsword in Bai Yi's hand quivered slightly. Observing the trembling blade, Bai Yi was taken aback, pondering the situation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to abandon the idea of forcibly incorporating Feng Yong into his golden core. He unleashed the sword's spirit once more, and with a profound resonance. The sword emitted a sonorous cry that reverberated across the heavens. At that moment, the crimson longsword activated its protective state, and combined with the formidable might of Bai Yi's sword spirit, it became an object of unparalleled terror. He thrust the blade directly toward Feng Yang, whose fist was advancing menacingly. As the sword sliced through the air, the very fabric of space crumbled in its wake, accompanied by an overwhelming spatial pressure that descended upon Feng Yang with ferocity. Feng Yang's expression shifted drastically. How can this be possible? He quickly withdrew his fist to counter the terrifying force of the spatial collapse. Just then, Bai Ye's strike arrived. A resounding explosion shattered the sky. In the aftermath of the blast, both Feng Yang and Bai Yi were propelled backward. Feng Yang halted after retreating several dozen yards, his face a canvas of shock as he gazed at the longsword in Bai Ye's grip. Meanwhile, Bai Yi continued to retreat until he came to a gradual stop 1,000 yards away, blood spewing from his mouth. Even such a fearsome strike could not withstand Feng Yang's power, resulting in Bai Yi sustaining severe injuries. Feng Yang fixed his penetrating gaze on Bai Yi, incredulously inquiring, "From whence did that sword originate?" At that moment, Feng Yang felt a strange familiarity with the blade, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Bai Yi gasped for breath, inquiring, "Have you ever seen this sword?" Feng Yang responded, "It seems I've encountered it somewhere before." Bai Yi smiled broadly, and with that grin, another mouthful of blood flowed forth. "Humph, haven't you seen this before, under your father's hand?" Feng Yang, in a fit of rage, charged forward once more, delivering a powerful punch towards Bai Yi. Chapter 89. Why not forge a friendship with him? Chapter 90. Song Yu's Choice. Chapter 91. Do not speak nonsense. Bai Yi shook his head, saying, "Whatever the matter, we can discuss it here." He certainly would not follow Sun Liang away, fearing that he might never return. Sun Liang chuckled, "Young Master Bai, it is wise to recognize the situation. Otherwise, one may incur unnecessary harm." At this moment, Song Yu found himself in a quandary. If Sun Liang were to strike, should he aid Sun Liang or support Bai Yi? After all, he was the one who had brought Bai Yi here. If he chose to assist Sun Liang, his conscience would be burdened. Yet, if he sided with Bai Yi, what would become of Mayer? Just as Song Yu grappled with this dilemma, Sun Liang suddenly addressed him, saying, "Brother Song Yu, we are currently in your imperial hall. If I were to act, it might not reflect well." It was evident that he was subtly urging Song Yu to take action, but would Song Yu comply? Bai Yi gazed at Song Yu, inquiring, "Might you offer an explanation?" Song Emperor? From the very beginning, Bai Yi had been somewhat perplexed. Had he not been on amicable terms with Song Yu? What could have prompted this individual to suddenly arrive with a contingent to apprehend him? Song Yu sighed heavily, his voice laced with regret. "I sincerely apologize, young Master Bai. The reasons behind this situation are not something I wish to elaborate on. Consider it a debt I owe you, a life for a life. Should circumstances permit in the future, I, Song Yu, shall undoubtedly repay this favor bestowed by you, young Master Bai." Although Bai Yi remained somewhat perplexed, he decided not to press further since Song Yu was reluctant to elaborate. Given the circumstances, he resolved to take things one step at a time. He then turned to Sun Liang and declared, "I will accompany you." Sun Liang was taken aback by Bai Ye's willingness to follow him. Song Yu furrowed his brow, fully aware that if Bai Yi chose to follow Sun Liang, it would likely lead to a perilous fate, unless the young lady, Sure, were to make an appearance. However, he had not encountered Sure in recent days, which left him feeling somewhat bewildered. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he was the first to exit the secret chamber, closely followed by Sun Liang. As they stepped out, Sun Liang turned back to glance at Song Yu and said softly, "I am truly grateful to you, Brother Song. You can rest assured about the matter I promised you." Song Yu, however, paid no heed to Sun Liang and instead fell into deep contemplation. Sun Liang led Bai Yi swiftly onward until they soon came to a halt. At that moment, they found themselves in a desolate expanse, an immense wasteland stretching endlessly before them. The boundless emptiness weighed heavily upon Bai Ye's spirit. "Young Master Bai, do you understand why I have brought you here?" Bai Yi furrowed his brows and inquired, "Could it be that the feng shui here is auspicious?" Sun Liang was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ye's rhetorical question, asking in confusion, "What auspicious feng shui?" Bai Yi sighed, "A person on the brink of death, of course, must choose a spot of unparalleled feng shui for their final resting place." Upon hearing this, Sun Liang's expression instantly turned icy. "Are you speaking of yourself?" Bai Yi shook his head, exclaiming, "I am referring to you." At that moment, Bai Yi involuntarily activated his defensive demeanor, observing Bai Ye's calm and composed disposition. Sun Liang felt a slight flutter in his heart. Could it be that this individual possesses some hidden advantage? "Young Master Bai, I bear no ill will towards you. As long as you relinquish those 2 boxes to me, I shall not cause you any trouble." "Boxes?" Bai Yi appeared rather perplexed. "Those boxes have already been taken by someone else. Are you not aware of this? Sun Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think I am a fool? At that moment, he certainly would not believe Bai Ye's words. Taken by someone else? How could that possibly be? Bai Yi sighed. Very well. If you choose not to believe me, then come and retrieve it yourself. The box resides within me. It is up to you to extract it. If you wish to obtain it, approach me directly. If not, allow me to depart. I find this incessant prattling a waste of time, and I tire of it. Sun Liang, feeling a surge of anger, declared, Then I shall take it myself. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Bai Yi, an overwhelming aura of barrier realm energy enveloping the entire expanse. Under the pressure of this force, the space surrounding Bai Yi began to shatter inch by inch. Not only that, but fissures also began to appear on Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye's heart sank in terror. How could this person's strength be so formidable? He felt utterly powerless to retaliate. Just as the overwhelming pressure seemed poised to tear Bai Yi apart, a figure suddenly materialized. An unkempt old man, clutching a chicken leg and with a gourd of wine hanging from his waist, stumbled unsteadily before Bai Yi. It was none other than the Elder of Transformation. With the Elder's arrival, the insufferable pressure of the barrier that Sun Liang had unleashed upon Bai Yi vanished without a trace. Observing this, Sun Liang halted his attack, his expression grave as he regarded the Elder of Transformation. Who are you? The Elder chuckled heartily. Who am I? At this moment, Bai Yi was overwhelmed with an indescribable astonishment, struck by the sheer magnitude of the old man's power. He had previously experienced the formidable pressure exuded by Sun Liang. However, upon the old man's arrival, that oppressive force had vanished without a trace. It was evident that these two individuals belonged to entirely different realms of capability. With this realization, he promptly clasped his fists in a respectful salute towards the Elder of Creation, expressing his gratitude. I am Bai Yi, and I deeply appreciate your timely intervention. The Elder of Creation turned to Bai Yi and replied with a chuckle. Go on and amuse yourself. This matter no longer concerns you. Bai Yi felt somewhat speechless. This old man was rather peculiar. Opposite him, Sun Liang wore a grim expression as he gazed at the Elder of Creation. Are you certain you wish to interfere in the matters of my temple? The Elder of Creation appeared taken aback. You belong to the temple? Sun Liang replied sternly. I am Sun Liang, an Elder of the temple. If you insist on meddling in this affair, you will be declaring enmity against my temple. You ought to consider this carefully. The Elder of Creation pondered for a moment. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised to hear you claim affiliation with the temple, regardless of your temple's intentions. I shall not permit the strong to bully the weak in this realm. Humph. Your words carry considerable weight, yet I am aware that your strength surpasses mine. However, can you truly contend against the entirety of my temple alone? Bai Yi suddenly inquired of the Elder of Creation, esteemed senior, what exactly is this temple? His words were deliberate, intended to provoke the man opposite him, Sun Liang. With this elder present, Bai Yi felt assured that Sun Liang posed no significant threat. The Elder of Creation glanced at Bai Yi, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze, and replied, merely a trivial trinket, unworthy of concern. Sun Liang, upon hearing the two dismiss the temple as a mere trinket, felt a surge of fury within him. He understood that the temple was among the foremost powers within the realm of the divine, and to witness such disdain in this insignificant locale was infuriating. While the Elder's contempt could be overlooked due to his formidable prowess, Bai Yi's audacity to belittle the temple was utterly unfathomable. After all, Bai Yi was but an insect at the core formation stage, a mere pest that Sun Liang could easily eradicate in a heartbeat. Upon hearing the words of the Elder of Creation, Bai Yi visibly relaxed, exhaling a long sigh. Oh, so it is merely a worthless trinket. I had thought it to be a formidable force. He then admonished, enough of your nonsensical chatter. Chapter 92. Feng Yong and El Yin return having spoken. He prepared to strike at Bai Yi, but the Elder of Creation cast a fierce glare, exclaiming, would you like me to bestow upon you a lesson in creation? At this, Sun Liang, who was about to make his move, hesitated. He realized that he was no match for the old man. The thought of being slain by him sent a chill down his spine. Where would he find solace after such a demise? With this in mind, he cast a cold glance at Bai Yi and declared, we shall meet again. Bai Yi hurriedly shook his head, saying no. Let us part ways forever. He certainly did not wish to encounter the other party, especially not when he lacked sufficient strength. After Sun Liang departed, the Elder of Fortune gazed at Bai Yi and inquired, was that seal you devised? Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what seal? The Elder of Creation replied, it is the seal of the desolate well located deep within the Black Wind Forest. Bai Yi nodded, indeed, is there something amiss? The venerable elder of creation scrutinized Bai Yi with a grave expression. He had initially presumed that it was that girl Yunsheng who was responsible, but to his surprise, it was this little fellow instead. What about that girl? Bai Yi was filled with confusion and pondered to himself. Could it be that this old man recognized him from before? Who could that girl he mentioned possibly be? With this thought in mind, Bai Yi could not help but inquire, which girl? Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, the elder of creation was momentarily taken aback. He mused. Does this fellow have many girls around him? Is he referring to the girl from the 5-star academy? In truth, the elder of creation was unaware that Yunsheng had already departed, for he had visited a certain place where he encountered an unforgettable event that would leave an indelible mark on his life. It was a matter so shocking that it would reverberate throughout his existence. The moment the elder of creation mentioned the girl from the 5-star academy, Bai Yi's eyes dimmed. Observing this, the elder of creation felt a twinge of concern. Could something have happened to that girl? Yet, in this continent, there were scarcely any threats to her safety. Could it be that individual from earlier? Has something befallen that girl? Bai Yi shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She had been gone for quite some time, and her whereabouts remained a mystery to me. Yet, every thought of her brought a tinge of unease to my heart. The old man of fate appeared somewhat perplexed. He harbored a genuine fondness for that girl, akin to that of a grandfather for his granddaughter. Moreover, she shared his affinity for meat. However, had the old man of fate been privy to the incident that transpired between Yunsheng and Bai Yi, driven by her passion for meat, his affection for her would undoubtedly have waned. The old man of fate pondered. Could she have ventured outside? Bai Yi nodded and said, indeed, when she departed. She mentioned that she was going elsewhere, claiming that Master was in danger over there and that she needed to rescue him. Such folly! How could she be so reckless? Upon witnessing the elder of creation in such a state, Bai Yi felt an unsettling anxiety within her heart. Could she be in peril? The elder of creation sighed. I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly not a safe situation. Do you know where she has gone? Bai Yi inquired. The elder of creation fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi. Do you wish to rescue her? Bai Yi nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, I wish to rescue her. However, that cannot be done just yet. Your strength is still insufficient. At this point, he appeared to recall something, his expression shifting as he inquired of Bai Yi. What about that young girl? Bai Yi cast a puzzled glance at the elder of creation. Sure. The elder nodded. It should be so. If she were here, we could certainly seek out that young girl over there. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Poetry has departed. The elder of creation appeared perplexed. How could she leave? Has something significant occurred? When Poetry sought him out initially, she had mentioned that she would soon be leaving. However, it seemed she intended to depart alongside this young one. Yet, why had she abandoned the child and departed alone? The only plausible explanation that occurred to him was that a momentous event must have transpired during this time. Noticing the elder's confusion, Bai Yi chose not to elaborate. After all, he was not well acquainted with this individual, although he had just been rescued. It was prudent to exercise caution. The elder, sensing Bai Yi's wariness, refrained from further inquiries. From now on, you must exercise caution. This matter has grown rather intricate. Bai Yi nodded and inquired. Are you aware of the nature of the force that resides within that temple, esteemed elder? The elder of creation replied with a grave tone. It is a formidable and vast power, at least for you in your current state. It is indeed quite formidable and expansive. Bai Yi fell silent. If he was indeed powerful and formidable, why did he not remind himself sooner? Just moments ago, he had dismissed the temple as inconsequential. The elder of creation reassured him, saying, there is no need for excessive concern. They are aware of my presence, and for the foreseeable future, they are unlikely to trouble you again. Bai Yi nodded. I hope so. Well, I must take my leave. There are still matters over there that require my attention. Without waiting for Bai Yi to respond, he turned and vanished from sight. Bai Yi pondered to himself, realizing that he must swiftly enhance his strength. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he surveyed his surroundings. Where is this place? He had never been here before. Dismissing further contemplation, he retrieved the flying artifact that Songyu had gifted him. At this moment, it had already been meticulously cleared by Bai Yi. Infusing the artifact with his profound energy, it gradually expanded. Upon entering, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown, wondering if he would encounter the same difficulties as before. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After all, he was unfamiliar with this area. Gazing at the boundless wasteland before him, he felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that if he were to walk, he might not know how long it would take to find his way out. As he channeled his energy into the artifact, it slowly activated and began to glide forward. Bai Yi did not hasten the speed of the artifact, fearing he might replicate his previous experience. Soon, the endless expanse of wasteland was no longer before him. Upon returning to the five-star academy, as he stepped through the entrance, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Inside the courtyard, Xiaoyu was quietly seated on Yang Zhao's lap. The two engaged in conversation and laughter. Bai Yi's left leg, just lifted, lingered in midair, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether to place it forward or retract it. Just as Bai Yi found himself in a state of awkwardness, Xiaoyu seemed to have noticed him. She hastily rose from Yang Zhao's lap and offered a slight bow to Bai Yi, addressing him as young Master Bai. Though she had been imprisoned for several months and was no longer a maid of the Zhao family, the poise and grace befitting a servant still resided within her. Bai Yi offered an awkward smile and said, "Well, Xiaoyu, please feel free to simply call me Bai Yi from now on." Yang Xiao approached Bai Yi and inquired, "Junior brother Bai, have you gained any insights this time?" Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had previously been pursued. When Bai Yi mentioned he had gone out to contemplate the sword path, Yang Xiao had been eager to ask about his cultivation upon his return. Bai Yi sighed. "Let it be as it is." Yang Xiao indeed shook his head. "I believe Bai Shidi must have advanced further." It was clear that Yang Xiao discerned Bai Yi's current state. Previously, he had merely reached the first level of the core formation stage. Yet now he had ascended to the 9th level. However, Yang Xiao could only perceive that Bai Yi had made progress, though the extent of that advancement eluded him. After all, Bai Yi's cultivation had surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Had he known that Bai Yi had leaped from the 1st to the 9th level of core formation in one bound, it is likely that he would have abandoned his own cultivation altogether, realizing the futility of comparing his efforts to Bai Yi's. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. At that moment, his spiritual sense detected two formidable auras approaching steadily. Chapter 93. The Death of Yang Xiao. Chapter 94. The Awakening of Xiaoyu's martial soul. As Xiaoyu's voice fell, an inexplicable multitude of dark clouds obscured the sky from an unknown source. In an instant, the entire world was shrouded in gloom. As if the ink of night had descended, it was so dark it sent chills to the core. Moreover, the entire azure cloud continent was engulfed by these countless ominous clouds, forming an impenetrable cage that sealed the land within, allowing not a glimmer of light to penetrate. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating and terrifying energy, rendering one nearly breathless. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi's heart leapt violently. The aura emanating from the scene enveloped him in a profound discomfort, leaving him in a state that was almost ineffable. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu appeared to be entirely unaffected, standing serenely in her place. Feng Yong and his companion were equally taken aback, their hearts racing in alarm. A celestial phenomenon had been triggered by this woman. Both had encountered descriptions of such occurrences in ancient texts, yet they had never anticipated witnessing such an extraordinary event. Just then, a brilliant blue beam of light descended from the heavens, landing precisely where Xiaoyu stood. Bai Yi's heart sank in alarm as he contemplated rushing to Xiaoyu. Uncertain of the nature of the luminous pillar, he feared it could pose a threat to her, which would only increase his indebtedness to Yang Xiao. Even if it were not for Yang Xiao's sake, he felt compelled to rescue Xiaoyu. For she had once been Shui Er's ally and had frequently aided both him and Shui Er. Moreover, she had endured months of torment, imprisoned by Dong Guxian in her efforts to assist them. Just as Bai Yi was about to reach Xiaoyu, an overwhelming force propelled him 10 zhang away. Stopping abruptly, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The blue pillar of light had completely enveloped Xiaoyu. Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and he was poised to charge forth once more. Yet, at that moment, Xiaoyu's voice reached his ears. "Young Master Bai, I am unharmed." Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi felt a mix of surprise and relief. Since Xiaoyu had reassured him, he decided to observe the situation for the time being. After all, even if he wished to rush forward, it was unlikely he could withstand the repelling force of the blue pillar. At that instant, the ominous clouds above transformed from black to blue in a heartbeat. The sky was no longer merely the sky. It had morphed into an endless, vast ocean. Deep blue waves billowed across the horizon, rising and falling in layers, as if threatening to engulf the entire world. The fierce winds howled, and the tumultuous waves surged, sending countless splashes into the air. The entire realm had become a boundless sea. Bai Yi stared blankly at the scene before him. Not just Bai Yi. Feng Yong and El Yin shared the same expression, all appearing as if they had lost their souls. Just as the boundless ocean seemed poised to engulf the entire world, it suddenly began to recede slowly. Moments later, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Feng Yong and El Yin exchanged fearful glances at Xiaoyu, for in her hands, she held a swirling sphere of blue seawater. Without a word, they turned to leave simultaneously. Bai Yi also gazed at the orb of seawater in Xiao Yu's hand and inquired, Xiao Yu, what is this? Xiao Yu, equally perplexed, replied, I am not certain. After a moment, she turned to Bai Yi and continued, esteemed Bai, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in properly securing Brother Zhao's remains. I need to journey to a certain place. Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, where are you headed? After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Yu softly replied, just now, I felt a force guiding me to a certain place. My intuition tells me that upon arriving there, I shall grow immensely powerful. Once I attain that strength, I will personally avenge Brother Xiao. Bai Yi sighed softly. Xiao Yu, do you comprehend what just transpired? I do not know, Xiao Yu replied. I only sense that it was an immensely powerful force. It was evident that Xiao Yu also failed to grasp the nature of the recent events. Bai Yi ceased her inquiries and turned to Xiao Yu. Is the place you intend to go perilous? Xiao Yu shook her head. I cannot say for certain, but I must go. I yearn to grow stronger and exact vengeance for Brother Xiao. Bai Yi did not hinder Xiao Yu, allowing her slender figure to vanish from his sight. As he watched her walk away, Bai Yi sighed softly, hoping that no danger awaited her. He turned to the lifeless body of Yang Xiao and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Brother, I am truly sorry. In the end, I have brought you trouble. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. After bowing deeply to Yang Xiao's remains, he enveloped him within the realm of his golden core. Just as Bai Yi enclosed Yang Xiao's body within his golden core, countless points of light began to converge slowly upon the lifeless form in the void of that world. Bai Yi returned to the courtyard and entered his chamber. After the fierce battle with Feng Yong, he had sustained significant injuries and thus needed to tend to his wounds first. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu walked quietly along her path, unaware of her destinations, simply following an instinct that guided her onward. In this moment, she did not dwell on the torment she had endured while imprisoned in the fiery cell. Nor did she reflect on the fleeting moments of joy spent with Yang Xiao in the days prior. She did not think of the panic and despair she felt when she witnessed Yang Xiao's demise before her eyes. Nor did she contemplate how she would seek vengeance for him in the future. Unbeknownst to her, she traversed countless streets, wandered through numerous steep mountains, and eventually found herself deep within the Blackwind forest. It was only when a desolate well appeared not far from her that she halted. The well's mouth was about 10 feet square, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, intertwining to form an irregular shape. Upon closer inspection, the stone pillars and chains bore faint engravings, as if restored by some mysterious force. Encircling the well's entrance was a faint luminous barrier, the very celestial array Bai Yi had once inscribed. Upon seeing the well, the sensation within Xiao Yu intensified, a compelling urge guiding her toward it. Though she had no knowledge of what lay within, the overwhelming feeling became increasingly irresistible. With a momentary pause, she walked directly towards the well, without hesitation or second thoughts, and stepped into its depths. Several days later, Bai Yi emerged slowly from his room, his injuries fully healed. Yet a profound sense of oppression and unease lingered within him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Imperial Hall, seeking clarity from Song Yu about the situation at hand. Although it might be perilous, he felt compelled to seek answers. Just then, his brow furrowed slightly as he retrieved 2 eggs from within his ring, those he had found beside the ancient desire beast. To his astonishment, one of the eggs bore visible cracks. Bai Yi frowned, pondering whether it was about to hatch. He had kept them in the ring without much thought, never anticipating that he might inadvertently incubate them. What kind of eggs were these? Could they potentially hatch into ancient desire beasts? The thought made his heart race. He vividly recalled his reaction after consuming that meat with Yun Shang. If, in a future devoid of women, he were inadvertently activated by this creature, would he meet his own demise? Chapter 95, The 3 Great Powers of the Western Wilderness. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Should he discard them or keep them? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to keep it, for one could never predict the encounters that the future might hold. At that moment, the egg, which had developed a crack, had yet to hatch, and Bai Yi placed it back within the confines of his ring. He then turned and made his way towards the Imperial Hall. Inside the hall, Song Yu wore a rather grim expression. For ever since Bai Yi had aligned himself with Sun Liang, his heart had been increasingly troubled. He had dispatched his secret guards to gather information. Yet it seemed an eternity had passed without their return, amplifying his unease and restlessness. His concern was not solely for Bai Yi. The thought of Ji Mei weighed heavily on his mind. After so many years, receiving news of her should have brought him joy. But his instincts warned him that the situation was far from straightforward. The first uncertainty lay in the veracity of Sun Liang's words. Was Ji Mei truly in his custody? Furthermore, if she were indeed with him, what was her current state? Was she enduring torment? After all, decades had slipped by. How had Ji Mei managed to survive during all this time? In truth, Song Yu did not possess an in-depth understanding of Sun Liang. Their acquaintance was minimal, bordering on adversarial. Moreover, Sun Liang was exceedingly skilled at concealing his actions. If he wished to keep something hidden, it would remain hidden. Had he been aware of the suffering Ji Mei had endured over the years, he would undoubtedly confront Sun Liang with fervor, even if he were to be outmatched. In a life-and-death struggle, Sun Liang might find it challenging to contend with him. As Song Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to seek out Sun Liang for clarity, Bai Yi stepped gracefully into the hall. Upon seeing Bai Ye's arrival, Song Yu was taken aback, clearly astonished. Logically, one would assume that since Bai Yi had accompanied Sun Liang, the latter would not allow him to leave unscathed. How could he possibly be unharmed? Could it be that Miss Shishir had returned? The mere thought sent a jolt through him. As he pondered whether Bai Yi had come to hold him accountable for past grievances, Bai Yi observed the shifting expressions on Song Yu's face, feeling a tinge of perplexity. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Upon hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, the contemplative Song Yu was startled back to reality. He turned his gaze towards Bai Yi. Young Master Bai. Before he could finish, Bai Yi interjected, Your Majesty, might you share the reasons behind your earlier demeanor? With a heavy sigh, Song Yu replied, Alas, I have wronged you, young Master Bai. Bai Yi shook his head and said, I do not hold any resentment towards you. I understand that you must have your reasons. Would you care to share what those reasons are? Song Yu sighed once more. Previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his possession, using her as leverage to coerce me into handing you over to him. Mei Er? Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Mei Er is the beloved of my life. After I acquired that box, numerous formidable foes pursued me. However, due to the myriad of protective artifacts at my disposal, they ultimately failed to catch up with me. Thus, I arrived here and have remained concealed ever since. While they were unable to locate me, they annihilated all my relatives. Initially, I feared that Mei Er had also met a tragic end, but previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his possession. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, a hint of a sinister expression crossed Bai Ye's face. The recollections of the Bai family's plight came flooding back to him. Had Sun Liang truly released her? Song Yu shook his head. Not at all. Sun Liang is exceedingly cunning. He stated that he would wait until he secured the box before releasing Mei Er. At this juncture, Song Yu cast a glance at Bai Yi and sincerely expressed his regret. I truly apologize for what transpired earlier. Bai Yi shook his head, saying, I do not blame you. Were I in your position, I might have acted similarly. Observing that Bai Yi truly bore no resentment for having entrusted him to Sun Liang, Song Yu felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, How did you manage to escape from Sun Liang's grasp, young Master Bai? Bai Yi remained silent, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, Does the Song Emperor know the precise strength of this temple? Song Yu's expression grew exceedingly grave. Young Master Bai, this temple is one of the three great powers of the Divine Realm's Western Wilderness. The Divine Realm? The Western Wilderness? Bai Yi was utterly astonished by Song Yu's introduction. Nodding, Song Yu continued, I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the specifics of the Divine Realm. In fact, I hail from the Western Wilderness of this Divine Realm. In the Western Wilderness, there exist three paramount forces. What are these three forces, you may ask? They are the Palace of the Western King, the Temple of Victory, and the Sanctuary. Among them, the Sanctuary is the most enigmatic. Bai Yi appeared somewhat overwhelmed, for the names of these formidable factions were evidently extraordinary. He inquired about their approximate strengths. Song Yu replied in a grave tone. The most renowned figures in the Western Palace and the Victory Temple are the masters of their respective domains, both of whom attained the celestial immortal realm over 10 millennia ago. The celestial immortal realm? Though Bai Yi was unfamiliar with the specifics of this realm, he was certain it was of significant importance. Indeed, the celestial immortal realm, as chronicled in ancient texts, those who surpass this realm may ascend to godhood. What of the divine temple? Bai Yi hastily inquired, for his primary concern lay with its power, particularly since he had already crossed paths with them. After all, he had previously dismissed them as inconsequential and bore items bestowed upon him by them. It was inevitable that individuals from the divine temple would seek him out for retribution. Song Yu solemnly stated, their strength is at least equal to, if not greater than, that of the Western Palace and the Victory Temple. Bai Yi stood there in a daze, yet there was no need for young Master Bai to be overly concerned. I believe that since you managed to escape from Sun Liang's grasp, you must possess some form of safeguard for your life. Upon finishing his words, Song Yu fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi, as if attempting to see through him. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, I was saved by someone this time." "Who? Has Miss Sure returned?" Bai Yi shook her head. "She has not returned. It was an elderly man who rescued me." Song Yu was somewhat taken aback. But after a moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. "Has the Elder of Fortune returned? Do you know that person?" Song Yu nodded. "I am acquainted with him, though not intimately." Bai Yi refrained from further discussing the matter of the Creator Elder and instead inquired of Song Yu, "Song Emperor, if you were to take me to the temple now, would Sun Liang spare the esteemed Jimei?" Song Yu shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to engage in further acts that contravene my conscience. After all, I have already committed such a deed once, and the sensation was truly unbearable." Indeed, upon witnessing Bai Yi at ease, Song Yu felt a profound clarity within his heart, leading him to comprehend an essential truth. Some matters hinge not on one's own desires, but rather on the will of the heavens. It is not merely through one's fervent wishes that one can expect corresponding rewards. "Young Master Bai, you should return. While it is true that I cannot hand you over to the temple again, should Sun Liang come again, I fear that even my strength may be insufficient to protect you." Bai Yi remarked. Indeed, the Emperor Song is remarkably forthright, expressing his thoughts candidly, unlike certain individuals who speak one way yet act in another. He then clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and said, "I shall take my leave now. Should the Emperor Song require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Emperor Song nodded and replied, "Young Master Bai, exercise caution in the days to come. I suspect that Sun Liang will not relent easily." Bai Yi nodded and departed, returning to the esteemed five-star academy. Upon entering the courtyard, Bai Yi found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, seated quietly on a stone bench, was an elderly man. Chapter 96. Is it not different? Upon encountering this individual, Bai Yi initially felt a surge of joy, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of alarm. The elder standing in the courtyard was none other than his master, Situ Ping. He hurried to Situ Ping's side, exclaiming, "Master." Situ Ping looked up at Bai Yi, a faint trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Where is your senior sister, Yi?" Upon hearing Situ Ping's inquiry regarding Yin Shang, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over Bai Yi. Observing the gravely injured Situ Ping, he remained silent, instead retrieving a white jade vial from his ring, containing the exquisite rebirth pill that Song Yu had previously bestowed upon him. He extracted one and offered it to Situ Ping, saying, "Master, please consume this to aid your recovery." Situ Ping was about to decline, believing that his injuries were too severe for any ordinary healing remedy to remedy. However, upon seeing the pill in Bai Yi's hand, his countenance turned grave. "Where did you obtain this?" It was evident that he recognized the precious elixir. Bai Yi remarked, "This was given by someone else." "Master, you should promptly ingest it. We shall discuss matters leisurely once your injuries have healed." Situ Ping ceased his reluctance, accepted the rejuvenating pill, and promptly swallowed it. After a brief moment, Situ Ping's wounds gradually began to mend. Bai Yi inquired, "Master, have you not encountered Shang'er?" Situ Ping regarded Bai Yi with a peculiar expression. "Shang'er?" Bai Yi felt a sense of awkwardness, having never encountered such a situation before. "Did she come seeking me?" Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Bai Yi became even more perplexed. "Initially, Shang'er mentioned that you had sent a message indicating you were in danger, prompting her to go and rescue you. Yet, she departed without a trace, and no news has reached us since." After Bai Yi finished speaking, Situ Ping abruptly rose to his feet. "When did I ever send her a message? Moreover, if I were indeed in peril, how could I possibly send her? Would that not be akin to sending her to her demise?" "What? It was not Master who sent a message to Shang'er." Bai Yi was taken aback. It seemed that this could indeed be a conspiracy. Situ Ping, sensing something amiss, said to Bai Yi, "Your senior sister may be in peril. I must investigate." As he prepared to depart, Bai Yi hurriedly called out to him, "Master, I wish to accompany you." Situ Ping halted his steps. "It is too perilous for you to go." Bai Yi inquired, "Master, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping felt a tinge of confusion, but nonetheless replied, "The realm of unity." Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired about the unification realm. "Does Master know of the celestial realm?" Upon hearing Bai Yi mention the celestial realm, Situ Ping nearly stumbled. "Who has informed you of the existence of such a realm?" Bai Yi sighed, saying, "It seems I have now found myself at odds with the temple. Situ Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips twitched as he exclaimed, "You actually stand against the temple? What could have prompted such a decision?" Bai Yi recounted the matter of the box given to him by Song Yu and Song Lan. After hearing this, Situ Ping remained in a state of contemplation for a considerable time. "Master, are you aware of the strength of this temple?" Situ Ping pondered for a moment before replying, "It is merely so." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi was initially bewildered. Then, with a hint of skepticism, he turned to Situ Ping and inquired, "Are you suggesting that it is significantly stronger or weaker than our 5-star academy?" Bai Yi contemplated, initially. Song Yu asserted that this temple possessed an air of mystery, surpassing the strength of the other two factions. Yet, my master claims it is merely stronger than the 5-star academy. Situ spoke in a calm tone. "I referred to the 5-star academy of yesteryears." The 5-star academy of the past? At this juncture, Situ felt a pang of nostalgia in those days. We could confidently say that the 5-star academy was among the pinnacle of existence across the Myriad realms. However, an unfortunate incident transpired, wherein we were besieged by a dozen elite factions, ultimately leading to our downfall and the obliteration of our academy, leaving only myself and your senior sister to escape here and evade disaster. Bai Yi was taken aback. It turned out that the prestigious 5-star academy had once experienced such a magnificent era. Were the strengths of those more than a dozen factions truly formidable? Each one surpassed the power of both the temple and the victory hall. Bai Yi's heart was filled with alarm, although he was unaware of the temple's true power. Song Yu had previously informed him of the formidable strength possessed by the victory hall, which indeed housed beings of celestial mastery. Did our 5-star academy also possess such celestial beings at one time? 10 in total. Bai Yi was once again rendered speechless. 10 celestial beings. It was a sight of unparalleled terror, just as Bai Yi was grappling with his astonishment. Situ Ping spoke again in a calm voice, "Not merely 10 celestial beings, but also 3 at the divine sealing realm. Moreover, the former dean was of the transcendent realm." Bai Yi was utterly bewildered, his throat constricting incessantly. Were we truly annihilated back then? Indeed, it was not merely a calamity wrought by mankind, but also a disaster from the heavens. Otherwise, even if dozens of formidable forces were to emerge, they would not stand a chance against the 5-star academy of your. What disaster from the heavens? It is perhaps better that you remain unaware for now. In due time, you shall comprehend. Given that Situ Ping had articulated it thus, Bai Yi refrained from further inquiries. "Master, what has befallen your injury?" Situ Ping's expression grew increasingly somber. It was inflicted by a malevolent being. Bai Yi expressed astonishment. "A demon?" Situ Ping replied slowly. "Indeed, a demon. In a silent expanse of the divine realm's western wilderness lies a powerful race sealed away. It is this demon clan." Bai Yi inquired, "Is the demon clan truly formidable?" Situ Ping shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain, however. I recall the elders of the mansion mentioning that in those days, the demon clan was capable of contending with our 5-star academy." "What? They were that powerful?" From Situ Ping's words, Bai Yi discerned that the 5-star academy was exceedingly strong. Even so, the fact that the demon clan could rival them speaks volumes about their immense strength. If they were indeed so powerful, why were they sealed away? It is precisely because of their overwhelming might that they garner the animosity of all human experts. Through the machinations of countless formidable beings, they were ultimately sealed. Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. "Planning? Is it not a forcible sealing?" Situ Ping shook his head with a bitter smile. Although the human race had many formidable warriors back then, it was still beyond their capability to forcibly seal or even slay the demon race. At that time, the demon race possessed entities that surpassed the realm of the divine. Bai Yi perceived that Situ Ping's return was specifically aimed at undermining him. Realizing this, Bai Yi ceased his inquiries, acknowledging the futility of such questions. In comparison to those with power, he felt himself to be lesser than an ant. Situ Ping seemed to discern Bai Yi's sentiments and offered words of comfort. "Yi, do not be disheartened. With your talent, you are destined for greatness in the future. For now, I must seek out your senior sister to uncover who is behind the forged messages." "Master, I shall accompany you," Bai Yi insisted. "It would be best for you to focus on your cultivation. I truly do not wish to comment further on your current abilities." Bai Yi felt a tinge of bitterness. However, the temple was now frantically targeting him. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this fellow was indeed fearful of the temple seeking him out. "Never mind. I shall linger a few more days, and during this time, you must devote yourself to intense training. It would be best to strive for a breakthrough into the realm of the Lord." Bai Yi, adorned with white leaves and black lines, addressed his master. "Master, I have merely reached the foundation establishment stage. Are you overly optimistic about my capabilities, or do you possess an extraordinary faith in me? Chapter 97. The Temple of Jiang Feng. In the ensuing days, Bai Yi immersed himself in a fervent training regimen. He ascended through the 10th, 11th, and ultimately to the 15th level of foundation establishment, at which point he discerned that he had reached his limit. He then commenced the arduous journey toward the sea condensation stage, a realm distinct from its predecessors. While the earlier stages focused on refining the golden core, the sea condensation stage emphasizes the cultivation of the sea of consciousness and the soul. Under the tutelage of Sidu Ping, Bai Yi's training progressed at a frighteningly swift pace. Unbeknownst to him, several days had elapsed. Bai Yi has transcended from the previous realm of Jiedan to the 5th layer of Ninghai. This astonishing pace of cultivation left Situ Ping utterly astounded. Previously, he had merely jested about Bai Yi reaching the Zuanju realm within a few days. In his estimation, it would have been remarkable for Bai Yi to merely graze the edges of Ninghai in such a short time. However, as the days passed, the magnitude of Bai Yi's progress continued to astonish him further. It is well known that transitioning from Jiedan to Ninghai typically requires several years, or even decades. Even in the spiritually dense realm of the divine domain, some individuals remain trapped between the realms of Jiedan and Ninghai for their entire lives, never able to advance. Yet, in a mere span of 10 days, Bai Yi astonishingly ascended from the 10th layer of Jiedan to the 5th layer of Ninghai. Moreover, his Jiedan realm was not merely at the 10th layer, but had reached the 15th layer before he began his breakthrough into Ninghai. Such an occurrence is something Sidu Ping had never heard of, let alone witnessed. While he was left in shock, he pondered whether he too could achieve such feats. After several attempts, however, he relinquished the thought, as he realized it was beyond his capabilities. Yet how had Bai Yi accomplished this? As days swiftly passed, Bai Yi gradually emerged from his chamber. Situ Ping was astonished to discover that Bai Yi had reached an extraordinary pinnacle of the Ninghai realm, and he was certain that Bai Yi had not yet attained the realm of Pohei. Nevertheless, Bai Yi's prowess in Ninghai was utterly formidable, even surpassing that of an average Ponai practitioner. Noticing the look of astonishment on Situ Ping's face, Bai Yi offered an awkward smile and said, "Master, I have disappointed you. I have yet to reach the Zuanju realm, nor have I attained the Ponai realm." Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. How had this fellow become so cunning? "No matter. You have performed admirably," he replied. "Master, may we now seek out Shangar together?" Situ Ping replied solemnly, "I understand your concern for her, but your current strength is still vastly insufficient. Should we go there, not only would you be in danger, but I too might be implicated." Upon hearing Situ Ping express concern about being embroiled due to him, Bai Yi felt a pang of frustration, contemplating. Could it be that Master fears I would slow him down, which is why he won't allow me to accompany him? Bai Yi was about to speak when suddenly, Situ Ping furrowed his brow. Someone is coming. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yi seemed to sense something as well, his own brow knitting in concern. At that moment, a young man strolled into the courtyard. He was clad in a resplendent garment of gem red adorned with bird motifs, a white tiger-patterned belt cinched at his waist, and his flowing long hair framed a pair of inscrutable tiger-like eyes. He exuded an air of effortless charm, albeit with a hint of malevolence. This individual was none other than Jiang Feng, the son of the temple. Behind him stood two figures, Feng Yong and Lu Yan. Upon the arrival of these three, Situ Ping's expression shifted slightly, while Bai Yi appeared exceedingly grave. Although Bai Yi had never encountered Jiang Feng before, the young man's attire suggested a significant status within the temple, and the presence of Feng Yong and Lu Yan further solidified Bai Yi's suspicions. Situ Ping spoke calmly. "From the temple?" Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Indeed. Are you familiar with my temple?" Bai Yi could not help but scoff. "What a worthless thing is this temple." Upon uttering these words, not only did Jiang Feng and his companions stare in astonishment, but even Situ Ping was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng let out a cold snort. "Humph. What a worthless thing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" At that moment, Situ Ping spoke up. "It certainly cannot be deemed worthless." This remark only served to further amuse Jiang Feng, who found such ignorance truly alarming. However, Jiang Feng refrained from taking action, for he recognized Situ Ping's exceptional nature. Taking action now would likely yield no benefits. His purpose in coming here was merely to probe the situation and extend a greeting to the Bai family, not to engage in pointless banter with them. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Yu suddenly bellowed, "Halt." He thought to himself, with my master present, it would be wise to detain them. That Jiang Feng mentioned heading to the Bai family. This further ignited a murderous intent within Bai Yi towards the group. Jiang Feng halted his steps and turned to Bai Yi. asking, "Do you intend to kill me?" Bai Yi remained silent, coldly declaring, "One-on-one." Jiang Feng chuckled with a hint of disbelief. "One-on-one? Are you certain?" As the young master of the temple, he had never feared anyone from his generation. Even in the western wilderness, no one among the younger factions posed a threat to him, let alone these insignificant beings from the lower realms. However, Feng Yong interjected, cautioning, "Young master, this individual is not to be underestimated. He is cunning and full of tricks. There is no necessity for you to engage in a duel." Jiang Feng shot a cold glare at Feng Yong. "Are you doubting my capabilities?" "I dare not." Feng Yong quickly retreated a few steps, bowing respectfully. Jiang Feng then turned to Bai Yi with a slight smile. "Let us proceed with the duel." With that, he struck out a palm towards Bai Yi, instantly locking onto him and rendering him completely immobile. Bai Yi was astounded. How could this be possible? He had previously discerned that Jiang Feng was of the same realm. Yet his strength was inexplicably formidable. Although his body was immobilized, his consciousness remained unrestrained. After ascending to his formidable mental prowess had reached new heights. With a mere thought, a crimson sword soared forth from his ring. Guided by his will, the sword surged forth under the control of his powerful consciousness, cleaving towards Jiang Feng's palm. The fierce sword energy rent the very fabric of space as it advanced towards Jiang Feng's strike. Observing Bai Yi, trapped yet still capable of executing sword techniques, Jiang Feng was taken aback, though it was merely a momentary surprise. For he had little doubt that Bai Yi's strike could withstand his palm. In an instant, the sword and palm collided, resulting in a thunderous roar. A terrifying aura emanated from the impact, reverberating outward and obliterating the surrounding space, giving rise to numerous pitch-black voids. Within these voids, countless shards of spatial energy shimmered ominously. Sidu Ping's expression turned grave upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, both Bai Yi and Jiang Feng were merely yet the aftermath of their confrontation was alarmingly potent. It was evident that even a clash between two formidable boundary realm warriors might not unleash such spatial voids. Suddenly, innumerable shards of spatial energy erupted from the dark voids. Caught off guard, Bai Yi was struck through the left arm by one of the shards. Conversely, Jiang Feng appeared remarkably composed in the face of the razor-sharp spatial shards. Bai Yi pondered to himself that his combat awareness was inadequate and lacked refinement. Although he and Jiang Feng were of the same realm, their true combat prowess differed vastly. As he contemplated this, a sudden flurry of spatial blades surged towards Bai Yi. At that moment, the grass that had locked onto Bai Yi was torn asunder by the oncoming spatial blades. With his right hand gripping the sword, Bai Yi confronted the oncoming flurry of blade lights. Chapter 98. In the Beast Domain. Just as Bai Yi met the onslaught of the spatial blades, Jiang Feng, situated across from him, suddenly unleashed a palm strike aimed at Bai Yi. At that moment, Bai Yi was entirely focused on fending off the barrage of spatial blades, leaving him unable to defend against Jiang Feng's assault. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng's palm struck Bai Yi's back, propelling him hundreds of feet away. When Bai Yi finally came to a halt, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, leaving him grievously injured. Yet, in that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his own injuries, for not far from him loomed a pitch-black spatial void, from which emanated a terrifying force, intent on drawing Bai Yi into its depths. Bai Yi was taken aback, stumbling back several steps. On the opposite side, Jiang Feng, after sending Bai Yi flying with a single palm strike, did not pursue, for he too was ensnared by dozens of spatial blades. Despite his formidable combat instincts, facing such a multitude of spatial blades proved to be quite taxing. Sidu Ping, witnessing Bai Yi in peril, was poised to intervene. Yet Bai Yi halted him with a firm declaration, "Let me handle this." At that moment, Bai Yi's mind attained complete tranquility. He gazed at the distant void of space, inevitably pondering the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts through heaven. A sword is simply a sword, but what is heaven? What constitutes heaven? Previously, he had always believed that looking up was equivalent to heaven, yet now Bai Yi experienced an epiphany. When he had been locked in by Jiang Feng's overwhelming force, he had summoned the sword through his thoughts, wielding it with his mind, and it felt as though he had grasped something profound. Suddenly, he recalled the book his master had given him, One Thought, 10,000 Realms. Could that be the essence of thought's power? With no further contemplation, he returned to the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts through heaven. Indeed, looking up signifies heaven, but what is heaven? Is not heaven merely space? Could it not be said that space is heaven? To cut through heaven is to shatter the confines of space. Yet as he observed the void, confusion lingered within him. What is that void? The other side of heaven? As Bai Yi pondered, several spatial blades suddenly shot towards him. Yet, he remained still. Though his body did not move, his sword was already unleashed. With a thought, a sword was born, and with that sword, a wave of blade light shattered into fragments. In the distance, Situ-Ping stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng squinted slightly, intrigued, having underestimated Bai Ye's capabilities. At that moment, Bai Yi was oblivious to their presence, wholly engrossed in the profound understanding of the realm of thought swords, an exclusive domain of swordsmanship, rich in mystery and depth. If one could command the sword with thought, could it not also be possible to control those spatial blades? Bai Yi contemplated, resolving to act upon his thoughts. Soon, he attempted to wield the razor-like energy with his mental power. However, after several futile attempts, he relinquished his efforts, for no matter how he tried, he could not manipulate those spatial blades. Moreover, he felt a troubling dizziness wash over him. Could it be that the use of this mental energy was somehow restricted? With his current prowess, he could only exert this mental force a few times. This realization darkened his expression. If that were the case, how could he possibly withstand Jiang Feng? Not to mention Jiang Feng, even those spatial blades rendered him powerless. At that moment, after shattering several spatial blades, Jiang Feng charged towards Bai Yi. Noticing Bai Ye's unusual demeanor, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Young Master Bai, has such a short time made you soft? Bai Ye's expression was exceedingly grim, poised to articulate his thoughts when Jiang Feng had already unleashed a palm strike towards him. Although this strike lacked the formidable strength of the previous one, Bai Yi found himself unable to execute a sword attack as he had before. Dizziness clouded his mind as he observed the impending strike, causing his countenance to darken. He pondered how he could defend against it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Despite his dwindling mental energy, his profound energy remained intact. Thus, Bai Yi, utilizing the last remnants of his mental force, forged a connection with the celestial powers, delivering a fierce sword strike towards the heavens. This marked his inaugural deployment of the second sword technique from the trilogy. Upon its release, the entire skyline dimmed ominously. Countless spatial blades shattered instantly beneath the weight of this terrifying sword's might. Moreover, the dark voids of space began to waver, becoming increasingly ethereal. One could assert that the power of this sword was almost too much for the heavens to bear. Witnessing the overwhelming force of Bai Ye's strike, Jiang Feng, who was charging towards him, found himself momentarily stunned. His expression shifted dramatically as he withdrew his palm. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, a purple-gold gourd materialized in his right hand, modest in size, but unmistakably extraordinary. Jiang Feng swiftly struck the base of the gourd with his left hand. In an instant, a formidable suction emanated from the purple-gold gourd, sweeping forth. Under this tremendous pull, Bai Ye's terrifying sword energy was drawn in with alarming ferocity. However, this was not the end. Bai Ye's figure began to slowly gravitate towards the gourd as well. Bai Ye's heart raced violently, and he thought to himself, "This is bad. I am about to be drawn in." At that moment, Situ-Ping suddenly appeared not far from Bai Yi, delivering a powerful punch towards the gourd. Instantly, the immense force of attraction was repelled by that strike. Just as Situ-Ping was poised to continue his assault, a spectral figure materialized in the void. The apparition appeared almost translucent, rendering its features indiscernible, though it was vaguely discernible that it was an elderly man clad in a light gray robe. Upon its emergence, the figure made no movements, merely regarding Situ-Ping and Bai Yi with a cold gaze. Observing the apparition, Situ-Ping's expression turned gravely serious. Bai Yi staggered towards Situ-Ping, appearing particularly disheveled at that moment. His garments had been torn in numerous places by the spatial blades, and just moments ago, the suction of the purple-gold gourd had further rent his attire. Now, his clothing was in tatters, stained crimson with blood, resembling someone who had just crawled out from a heap of corpses. The spectral figure in the void coldly observed Bai Yi and Situ-Ping, offering no words. After a brief moment, the apparition began to blur gradually. And it was only then that Bai Yi and Situ-Ping realized that Jiang Feng and the others had vanished without a trace. "Master, what is the nature of that spectral figure?" Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired of Situ-Ping. At that moment, Situ-Ping's countenance bore a troubled expression as he replied in a grave tone, "The situation may be rather precarious." After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Bai Yi, "You should return to tend to your injuries while I seek out someone." As Situ-Ping prepared to depart, Bai Yi felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, "Master, what if they return while you are gone?" With a sigh, Situ-Ping reassured her, "Even if I remain, I would be powerless to deter the apparition should it choose to strike. Fear not, I shall return swiftly. With that, he turned and left, leaving Bai Yi with a lingering doubt about whether her master might be fleeing. In a dim and shadowy realm, a woman was advancing slowly. Her attire was tattered, and her visage appeared gaunt. Her long hair was matted with dried blood, and droplets of fresh crimson were trickling from the sword she gripped tightly. Surrounding her lay the lifeless bodies of beasts, slain by a single strike. This woman was none other than Lung Qing. Chapter 99. I haven't laughed in 100,000 years. At that moment, Lang Qing stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She bent down, using her sword to steady herself, her entire body trembling. She had relentlessly pursued Hu Rin to this point, only to be ensnared by numerous beasts. This battle had persisted for months. Yet Hu Rin had vanished without a trace. Exhausted to the brink, she could scarcely summon the strength to walk. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her once cold features bore a hint of a smile. Brother, I have failed to fulfill my promise to you. Just then, the ground beneath her began to tremble violently. From the distance came the thunderous sound of 1,000 cavalry charging forth, rapidly approaching Lung Qing. With great effort, she raised her head to behold the scene, offering a sorrowful smile. Surrounding her were countless formidable beasts, their eyes fixed upon her as they roared incessantly. Lung Qing straightened her posture, laboriously raising her sword and pointing it defiantly ahead, her voice icy as she declared, "Come, let us battle." It seemed as though the beastly warriors comprehended her words. The instant her challenge echoed in the air, they surged toward her with ferocity. In her current state, Lang Qing was utterly devoid of fighting strength. Yet she prepared to expend every ounce of energy for a final stand. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, another woman walked with grace. Clad in a flowing light blue gown, her long hair cascading down her back. Suddenly, she halted, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. Turning her gaze toward a particular direction, she murmured to herself, "Is this amusing? Isn't invincibility preferable? Why must one create such turmoil, leaving oneself in such a dire state? I truly wonder what you are thinking." Shaking her head with a sigh, she continued, "Very well. In consideration of your past assistance on his behalf, I shall extend my aid to you this once." With a radiant smile, the moment her words left her lips, the surrounding starry expanse erupted into chaos, beginning to fracture and vanish inch by inch. In a fleeting moment, the entire region transformed into a void of inky blackness. The woman stood in astonishment at the sight before her. With a resigned sigh, I gently tapped my forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget? It has been eons since I last smiled." I glanced apologetically around, confessing, "Forgive me, I simply couldn't help but chuckle, just this once." I mused silently, fortunate that he was not within this starry realm. Had he been here, he might have met his demise, and then he would surely come seeking vengeance upon me. Shaking my head, I dismissed the thought, and with a casual wave of my hand, a glimmer of blades flickered and vanished. Just as countless beast warriors were about to approach Lung Qing, a sudden flash of blades surged forth from the rift in space-time. The sound crackled incessantly, and moments later, the heads of those numerous beast warriors were sent flying. Instantly, the sky was drenched in blood. The battlefield, already steeped in a miasma of carnage, was once again engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere of death and dread. Regaining my senses, I stared vacantly at the scene before me, and after a few unsteady steps, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Days later, Bai Yi emerged from his chamber, his pace measured as if deep in contemplation. Suddenly, he halted, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he made his way toward the Emperor's hall. Upon entering, he found Song Yu engrossed in his own musings and inquired, "Might there be something troubling you, Emperor Song?" Startled by Bai Yi's arrival, Song Yu looked up in surprise. "Ah, young Master Bai?" Bai Yi inquired. "Is the Emperor Song pondering over the matters concerning the esteemed elder Jimei?" Song Yu nodded. Indeed, he was reflecting on Jimei, contemplating whether he should pay a visit to the temple. This thought weighed heavily on his mind, for ever since Sun Liang had broached the subject of Jimei, he felt as if something burdensome lay upon his heart. Bai Yi inquired, "Sovereign Song, do you still recall those two individuals from before?" Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Those two formidable experts from the Breaking Sea realm?" Bai Yi nodded and remarked, "In my opinion, it seems that Sun Liang is not affiliated with those two." Song Yu, puzzled, responded, "But they are all from the temple." Bai Yi continued, "A few days ago, those two individuals sought me out once more, accompanied by another. I surmised that this newcomer must be their young master." "The young master of the temple?" Bai Yi nodded. "However, at that time, Sun Liang did not go." Song Yu seemed to recall something. his expression changing slightly. Are you suggesting that Sun Liang intended to take the box from you and claim it as his own? I believe that is the case. Bai Yi replied. Song Yu shook his head. I doubt Sun Liang would act in such a manner, as it would be directly opposing their young master. Bai Yi remarked. What if the young master is unaware that it was Sun Liang who orchestrated this? Are you suggesting that Sun Liang might have ventured down here on his own accord? Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. If that were not the case, then why did Sun Liang not appear when those two emerged? Song Yu shook his head. That is not so. When I captured those two, it was Sun Liang who rescued them. If your assertion were correct, Sun Liang would not have revealed himself in front of them at that time. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Bai Yi felt that perhaps he had overthought the matter. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Bai Yi was about to speak when, suddenly, his expression changed. Situ Ping unexpectedly entered the grand hall. Bai Yi hurriedly approached Situ Ping and offered a slight bow. Master, you have returned? Situ Ping chuckled softly. I have been searching for you for quite some time. It seems you were here all along. At that moment, Song Yu clasped his fists in greeting towards Situ Ping. Inquiring, may I ask who the esteemed senior is? Situ Ping turned his gaze towards Song Yu, his demeanor growing increasingly frosty. Bai Yi had previously informed him of Song Yu's involvement in entrusting him to Sun Liang, which made Situ Ping regard Song Yu with disfavor. So it was you who handed my disciple over to that unscrupulous individual? Song Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Indeed, it was I. However, I deeply regret that decision. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I will never again entrust young Master Bai to anyone as I did before. Bai Yi elucidated to Situ Ping initially. Emperor Song had his own unspoken difficulties. I do not harbor resentment towards him. Hearing Bai Yi speak in defense of an outsider, Situ Ping let out a cold snort. Remarking, your heart is simply too kind, oblivious to the treacherous nature of the world. Be aware, this naivety may lead to significant losses for you in the future. Bai Yi felt quite embarrassed, for after all, Emperor Song had rendered me considerable assistance. Situ Ping seemed to recall something. Turning to Song Yu, are you familiar with that Sun Liang? Song Yu furrowed his brow, replying, not very well. Situ Ping spoke solemnly. If your Jimei is indeed trapped in Sun Liang's clutches, it would be exceedingly dire. Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Song Yu's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, and he urgently inquired, Senior, do you know something? Situ Ping sighed deeply. Several centuries ago, I heard it said that this Sun Liang is, in truth, a notorious libertine. Otherwise, from whence would his infamous reputation arise? Bai Yi suddenly inquired of Song Yu. Is the esteemed elder Ji Mei truly beautiful? Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping appeared somewhat uneasy. However, Song Yu remained unfazed and nodded, proclaiming, Mei's beauty is unparalleled in this world. Her smile captivates cities, and her laughter enchants nations. At this juncture, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically. Elder, are you suggesting that Sun Liang could possibly be? He refrained from completing his sentence, for he was at a loss for words and dared not contemplate further. Situ Ping sighed softly. Perhaps that girl Ji Mei has not fallen into the clutches of Sun Liang. Indeed, she shall not be ensnared by such a scoundrel. At that moment, Song Yu's countenance revealed profound distress, his eyes brimming with deep concern. At this moment, Bai Yi reminisced about Yun Shangxiang, senior sisterling, and sure. Where could they possibly be? Year, this time I shall take you to a place where perhaps you can enhance your strength more swiftly. Although Situ Ping felt a tinge of hesitation, for that place was indeed perilous, especially since the temple's members were currently fixated on Bai Yi. It was undeniably risky to send Bai Yi there at this juncture. However, remaining in this location would hinder her progress significantly. Despite his prior rapid ascension in cultivation, his actual combat prowess still fell short. This was evident from his earlier confrontation with Jiang Feng. Ultimately, even though Bai Yi emerged victorious, Situ Ping perceived it as a mere stroke of luck. Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion, where exactly? Situ replied in a calm tone. The trial grounds of the Western Wasteland. Song Yu exclaimed, Are you, esteemed elder, planning to take young Master Bai there? The trial grounds of the Western Wasteland? What kind of place is that? Bai Yi inquired. Song Yu turned to Situ Ping and said, Currently, young Master Bai is under the watchful eyes of the temple. If we were to take him there, it would undoubtedly be perilous. However, Situ Ping replied, Without encountering some dangers, how can he possibly grow stronger? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It seemed that her master was being rather stern with her, as though intending to send her to a perilous location. Bai Yi promptly shook his head and said, Master, I believe it would be better for me to cultivate here for a while longer before venturing out. Situ Ping shot a glare at Bai Yi and replied, Here, you will only be able to elevate your realm. Your combat prowess will not undergo any significant transformation. However, that place is almost perpetually engaged in battle, which would greatly enhance your combat awareness. Bai Yi's lips quivered slightly as he murmured, That would be quite perilous. Song Yu concurred, suggesting, Perhaps it would be prudent for young Master Bai to refine his skills further before venturing to that location. Situ Ping shook his head, stating, In truth, he is in greater danger here. You are aware that the temple has already begun to monitor him. Should the temple's representatives seek him out again? Who could possibly protect him? Master, why not linger a while longer? Song Yu expressed his bewilderment at Situ Ping's eagerness to depart. Situ Ping sighed heavily, conceding, Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request this time. Elated by Situ Ping's agreement to stay, Bai Yu eagerly nodded, ready to articulate his thoughts. However, Situ Ping continued, In fact, I have another reason for wanting you to visit that place. What reason? Bai Yi inquired. There may be news regarding Shang'er. What? Are you saying that Shang'er is there? At this moment, Bai Yi trembled all over. It was the first time in a long while that he had heard any news concerning Shang'er. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Ping nodded and remarked, I mentioned it could be possible, yet remaining here will certainly yield no information about Shang'er. Bai Yi fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, as Situ Ping had remarked, it was certain that he could not find Shang'er here. Previously, he had been eager to rush out in search of her, yet now, what caused his hesitation? Was it the fear of death? No one is entirely devoid of such fear, but if Shang'er were to discover that he refrained from seeking her out due to his cowardice, would she not feel profoundly disappointed? Reflecting on this, Bai Yi spoke, Master, let us depart at once. Meanwhile, Song Yu appeared lost in thought, his expression shifting dramatically. I shall accompany you, he declared. Both Situ Ping and Bai Yi turned their gazes towards Song Yu, with Bai Yi inquiring, Does the Emperor Song wish to search for Senior Jimei? With a sigh, Song Yu replied, Indeed. I had previously been unaware of Mayer's fate, having long believed she had perished. Upon hearing Sun Liang mention her, I felt compelled to investigate, to ascertain whether the claims made by Sun Liang held any truth. Situ Ping interjected, Might you not first prepare yourself? Song Yu shook his head resolutely. We shall depart immediately. Bai Yi nodded in agreement, indicating that the sooner, the better. Situ Ping ceased his chatter, producing a token that fit snugly in the palm of his hand. The token, entirely dark in hue, bore the inscription 5-Star Academy in bold characters. Upon seeing the token in Situ Ping's grasp, Song Yu's expression transformed dramatically. Why you? Are you from the 5-Star Academy? His voice trembled with astonishment and disbelief, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Bai Yi gazed at Song Yu with a hint of curiosity. Is there something amiss with the Song Emperor? Previously, Song Yu was aware that Bai Yi had once joined an institution known as the 5-Star Academy. However, he was taken aback to discover that this 5-Star Academy was indeed the one associated with that region. He had never considered this angle, merely assuming that Bai Yi's choice of name for the 5-Star Academy was arbitrary. With a look of fascination, Song Yu turned to Situ Ping. Is it truly the 5-Star Academy? Situ Ping responded, Are you surprised? Yet, to my knowledge, this 5-Star Academy was extinguished thousands of years ago. Situ Ping chuckled lightly. It was merely a stroke of luck. With that, he activated a token, and a dark beam of light soared into the sky. Subsequently, Situ Ping gracefully drew the token through the air, creating a rift in space. He then addressed Bai Yi and Song Yu. Step inside. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Master, there are many spatial blades within. Situ Ping's lips curled in a slight grimace. Why are you so meddlesome? With that, he kicked Bai Yi into the void. A startled cry of awe echoed before silence enveloped the space. Song Yu gazed at Situ Ping in astonishment. Is he not in danger? Situ Ping disregarded Song Yu's concern and turned, stepping directly into the dark rift. As Bai Yi stepped into the rift of space, he was immediately assailed by several streaks of spatial blades, realizing the peril he was in. Without hesitation, he drew his longsword and struck at the menacing blades. At this moment, Bai Yi's strength had increased exponentially compared to before. With a few swift slashes, he shattered the incoming spatial blades into fragments. Elated by this, he proclaimed, With a mere flick of my grandfather's fingers, I shall rend you to pieces. Yet, before the words had fully escaped his lips, his expression shifted dramatically. Countless spatial blades were surging towards him from a short distance away. Why are there so many? Without further contemplation, he raised his sword to confront the onslaught. The clash of his crimson blade against the black spatial blades rang out with a deafening resonance, as if threatening to rupture one's eardrums. Despite Baye's significant enhancement in power, the sheer number of the spatial blades seemed inexhaustible. Before long, Baye's countenance darkened. He realized that no matter how many spatial blades he obliterated, the ones ahead appeared endless. Continuing in this manner was futile. Should his mystical energy deplete, he would ultimately be torn apart by these blades. Just as he found himself lost in thought, several spatial blades struck him unexpectedly, causing a few droplets of blood to slip from his body. Alarm coursed through Bayi. He quickly regained his focus, bracing himself against the relentless assault of the blades. At that very moment, a formidable force emerged not far from Bayi. An immense vortex formed from the countless spatial blades, akin to a tornado, sweeping towards him. The void trembled in its wake, as innumerable blades were drawn into its swirling embrace. With each blade consumed, the vortex grew increasingly robust. The massive and powerful whirlpool seemed poised to engulf the entire realm. At this juncture, Bayi paused, for the spatial blades around him had been entirely absorbed by the vortex. However, he did not feel a sense of triumph. The colossal vortex was steadily approaching, its overwhelming pull threatening to draw him in as well. With his eyes narrowed, Bayi declared, "I shall see what you can do to me." He then wielded his sword with both hands and shouted, "A sword to pierce the heavens." Empowered by the mysterious forces of his mental energy and the golden core within, this strike sent tremors through the entire spatial passage, causing parts of the space to slowly collapse. However, when the sword met the immense vortex, it vanished as if a stone cast into the sea, creating not a ripple. Realizing the dire situation, Bayi attempted to retract his sword, but it was too late. He, along with his weapon, was engulfed by the colossal vortex. In an instant, countless spatial blades surrounded him menacingly. Terrified, Bayi instinctively swung his sword, unleashing a beam of light, only for it to be shredded by the myriad of spatial blades. At this juncture, Bayi was drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson. His contorted face bore several deep wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of strength, channeling the power of his golden core to shield himself. Simultaneously, he infused his mental energy into the sword's spirit, aiming to break free from the terrifying vortex. A flash of sword light surged forth, shattering the spatial blades in its wake. With a resounding bang, the clash reverberated through the void. Bayi finally emerged from the terrifying vortex, yet at this moment, he was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to remain upright. He stumbled a few steps, nearly falling, when suddenly Situ Ping caught him. "Yer, what has happened?" Situ Ping inquired, his brow furrowed in concern as he observed the gravely injured Bayi. He and Song Yu had only just arrived at this location and were taken aback by Bayi's dire condition, leaving them both perplexed. Bayi lifted his gaze towards Situ Ping, his heart still trembling with trepidation. "Master, that black vortex." As he spoke, he turned to look, only to find himself frozen in place the next moment. For the colossal vortex had vanished, as if it had never existed at all.